Chapter 1. The Sea Circle Calendar, February 30th, 1518. New World, Punk Hazard. Caesar, you scoundrel. How dare you privately conduct genetic modifications on Subject 88 and prepare to carry out such perilous gas experiments on the island? You are nothing but a lawless, inhumane wretch. An irate old man with a bulbous head and a long tongue berated a floating figure with horns. It's over. Subject 88 was the most valued experiment of the world government, and now that rascal Caesar has killed it with his reckless genetic experiments. What should we do? What should we do? We are all going to face the world government's wrath. The other scientists and researchers from the world government's technology division glared furiously at the self-righteous Caesar Charon. Simultaneously, they were filled with dread at the impending severe punishment from the world government. To jeopardize the world government's project, even the world's leading scientists would have to pay a heavy price, potentially leading to their demise and the annihilation of their entire lineage. How was I supposed to know that Subject 88 would perish this time? You all had no issues in previous modifications. I can only say this was truly an accident. Caesar shouted, slightly flustered. He merely intended to prove that he was not inferior to Vegapunk. He never wished for the demise of Subject 88. Overwhelmed by the hostile glares from the scientists, Caesar felt the pressure mounting. He needed to produce alternative results to offset the blame for Subject 88's death. Get lost. Get lost. I still need to continue my slime gas experiments. As for the subjects of this gas experiment, they are merely ordinary criminal test subjects. If they die, so be it. Don't burden me with discussions of humanity and danger. Caesar appeared impatient, as if he had no time to waste, only wishing to escape from these annoying individuals and complete his ultimate experimental achievement. Caesar, we will settle the matter of Subject 88 later. But you absolutely cannot proceed with this gas experiment. It is far too dangerous and will harm many innocent lives. Vegapunk's expression turned frigid as he continued to chastise Caesar with a stern face. He could no longer tolerate this long-standing member of the MAD team. TCH, if my experiments can be so easily harmed, it only indicates that some people are fools. Such individuals are better off dead. Caesar replied nonchalantly, indifferent to the notion of sacrificing another batch of experimental prisoners or even some ungrateful guards and researchers. Scoundrel, wretch, Navy, capture this bastard at once. I want Caesar expelled from the scientific division. Vegapunk, infuriated by Caesar's utter disregard for life, turned crimson and shouted at the naval officers guarding them. At this moment, he could no longer endure Caesar's callousness. Today, he would ensure that this lawless scoundrel faced justice. Upon hearing Vegapunk's command, several vice admirals with mastery of Haki rushed towards Caesar, wielding sea stone chains. According to the orders of the world government, they were to follow Vegapunk's directives on the island of Punk Hazard. Hey, I am the second greatest scientist in the world. My experimental results will surpass Vegapunk's. Do not act rashly. Seeing the two vice admirals charging toward him, Caesar exclaimed loudly, taken aback that Vegapunk was genuinely intent on taking action against him. As he observed Vegapunk's icy demeanor, anger surged within Caesar. His long-standing jealousy and resentment toward Vegapunk ignited a sudden fury, blood rushing to his head. You've all forced my hand. In a fit of madness, Caesar produced an object and pressed a button, detonating his slime gas bomb. With a deafening explosion and violent tremors, a colossal mushroom cloud of toxic gas rose above Punk Hazard Island, the endless purple fumes swiftly spreading in all directions. Two of the three massive research facilities on this scientific island were immediately obliterated, reduced to ruins. The shockwave and toxic substances from the explosion swiftly annihilated most of the life on the island's surface. Caesar, you. Vegapunk and numerous scientists were thrown to the ground, terrified by the horrifying explosion. Even Caesar himself momentarily froze in shock. He had impulsively pressed the detonation button. Moreover, the explosive effect was far more exaggerated than he had anticipated. He had not expected this experimental gas bomb to be so powerful, far exceeding his expectations. The two vice admirals were equally aghast, but they quickly regained their composure, their expressions growing grim and frigid. They rushed forward and forcefully seized Caesar, the architect of this catastrophe. As the sea stone chains swiftly bound Caesar's hands, his gaseous, floating lower body reverted to legs, temporarily rendering him devoid of his natural gas powers. "I didn't want this, I truly didn't mean to." Caesar's body weakened, and he swallowed awkwardly, trying to defend himself. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his already pale complexion grew even paler. He realized he might be doomed. The world government would undoubtedly not let him, the perpetrator responsible for the destruction of the research facility, escape unscathed. Virum! Virum! After the violent tremors, sharp and urgent alarms blared throughout the last remaining research facility. Flashing red lights illuminated the area, sending everyone into a state of panic. "Not good. Doctor, we need to leave. The gas outside has spread across the entire island." A portly figure brandishing a large axe rushed into the laboratory, shouting at Vegapunk. "Caesar, you wretched sinner, you will spend the rest of your life in impel down facing justice." "Scoundrel, everyone, listen up. Quickly gather the important data, disregard everything else. We must evacuate immediately." Vegapunk urgently commanded all scientists and researchers, who were hastily collecting vital information amidst the chaos, while he was roughly pulled away by Bartolomeo, rushing to escape. Caesar hung his head, his pallid face reflecting an array of conflicting emotions as frantic thoughts of escape raced through his mind. He too was hastily escorted away by the two vice-admirals. Amidst the panic, numerous scientists urgently gathered essential materials before hastily fleeing the perilous island, soon to be engulfed in toxic gas. At that moment, within a specialized laboratory of one of the research facilities, a cold man submerged in a transparent experimental chamber, devoid of breath. Amidst the tremendous explosion and shock waves, his heart began to weakly beat once more, and his eyelids fluttered as if recalling some horrific events. As alarms blared from various scientific instruments and sparks flew, the man suddenly opened his eyes. The purple blotches that covered his body rapidly dissipated, returning to his original flesh tone, albeit with faint purple markings etched along his muscular contours. "It hurts, it truly hurts. Damn it, Caesar." The man's left eye, previously dilated, reformed into a solid black pupil, while the modified pupil in his right eye gleamed with radiant golden light. He gritted his teeth and roared, his voice brimming with rage and hatred. As the effects of the super anesthetic gradually wore off, with a thunderous sound, an eerie flame ignited around the man, burning fiercely as it bubbled in the nutrient solution, dense bubbles resembling boiling water. The raven-haired man clenched his fists, his arms instantly swelling threefold, veins pulsating like writhing worms. With a violent tug, he tore apart the chains binding his hands, shattering the shackles around his feet and body. In that instant, fury filled the man's eyes as he smashed through the glass of the transparent experimental chamber, the nutrient solution gushing forth. The shrill alarm within the laboratory intensified his gaze, turning it an even deeper shade of red. A golden laser erupted from his right eye, instantly obliterating the bothersome alarm. Following the massive explosion, thick smoke billowed forth. With crimson eyes, the raven-haired man leaped from the experimental chamber, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater in his wake. He scanned the room, grabbing a lab coat to tie around his waist, and swiftly charged toward the laboratory door, delivering a powerful kick to the entrance. "Emergency order! Emergency order! Evacuate immediately! Run!" At this moment, the guards and researchers within the institute were frantically dashing about in a state of chaos, while the purple toxic gas outside had swiftly permeated the interior. Suddenly, a massive steel door was hurled open with a tremendous crash, striking several researchers and guards who happened to be passing by. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and anguished cries reverberated through the air, leaving the walls smeared with viscous blood and flesh. Various precious experimental reports and documents were violently scattered amidst the turbulent shockwave. Amidst the swirling dust, a robust figure emerged, two fierce glints sewn red, the other gold flashing in his eyes. "It's you, Subject 88. You're still alive?" A fortunate researcher, propelled by the force of the door, gazed in horror at the figure of Subject 88, who had been presumed dead, now standing vividly before him. Yet, in the next moment, his excitement surged anew. Subject 88 was the most significant experimental subject of Punk Hazard. If he could manage to escort Subject 88 out, the world government would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. However, the very next second, a hand adorned with purple markings seized his throat with brutal force. "I remember you, little scum." Underneath a frigid gaze, with a resounding crack, the researcher's head twisted at a grotesque angle, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, as an expression of terror marked his departure from this world. "I warned you that you would come to regret this." The man with raven hair, his face twisted in madness, grinned widely, his eyes glowing crimson as he sprinted forth, exuding a palpable aura of vengeful intent. As blood-stained experimental reports and documents fluttered to the ground, many bore the visage of this man. Subject 88, known as Donya Huanglong, male, age 21, belonged to the second batch of experimental subjects. Phase 2 of the strongest biological project, Demon Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment. Success, only surviving specimen. Responsible parties, all researchers of the technology class. Phase 4 of the strongest biological project, Lion Mane Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment. Failure, no mutations, only surviving specimen. Responsible parties, all researchers of the technology class. Phase 7 of the strongest biological project, Fishman Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment. Failure, no mutations, only surviving specimen. Responsible parties, all researchers of the technology class. Phase 1 of the Seraphim Project, Lunaria Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment. Success, special, surviving specimen. Responsible party, Vegapunk. Phase 2 of the Giantization Project, Ancient Giant Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment. Failure, no mutations, special, surviving specimen. Responsible party, Vegapunk. Bioweapon Project, Laser Eye Modification Experiment. Success, no rejection, special, surviving specimen. Responsible party, Vegapunk. Bloodline Factor Modification Project, Dual Modification Experiment of Toxic Factor and Transparency Factor. Failure, specimen deceased. Responsible party, Caesar. Amidst the urgent and piercing alarms of the laboratory, a figure dashed about like a cornered beast, his mind still somewhat disordered. The man, in a state of manic frenzy, searched with bloodshot eyes for the object of his utmost hatred. Beams of laser fired indiscriminately, triggering successive explosions. This man, emanating an aura of lethal intent, was Donya Huanglong. With the surname Donya and the given name Huanglong, he hailed from Blue Star, China, 2.5 years prior. While traveling south of the rainbow, he mistakenly consumed a peculiar patterned poisonous mushroom, which led him to encounter the legendary Chinese dragon. In a moment of exhilaration, he rushed forward, yearning to touch the dragon. To his astonishment, the majestic dragon abruptly transformed into a speeding dump truck, hurling Donya Huanglong into the world of One Piece. Donya Huanglong would never forget that red dump truck, adorned with a shoddy fake license plate, 209527. After his traversal, Donya Huanglong barely had time to explore this new realm before he was captured by a CP agent in a black suit, who mistook him for a criminal due to his bizarre behavior, and was promptly delivered to the laboratory of Punk Hazard. Over the next 2.5 years, he underwent numerous large-scale modification experiments. Through continued agony and despair, he managed to survive, albeit with great difficulty. During this time, Donya Huanglong, amidst the torment of transformation, learned the language of this world from the deceased prisoners whose graves were now overgrown with grass, and from the scientists themselves. Perhaps due to Donya Huanglong being a remarkably significant experimental subject, Dr. Vegapunk and other scientists were particularly eager to instruct him. This allowed Donya Huanglong not only to master the language, but also to acquire literacy and even some specialized scientific knowledge and combat techniques. However, the harrowing experiences of being a test subject and the constant dread of despair instilled in him a deep-seated resentment and animosity toward those scientists. Some scientists inflicted relentless torment upon him to assess the data of this perfect surviving specimen. Blade slashes, fiery burns, thunderous strikes, gunfire, and toxic infusions. Thus, despite any semblance of benevolence shown by Vegapunk and his colleagues, Dongya Huanglong could never forget such profound suffering. Moreover, there was that elder star, Satan, who, merely by casting a glance, unleashed the power of the devil fruit, causing his right eye to explode. This vendetta of eye destruction is one that cannot be forgiven, and it shall not rest until death. That scoundrel, Caesar, is equally arrogant and cruel. Just days ago, he conducted 2 horrific experiments on Dongya Aolung's lineage factors in one fell swoop, resulting in the near loss of Aolung's life. Fortunately, Aolung's fate was resilient, his fortune high, and his physique exceptionally unique, allowing him to miraculously survive. The resurrected Dongya Aolung is consumed with the desire to personally slay that dog Caesar. Now that he has regained his freedom, he seeks those scientists who have inflicted endless suffering upon him. Revenge for grievances, an eye for an eye. Especially that Caesar Kurong, whose smiling facade belies his utter inhumanity. As Dongya Aolung beheld the surging purple gas in the corridor, the flames of his Lunaria lineage flared even more fiercely. He glanced at the faint lavender patterns adorning his body, and without a trace of fear, he stepped boldly into the dense purple gas. As he traversed the noxious fog, the lavender patterns on his skin writhed, seemingly absorbing the toxic fumes, which brought him a sense of profound comfort. Is this the lineage factor of the deadly powder? Observing the patterns, Aolung's face, once filled with murderous intent, gradually regained a semblance of rationality, and the crimson hue of his left eye dimmed. It seems that the 2.5 years of being a laboratory rat, while filled with pain and despair, ultimately fortified my strength. Aolung murmured hoarsely. Recognizing that both the extraordinary adaptability of the Lunaria lineage and the capabilities of the toxic factors empower him to navigate the poisonous miasma with impunity. Help me. Who will come to my aid? As Dongya Aolung strolled through the purple haze, he endeavored to master the new abilities coursing through him, searching relentlessly for an escape route and the whereabouts of those scientists within the vast laboratory. Along the way, he heard the anguished cries and pleas for help. Some guards and researchers, unable to flee in time, succumbed to the enveloping purple gas, while the majority of imprisoned experimental subjects met their demise instantaneously. Conversely, some prisoners confined within sealed laboratories, awaiting various cruel experiments, were not immediately affected by the toxic fumes. Bang! Aolung, expressionless, kicked away a poisoned guard who clutched his ankle in desperation, disregarding the cries of other prisoners. At last, the explosive event of Punk Hazard's toxic gas has arrived. Aolung hastily explored the passage leading away from the laboratory, intent on capturing Caesar, the malevolent scientist who had previously taken his life. A vendetta for his life cannot go unavenged. However, he never anticipated that Caesar, while being the architect of his death, also inadvertently saved him. For it was Caesar who detonated the gas bomb, granting Aolung the opportunity to escape Punk Hazard. Nevertheless, this revelation does not diminish Aolung's resolve to eliminate Caesar. Had he not possessed such a tenacious spirit, those terrifying transformation experiments would have sealed his fate, leaving him to join the ranks of those experimental prisoners whose graves now lie overgrown with grass. For over 2 years, he witnessed one experimental subject after another, grotesquely transformed, suffering and dying before his very eyes. Of the countless batches of experimental prisoners, only he had survived. The repeated confrontations with death instilled in him a transmigrator, an endless darkness. As Aolung traversed the purple miasma, his expression cold, he passed by the twisted faces of poisoned guards who had perished. And after navigating several confinement rooms and observation chambers, he stumbled upon a supply room. Amidst the murky purple haze, he suddenly spotted a striped apple locked within a transparent glass box. Could this be the artificial dragon fruit? Aolung's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged inside. Yet, in the next instant, a searing wave of flame surged toward him, violently propelling Aolung backward. Roar! Within the purple fog, a colossal fire dragon bellowed, its dim-witted gaze fixated on the disheveled human intruder. With a crash, Aolung pushed aside the debris, rising amidst the ruins, the flames of his Lunaria lineage blazing fiercely. This foolish dragon can survive in the toxic mist. Aolung's icy gaze bore into the red dragon before him. As a significant experimental subject of Punk Hazard, he could not possibly be unfamiliar with this creature, a dragon artificially created by Vegapunk. With a swift motion, Aolung's modified laser eye erupted with brilliance, unleashing a terrifying laser beam that struck the dragon's head. Though Aolung was merely an experimental subject, his extensive physical trials had equipped him with combat experience rivaling that of a bounty of over 100 million. This struggle for survival had been his relentless endeavor to escape Punk Hazard. Bang! Following the laser discharge, Along's feet created a massive crater as he vanished from sight, propelling himself forward with incredible speed. His bulging, powerful arms and colossal fists, imbued with terrifying strength, delivered a savage blow to the artificial dragon. The dragon, with its low intelligence, was caught off guard by the sudden laser, exploding its eye in pain, and it desperately flapped its wings, attempting to ascend into the air. However, just as it took flight, a forceful punch came crashing down upon it. Scum! Along unleashed his fury, mercilessly pounding the dragon's skull, blood splattering in all directions, accompanied by its pain cries. The dragon struggled fiercely, yet it could not escape Along's overwhelming might. In his wrath, Along demonstrated who truly reigned as the strongest being in Punk Hazard. The artificial dragon, with its severely limited intelligence, could only comprehend a few simple commands from its creator, Vegapunk. It had previously been sent to marry Geos to amuse the celestial dragons, but due to its foolishness and lack of control, it nearly harmed them and was subsequently returned to Punk Hazard. Had it possessed even a modicum of intelligence and the ability to understand human speech, Along might have sought to tame it, riding it to freedom from Punk Hazard. How exhilarating! Along stood amidst the pool of blood, trembling with excitement. His blood-soaked white coat now stained crimson, still dripping with gore. He reveled in the terrifying power of his enhanced body, a stark contrast to the usual lethargy that followed the injection of serums. Indeed, he was the most formidable experimental subject, even garnering awe from Vegapunk himself. This combat prowess surpassed that of the future pacifists, and the first generation of pacifists could contend with supernovas boasting bounties of 200 to 300 million. This suggests that Along, with the sheer might of his current form, already rivals supernovas, if not surpasses them entirely. Should he master Haki, he would be capable of standing toe-to-toe with pirates boasting bounties exceeding 500 million. Descending from the dragon's head, Along delivered a final strike to the near-defeated artificial dragon, his fist piercing through its skull. Gazing upon the dragon's lifeless body, he brutally tore off one of its limbs, and the flames of his Lunaria lineage erupted once more. Soon, Along hungrily sank his teeth into the dripping, partially cooked dragon meat. After a hearty meal that restored much of his strength, he continued his journey towards the supply room, where he shattered a glass case with a powerful punch and grasped the purple round-patterned apple in his hand. Artificial Azure Dragon. Dongye Hualong held this synthetic devil fruit, his cold visage betraying a flicker of yearning. In his original world, he had longed to transform into a divine dragon, living freely. This desire perhaps explained why. After consuming a poisonous mushroom, he perceived a dump truck as a celestial dragon. For Dongye Hualong genuinely adored dragons, unlike the superficial affection of Yi Gong. During his time as a test subject, he repeatedly aspired to obtain this artificial fruit, seeking every opportunity to escape the hellish Punk Hazard. He implored Vegapunk numerous times, volunteering to be the test subject for this flawed devil fruit. Yet, ultimately, his wishes remained unfulfilled, as Vegapunk forbade anyone from consuming this failed creation. Now, with Punk Hazard in chaos, Dongye Hualong had finally secured the fruit. However, an unexpected sense of urgency and determination had dissipated from his heart. He was uncertain about the potential of this synthetic devil fruit and whether it would affect his future strength. Simultaneously, he pondered whether his bloodline factors would clash with the powers of the devil fruit. Just then, thoughts of the plague Quinn and the seraphim flickered in his mind. Reigniting his resolve, he required greater power to exact vengeance upon Caesar and the 5 elders. One had taken his life, while the other had destroyed his right eye. Such grievances must not go unavenged. Moreover, he possessed numerous formidable bloodlines. Even if the artificial Azure Dragon's abilities bore certain flaws, the impact would be minimal. He could focus on martial arts and Haki in the future. Additionally, after undergoing the Lunaria bloodline transformation experiment, he had not grown wings. Nor had he transformed into a white-haired, brown-skinned form. He had merely gained the Lunarian's adaptation flame. Thus, he now sought a means of flight to escape Punk Hazard. Most importantly, the dragon represented his Chinese totem. Strength may be fleeting, but elegance is eternal. With his gaze sharpened, he hesitated no longer and sank his teeth into the synthetic Azure Dragon fruit. Ah! Roar! Dongye Hualong let out a furious roar, his neck elongating suddenly as a fearsome dragon head materialized. His hands transformed into dragon claws, and his feet followed suit. Ah! How infuriating! The scales on his body were indeed a garish pink. Dongye Hualong glared at the flamboyant pink dragon scales that adorned him, seething with anger, as they utterly contradicted the majestic and formidable essence of a dragon. Yet, in the next moment, orange-red Lunarian flames erupted from his dragon body and claws. With serpentine purple venomous patterns spreading across the pink scales, rendering the colossal dragon a deep crimson hue. As the dragon's furious roars echoed, this scarlet young dragon began to swell dramatically, causing the entire laboratory to explode with a thunderous crash. Its horns sharpened to a lethal point, piercing the heavens, while its fangs elongated, becoming exceedingly sharp and menacing. Could it be that the failed transformation of the ancient giant bloodline had been reactivated? Did this imply? The body of the crimson dragon continued to expand, an immense power belonging to the ancient giant race and the Oni tribe surged forth. Ha 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 ha. A crimson divine dragon, measuring over 1,000 meters in length, burst forth from the research facility, ascending above Punk Hazard, amidst an ecstatic cacophony of laughter. The scarlet dragon soared into the sky upon purplish-red flame clouds. On the surface of the sea, numerous top-tier scientists who had evacuated Punk Hazard aboard warships heard this terrifying dragon roar, their faces stricken with astonishment as they gazed towards the island. Amidst the purple toxic mists enveloping the island, scientists beheld a colossal dragon-shaped shadow soaring through the skies, crackling with flashes of lightning, instilling a sense of dread within their hearts. Caesar. Suddenly, a furious, resounding voice reverberated throughout Punk Hazard, swiftly reaching the ears of those aboard the warships. At this moment, both Caesar and Vegapunk's expressions turned grave, as if they had both stumbled upon a shocking realization. This voice belonged to Subject 88? Was Subject 88 still alive? Caesar exclaimed in astonishment. If this paramount experiment had indeed survived, there might still be a glimmer of hope for him to return to the scientific ranks. However, the situation was dire. Not only had Subject 88 not perished, but it seemed he had also consumed that artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk's brow furrowed deeply as his colossal intellect swiftly connected the dots between the thunderous roar and Subject 88. What? Did you not claim that fruit was a failure? Both Caesar and the other scientists gasped in disbelief. If that artificial fruit, resembling the Azure Dragon's form, possessed powers akin to Kaido's, then they had unwittingly created a creature of Emperor-level might. Panic ensued among the scientists. Subject 88 was not merely a survivor, but a super-adaptive specimen, the ultimate experiment. Moreover, Caesar had subjected Subject 88 to modifications involving lethal toxins and transparent bloodline factors. The emergence of this voice indicated that Caesar's experiment had not failed after all. Otherwise, Subject 88 would not be thriving amidst the island's toxic atmosphere. That scoundrel had merely been feigning death. Caesar seethed, realizing that this perfect specimen would not succumb so easily, and felt utterly deceived. Subject 88's pretense of death had led him to rashly trigger the toxin bomb, resulting in an irreparable catastrophe. Damn it, this was all Subject 88's fault. That scoundrel had ensnared him. At this moment, amidst the scientist's troubled expressions, a massive torrent of fiery dragon breath erupted from the swirling purple mists, hurtling directly toward the warships. Take cover. Sukong Duxing. Ranch. One sword style. Flying slash. Zhang Taomaru and several naval admirals paled, unleashing their most formidable ranged attacks to counter this astonishing assault. The foremost scientists simply could not afford to be harmed. The creature had swiftly mastered the formidable technique of dragon breath. Vegapunk, observing the massive dragon silhouette crackling with lightning, hastily recorded data on Subject 88's transformation into the artificial Azure Dragon. In an atmosphere thick with fear, the gathered individuals caught sight of a crimson dragon adorned with toxic purple patterns through the fog-cleared passage created by the fiery breath. Its immense form, overwhelming flames, dense lightning, bizarre markings, and menacing fangs instilled sheer terror within them. This was a true monster, a vengeful dragon fueled by hatred. As the fiery breath drew closer, Zhang Taomaru's aura and the admiral's flying slashes proved insufficient to obliterate the attack entirely. Just as the residual fiery breath was about to strike the retreating warship, Caesar shouted in terror, "Quick! Unlock the sea stone handcuffs!" Faced with the blinding flame, he yearned for escape through the gaseous fruit's elemental transformation, hoping to evade the horrifying onslaught. The dragon's scales were pink. It seemed the transformation into the artificial Azure Dragon had indeed failed. The massive horns in its physique appeared peculiar. Could the dormant ancient giant lineage have reactivated? As for those purple markings, they were likely the result of the toxic powder's bloodline factors. Even confronted with such a terrifying assault, Vegapunk, driven by an insatiable quest for perfection in research, remained undaunted, diligently recording every detail about this artificial Azure Dragon. "Oh, how frightful! Doctor, what kind of monster have you created?" Just as the immense fiery breath was about to strike the warship brimming with esteemed scientists, a radiant golden light flashed across the sky, accompanied by a languid voice. A yellow figure emerged from the golden glow, unleashing a barrage of concentrated laser blasts to disperse the fiery breath. "Ah, what a relief! We are saved." It was Admiral Kizaru. The scientists aboard the warship, who had been paralyzed by fear, erupted into cries of relief upon recognizing the familiar figure. Admiral Kizaru. Please capture Subject 88. He is the most crucial experimental subject for the world government. Once assured of their safety, some fervent scientists proclaimed with exhilaration. Subject 88 was of paramount importance to them. Surviving numerous modifications was nothing short of a miracle. This was the most perfect experimental subject in history. Furthermore, now that Subject 88 had attained the form of the artificial Azure Dragon, the allure was all the more intoxicating. In their eyes, the Navy Admiral was an invincible force. Capturing an experimental subject would surely be a matter of ease. My apologies, everyone. In this toxic environment, it seems I can't hold out much longer. Kizaru exclaimed dramatically, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. He was reluctant to risk landing on the island without fully grasping the dire circumstances, for even he, a being of flesh and blood, was not immune to the toxic gas. Even the armament Haki could not provide unending protection against this poison released by a non-devil fruit ability. He was still a normal human in need of air. Yet, in the next moment, Kizaru unleashed a terrifying laser beam toward the dragon on the island. Without needing to set foot on the island, he could still inflict severe damage on his target. The beam traveled at an astonishing speed, directly aimed at the dragon. A laser beam emerged amidst the purple mists, colliding with Kizaru's light. However, upon impact, the laser emitted by the dragon quickly crumbled beneath the force. Roar. With a furious dragon's roar, the crimson dragon was struck, blood splattering across the heavens, and it subsequently vanished from sight. Yet, before its disappearance, that blood-red eye, through the misty passage, glared furiously at the warships, as if to engrave their presence in its memory. The swirling purple gas swiftly engulfed the path cleared by the fiery breath. But that final blood-red gaze instilled a deep sense of dread among the scientists. This was Subject 88 shedding its dragon form. Or was it the manifestation of its transparent abilities? That gaze was utterly terrifying. Caesar and several scientists swallowed hard, a chill running down their spines. After all, the final expression of resentment from Subject 88 was too horrifying to bear. What? This monstrous dragon not only possesses my laser abilities but also the power of transparency? Kizaru's brow furrowed, his orange sunglasses reflecting a dangerous glint, his expression growing considerably more serious. Uncertain if this transparent ability derived from science can evade the scrutiny of Kenbunchika Haki, the situation becomes rather precarious if it can. I propose we immediately employ the Demon Slayer order to obliterate this colossal dragon beast and this toxic gas island. Kizaru, stroking his chin, pondered for a moment before leisurely uttering words that sent shivers down the spines of the scientists. Do not forget, it can also fly. Vegapunk, with a look of anxiety, expressed his concerns regarding the eastern wild dragon, feeling a mix of dread and guilt. In truth, he too despised conducting human experiments. Yet under the dominion of the world government, Vegapunk had no choice but to submit. He had gradually transformed the eastern wild dragon, the subject designated as Experiment 88, in accordance with the various demands of the world government. Privately, he maintained a decent rapport with Experiment 88 and had engaged in meaningful dialogues. Experiment 88 had repeatedly implored him to allow it to consume the artificial Azure Dragon fruit. However, for various reasons, Vegapunk refrained, fearing that once the results emerged, the world government would compel him to create even more artificial devil fruits. Vegapunk yearned to invent creations that benefit humanity rather than fabricate additional instruments of violence for the world government. The Punk Hazard facility housed numerous vital materials and experimental apparatus. Could he simply abandon them? The scientists voiced their discontent, lamenting that amidst the rapid spread of the toxic gas, they had been too preoccupied with fleeing to salvage more. Should the Demon Slayer order be enacted, Punk Hazard would be rendered non-existent, leading to the destruction of all their research data and equipment. So, what shall you do, Doctor? Kizaru shrugged indifferently, glancing at Vegapunk. If this creature were to be released, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat, potentially becoming a second Kaido of the beasts. Yet, the scientists seemed reluctant to abandon this perfect specimen and the essential equipment on the island. This predicament was quite troublesome. Let the world government decide, Vegapunk conceded, feeling a sense of resignation. Truth be told, he did not wish to eliminate Experiment 88, but he was uncertain whether it might retaliate against the world, becoming a monumental threat. He swiftly dialed the Din Din Mushi to report to the Goresi. After a detailed briefing, the scientific defense deity, Saturn, decreed that Kizaru should find a means to capture the creature. They had no intention of relinquishing such a high-value experimental subject. Moreover, The Goresi were taken aback by Vegapunk's disobedience, as he had labeled the artificial Azure Dragon fruit a failure and carelessly abandoned it on the island. It appeared he needed to be reprimanded. Vegapunk's homeland, Balcamore, would continue to be suppressed and isolated. The Goresi could not allow the world government to squander the considerable resources invested in these precious experimental products. Upon hearing this decision, Kazara could only shrug and grimace. Accepting the order, he began to request troop deployment from the Navy headquarters to prepare for a full-scale capture of this vital experimental subject. Meanwhile, Vegapunk and the other scientists would leave under the Navy's protection in search of a new experimental island. As for Caesar, the criminal, he was to be promptly sent to the Navy's prison ship for judgment by the world government, destined for the dark confines of Impelled Down. On the toxic, fog-laden Punk Hazard Island. Damn it. How infuriating. It was Kizaru. The Eastern Wild Dragon's expression darkened as the blood holes in its body rapidly healed under its terrifying regenerative abilities in the flames of Lunaria. The mere thought of Kizaru's formidable strength and terrifying speed extinguished the murderous intent and fury in the Eastern Wild Dragon's eyes. With Kizaru, a Marine Admiral, present, the prospect of revenge today seemed utterly implausible. Given its current strength, how could it possibly contend with a Marine Admiral? Moreover, it had never even learned Haki, rendering it ill-equipped to confront Kizaru, the wielder of the light fruit. The Eastern Wild Dragon merely contemplated for a moment before turning and retreating, eager to distance itself from Punk Hazard. Should this island become encircled, escape from Kizaru's blockade would become untenable. A gentleman's vengeance is not late, even after a decade. Damn it, I will remember this grudge. The Crimson Dragon unhesitatingly soared towards the opposite side of the island. As it flew, it rapidly familiarized itself with and mastered the reactivated ancient giant bloodline, shrinking its immense dragon deity form back to a normal dragon size. Unexpectedly, the immense laser cannon from Kizaru startled the transparent bloodline ability into activation. With this newfound power, the world would be its oyster. The Eastern Wild Dragon was elated to embrace its new abilities, swiftly retreating strategically across the island. It could not afford to be reckless and confront Kizaru head-on. More time was needed for growth and strength. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. However, this grudge would surely be avenged. Caesar's life would ultimately be claimed. Kizaru would be powerless to stop it. Saturn was also on the list of its ultimate vengeance. Punk Hazard was not a small island. Enshrouded in purple toxic gas, even Kizaru could not utilize Kenbunchika Haki to cover the entire area. Thus, on the other side of the island, the Eastern Wild Dragon successfully escaped from this hellish island, which had left it with countless dark memories, while in a transparent state. Caesar, Saturn, you will pay for this. The Eastern Wild Dragon traversed the expanse of Punk Hazard, and just after breaking the surface of the sea, it turned back to roar at the island. In the next moment, it beheld a dazzling array of yellow figures appearing in the sky above the island, causing its pupils to constrict sharply. Were these Kizaru's light clones? Seeing these yellow figures, the Eastern Wild Dragon's muscles tensed, and cold sweat trickled down its brow. Fortuitously, it had departed without hesitation and retained the ability of transparency. Otherwise, it might have been cornered by Kizaru. The Eastern Wild Dragon accelerated madly, desperately distancing itself from the seemingly languid yet terrifying Marine Admiral. At that moment, Kizaru suddenly sensed something and gazed in the direction of the Eastern Wild Dragon's disappearance. Could that creature have escaped Punk Hazard so swiftly? Hatchik SHJ. Kizaru furrowed his brow, disregarding the circumstances, and unleashed a barrage of laser fire. Upon seeing Kizaru's laser blasts, the Eastern Wild Dragon hastened its flight, desperately dodging the incoming projectiles. However, despite its efforts, it was still hit. Even after sustaining numerous laser hits, the Eastern Wild Dragon fought to maintain its transparency, unwilling to expose its form. Yet the splattered blood was still detected by Kizaru's Kenbunchika Haki. Oh, it truly escaped? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, and the several light clones merged instantaneously, transforming into light elements that pursued rapidly. Damn it, Kizaru, you bastard, why are you chasing me? As Kizaru closed in, the Eastern Wild Dragon felt its scalp tingle with anxiety and cursed vehemently, swiftly lowering its altitude to skim the ocean's surface. He understood that without a landing point, the yellow monkey's ability from the glint fruit could not sustain flight over the vast ocean. Thus, Dongya Arlong needed to flee to a sufficiently distant location to evade the yellow monkey's pursuit. A commendable ability to become transparent. However, to keep the ocean less troublesome. You cannot escape. The yellow monkey observed the direction of the splattered blood, deducing the general location of the transparent dragon, and continued to unleash a barrage of laser blasts. As the sky filled with laser fire, blood erupted once more, allowing the yellow monkey to swiftly and accurately pinpoint the dragon's position. Number 88, surrender. The yellow monkey shouted. His demeanor relaxed. After all, a mere experimental subject transformed from an ordinary human could not compare to the great pirates of the New World. Were it not for the Goresi's orders to capture number 88 alive, he would have already dispatched this dragon. Yellow monkey, can't you just take it easy? I'll give you 10 billion berries to retire early in a year. Under the relentless barrage of laser blasts, Dongye Arlong could no longer maintain his transparency, revealing his dragon form. In a state of urgency, he shouted at the yellow monkey. Oh, is this a bribe? Unfortunately, that won't work, as capturing you is a command from the highest authority in the world. Upon seeing Dongye Arlong's manifestation, the yellow monkey's expression turned serious. This dragon, engulfed in a unique flame, reminded him of the Yonko, Kaido of the beasts. A golden lightsaber appeared in his hand, rushing towards him with incredible speed. Yellow monkey, did you join the righteous navy just to help the celestial dragons bully the common folk? Dongye Arlong cursed vehemently, flames surging from his body as his dragon claws desperately lunged at the yellow monkey, while laser beams and fiery dragon breath rained down upon him. Humph, too slow. The yellow monkey disregarded Dongye Arlong's words, instantly transforming into light and effortlessly evading the attack. With a flash of laser, blood splattered as he slashed at Dongye Arlong's claws. Amidst the rapid flashes of light, blood continued to spatter from the dragon's body, revealing gaping wounds. Ah, such formidable defense and recovery. Truly a monster. The yellow monkey observed the continuously injured yet healing dragon, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. This experimental creature indeed surprised him. To his astonishment, despite his overwhelming offensive power, he could only breach the dragon's defenses without fully penetrating its body. Yellow monkey, filled with rage and despair. Dongye Arlong felt utterly powerless under the onslaught, reminiscent of being a lab rat. The desire to resist clashed with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As the yellow monkey's relentless attacks continued, Dongye Arlong's body sustained repeated injuries and recoveries, rapidly depleting his stamina, leaving his complexion pale. At that moment, Dongye Arlong's spirit plummeted. I'm sorry, number 88. The yellow monkey continued to mercilessly slash at Dongye Arlong, intent on swiftly exhausting his strength to capture him alive. The dragon form of Dongye Arlong could not land a hit on the lightning-fast yellow monkey. Whether it was dragon breath, lasers, or lightning, he easily evaded them all. In the end, he could only endure the yellow monkey's relentless attacks while attempting to escape. He even approached the ocean's surface, summoning a whirlwind to whip up the seawater in a desperate bid to shake off the yellow monkey, but to no avail. Anxiety gripped his heart. He could not be captured again. He could not return to that hellish existence as a test subject. Accept reality. With a sudden burst of speed, the yellow monkey inflicted a grievous wound deep enough to expose the dragon's innards, leaving Dongye Arlong severely injured in an instant. No. Yellow monkey. Dongye Arlong roared in defiance, refusing to fall here. He would rather die than be recaptured as an experiment. Recalling the excruciating experiences of transformation, a terrifying aura surged from within him, unleashing a storm of black-red lightning. The yellow monkey found himself momentarily stunned by this formidable presence. Seizing the opportunity, Dongye Arlong unleashed a fiery breath and laser beams filled with murderous intent, detonating the yellow monkey into countless shards of light. Before the yellow monkey could recover from transforming into light, the pale Dongye Arlong entered a state of transparency once more, fleeing frantically. Amidst the continuous onslaught of black-red lightning, the yellow monkey, gradually regaining his composure, wore an exceptionally grim expression. What is this? Is it Conqueror's Haki? Or a special type of Conqueror's Haki that can counter the recovery of Logia-type abilities? Observing the empty expanse of the ocean, devoid of land to land upon, the yellow monkey, with a darkened countenance, swiftly transformed into a laser, racing back to Punk Hazard. Upon returning to the warship, the yellow monkey, now fuming, promptly issued orders for all naval forces to search for the severely injured experimental subject, number 88. If number 88 managed to escape or succumb to the sea and was devoured by sea beasts, the yellow monkey would face severe repercussions. He had never anticipated that this experimental subject could awaken Conqueror's Haki, and a special type at that, leading to a significant oversight on his part. He relayed the latest intelligence and the grave threat posed by number 88 to the Navy headquarters and the world government via a transponder snail. Soon after, the yellow monkey led a fleet into the area, incessantly searching for traces of the experimental subject, with some naval officers even diving into the sea to scour the depths. However, when the supporting forces from the Navy headquarters arrived to join the extensive search, they still could not locate number 88. This left the Yellow Monkey's furtive expression filled with worry and helplessness. As expected, the ineffectual Yellow Monkey soon faced a scathing reprimand from the Goresi. Saturn ordered the Yellow Monkey to continue the search, expanding the search area to the nearby islands. In any case, the living must be found, and the dead must be recovered. On the other hand, Vegapunk and numerous scientists speculated that the ancient giant bloodline, which had failed in number 88's transformation, was likely reactivated due to the massive size of the artificial Azure Dragon. They had to admit that this experimental subject was indeed extraordinary, exhibiting remarkable compatibility and brimming with miracles. Thus, the failed Fishman transformation bloodline within number 88 might also be reactivated. This meant that even if number 88 fell into the sea, he would not perish easily. Moreover, the Lunarian bloodline, Fishman bloodline, and even the artificial fish fruit in its Azure Dragon form would endow number 88 with the ability to survive underwater. Therefore, the Navy must devise a means to retrieve him. This information caused both Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru to furrow their brows. What kind of monster had these scientists created? Reports indicated that this experimental subject also possessed toxic and transparent traits. Coupled with the special conqueror's haki reported by the Yellow Monkey, it was genuinely alarming to contemplate. If the experimental subject truly survived and escaped, what kind of terrifying creature would he become as he matured? The most unsettling aspect was that number 88 harbored a deep resentment towards the world government and those scientists. Realizing this, Sengoku promptly elevated the mission to capture number 88 to the highest priority. They must recapture or eliminate Subject 88 before it grows stronger. Now they even hope that Subject 88 has already sustained severe injuries and fallen into the sea to be devoured by sea beasts, sparing them from an immense trouble. On the boundless ocean, Dong Ye Hualong finally managed to escape. He gasped for breath, his wounds writhing and healing. But the significant depletion of his strength rendered his complexion extremely pale. He must not sleep, must not sleep. The dragon form he had assumed remained transparent, swaying in the air above the ocean. Overwhelmed with fatigue, he desperately sought an island to serve as a refuge. If he were to fall into the sea now, all his struggles would be in vain. After narrowly escaping from the clutches of Kizaru, he could not allow himself to perish on this flight. After a long day of relentless flight, darkness enveloped the sky. Dong Ye Huanglong, weary and battered, felt the searing pain in his muscles. In the obscurity, he nearly plunged into the ocean time and again, his invisibility faltering repeatedly. However, the torment of the past 2 years had instilled in him an indomitable will, and he gritted his teeth, persisting against all odds. Just when he felt he could no longer hold out, he finally spotted the silhouette of an island. He expended the last of his strength and fell into a primitive forest, landing with a tremendous crash that created a massive crater. His dragon form swiftly dissipated, reverting to his human shape. Exhausted, Dong Ye Hualong lacked the strength to survey his surroundings and succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Minutes later, small figures emerged among the nearby trees and shrubs, cautiously observing and probing this unexpected adult human. Is he dead? Is he a pirate? He seems to be injured. He has lost a lot of blood. His clothes are soaked in it. Should we call for the princess to help him? A flurry of chirping voices exchanged thoughts, each indecisive, until a small figure with golden hair appeared. The following day, the Navy launched a massive search operation in the Punk Hazard Sea area, deploying nearly 100 warships, drawing the attention of numerous factions. Morgans, the news giant, rushed to investigate and uncover the truth behind the matter, eager for exclusive insights for a sensational report. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo grinned broadly, gazing toward Punk Hazard. Through secret information from Virgo, he learned that Caesar, the second scientist, had been captured, presenting a potential opportunity for him. As for the escaped Subject 88, Virgo possessed scanned information. Nevertheless, the world government's keen interest piqued Doflamingo's curiosity. If the opportunity arose, he too wished to locate Subject 88. Even if he could not subdue it, selling it to the world government would yield substantial profit. Other dark forces and notorious pirates sought intelligence regarding the Navy's movements, eager to learn about the Punk Hazard area. Days later, on Baldigo Island in the Grand Line, Revolutionary Army leader Dracul Mihawk received secret news of Vegapunk relocating to a new laboratory. He immediately contacted Bartholomew Kuma, who had withdrawn from the Revolutionary Army. The two reunited aboard Dracul's ship, the Grandma. Mihawk shared news of Ivankov and Sanji's imprisonment, as well as updates on Vegapunk's situation. He advised Kuma to seize the moment while Vegapunk's new laboratory was defenseless and Kizaru was absent, urging Kuma to swiftly take the 8-year-old Bonnie to Egghead Island to seek Vegapunk's assistance. during their conversation. Revolutionary Officer Bello Betty gained Kuma's approval and officially succeeded Jinbei as the commander of the Eastern Army. Subsequently, the tyrant Kuma, armed with information about Vegapunk and Egghead Island, swiftly returned to the South Sea Kingdom of Sorbet, placing the ailing Bonnie into an opaque box, embarking on a journey to the New World. Since the pawpaw fruit could not teleport him to unvisited distant locations, Kuma could only fly to islands he had previously been to in the New World before finding a small sailboat to reach the enigmatic Egghead Island. To cure Bonnie's terminal illness, Kuma was willing to pay any price, even his own life, driven by an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Jinbei. Once, Jinbei had proposed to Kuma, but out of cowardice stemming from his bacchanalian lineage, he had chosen to flee, rejecting her. Nevertheless, Jinbei remained steadfast, joining the Revolutionary Army alongside him. Tragically, she was later captured by the Celestial Dragons, enduring unspeakable suffering before giving birth to Bonnie. Kuma's failure to protect Jinbei left an indelible mark of guilt that he could never atone for. Thus, Bonnie, afflicted with a terminal illness, represented the entirety of his life's meaning, surpassing even the significance of the Revolutionary Army. In the New World, on Greenbit Island beside Dressrosa, a resounding crash echoed as several giant trees collapsed beneath the might of a dark figure's fist, sending dust swirling into the air. This powerful physique would be wasted if not honed with Haki. Dongye Hualong, with his long black hair, had adapted over the past few days, gaining initial mastery over his abilities, endowing himself with formidable self-defense. Currently, he was enveloped in lightning, gazing at his bulging muscles with a satisfied grin. The massive wounds left by Kazara had vanished, and even the purple toxic markings were concealed. The sheer physical strength of his body granted him a defense comparable to that of armed Haki. Such was the innate power of the Oni and ancient giant races. Not only was his defense astonishing, but his strength was immense, and his recovery rate rivaled that of Zoan-type users. Coupled with the artificial Azure Dragon ability, Dongye Huanglong was now even stronger than a youthful Kaido. This exaggerated defense, while perhaps not matching Big Mom's iron balloon, could rival the innate armored skin of Bobby Vanker, capable of shattering ordinary Haki-coated weapons. Perhaps due to the activation of the failed lineage of the Lion Hair tribe, Dongye Huanglong's black hair had grown remarkably long, rivaling the golden mane of Shiki the Golden Lion, crackling with azure white static. He also bore the flames of the Lunarian race, and upon entering his half-dragon form, he sprouted massive dragon horns reminiscent of the ancient giants. It remained uncertain whether all the failed genetic modifications could be fully activated. Clenching his fists, Dongye Huanglong thought ambitiously that he had not anticipated such remarkable compatibility with this body after his crossing, successfully merging numerous bloodlines through painful experiments. The lineage of the fur tribe seemed only partially activated, as he had not sprouted fur all over. Otherwise, it would have been quite uncomfortable. Both the fur tribe lineage and the artificial Azure Dragon form could manipulate electricity and combined with the flames of the Lunarian race. The elemental powers of thunder and fire within him were extraordinarily potent. This astonishingly modified body was indeed more formidable than many fruit users. Lightning, flames, wind blades, laser beams, deadly toxins, transparency, gigantism, flight, immense strength, such a plethora of abilities surpassing even those of the Plague Queen. This is the pinnacle of creation by Vegapunk and the entire scientific team. My traversed body appears to be the most exceptional compatible vessel. While the Lunarians have merely awakened the flame of adaptation, possessing tan skin and white hair, yet their wings remain dormant. The fur tribe has activated its capability to harness static electricity. Currently, it remains uncertain whether the moon lion form has been awakened, as no fur has sprouted from my body. As for the East Wilderness Dragon, it is unknown what abilities might awaken from the failed transformation of the Fishman lineage, perhaps swimming prowess or tenfold strength. However, even a tenfold strength would be overshadowed by the might of the formidable Oni and ancient giant races. As for the ability to breathe underwater, only time will tell once I plunge into the sea. Nevertheless, after consuming the artificial Qinglong lineage fruit, the Fishman ancestry has already lost its significance. Whether it activates or not is inconsequential. I shall not permit myself to be cast into the ocean by others. Thus, East Wilderness Dragon repaired several towering trees, lifting one with ease and returning to the vicinity of his modest abode, preparing for expansion. East Wilderness Rando, please refrain from wantonly destroying the forest. A petite golden figure swiftly ascended onto East Wilderness Dragon's shoulder, softly admonishing him. Understood, he replied, tempering the crackling lightning and violent aura surrounding him. Turning to smile at the little princess of the people. This smile was one of the rarest expressions he had worn since his arrival in this world. Just days prior, After recovering a modicum of consciousness from grievous injuries, a mere fib had secured the trust and friendship of the little folk. By masquerading as a descendant of Norland, he successfully persuaded Princess Montcherry to utilize her healing fruit's abilities to restore him. The little people, in turn, spared no effort in providing sustenance and medicinal herbs, aiding him in a swift recovery. Even the trousers he wore were borrowed from the little folk of Dressrosa. The blood-soaked white coat had been discarded. Witnessing these little beings pilfering to sustain him filled East Wilderness Dragon, who had endured darkness and trials, with a profound sense of the genuine goodness and beauty of this world. The kindness of these little folk warmed his heart. East Wilderness Rando can enlist Leo and the others to assist in constructing a house. They work quickly, Princess Montcherry said cheerfully, recalling their secret excursion to the bustling streets of Dressrosa just yesterday, wishing to venture there once more. Since Don Quixote da Flamingo had ascended as Dressrosa's new monarch, the residents had grown less amiable towards them, the so-called fairies, even resorting to capturing them for sale. They had overheard conversations among the Don Quixote family's officials regarding a batch of little warriors sold to a notorious empress of the sea for breeding and collection. Such news instilled profound dread within them. The mere thought of their kin being ravaged by colossal humans heightened their fear. As a result, the little folk significantly curtailed their visits to Dressrosa for leisure and borrowing. Only a select few elite warriors were permitted to cross the Great Bridge, while the women, children, and elderly remained behind. Thus, East Wilderness Dragon's ability to bring Princess Montcherry to Dressrosa for a day of enjoyment filled her with great joy. "There's no need to trouble Leo. A simple task will suffice," he said, patting her small head. This wooden cabin was merely a temporary refuge. He could not remain on the diminutive island of Greenbit indefinitely. He sought strength, the formation of a faction, and vengeance. "It's no trouble. We are delighted to assist East Wilderness Rando, for you are a great adventurer and hero like Lord Norland," Princess Montcherry replied earnestly. Having witnessed East Wilderness Dragon's remarkable prowess over the past few days, each ability more astounding than the last, deepening their admiration for him. For 100 years ago, Norland had rescued the little folk, becoming their hero and benefactor. Now, they firmly believed that East Wilderness Dragon would emerge as their new champion. The tribe leader, Gaucho, having witnessed East Wilderness Dragon's might, implored him to aid the Liku royal family in overthrowing Doflamingo's rule, so that they could restore their peaceful existence. Over the past few years, the Don Quixote family had captured dozens of little folk for sale, instilling fear among them, making them reluctant to cross the bridge to Dressrosa. Gaucho even wished to besiege East Wilderness Dragon to rescue those kin who had been sold away. After a brief contemplation, East Wilderness Dragon consented to assist Gaucho, though he required more time to grow stronger and develop. The earnest little folk promptly declared their willingness to follow East Wilderness Dragon, sharing in his fortunes and misfortunes alike. Their eagerness to align with him provided East Wilderness Dragon, currently destitute and without foundation, with a strategy to build his own power from the ground up, anchoring it in the little folk. This gifted tribe was remarkably easy to command. Why not seize the opportunity? Additionally, among the little folk were 4 wielders of devil fruit abilities, a paramecia-type healing fruit, a stitch fruit, and 2 zoan-type bug fruits, namely the wasp and rhinoceros beetle forms. Of these, Montcherry's healing fruit was the most valued by East Wilderness Dragon. The little folk were all exceptionally strong, possessing remarkable speed and combat prowess, albeit somewhat timid and naive, easily deceived. Inherently, the little folk were adept cultivators, possessing a natural affinity for agriculture that might prove beneficial in the future. Presently, Caesar had yet to escape prison and ally with Doflamingo, thus the cultivation of artificial devil fruits had not commenced. Consequently, the Don Quixote family had not engaged in widespread capture of the little folk for tree planting, alleviating some of East Wilderness Dragon's troubles. Most significantly, the little folk harbored immense trust in East Wilderness Dragon, obediently following him, making it improbable for him to abandon these benevolent allies. In the New World, on the streets of Dressrosa, trash? East Wilderness Dragon exclaimed, discarding the corpse of a pirate after relieving him of all his berries. He felt no strain in dispatching such scum. With the meager funds acquired, he purchased a new outfit and indulged in the exquisite cuisine of this world, treating Montcherry and the others to delightful pastries. Today, he had to coax Montcherry for some time before setting foot in Dressrosa alone, for his intent was to engage in thievery and violence. Bringing along an innocent girl like Montcherry would complicate matters. 2 days prior, he had explored Dressrosa with her, but lacking funds, they could not procure anything, prompting her to urge a return. Today, he was determined to engage in a lucrative heist. That scoundrel Caesar has yet to escape prison. The opportunity for vengeance remains distant. As for the Goresi Satan, that target is somewhat remote. I shall first acquire the means to harness Haki. As Dong Ye Huanglong savored the grilled meat, he ambled along the bustling thoroughfare, his frosty gaze searching for the next pirate scum to enrich his pockets. Simultaneously, he sought a means to acquire Haki and Dressrosa, pondering the existence of any black markets. If Blackbeard Teach could endure for 2 or 3 decades waiting for the dark fruit, then surely he could manage a year and a half to master Haki. Should Dong Ye Huanglong desire it, he might even consider aligning himself with the Whitebeard pirates, lurking for a year or 2 to seize the dark fruit from Blackbeard. However, unlike Blackbeard, he was not an abnormal being and likely could not consume a second devil fruit. Yet, if the opportunity arose, he would devise a plan to snatch the dark fruit and prevent Blackbeard's ascendance. At that moment, the lively street erupted with commotion. "Baby 5, marry me. I need your companionship for a lifetime." A lecherous young man, clutching a handful of wildflowers, proposed to a stunning leggy beauty clad in a maid outfit. His lascivious expression easily betrayed his nefarious intentions. Yet, the maid beauty appeared shy and flustered, seemingly oblivious to the young man's unsavory motives. Her cheeks tinged with a blush that made her irresistibly alluring. Is it true that the maid Baby 5 is being offered for free? Dong Ye Huanglong recognized this beautiful maid, who was unable to refuse anyone, as a paramecia-type devil fruit user with considerable combat prowess. However, her underwhelming development of her abilities squandered the potential of such a godly fruit. Just as the lecherous young man felt he was on the verge of winning the heart of the beauty, many onlookers from Dressrosa mocked the interloper. Suddenly, Dong Ye Huanglong's gaze shifted to an unseen point in the air, his expression turning serious. It was the ability of the flamingo's string fruit. Indeed, just as Baby 5 was about to respond to the young man's proposal, an invisible thread pierced his heart with alarming swiftness. Blood rapidly soaked through his white attire. The young man gazed in horror at his chest, feeling an agonizing pain radiating from his heart. What is happening? Truly a foolish outsider. Daring to court a member of the Don Quixote family, he deserves to die. A resident of Dressrosa laughed, recalling the countless ignorant souls he had seen fall victim to Don Quixote Doflamingo's wrath. It was akin to the thrilling duels of the gladiatorial arena. The cause of this turmoil was none other than Baby 5, the beautiful officer who could not refuse anyone, while she would not mind assisting with minor tasks. Those who dared to propose to her or swindle her would face Doflamingo's merciless purge. That wretched young master. I shall kill you. Baby 5 seethed upon witnessing the young man's sudden demise. Enraged, she stormed toward the royal plateau, intent on confronting Doflamingo. She despised how the young master repeatedly eliminated those who needed her. She yearned for others to rely on her. Why must he kill her fiancé time and again? As the crowd dispersed, the soldiers of the Don Quixote family swiftly emerged to clean up the scene, dragging away the corpse with practiced ease. Dong Ye Huanglong finished his grilled meat, expressionless as he observed the unfolding events. Such was the pirate world, where human life was as inconsequential as grass. The weak could not even choose their manner of death. Without mastering Haki, it would be wise to avoid contact with scoundrels like Doflamingo. Dong Ye Huanglong discarded the bone, momentarily halting his thoughts of exchanging Virgo's secrets for Haki training methods. He set aside even the notion of deceiving Baby 5. That night Yasha was notoriously ruthless and vengeful. He recalled how Doflamingo relentlessly pursued Dezolo for over a year after discovering his theft of the gold fruit. It was only when Dezolo's strength could fully contend with Doflamingo's that they set aside their enmity, gradually becoming business partners. There was no denying Dezolo's remarkable audacity. He had an uncanny synergy with the gold fruit. In a mere 3 to 4 years, he awakened the abilities of the gold fruit, showcasing extraordinary talent. Reflecting on Dezolo's past as a celestial dragon slave ignited an idea within Dong Ye Huanglong. Given that Dezolo's girlfriend Stella perished at the hands of the celestial dragons, perhaps there was an opportunity to draw him into his own faction. Should he succeed, Dong Ye Huanglong would no longer lack funds and would gain a formidable ally. Of course, this all hinged on his own strength. He needed to be worthy of collaborating with such formidable individuals. Otherwise, relying solely on threats would lead such a tyrant to seek his demise. As Dong Ye Huanglong watched Baby 5's retreating figure, his eyes narrowed, recalling Doflamingo's celestial dragon lineage, which reminded him of Satan, the celestial dragon who had taken one of his eyes. Although Doflamingo harbored resentment toward the celestial dragons, he simultaneously yearned to reclaim that status. Yet they refused to accept him. Having taken in the little folk, Dressrosa and the Don Quixote family had undoubtedly become one of his targets. With sufficient strength, Dong Ye Huanglong would unhesitatingly seize everything from Doflamingo. During his 2.5 years as a test subject in Punk Hazard, he had thoroughly grasped the rules of this world. The weak are preyed upon, and the victor reigns supreme. Just as Dong Ye Hualong turned to seek the next unfortunate pirate and black market, a colossal figure came into view. Beneath the vast hooded cloak, he recognized a familiar visage. The immense figure cradled a wooden box, prompting Dong Ye Hualong to connect the dots. It was him. This fellow had yet to seek out that big-headed Vegapunk. Dong Ye Hualong recalled his old friend Vegapunk, and his mind raced with possibilities. A smile crept across his face as he decided to following this individual. It seemed the methods for Haki Training would soon be within his grasp. He might even convince him to join his ranks, all while discovering Vegapunk's new hideout. Such thoughts filled Dong Ye Hualong with excitement, causing him to tremble with anticipation. In a secluded alley, the enormous figure came to a halt. "Why are you following me?" Bartholomew Kuma glanced expressionlessly at the approaching stranger, his body entering a state of alert. An air of danger emanated from his massive form. He sensed the formidable aura surrounding Dong Ye Hualong, recognizing him as yet another bothersome pirate or bounty hunter. Ever since he had been marked by the Navy, he had encountered many such individuals. However, he had not anticipated being followed so soon after arriving in Dressrosa via his paw fruit ability. It seemed this newcomer possessed some skill. Nevertheless, he had no time to engage with Dong Ye Hualong, as he was urgently searching for a small sailing vessel to head to Egghead Island, and bringing Bonnie along made it inconvenient to battle other powerful beings. Just as Kuma prepared to use his paw fruit ability to depart, the unfamiliar man spoke up. "The emerald scales can heal." Dong Ye Hualong gazed at the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, who exuded an aura of danger, and spoke calmly. Upon seeing Kuma, Dong Ye Hualong was already preparing to entice him into his ranks. Dealing with this gentleman, who would forsake everything for Bonnie, was 100 times easier than with the Golden Emperor, Tezelo. Most importantly, his strength was on par with Tezelo's. "What?" Bartholomew Kuma, whose face was initially icy, widened his eyes in astonishment, his expression suddenly unraveling, and his hands began to tremble. He had ventured to Egghead Island in search of Vegapunk merely as a trial. In truth, he was uncertain whether Vegapunk could indeed cure Bonnie. Over the years, he had traversed the seas, consulting renowned physicians, only to be met with repeated disappointment. Hearing Dong Ye Hualong's affirmative tone brought tears to his eyes. It was wonderful. Bonnie could live past the age of 10. Inside the wooden box, Bonnie became excited, her eyes brimming with hope, once her illness was cured. She yearned to travel the world with her father. "Let us head to Greenbit Island, located north of Dressrosa, and let me witness your paw fruit abilities." Dong Ye Hualong pointed towards the island and then approached Kuma directly. In Dressrosa, they risked being discovered by Doflamingo's men, especially by Violetta, a user of the Days fruit, who was still in Doflamingo's service and posed a considerable threat. Kuma was taken aback by how much the stranger knew about him. Not only was he aware of Bonnie's affliction, but he also recognized Kuma's identity and abilities related to the paw fruit. This revelation sparked a significant sense of caution within him. Nevertheless, for Bonnie, he was willing to embrace any risk. He glanced at Greenbit Island, gauged the distance, and then, removing his gloves, he thrust his palm towards Dong Ye Hualong, sending him flying, and followed suit. In an instant, both vanished from their original location, soaring towards the neighboring island. Bang! In the primordial forest of Greenbit Island, two enormous shockwaves from the bear paws struck the ground, creating two massive craters in succession. "What extraordinary ability!" Bartholomew Kuma, Dong Ye Hualong exclaimed excitedly. Kuma possessed the coordinates of several islands, including Nine Snake Island, Vinsmoke, and Bonnie's Island, which would greatly facilitate Dong Ye Hualong's plans. A series of strategies began to take shape in his mind. Observing the towering figure of Kuma, who stood nearly 7 meters tall, Dong Ye Hualong felt a sense of pressure. Kuma, at 689 centimeters, was slightly taller than Whitebeard's 666 centimeters, truly a small giant. In contrast, after numerous physical modifications and second transformations, Dong Ye Hualong's normal height only reached 266 centimeters, comparable to Yamato, Kaido's daughter. Yet, before Kuma, he still appeared akin to a child. His ancient giant lineage could only manifest perfectly in his dragon form. In his ordinary state, transforming into a titan was exceedingly unstable. His unstable ancient giant form could reach a height of approximately 66 meters, rivaling that of 3 giant race beings. "Who are you? Do you truly possess the means to cure the emerald scales?" Bartholomew Kuma removed his hood, revealing a slightly anxious expression. The absence of glasses lending a scholarly gentleness to his imposing frame. "I know who the healing fruit and surgery fruit users are, and I am aware of their whereabouts. I also understand that a medical technique called stem cell transplantation can completely heal the emerald scales, Dongye Hualong replied with a calm demeanor, igniting excitement in both Kuma and Bonnie, who began to trust him more deeply. As for me, you may call me Dongye Hualong. An experiment that escaped from the world government's laboratory, a man with the purpose of dismantling the world government and eliminating the celestial dragons. The laser-modified eyes of Dongye Hualong shimmered, affirming the truth of his words. I am now preparing to form my own faction, and I hope you will join me. Dongye Huanglong's gaze bore into Kuma's, filled with intensity. If he could persuade this pawpaw fruit user to join him, his new faction would soar to great heights. You aim to confront the world government? To challenge the celestial dragons? I could introduce you to the Revolutionary Army. They exist for the very purpose of toppling the world government, Kuma proclaimed in shock, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Dongye Huanglong's objectives closely aligned with those of the Revolutionary Army, and he felt compelled to draw this man, Dongye Huanglong, into Dr. Vegapunk's fold. Do you believe I would settle for being subordinate to another? Dongye Hualong retorted coldly, his presence erupting with authority. He would never be subjugated by others. This is. Kuma's eyes widened once more as he regarded Dongye Huanglong, astonished to discover this individual bore the rare qualities of a true leader. Do you desire vengeance for Ginny? Do you wish to heal Bonnie? Dr. Vegapunk cannot save Ginny or Bonnie. Even Ivankov has been imprisoned and impelled down. They're your family, who have shared both joy and sorrow with you, yet you remain powerless to assist them. Dongye Hualong continued, his words striking Kuma's heart like a relentless barrage. Kuma instinctively took a step back, grappling with his failures. Indeed, he had been unable to protect Ginny. He was powerless to safeguard Ivankov and Bonnie as well. At that moment, guilt overwhelmed Kuma, and he knelt, tears streaming down his face. His life had been one of misfortune. His mother had perished at the hands of the celestial dragons, and he had witnessed his father's death before his eyes, also at the hands of those same tyrants. The love of his life, Ginny, had suffered at their hands, ultimately dying in his embrace. His three most cherished individuals had all succumbed to the celestial dragons. His elder brother Ivankov had been captured, and he could not rescue him. Bonnie remained afflicted by a terminal illness, and he was powerless to cure her. This weak Baroque Works member could not bring joy to the world like Nika, perhaps sensing Kuma's anguish. The little Bonnie inside the box was fervently banging on the wooden panels, crying out to be freed. She wanted to berate Dongye Huanglong for his reckless words and comfort her gentle, weeping father. Join my faction, and I will find a way to cure Bonnie. I will also ensure we avenge Ginny by eliminating the celestial dragons, and we can even attack Impel down to rescue Ivankov. Dongye Huanglong spoke to the crumbling Kuma. Believing that Kuma's immense power coupled with his overly gentle nature had led to countless tragedies. Strength and character were misaligned, perhaps a grave error. He needed to become a true tyrant. As long as I can save Bonnie, I will accept any condition you propose. Kuma clutched the wooden box tightly, soothing Bonnie. Before looking at Dongye Hualong and taking a deep breath, although he had previously contemplated rejoining the Revolutionary Army and fighting alongside Dr. Vegapunk once Bonnie was healed, now, for Bonnie, for vengeance, he was willing to agree to any terms Dongye Hualong set forth, including joining his faction. A decision well made. On the indifferent countenance of Dongye Erishur, a faint smile finally emerged. He had never anticipated that his first recruit would be the tyrant bear. Mr. Erishur, what shall we name our organization? Bear inquired gently after stabilizing his emotions. We shall call it the Erishur Corps, Dongye Erishur declared, a powerful aura emanating from him, with tiny black-red lightning crackling around. Inside the wooden crate, Bonnie suddenly felt a wave of suffocation, her eyes rolling back. Calm down, Captain Erishur. Bonnie cannot withstand this conqueror's haki, Bear hastily interrupted, concerned about the new boss's uncontrolled display of power. My apologies, I am yet to master it, Dongye Erishur reassured. Taking a moment to regain his composure, he was unaware of how to train this conqueror's haki, which had awakened unexpectedly under the pressure of Kazara. However, he possessed not only the bloodline of Kaido's Oni clan but also the artificial dragon fruit that was created using Kaido's bloodline factors, fueled by rage and resolve. The awakening of Conqueror's haki was indeed within the realm of possibility. By the way, Captain, when shall we pay a visit to the healing fruit user? The surgery fruit user, and that doctor skilled in stem cell transplants? Bear asked, his face lighting up with hope. He would sacrifice himself without regret to heal Bonnie. Rest assured, those individuals are among my targets, and the healing fruit user is on this island. Also, you should have a permanent pointer to Egghead Island for your search for Vegapunk, right? Speaking of which, I am quite familiar with Vegapunk. He even modified my eye. And the one who blinded me was none other than the Elder Celestial Dragon, Saturn. Donya Erisher chuckled, recalling the experiments Vegapunk had conducted on him and the grudge against Saturn, causing a dull ache in his eye. Yet, he bore no deep resentment towards Vegapunk, recognizing him as a scientist with some principles. Nonetheless, Donya Erisher intended for Vegapunk to work for him for a lifetime as recompense. The healing fruit user is indeed on this island? Bear exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the healer to be so close. If Bonnie could be healed now, the heavy burden he had carried for years would finally be lifted. He even overlooked Saturn, the elder celestial dragon who had nearly eliminated him in God Valley. Do not rejoice too soon. The healing fruit primarily treats external injuries, and it may be ineffective against the terminal blue scale disease, much like your paw fruit ability. Donya Erisher cautioned, dousing Bear's enthusiasm with cold water. After all, he was uncertain of the healing fruit's efficacy. Nevertheless, Bear remained optimistic, for it presented at least a glimmer of hope for healing. Also, could you please teach me armament Haki and observation Haki? We shall remain on this island for a couple of days and allow the healing fruit user to treat Bonnie. If she cannot be fully healed, we will promptly set out for Egghead Island to find Vegapunk. Otherwise, if Kazara finds the time to visit Egghead, our chances of meeting Vegapunk will diminish. Donya Erisher contemplated, preparing to seize Vegapunk and formally demand the first wave of interest from the world government. Crucially, the pacifists, Vegapunk's clones, and the Seraphim had yet to be created. He aimed to snatch it all away as a form of retribution against the world government while simultaneously establishing his own foundation. As for the substantial funding required for his experiments, besides the gold from Sky Island, the Golden Emperor Tezalo would also become a target for Donya Erisher. He was determined to upheave this world in order to avenge his deep-seated grievances. All right, Bear replied, immediately lifting the wooden crate containing Bonnie and following Donya Erisher. Along the way, Bear patiently shared the theories of observation Haki and armament Haki with him. Soon, Donya Erisher returned to his humble wooden cabin with Bear and his daughter. Is it true that the legendary little people exist? Bonnie exclaimed from within the crate. Having spent years confined within the Church of the Salt Kingdom, she longed for adventure and knowledge from the outside world, dreaming of traveling with Bear to explore every island. Bonnie, remember to be polite. You should refer to Captain Erisher as brother, Bear said sheepishly, glancing at Donya Erisher. His affection for the somewhat unruly Bonnie was boundless. You will soon meet them. The princess of the little people is the healing fruit user, and they are all my friends, Donya Erisher replied nonchalantly. Then began training to awaken his observation Haki under Bear's guidance. These swift and diminutive little people were perfect for Donya Erisher to practice observation Haki. Regarding armament Haki, Bear candidly stated that Donya Erisher was the most talented individual he had encountered. With minimal training, he could easily awaken armament Haki. After just an hour or two of instruction from Bear, Donya Erisher began to show signs of awakening in his armament Haki, astonishing Bear. Meanwhile, Manchuri and Leo cautiously observed Bear, the enormous human, at Donya Arashi's call. Donya Erisher, is he truly your friend? Manchuri asked, jumping onto Donya Arashi's shoulder. Her gaze filled with apprehension as she looked at Bear, whose imposing stature appeared intimidating. Greetings, princess of the little people, Bear greeted with a gentle smile, his eyes glimmering with desire upon learning that this little people princess was the healing fruit user. Daddy, are they truly the little people? May I come out now? I wish to see them. Bonnie eagerly inquired from the crate, her excitement palpable as she yearned to witness this extraordinary world. Hearing Bonnie's words, Bear glanced at Donya Erisher's modest wooden cabin and then at the overcast sky. Given the current conditions, there might not be much sunlight, but perhaps it was acceptable for Bonnie to come out briefly. However, he still took out a piece of canvas to shield her before unlocking the crate. Stay inside for now, Bear said gently, while Donya Erisher led Manchuri and Leo to the front of the large crate, allowing Bonnie to see the little people. How tiny! Bonnie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Manchuri perched on Donya Arashi's shoulder, eager to reach out and embrace her. However, the little people remained cautious, eyeing Bear and Bonnie with vigilance. Put on this acorn cap, Bonnie, and call me brother. Perhaps the little people will warm up to you, Donya Erisher suggested with a smile, handing Bonnie a carved wooden cap that had previously won him the trust of the little people. Really? Bonnie exclaimed, eagerly accepting the acorn cap and gazing excitedly at the adorable little people. Donya Erisher, is she also one of your kin? The little people, noticing Bonnie's acorn cap, playfully speculated that she might also be a descendant of Noland, their voices laced with cheer. Under the introduction of Higashino Arakage, Bonnie successfully became Bonnie Elan, earning the respect and affection of the small folk. If you wish for the little ones to lower their guard, Perhaps you should create your own guise. Higashino Arakage softly suggested to the bear. These little folk not only refrain from deceit but are also visually impaired to the appearance of those with chestnut hair. It is evident that their perception of Bon Elon, who saved their kin 4 centuries ago, remains profoundly ingrained. Is this truly a custom? The bear promptly felled a large tree, swiftly carving a massive wooden chestnut cap to replace his bear hat. Indeed, as the bear donned the chestnut cap, the little folk gazed at him with newfound excitement and a marked friendliness. Should I now refer to myself as Bear Lon? The bear pondered aloud, reasoning that a small fib in the name of rescuing Bonnie was hardly disgraceful. Indeed, Higashino Arakage remarked, observing the earnest bear with a hint of amusement, suggesting that even the Bacarinia tribe possessed a measure of wisdom. Through Higashino Arakage's introductions, the bear and Bonnie were formally accepted by the little folk. Meanwhile, Mansili began Bonnie's initial treatment. Her healing dandelion and blood crystal dandelion could only reduce the size of the gem on Bonnie's cheek, staving off its expansion, but did not eliminate the dire condition of the jade scales. If Bonnie were to be exposed to sunlight again, the jade scales would reappear. It seemed the only recourse was to seek out Vegapunk, the genius doctor, who could completely cure this affliction. Higashino Arakage regarded the nearly vanished gem scale on Bonnie's face with a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Any improvement is welcome. When shall we depart? The bear expressed a hint of disappointment, yet upon witnessing Bonnie's progress, he felt a surge of joy. Moreover, Higashino Arakage's unwavering confidence in Vegapunk's ability to heal Bonnie provided him with considerable reassurance. He turned to Mansili, hoping the little folk princess would accompany them on their journey, ensuring Bonnie's safety in case of unforeseen events. The sooner, the better. Rest assured, I shall bring Mansili along, Higashino Arakage assured the bear with a reassuring glance. With Mansili's healing prowess, the stem cell transplant procedure by Vegapunk might be expedited. Thank you, Captain. The bear expressed his gratitude towards Higashino Arakage, affirming that he would willingly serve him once Bonnie was cured. I merely wish for you to fight with peace of mind. Higashino Arakage waved his hand dismissively, then requested a number of little folk warriors from Chief Ganja, preparing to set sail. We shall seize a pirate ship and head straight for Egghead Island. Without delay. Higashino Arakage understood that with each passing night, Egghead Island's defenses would only strengthen, as long as Admiral Kazara had yet to arrive. Abducting Vegapunk would be a simple feat for both Higashino Arakage and the bear. Furthermore, Higashino Arakage possessed ample means to persuade Vegapunk to accompany him voluntarily. Having studied the annals of history, Vegapunk was destined to part ways with the world government. Currently, his position within the world government's science division was due to his inability to escape its grasp and his reliance on its funding and resources for his research. As long as Higashino Arakage could ensure Vegapunk's safety and provide sufficient financial and resource support, he would not choose to serve the world government. Understood. Following Higashino Arakage's command, the bear instantaneously teleported away from Greenwood, arriving in the waters near Dressrosa, where he seized a pirate ship that was preparing to dock. He cast all the pirates aboard into the sea. Although Higashino Arakage had instructed the bear to leave minimal traces, this kind-hearted soul could not bring himself to kill the pirates. It was likely that news of the bear's appearance in the Dressrosa waters would soon spread. However, this minor consequence was of little concern as long as Higashino Arakage remained undiscovered. Should his presence be revealed in Dressrosa, the world government and navy would likely dispatch a formidable fleet to capture him. Days later, a sailboat without a pirate flag navigated towards the New World. On board, several little folk wielded weapons, swiftly attacking the blindfolded Higashino Arakage, with the bear occasionally joining the fray. Yet, Higashino Arakage's skin proved too resilient to pierce. Leo, a little folk warrior, wielded a long needle, but despite his immense strength as a stitch fruit user, he could not breach Higashino Arakage's tough exterior. Leo, you must also learn to harness Haki. Higashino Arakage, still blindfolded, continued to train his observation Haki, harboring hopes for young Leo, who, with sheer strength and the abilities of the stitch fruit, could contend with several officers of the Don Quixote family. If he were to master Haki as well, he could potentially face the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family. Yes, Higashino Arakage. Leo responded like a true warrior, thrilled to be selected for this maritime adventure. A first for their little folk in over 2 or 3 centuries. Over 200 little folk warriors eagerly volunteered for this voyage, yet in the end, Higashino Arakage selected fewer than 50 to join him. Those chosen felt incredibly fortunate. This would be an adventure they would boast of for a lifetime. Princess Mansili was particularly exhilarated, nearly claiming the bow of the ship, watching the grand vessel cut through the waves, filled with anticipation for the adventure ahead. She listened intently as Bonnie recounted tales of islands from her books, believing every word as if it were truth, and Bonnie relished the admiration in Mansili's eyes. Captain Arakage, your mastery of observation Haki has shown remarkable progress, and your Haki and armament has surged forward. If the opportunity arises, I would love to introduce you to Dragon, so you may learn about Conqueror's Haki from him. The bear observed Higashino Arakage's advancement, perceiving a talent tenfold greater than that of Sabo, and noted that Higashino Arakage's physical strength surpassed even his own as a Bacarinia. This realization filled the bear with boundless possibilities regarding Higashino Arakage's potential to surpass Dragon and become an unparalleled powerhouse. There will be opportunities, Higashino Arakage mused, contemplating the pursuit of advanced Conqueror's Haki or the mastery of Conqueror's Haki imbued with armament. Aside from the likes of Rayleigh, Shanks, and Kaido, it appeared that only Dragon could guide him. It seemed essential to cultivate a connection with Dragon through the bear. His future adversaries included Admiral Kizaru, the Five Elders, and even the enigmatic Emu, and without mastering Conqueror's Haki imbued with armament, he would struggle to contend with such formidable figures. We are nearing Egghead Island. Are we truly going to forcefully take Dr. Vegapunk? The bear gazed into the distance, questioning Higashino Arakage with a hint of hesitance. Worried that coercing Vegapunk might lead him to refuse treatment for Bonnie, complicating matters significantly. Do not worry, I hold leverage over that bulbous doctor. He has delved into the secrets of the Void Century. He cannot escape. Dongya Arlong smiled broadly. In addition to the matters concerning the blank history, Vegapunk had deceived the world government into believing that the artificial dragon fruit was a failed experiment. Now, he must be feeling a bit anxious. On Egghead Island in the New World, Vegapunk observed the gradual construction of a brand new laboratory. The ancient technological relics on the island piqued his interest. He had not anticipated that the world government had concealed such an island, one that surpassed current technological capabilities. Recalling the books from O'Hara he had seen in Elbaf, he surmised that the advanced technology of this island likely originated from that legendary Great Kingdom. Upon seeing the colossal robot on the island, Vegapunk immediately began researching the energy source that powered such a gigantic machine. For years, he had been in search of this energy, aiming to benefit humanity while also wishing to transform his homeland, Balcamore, from a cold winter island into a warm spring island, thereby improving the living conditions of its inhabitants. Dr. Vegapunk, this is the latest command from the Goresi. You must produce more than 5 artificial devil fruits every month, declared a CP0 agent, coldly reading a command while holding a document. No, I need more time to research new energy sources. At most, I can manage 2 in a month. And I can currently only create animal-type artificial devil fruits. Vegapunk replied reluctantly, his mind consumed with ideas for researching robot energy, leaving him no time to focus on creating artificial devil fruits. This is an order, Doctor. The Goresi are quite displeased with you. Your negligence has led to the loss of the artificial dragon fruit. If you dare to deceive us again, the world government will impose a blockade and sanctions on Balcamore. The CP0 agent, dressed in a white suit and wearing a mask, continued in a chilling tone. You scoundrels, I'll do it. But remember, I will only extract bloodline factors from convicted criminals. Vegapunk glared at the CP0 agent, wishing he could expel these bothersome operatives. Egghead Island was swarming with spies from CP1 to CP9, and many buildings were equipped with surveillance den mushi. Furthermore, Lord Saturn inquires if you have preserved the genetic samples of Subject 88 and whether you can clone him. The CP0 agent pressed on, disregarding Vegapunk's evident displeasure. Let's discuss that once all the laboratories are fully operational. Now, go to Impel Down and bring over the animal-type devil fruit users. Vegapunk retorted, brushing aside the CP agent as he resumed his research on the giant robot. His mood soured after Subject 88 consumed the artificial dragon fruit. The world government indeed insisted he continue producing artificial devil fruits. This would squander a significant amount of his time, preventing him from pursuing other research. Moreover, he was uncertain whether these artificial devil fruits would prove beneficial or detrimental to the world. The powers of these fruits could easily become tools of slaughter for the world government. He found himself envying those who had gained freedom, such as Katakuri and Queen, while he remained entirely under the world government's control, compelled to study things he despised. With his newfound knowledge of ancient history, his resentment towards the world government grew. The blank century, the sun god Nika, and the ancient technology of the Great Kingdom ignited his curiosity. I'm so busy. I wish I could create a few clones to assist me, Vegapunk lamented as he studied the colossal robot. Other scientists and researchers continually approached him with questions. seeking his guidance on various constructions and studies. Egghead Island, this new scientific hub, was bustling with laboratory and defensive construction while simultaneously conducting various new research projects. Off the coast of Egghead Island, Dongye Arlong gazed at the island that had come into view, his eyes filled with excitement and madness. Bartholomew Kuma. The time for battle is upon us. I hope you show no mercy. Arlong coldly addressed Kuma. Fully aware that the island was teeming with the world government surveillance den Mushi and numerous agents. In this confrontation, both Arlong and Kuma would undoubtedly expose their identities and locations, making them targets for the world government's relentless pursuit. I understand. For Bonnie, I will become a true tyrant. Kuma replied seriously, acknowledging that while slaughter contradicted the ideals of the sun god Nika, he had no choice. Everything was for Bonnie's recovery. Then let's proceed. Arlong grinned, transforming before Kuma and the small folk into a massive crimson dragon, soaring upon violet flame clouds directly toward Egghead Island. Today, he would seize Vegapunk, and he intended to announce his arrival to the world government in the most formidable manner. Dongye Arlong had grown immensely powerful. Princess Mancheri watched the departing dragon with wide eyes, exclaiming in awe, "Is it real? Is it real? I want to see it too." Little Bonnie inside the wooden crate cried out anxiously, climbing around like a little monkey, desperately trying to find a gap to sneak a peek. "Bonnie, your father will return soon. Captain Leo, please protect Bonnie and Princess Mancheri." Kuma gently reassured them, removing his glasses and gloves before vanishing from the sailboat. Flying toward Egghead Island. "Daddy, hurry and defeat the bad guys, then come back for us." Bonnie shouted from inside the crate, her tone brimming with excitement, wishing she could join Kuma in battle. "I will safeguard Princess Mancheri and Princess Bonnie," Leo declared seriously, gripping a long needle as he climbed the mast to keep watch for other vessels. In the sky, Arlong charged toward Egghead Island, and as his colossal figure emerged, the alert agents on the island screamed in terror. "It's a dragon! The dragon is attacking!" The island erupted into alarm, with numerous CP agents nervously watching the dragon, while some scientists and researchers recognized it. "It's Subject 88. This is bad. He's come for revenge. How did he find us? Why did he arrive so swiftly? Quickly. Summon the world government and navy for support. We need a marine admiral to protect us." The scientists were thrown into chaos, particularly those who had previously mistreated Dongye Arlong. Their eyes filled with dread. The vengeful dragon had indeed come knocking. "I warned you that you would regret this." A rapid laser beam shot from Arlong's right eye, instantly piercing a CP agent who was communicating via den Mushi, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As a bear paw-shaped shockwave crashed down, Bartholomew Kuma appeared on Egghead Island, wildly swinging his arms. A barrage of bear paw-shaped air cannons rained down upon the CP agents clad in black and white suits. Those struck fell as if hit by a train, blood spewing as they collapsed, their eyes rolling back. "Not good, Doctor. Subject 88 is coming to kill us." Frankie, witnessing Dongye Arlong and the tyrant Kuma storming the island, hurriedly sought out Vegapunk, urging him to escape immediately. "What? How did he find us?" Vegapunk's face turned anxious. Dongye Huanglong was not as accommodating as Stussy. If Dongye Huanglong were to go on a rampage, he wondered if he could survive. The Scarlet Dragon, transformed from Dongye Huanglong, descended upon Egghead Island with an aura of terror. His unrestrained conqueror's haki erupted once more, instantly causing most scientists and researchers to roll their eyes in shock. "Vegapunk, I have come to take you away. The information regarding your research on the historical texts has been exposed." Dongye Huanglong roared, his voice echoing across the small island of Egghead. This scene was captured by numerous surveillance snail cameras on the island and transmitted to Mary Geos. Saint Satan, monitoring Egghead Island, wore a grim expression. How could Subject 88 find Egghead Island so quickly? Was there collusion between Vegapunk and Subject 88? There must be a conspiracy. Moreover, Vegapunk had actually researched the historical texts. This was absolutely forbidden by the world government. It seemed Vegapunk had committed another grave offense. If not for his intelligence and research capabilities still being needed, Satan would have certainly sought to eliminate this unruly scientist. Borsellino, immediately head to Egghead Island and bring Vegapunk back. Subject 88 has already arrived there. Satan, his countenance darkened, dialed the Marine Admiral Kazaru's snail phone, commanding him to depart at once to assist Egghead Island with utmost speed. This time, Satan had underestimated the situation. He never expected the concealed Egghead Island to be located so swiftly by Subject 88. What was going on? However, upon learning that the tyrant Kuma had also appeared on Egghead Island, his expression soured further. The Revolutionary Army had become involved. Had Subject 88 joined the Revolutionary Army? The thought made Satan irate. How could this perfect experimental subject be used to serve the Revolutionary Army? In the vicinity of Punk Hazard, Kazara grimaced upon receiving a call from the Five Elders. My goodness. How did the severely injured Subject 88 manage to fly from the front of the New World to the rear, landing on Egghead Island? Kazara's scalp tingled with apprehension. He immediately ordered rapid support to Egghead Island. The distance from Punk Hazard to Egghead Island was simply too great for him to fly directly, so he could only reach by warship. On Egghead Island, Dongye Hualong was engaged in a fierce melee with the CP-0 agent. Six Styles, finger gun. The CP agent, clad in a white suit, utilized the Six Styles to swiftly close the distance, his armed Haki-imbued index finger aimed directly at Huanglong's heart. Such feeble power cannot harm me. Half-Dragon Dongye Hualong sneered, disregarding the agent's attack, and with immense force, his claw lunged towards the agent's neck. Crack. The CP-0 agent's armed finger gun snapped as it failed to penetrate Dongye Huanglong's chest. Armored iron block. Just as the CP agent cried out in agony, Dongye Huanglong seized him by the neck, snapping it with brutal efficiency, and torrents of hot blood splattered across Huanglong's dragon scales. The vibrant pink scales seemed to absorb the blood, turning crimson. You used iron block, didn't you? Dongye Huanglong mockingly tossed aside the now lifeless CP-0 agent. A smirk on his face. Satan, I know you're watching this scene and listening to these sounds. Remember, this is my first act of revenge. This I will forever remember you. Dongye Hualong turned to a surveillance snail on the wall, a vicious smile forming as he spoke. Then unleashed a laser beam from his right eye, obliterating the snail. In Mary Geos, Saint Satan gripped his cane tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He had been threatened by an insignificant creature. At that moment, Vegapunk emerged, his expression troubled, disregarding the frantic pulls of Yamato. Huanglong, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean by historical texts, and I will not follow you now. Vegapunk shouted at Dongye Hualong, his face twisted in conflict. He was not yet ready to leave the world government. He desired freedom but could not forsake the abundant resources and substantial funding it provided. Therefore, he had to suppress any mention of researching the historical texts to avoid repercussions from the world government. Besides, leaving with Dongye Hualong would mean losing financial support for his research and facing a bounty from the world government, which would hinder his ability to study in peace. After all, he had a chance to follow Dragon back at O'Hara, but the Revolutionary Army was too impoverished to support his research. Now, Dongye Hualong was even poorer, practically destitute, making it impossible for Vegapunk to leave with him. Dongye Huanglong's conditions were worse than Dragon's. Doctor, stop hiding it. You are researching the blank century's history. By the way, I even know where the sun god Nika is. Dongye Hualong grinned at Vegapunk, simultaneously addressing Satan. Upon hearing the name sun god Nika, Kuma's eyes brightened. Could the drum of liberation, Nika, be making a reappearance? Also, you have modified my body so many times. It's time for you to repay your debt. Dongye Hualong approached Vegapunk, ignoring Yamato standing in front of him. Subject 88, Uncle Kizaru is on his way. I advise you to leave quickly and refrain from harming the doctor. Yamato, wielding a large axe, sensed the terrifying pressure radiating from Dongye Hualong. This unrestrained, brutal aura felt even more oppressive than Kizaru's. Hualong, I understand that modifying your body was my fault, but I was left with no choice. Vegapunk swallowed nervously, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. However, he truly did not wish to leave with this impoverished individual. Doctor, I am not lacking in funds. Whatever you need, I can provide, and it will allow you the freedom to research. Isn't that acceptable? Dongye Hualong regarded Vegapunk with a dangerous glare. While Kuma had already incapacitated numerous CP agents, ensuring no one could strike at Hualong. Do you have money? Vegapunk questioned, eyeing Dongye Hualong skeptically, still somewhat unconvinced. If he truly was not short on funds, a deal could be made. Over 20 years ago, before he was captured by the world government, it was the underground Dark Emperor, the king of loan sharks, Duke Doflamingo, who had provided funding for their research. If Dongye Hualong was indeed affluent, he could gradually establish his own research facility. In this world, as long as one had money, the underground Dark Emperor would surely help procure any desired resources. Dongye Hualong bypassed Yamato and leaned close to Vegapunk's ear. I have already located the golden city of Zandora and possess the secrets of the golden Emperor Tezalel. I am not lacking in funds. Moreover, I know you completed your studies on the books of O'Hara and Elbath, and I am aware of your research into the historical texts. I also know that the world government will not spare Stussy, the clone. Dongye Hualong whispered to Vegapunk. employing various pieces of information and secrets to pressure him. Ultimately, today, Vegapunk had no choice but to leave with Dongye Huanglong. Upon hearing Dongye Huanglong's words, Vegapunk found himself unexpectedly intrigued. He never anticipated that Dongye Huanglong harbored such secrets and connections, capable of locating the fabled Golden City of Zangdora and even establishing a link with the Golden Emperor, Tezalo. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Vegapunk pondered for a moment, aware that this was an opportune moment to escape the clutches of the world government. Yet, a lingering question remained. Did Dongye Huanglong possess the ability to ensure his safety? I am not lying. I have also discovered a sky island. Dongye Huanglong continued to converse secretly with Vegapunk, even as the guard, Sabo, remained oblivious to their exchange. This only served to deepen the frown on Satan's face, who was still surveilling from Mary Geos. Really? Vegapunk's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The conditions presented were indeed enticing. Moreover, Dongye Huanglong's dragon form could facilitate their retreat, evading the world government's pursuit. Such substantial advantages made Vegapunk restless. Currently, he was concealing his research on artificial devil fruits from the world government while clandestinely studying the books and historical texts of O'Hara, which added considerable pressure upon him. The fear of a sudden strike from the world government loomed large in his mind. Do not hesitate. Satan is watching our conspiracy. You are no longer safe. Dongye Huanglong remarked with a triumphant smirk, convinced that Vegapunk had no choice but to leave. Very well, I will accompany you. But you must assist me in relocating some crucial experimental equipment and that colossal robot. Vegapunk's mind raced, ultimately betting his life and freedom on Dongye Huanglong. Absolutely. Dongye Huanglong replied with excitement. He had finally managed to persuade the world's foremost scientist to join him. Consequently, his influence would gradually ascend. By the way, does the world government possess your life paper? If so, we must devise a means to shield ourselves, akin to the phone bug interference. I wish to avoid being tracked down by their agents. Dongye Huanglong cautioned Vegapunk, recognizing the inherent danger of life paper. Fear not. I have already contemplated this issue and can resolve it. Vegapunk smiled, having prepared thoroughly for his escape from the world government's grasp. Indeed, he had been coerced into creating a life paper for surveillance purposes. That is reassuring. Dongye Huanglong responded contentedly, appreciating the ease of conversing with an intelligent individual. Hey, Sabo. Dr. Vegapunk is leaving with me. Will you continue to protect him, or will you stay with the Navy and follow that yellow monkey? Dongye Huanglong addressed the somewhat naive bodyguard. This honest fellow had character flaws akin to Baby 5, making it difficult for him to become a formidable independent force. Doctor, do you truly intend to abandon the world government? What about Uncle Kizaru? Sabo was torn. He was an orphan raised by both Vegapunk and Kizaru, reluctant to part with either. If Vegapunk and Kizaru chose divergent paths, he would be at a loss for what to do. Sabo, I can no longer remain with the world government. You must choose your own path. Vegapunk did not pressure his adopted bodyguard, disliking the imposition of fate upon others, just as he had treated Stussy, the clone. Then I will choose to protect the doctor. After a moment of contemplation, Sabo recalled his childhood experiences and resolutely declared he would not abandon his benefactor, Vegapunk. Then gather your belongings and prepare to depart. Dongye Huanglong laughed heartily, urging Vegapunk to organize vital documents and experimental apparatus for their escape. By the way, Vegapunk, which medical equipment is for stem cell transplant surgery? I have a girl afflicted with the Jade Scale Syndrome. Dongye Huanglong recalled Bonnie's condition and inquired of Vegapunk amidst Kuma's anxious demeanor. How do you know about stem cell transplant procedures? As far as I recall, such treatments have yet to emerge upon the seas. Vegapunk was taken aback. This technique was something he had only recently developed and had not yet disclosed to the world. Logically, no one should be aware of it. I lack the time to explain. Consider me acquainted with an individual who possesses the ability to foresee the future. Dongye Huanglong replied nonchalantly, then began searching amidst the unconscious scientists for those who had tormented him the most. It was time to repay old grievances. Huanglong, I hope you refrain from indiscriminate killing. They were merely following the world government's orders. Vegapunk interjected, blocking Dongye Huanglong's intent to unleash carnage, his expression grave, not wishing for Huanglong to become a scoundrel like Caesar. I can spare the others, but that vile Theo must die. Huanglong unleashed a laser beam, obliterating the mouse-headed scientist with the small mustache. Upon witnessing the demise of that cruel and despicable little scientist, Vegapunk fell silent, harboring a mutual disdain for the man, who was even more beastly than Caesar, having caused the deaths of countless test subjects. Had he not been a scientist forcibly placed by the elders, Vegapunk would have long since expelled him from the scientific division. Compile a list of which scientists are loyal to the world government, which can be taken along, and who have been subjected to life paper. Huanglong instructed Vegapunk while initiating the flame cloud, preparing to transport a laboratory along with its equipment, although he could not lift an island as massive as Onigashima like Kaido. Relocating 1 or 2 research facilities was well within his capabilities, or he could simply transform into a dragon and carry them away. Huanglong, your abilities are truly impressive. Vegapunk gazed at the techniques developed by Dongye Huanglong, his eyes alight with astonishment. The powers of the artificial Azure Dragon fruit seemed to surpass his expectations, exhibiting remarkable efficacy. Had you granted me this fruit sooner, perhaps I would have grown stronger and escaped Punk Hazard a year earlier. Huanglong turned to Vegapunk, his expression indifferent, causing Vegapunk to feel slightly awkward. Under the powerful suppression of Huanglong and Kuma, most CP agents on the island were eliminated. The remaining scientists were gathered in an open area for selection. Those to be taken were taken, those to be exiled were exiled. They could not afford to benefit the world government. Satan, what do you suggest I do with these scientists? Are you willing to pay to redeem them? Dongye Huanglong taunted a few hidden monitoring phone bugs, as if he could see the elders and Mary Geos. However, it seemed that Satan ignored Huanglong's mocking intentions. Failing to connect with either Huanglong or Vegapunk through the CP0 agent's phone bugs, he merely observed in silence as Huanglong absconded with Vegapunk. Satan, you must recall Kuma, the Bajirian? His pawpaw fruit ability can effortlessly disperse these individuals across the world. I hope you can retrieve each scientist whose family you have taken hostage. The wild dragon aimed the surveillance telephone bug at the bear, allowing Satan to observe the descendant of the Bacchania tribe. In the Valley of the Gods, the 9-year-old bear had just consumed a meatball fruit. Despite the interference of Aunt Charlotte Lingling, he miraculously escaped from Satan's clutches, successfully rescuing over 500 slaves and residents of the valley. His terrifying stamina was akin to an inexhaustible perpetual motion machine, continuously unleashing the power of the meatball fruit to send people flying. This exemplifies the might of the Bacchania tribe, which not only possesses unparalleled physical strength and defense, but also wields a terrifying power comparable to that of giants. Bear, send those scientists to a remote island in the sea, East Wild Dragon said coldly. If it were not for Vegapunk's vehement opposition to the extermination of those scientists unwilling to follow, he would not have resorted to such measures to annoy the world government. Moreover, Satan had no intention of acknowledging East Wild Dragon, let alone use ransom to rescue these scientists. It was likely that Satan wished to eradicate East Wild Dragon completely. For decades, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Understood. The bear quickly responded, as long as it did not involve direct killing. He swiftly dispatched some uncooperative scientists and those whose families were held hostage by the world government, allowing them to fend for themselves. Under the imposing presence of East Wild Dragon, some scientists and researchers willingly chose to follow him. Vegapunk and East Wild Dragon carefully selected, excluding those with impure intentions and those who had been forcibly turned into life papers by the world government. East Wild Dragon successfully acquired a third of this technological team. These scientists were top talents who had been coerced and tempted by the world government, and now they became East Wild Dragon spoils. As a laboratory lifted into the air beneath the floating clouds, these scientists moved their research and experimental equipment aboard. The stem cell transplant medical equipment, which East Wild Dragon and the bear prioritized, was also brought aboard the floating laboratory. Can your strength truly sustain the laboratory as it traverses the ocean? Vegapunk inquired with a hint of concern directed at East Wild Dragon, as he had staked his life and fortune on him. Do not worry, just follow along, East Wild Dragon replied. He recalled that there was also a floating island in the latter part of the New World, where Supernova Kid and Hawkins had allied, and Beast Kaido had leapt down from that island. Another supernova, Urage, was also recuperating on that very island. East Wild Dragon aimed to temporarily seek refuge on that floating island to evade the encirclement of Kizaru and Satan. Additionally, Bonnie needed time for treatment. Whether they would coincidentally encounter Beast Kaido remained a matter of luck. As the laboratory took flight, East Wild Dragon transformed into a Crimson Dragon, carrying the laboratory away from Egghead Island. Upon departure, he did not forget to unleash a fiery dragon breath upon Egghead Island, utterly obliterating several research facilities and eliminating all of Satan's surveillance telephone bugs and CP agents. Meanwhile, the bear instantaneously returned to the sailboat, bringing Bonnie and all the little people to the floating laboratory. This sailboat, like the warships at Egghead Island's port, could be destroyed at any moment by East Wild Dragon, leaving no trace behind. East Wild Dragon, exhilarated, led the floating laboratory away, which contained the entirety of his assets in this world. Inside the laboratory, Vegapunk had already begun examining Bonnie's condition. As the world's leading scientist, Vegapunk was a polymath with formidable medical expertise. It can be treated, with Vegapunk's affirmative tone. The bear embraced Bonnie, tears of joy streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. Even Jinbe and some scientists were touched by the bear's genuine feelings, their eyes welling with tears. This little princess of the Bacchania tribe possesses the ability of the healing fruit? How wonderful! It might shorten Bonnie's treatment time. Vegapunk, filled with interest, observed Princess Manchali, intrigued by the principles of the healing fruit's devil fruit. After creating the artificial Azure Dragon fruit of the Zoan type, Vegapunk had already begun researching the Paramecia-type devil fruits, which was top-tier technology he prepared for the Seraphim project. He hoped that East Wild Dragon would eventually have sufficient funds to support his research. Fortunately, East Wild Dragon possessed the ability of thunder, allowing Vegapunk to store this electricity to maintain the laboratory's operation. Now, Vegapunk could proceed with a series of examinations and surgical plans for Bonnie. Meanwhile, the bear assisted East Wild Dragon in searching for traces of the floating islands in the New World from the sky. The bear even sought assistance from Dracul Mihawk, leading him to the island of Hidden Chaos, which was rumored to harbor tales of floating islands. Above this Hidden Chaos island lay the floating island of Balong. As East Wild Dragon sought out Balong Island for respite with the laboratory, Satan raged and married Geos. Kazara had not yet arrived at Egghead Island, and he was met with a tirade. Satan again ordered Kazara to conduct a wide-scale search for East Wild Dragon and Vegapunk. Determined to capture this most formidable experimental subject and the greatest scientist. Ideally, he wanted to capture the bear, the descendant of the Bacchania tribe, as well. Upon receiving this command, Kazara's lecherous face turned into one of despair, for Egghead Island was located in the latter part of the New World, perilously close to the territory of the Yonko, Beast Kaido. As a Marine Admiral, how could he dare to act recklessly in the latter part of the New World? Even if another Sakazuki were to come, they would not dare to operate on a large scale, in the event of being besieged by 2 or 3 Yonko pirate crews. Even if all 3 admirals were present, they would not escape unscathed. Kazara could only agree with Satan while employing his cunning to feign a search for East Wild Dragon and Vegapunk, fearful of provoking the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Meanwhile, the Marine headquarters also received Satan's orders, officially placing a bounty on East Wild Dragon. Given that even the Tyrant Bear, with a bounty of 296 million berries, seemed to heed East Wild Dragon's words. And considering Satan's intense disdain for East Wild Dragon as a lowly experimental subject, Satan set East Wild Dragon's initial bounty at 300 million berries. He also designated East Wild Dragon with the permanent title of Experiment Number 88. He commanded Sengoku not to allow other titles for East Wild Dragon and even notified Morgans of the big news, ensuring that no alternative nicknames would be assigned to him. Satan intended for East Wild Dragon, this insignificant creature, to bear the shame of this experimental subject number for life. A lowly experimental subject daring to threaten the highest authority in the world, Experiment Number 88, East Wild Dragon, must die. Days later, a brand new bounty notice was disseminated by the newsbirds across the seas in the Grand Line. Those who received the news and the bounty notice were curious about this sudden newcomer. Hehehe, is this the guy who escaped from Punk Hazard? A bounty of 300 million berries for his first appearance. Seems the world government holds him in high regard. On the royal plateau of Dressrosa, Doflamingo held East Wild Dragon's bounty notice, laughing maniacally, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses reflecting a cunning glint, as he pondered how to extract profit from this newcomer. He sensed that there were many secrets surrounding this individual. According to Virgo's confidential intelligence, Kazara had mobilized most of the forces from G5 Fortress into the latter part of the New World, indicating that a significant event had transpired. Doflamingo swiftly activated his underground intelligence network, eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding the world government's recent actions. The astonishing bounty placed on a fugitive experimental subject caught his attention. The secrets within could hold greater value than the rescue of Caesar. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters on Baldigo Island, Dracul Mihawk scrutinized a photograph of East Wild Arlong. His brow furrowed in contemplation. He felt a twinge of frustration at having gifted Bartholomew Kuma and Vegapunk to this experimental subject. He had never anticipated Vegapunk would willingly depart with Arlong, given that he had previously extended an invitation to the scientist, only to be met with a firm refusal. Back then, he was impoverished, unable to support Vegapunk's research endeavors. Yet, East Wild Arlong was equally destitute, lacking the resources of the now somewhat affluent Revolutionary Army. What could this mean? Did it imply a disdain for the financial capabilities of the Revolutionary Army? He pondered whether it might be possible to recruit this individual into their ranks. Mihawk murmured softly to himself, recalling Kuma's intelligence that Eastwild Arlong harbored a profound hatred for the celestial dragons and aspired to overthrow the world government, aligning with the Revolutionary Army's objectives. However, Arlong possessed Conqueror's Haki and was unwilling to submit to Mihawk's authority, complicating matters further. Yet, the thought of recruiting him ignited a spark of ambition within Mihawk. He could envision Eastwild Arlong as the next leader of the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, on Onigashima and Wano country, Kaido of the 100 Beasts examined the latest bounty notice with keen interest. Subject 88? Another escapee from the laboratory? He mused, recalling his own past as an escapee. Shall we recruit him into the 100 Beast Pirates? Enraged by the familiar flames emanating from Arlong, Yamato felt a stirring excitement within. Was this experimental subject a kindred spirit? Yet, Arlong's lack of brown skin and white hair, along with the absence of Lunarian wings, left Yamato puzzled. Concluding that Arlong was merely a modified experimental subject, he felt a pang of disappointment. Then let us bring him aboard, Kaido exclaimed, raising his drink in laughter. He was eager to see if this experimental subject could rival the strength of himself and Yamato. After all, their initial bounties had not reached the heights of 300 million. He wondered if Eastwild Arlong truly warranted such a price tag. If only he were a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, he could easily be integrated into their Flying Six. Currently, both Yamato and Page 1 were still too young, their bounties insufficient compared to Arlong-S, aboard the Moby Dick in the New World, Ace. Having recently joined the Whitebeard Pirates, celebrated with Jinbe and Teach. Ah, another monstrous newcomer. But with a title like Subject 88, it's clear he is just a pitiful soul. I suppose I won't trouble him. Instead, I'm off to take down a warlord of the sea. Ace chuckled heartily, recalling his 5-day standoff with Jinbe, which had ended in a draw. Now, as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, he sought to eliminate formidable foes to enhance his reputation and bounty. Ace, don't act recklessly. Each warlord of the sea is formidable, Jinbe cautioned, recalling the terrifying prowess of figures like Mihawk and Boa Hancock, which instilled a profound sense of danger. Ace, still young, had ample time to grow and didn't need to rush into conflicts with seasoned pirates. Relax. I'll pick the weakest one, Ace replied with a laugh, confident in his ability to defeat the least powerful of the warlords. Experimental subject. Whitebeard, Newgate. Perused the news regarding Eastwild Arlong. For reasons unknown, he was reminded of the greedy woman, Bakine, and shook his head to dispel the thought. His sons brought him far more joy. If the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind welcoming this unfortunate experimental subject under his wings, offering him a taste of a father's warmth. In the rain-soaked lands of Alabasta, Nico Robin compiled the information for Crocodile. However, the sand crocodile was preoccupied with his ambitions to topple the nation and locate the ancient weapon, Pluton. His wariness of the world government scrutiny, due to the Nefertari family's celestial dragon heritage, compelled him to gradually cultivate his identity as a hero of his own kingdom while dismantling Cobra's rule. Meanwhile, Robin took a particular interest in Eastwild Arlong, sensing that he might play a significant role in future events. In the land of Amazon Lily, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock dismissed the news with her usual indifference. The Big Mom pirates, the red-haired pirates, and other warlords of the sea shared little interest in this newcomer. Instead, the upcoming World Government Conference captured their attention. On Balan Island in the Sky Islands of the New World, a technologically advanced laboratory stood proudly atop white clouds. Eastwild Arlong and Kuma had forcefully taken control of this small sky island, allowing their group a moment of respite. Vegapunk utilized the limited resources within the laboratory to commence the first phase of treatment for Bonnie. Captain, this sky island is unsuitable as our base. It's south too close to the territory of the Four Emperors. The locals have also mentioned sighting a blue dragon passing through. If Kaido knows of this place, it poses a significant risk, Bartholomew Kuma earnestly advised Arlong. They faced not only the threat of the Navy's Admiral Kizaru, but also the potential encounter with Kaido, which was perilously dangerous. I understand. We'll rest briefly and then head directly to the West Sea, Eastwild Arlong proclaimed, studying a rudimentary map. His true desire was to venture to the North Sea, due to the presence of Trafalgar Law and the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea, both of whom are ambitious to conquer. Trafalgar Law's Ope no Mi is of paramount importance, as is the technological prowess of the Vinsmoke family. With the experimental equipment provided by the Vinsmoke family, the Angel Project could advance at an accelerated pace. However, Barren Island now lies in the windless zone near the West Sea, compelling Don Quixote to lead Vegapunk and the others to the West Sea. There, Don Quixote has set his sights on Capone Beach, who possesses the Sub Nomi. Securing this individual would alleviate the burden of carrying the laboratory, providing a sanctuary for the scientists and equipment, facilitating their strategic relocations. Excellent. Bartolomeo did not object. Upon learning of Don Quixote's precognitive abilities, his trust in the man deepened. Bartolomeo had once been enslaved alongside his father in Mariehua, thus he felt a profound kinship with Don Quixote, who hailed from a background of experimentation. The Lunaria bloodline coursing through Don Quixote, along with the ancient giant lineage, resonated deeply with Bartolomeo of the Bacanilla tribe. Vegapunk. We must seek out a user of the Sub Nomi in the West Sea. It would be prudent to create an artificial being suitable for becoming a superhuman green-blooded vessel, Don Quixote instructed Vegapunk, in pursuit of crafting a more perfect clone. Both Don Quixote and Bartolomeo were willing to contribute their genetic material. Provided that funding and resources were adequate, Vegapunk could swiftly mass-produce a cadre of clone soldiers. This would yield a legion of supernova-level pacifists for Don Quixote. Alas, the current scarcity of resources hampers the Angel Project and your lineage, infused with Kaido's blood and various others, complicates the creation of your clones. However, Bartolomeo's Bacanilla blood should be replicable and combined with the Lunaria lineage. It is ideal for the first experimental subject of the Angel Project, Vegapunk lamented, recognizing the overwhelming constraints of finances, resources, and time. Very well, focus on treating body. I will find a solution for the rest, Don Quixote declared, realizing that he must forcibly recruit Capone Beach, the Mafia godfather, once the angel technology was perfected. Enabling the creation of an angel with the Sub Nomi abilities, he would be free to abandon Capone, after resting for a day or two on Barren Island. A revitalized Don Quixote prepared to depart with the laboratory. By the way, Bartolomeo, is it within your capability to transport both myself and the laboratory to the West Sea? Don Quixote inquired, uncertain if Bartolomeo could manage such a considerable load. I shall give it a try, Bartolomeo replied, eyeing the massive laboratory and the dragon that Don Quixote had transformed into, swallowing hard. As Don Quixote's dragon form gleamed in anticipation, he cradled the laboratory, ensuring its safety during descent. With a serious expression, Bartolomeo embraced the air, unleashing an enormous air paw. Captain, I may lack sufficient energy to transport you both to the destination. Exercise caution to protect the laboratory. Bartolomeo strained to activate his paw fruit abilities, veins bulging as he propelled the colossal laboratory and dragon into the air. Remarkable, Bartolomeo. Your paw fruit power is indeed prodigious, Don Quixote exclaimed, exhilarated by the enhancements afforded by Bartolomeo's abilities, coupled with his own narrative and intelligence advantages, enabling him to establish his foundation expeditiously. Captain, the strength of this air paw bubble may not suffice to escape the windless zone. You must remain vigilant, Bartolomeo warned. Having teleported himself into the laboratory, panting heavily, he had exerted nearly all his strength to launch the massive structure, with their safety now entrusted to Don Quixote. He felt a wave of relief. Rest assured, with me here, your safety is guaranteed, Don Quixote reassured. Grateful for the time and energy saved by utilizing Bartolomeo's paw fruit ability to traverse the windless zone, the colossal travel bubble created by Bartolomeo burst within a day, necessitating Don Quixote to continue navigating the remaining stretch of the windless zone with flame clouds. After an additional half-day of flight, they finally entered the West Sea. On a remote deserted island, Don Quixote landed with the laboratory to recuperate and replenish his strength. I am aware of the West Sea Mafia. Capone Beach is quite notorious, and they are based on Nostra Island, Vegapunk noted, easily acquiring information about Capone Beach as a scientist. He kept a keen eye on maritime news and intriguing devil fruit abilities. Let us rest briefly, then proceed directly to find him, Don Quixote stated with determination. Fixated on his target, confident that it would not escape his grasp. With the weather and magnetic fields in the four seas being normal, navigation did not require a log post. The nautical map sufficed to guide them to the various islands of the West Sea. Vegapunk possessed an exceptionally detailed map of the four seas, a special version provided by the world government, clearly marking every affiliated and non-affiliated nation. After recuperating, Don Quixote and his crew set forth toward their objective. 2 days later, over Nostra Island, a tremendous shadow loomed over the Mafia stronghold as an enormous crimson dragon appeared in the sky, instilling terror among the Mafia members. Capone Beach, witnessing the dragon overhead, dropped a cigar in shock. Boom. A massive laboratory, carried by the flame clouds, descended directly onto Nostra Island. The fearsome aura emanating from the crimson dragon knocked several Mafia members unconscious, as dark purple clouds began to gather and lightning flashed intermittently. Winds commenced to howl across the island. What manner of beast is this? Capone Beach exclaimed, bewildered, wondering if this was Kaido of the 100 Beasts. How could such a notorious pirate venture to the West Sea? Father, we must flee, exclaimed the gunman Vito and the assassin Gotti. Dragging Capone Beach away in a panic, utterly intimidated by the dragon's formidable presence, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Bang, bang. Some reckless fools dared to open fire on the dragon. However, after a plume of smoke, it became evident that even the dragon's scales were impervious to their bullets. Capone Beach, come here. Don Quixote unleashed a laser beam, annihilating a group of mafia members who had dared to shoot at him. The Crimson Dragon transformed back into human form. Landing on the island, this figure was the bounty of 300 million berries, the 88th experimental subject, Don Quixote. He was, in fact, the very dragon. Vito, recognizing Don Quixote's form, shouted in astonishment, realizing he was the newly emerged wanted criminal of the past few days. Don Quixote Doflamingo? Capone Beach gazed in astonishment at the ferocious young man before him, utterly perplexed as to how he had incurred the ire of such a formidable presence. However, upon realizing that this dragon was not the infamous Kaido of the Beast Pirates, his fear somewhat abated. At his silent cue, several gunners attempted a stealthy assault on the transformed Don Quixote Doflamingo. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Doflamingo materialized before Capone, delivering a devastating punch that sent him crashing into the ground. Boom. Capone created a massive crater upon impact, and though he transformed into his fortified castle form, he still coughed up blood. Despite the incredible defensive capabilities of his castle form, he could not withstand the sheer might of Doflamingo. The imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma also emerged before the mafia members, unleashing a barrage of paw-shaped shockwaves that ravaged the crowd, severely injuring numerous gangsters. It was the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, with a bounty of 296 million berries. The peculiar gunman, Bartolomeo, shouted again, but in the next moment, he and the assassin, Gotti, were sent crashing against the wall by Doflamingo's kick, landing in a heap. Serve me for 2 years, and I shall spare your life, granting you the chance to grow stronger and witness the world's elite. Doflamingo proclaimed coldly, grasping Capone by the neck. The oppressive aura left Capone gasping for breath, drowning him in a despair he had never known in years of reigning over the West Blue. Why does such a terrifying monster exist in this world? He pondered. Even with his dominion over the West Blue, he realized he was still insignificant. Perhaps venturing into the Grand Line was indeed the right choice. Did he have any options left? Coughing up blood, Capone fixed his gaze on Doflamingo, vowing that should he gain sufficient strength in the future, he would claim the head of this man. 2 years of training, and perhaps there will be an opportunity to defeat me, Doflamingo grinned, offering Capone a glimmer of elusive hope. Yet Doflamingo was confident that even if he gave Capone a lifetime to chase him, he would never be able to surpass him. Doflamingo's vitality and resilience had reached a terrifying level, and with his toxic bloodline factor, no poison could harm him. Give me a day to organize my subordinates, Capone gasped, clutching his wounded chest. Half a day, Doflamingo replied with an impassive expression, beckoning for Monet to come forth and presenting Capone with a healing dandelion. What kind of ability is this? Capone marveled at the sight of his wounds healing, casting a furtive glance at the diminutive figure of Monet. It appeared that this new boss possessed some considerable depth. The tyrant Kuma had already proven to be a formidable challenge, and now he discovered an individual capable of healing. Do not waste time. Clear out the rubbish in your castle and prepare to move the laboratory equipment inside, Doflamingo commanded coldly, indicating that the castle fruit user would serve as the temporary experimental site for Vegapunk until a proper base was established. Understood, Capone replied without further inquiry, swiftly attending to the wounded Bartolomeo and Gotti, requesting Monet's assistance in healing them. He then hurriedly organized the affairs of the Mafia, preparing to accompany Doflamingo for the next 2 years. Boss, please take us with you, Bartolomeo and Gotti implored, not wishing to part from their esteemed leader, especially now that he would serve as someone else's subordinate for 2 years. No, I need you to manage the Mafia in my absence. After some time, I will assess the situation to determine if I can bring you along. Capone squinted, issuing his orders while still uncertain about Doflamingo's intentions. He could not entrust his entire fortune to Doflamingo. With the Mafia as his backing, he could rise again even if he separated from him in the future. We will assist the boss in managing the Mafia. Bartolomeo and Gotti acquiesced to Capone's directives. After Capone organized the Mafia, he cleared out the members and most of the weaponry from his castle. Under Doflamingo's direction, they proceeded to relocate the majority of the essential experimental equipment from the research facility into the castle. When Capone finally laid eyes on the massive head of Vegapunk, he was utterly astounded. This was the legendary world's foremost scientist. It made his heart race with excitement. No wonder Doflamingo's initial bounty was 300 million berries. He had captured the strongest scientist. The abilities of the healing fruit user and the world's leading scientist filled Capone with intense desire. It seemed that following Doflamingo for 2 years might not be so bad after all, granting him the chance to gain these rare talents. As the research facility was hastily relocated, a Crimson Dragon descended upon Nostril Island, with Doflamingo and the tyrant Kuma making their presence known. Their information rapidly disseminating throughout the Mafia Island. At Holy Land Mariehua, the enraged Saint Sadin slammed his palm down on the latest intelligence. Astonished that Doflamingo and Kuma had somehow crossed the calm belt and appeared in the West Blue. The capabilities of the fruit were indeed troublesome. They could escape at will, and that artificial dragon was equally vexing. Such astonishing mobility made it nearly impossible for the world government and navy to apprehend them. This was akin to the elusive abilities of the Golden Lion Shiki, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. Sooner or later, Doflamingo would grow stronger. A plan to lure him into a trap must be devised, otherwise, the world government would have no hope of catching them. Big News Morgans was equally exhilarated. Realizing that this experiment number 88, Doflamingo, was in fact a mythical dragon of the Zoan type, just like Kaido. This news must be spread swiftly. Especially since Doflamingo and the tyrant Kuma had formed a new power, a monumental revelation. On Nostril Island, Vegapunk and numerous scientists, along with dozens of little people, relocated entirely into Capone Beach's castle. They were immensely curious about this castle fruit user, constantly exploring within Capone's fortress. Vegapunk promptly listed the castle fruit ability among the potential powers for the future Seraphim, recognizing its unparalleled convenience. Doflamingo forcibly requisitioned a considerable amount of wealth on this Mafia island, while Vegapunk selected various useful materials and resources. "Boss, are we heading to the Grand Line next?" Capone inquired respectfully, igniting a cigar. Over the next 2 years, he aimed to grow stronger under Doflamingo and Kuma's tutelage, seeking an opportunity to turn the tables. Previously, when he had yet to unify the West Blue Mafia, he had once acted as an undercover agent to eliminate another Mafia boss. Now, serving under Doflamingo, he considered it yet another undercover journey. Should he manage to secure the world's foremost scientist Vegapunk and the healing fruit user Monet, he might have the potential to establish a power rivaling the four emperors. What renowned pirates or figures hail from the West Blue? Dongye Arlong devoured grilled meat heartily, casually inquiring about his current appetite, which rivaled that of a giant. A testament to the might of his formidable physique. The most renowned assassin in the West Sea, known as Das Bonus, a user of the Chop Chop fruit, had been missing for over a month, raising questions about his possible journey to the Grand Line. Another notorious figure was the brutal sheriff, Lafitte, dubbed the Devil's Sheriff, a user of the bird fruit with the ability to fly. Recently expelled from the kingdom, his current whereabouts were unknown as he hunted pirates and navy personnel. Capone Becky mentioned these two infamous individuals from the West Sea, each possessing bounties exceeding 30 million berries and the strength to venture into the Grand Line. Initially, Becky planned to set sail in a year or two to witness the true powerhouses of that realm. The Four Seas were merely a paradise for the weak, failing to satiate his grand ambitions. Thus, he resolved to seek a navy branch to establish his reputation. Dongye Arlong grinned, revealing a menacing smile. Striking a blow against the navy would undoubtedly propel him into the limelight. Furthermore, he aimed to showcase the extent of his audacity to the world. What a splendid idea! Becky chuckled cruelly, having contemplated such actions more than once. However, he had previously exercised caution for the sake of the Mafia's legacy, refraining from impulsive actions. Now, with Dongye Arlong to draw fire, he could indulge his desires for destruction and carnage without restraint. "I hope you don't falter." Dongye Arlong chuckled lightly at Capone, who genuinely believed that Arlong's intention was merely to establish fame by dismantling a navy branch. With a boss present, what is there to fear? Capone Becky, relishing chaos, spoke with a hint of madness in his eyes, eager to witness just how far this experiment could escalate. After Dongye Arlong had his fill, Capone Becky willingly offered his flame tank battleship, the Castro, transporting Dongye Arlong and Tyrant Kuma directly to the West Sea's W-88 Navy branch. Interestingly, the number of this Navy branch matched that of Dongye Arlong, the experiment number 88. Kuma, today I intend to show you how I differ from Drago. Aboard the Castro, Dongye Arlong hoisted his unique Arlong blood-red flag, formally announcing their arrival to the world. "I shall stain this flag with the blood of the celestial dragons," Dongye Arlong declared with a fierce intensity, his murderous intent and aura causing Capone to flinch. This boss harbored such deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons The situation seemed rather precarious. Could it be that Dong Arlong sought to confront the world's nobility? Once Bonnie recovers, I shall join you in confronting the celestial dragons. A flicker of emotion crossed Kuma's face. For my father, mother, and Ginny, I will avenge you. Presently, he reserved his tenderness for Bonnie, while against foes. He transformed into a true tyrant. Prepare for the impending journey of furious vengeance. Dong Arlong erupted in laughter, ready to undertake what others dared not. The following day, the W-88 Navy base in the West Sea was suddenly obliterated by a terrifying blast of dragon fire. The enormous Crimson Dragon instilled dread in the hearts of the West Sea Navy, stripping them of any will to resist. Descending in his human form upon the Navy base, Dong Arlong grasped a branch kernel in his left hand and a Navy-exclusive transponder snail in his right. Sengoku, inform Satan that this is merely the beginning. Here, I officially declare war against the celestial dragon Jagarcia Satan. From this moment forth, every celestial dragon I encounter shall meet their demise. It would be wise for them to hide within Mariewa. Dong Arlong proclaimed into the transponder snail, addressing Sengoku. He then instructed the Navy's communications officer to capture the moment as he ignited the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons. This scene was captured by several reporters, who were left astounded and hurriedly transmitted the photos back to their news agencies. Someone had declared war on the celestial dragons, burned the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons, and even threatened to kill them. What manner of lunatic is this? Meanwhile, Capone Becky, the Mafia Don, gazed in terror at Dong Arlong, having anticipated some madness from him, but never to this extent, provoking the very nest of the world government and the celestial dragons. Was it too late for him to distance himself from Dong Arlong? His own formidable heart faltered under the weight of this shock. Bartholomew Kuma clenched his fists tightly, fixated on Dong Arlong and the blazing celestial dragon flag, a spectacle he had never dared to imagine. Even the revolutionary army, which aimed to overthrow the celestial dragons, would not dare embark on such a reckless endeavor. Yet, Dong Arlong had done it. He had declared war against the world's nobility. He was the first man to openly challenge the celestial dragons. Did this man truly fear no repercussions? Dong Arlong, you shall regret this. The prestige of the world government and the celestial dragons is not to be sullied. You will face the most terrifying pursuit. Our Navy will not let you escape. Sengoku's voice thundered over the transponder snail in fury, appalled that an escaped experiment could be so audacious as to destroy a Navy branch and declare war on the celestial dragons. Such audacity could not be tolerated. Without waiting for the 5 elders' orders, Sengoku summoned the 3 admirals back to headquarters, preparing to capture Dong Arlong, this exceedingly wicked fugitive. Days later, aboard the flame tank battleship Castro, Capone Becky observed the meat-devouring man with a complex expression. Was this fellow brainless or merely arrogantly overconfident? How dared he declare war on the celestial dragons? He had now offended both the world government and the Navy headquarters. CP agents and the Navy would not overlook this. They had attracted the covetous eyes of all bounty hunters, and even pirates would not let this opportunity escape, eager to eliminate them for fame. Boss, here is your latest bounty. Capone Becky trembled slightly as he handed the wanted poster to Dong Arlong, still struggling to comprehend the reality of this world-class criminal. 500 million berries? It seems they still underestimate me. Dong Arlong disregarded the wanted poster. Though the photograph of him burning the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons was indeed well captured, especially considering the Navy dared to release it. Boss, you cannot possibly intend to eliminate the celestial dragons, can you? Capone Becky inquired, his expression dry, realizing his courage was less than he had imagined. Dong Arlong had thrust him into a high-stakes game, opposing the entire world. What? Have you lost your nerve? You will witness the demise of the celestial dragons. Dong Arlong replied with a bloodthirsty grin. In the past few days, they had dispatched several waves of pirates and seized a considerable amount of loot. Yet, they had yet to encounter Bonus and Lafitte, the West Sea celebrities, leaving Dong Arlong feeling a twinge of regret. After all, even if he could not recruit them, their chop-chop fruit and bird fruit abilities could serve as experimental material for Vegapunk. In the original narrative, the Seraphim Mihawk utilized the chop-chop fruit's superhuman green blood. I am indeed terrified. I fear that following you may lead to my demise within 2 years. Capone Beach declared unabashedly, his anxiety palpable. The pressing question loomed. How would they elude the relentless pursuit of the world government and the Navy headquarters? In 2 days, we shall head to the North Sea. Dong Huanglong gazed out at the vast ocean, contemplating the fact that the forces of the world government and the Navy headquarters were likely congregating towards the West Sea. Thus, he resolved to change their location once more to test the speed of their adversaries. with Beach, a formidable user of the stronghold fruit, accommodating Vegapunk and his companions. They found themselves moving at an accelerated pace, thanks to Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability. At merely 9 years old, Kuma could utilize his power to launch himself from the divine valley of the West Sea back to the South Sea Sorbet Kingdom, traversing the red line in between. Now, projecting themselves from the West Sea to the North Sea, despite the intervening New World and 2 windless zones, posed little challenge. The superhuman pawpaw fruit ability was indeed extraordinary and unfathomable. Dr. Vegapunk expressed his need for a stable base to facilitate better treatment for Bonnie, as his head was expanding at an alarming rate, threatening to outgrow the confines of his castle. Kuma addressed Dongye Huanglong, stating that constant movement was not a viable solution. They needed to establish a solid foundation to effectively expand their influence. I understand. Once we secure a significant ally in the North Sea and seize cloning equipment from Germa 66, we shall establish our territory in the Grand Line. Dongye Huanglong stated with utmost seriousness. Trafalgar Law's Opop fruit ability could aid Vegapunk in detaching parts of his increasingly cumbersome head, enabling the creation of additional personas. Hence, it was imperative to recruit this surgical fruit user into their ranks. Excellent, Kuma replied with a smile, reassured by Dongye Huanglong's strategic foresight. Huanglong was indeed as reliable a man as Drago. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Dongye Huanglong, his audacious declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons had garnered admiration from numerous individuals, including civilians, rogues, and pirates alike, who had come to revere him. On a certain island in the West Sea, the Devil Sheriff Lafitte observed the news and bounty notice regarding Dongye Huanglong, a manic grin spreading across his face. This audacious fellow was sufficiently reckless and insane to qualify as his captain. With that thought, he set out on a quest to locate Dongye Huanglong. Not long after entering the Grand Line, Daz Bonus, upon seeing the news, had already accepted the invitation from the Baroque Works, becoming Mr. One of this criminal organization, thus missing the opportunity to meet that Madan. On the ship of the New World, the Queen of the Sea, Tezelo, maintained a stoic expression as he examined the news of Dongye Huanglong's declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons. Clenching his fists, the wounds on his back throbbed painfully. He was outdone in bravery by an experiment that had escaped the clutches of the world government. Now, he had even allied with the Celestial Dragons, positioning himself as the illustrious Golden Emperor of this world. Kid, I hope you do not perish too soon, Tezelo scoffed, though a flicker of hope seemed to rest upon this unknown experiment in the depths of his gaze. In the palace of the Daughter Kingdom on Amazon Lily, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock read the news report presented by Gloriosa in its entirety for the first time. Dongye Huanglong? I shall remember you, Boa Hancock remarked, her eyes lingering on the image of Huanglong igniting the flags of the world government and the Celestial Dragons before she tossed the bounty notice onto the table, her complex gaze betraying her thoughts. On Onigashima in the New World, Brother Kaido, he too is a mythical Zoan dragon, albeit of a different hue. Moreover, he dares to declare war on the Celestial Dragons. Queen, the plague, exclaimed dramatically to Kaido of the beasts, while the flame disaster, King, concealed his complex emotions beneath his mask. This experiment had the audacity to confront the world government. It was worth noting that even he had to disguise his brown skin and white hair to escape the world government's pursuit, hiding his Lunarian heritage. Then let us recruit him into our beast pirates. Kaido, upon witnessing the crimson dragon form of Dongye Huanglong, was momentarily taken aback but soon erupted into laughter. He relished having subordinates with Zoan devil fruit powers, particularly ancient and mythical types. If he enters the New World, I shall personally recruit him, King interjected, keen to meet this presumptuous experiment that likely bore Lunarian blood. The revelation of Dongye Huanglong's dragon form and his audacious declaration against the Celestial Dragons had drawn considerable attention from the Emperors of the Sea and the Warlords of the Sea, each intrigued by this newcomer. Dongye Huanglong appeared far from ordinary. He might ascend to become a figure of unparalleled significance, surpassing even the Warlords of the Sea. On the royal plateau of Dressrosa, ha ha ha. The artificial Azure Dragon fruit ability is simply magnificent. Virgo, we must devise a plan to rescue Caesar. We must acquire the technology for artificial devil fruits. Doflamingo cackled madly, the existence of the experiment number 88, Dongye Huanglong, affirming the validity of artificial devil fruits. Caesar had not deceived him after all. Thus, he would spare no effort to aid Caesar's escape from the Navy's prison. On Nostril Island, Dongye Huanglong and Beach were aboard the fiery tank ship, the Castro, returning to this Mafia island. Their upcoming journey to the North Sea did not necessitate this vessel, prompting Beach to return it to their base in advance. Capone Beach was filled with curiosity about the impending cross-sea voyage. Boss, you have returned. The devil sheriff is on the island. The odd gunman, Vito, and the assassin, Gotti, hurriedly reported to Beach upon seeing him and Dong Ye Huanglong. The devil sheriff, Lafitte? Dong Ye Huanglong exclaimed with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering that individual here. Was it mere coincidence? Didn't he, the boss, wish to recruit him? This presents a timely opportunity. Capone Beach mused. His cigar clenched in his teeth as he smiled. With Dong Ye Huanglong's declaration of war against the celestial dragons, he naturally hoped for a formidable team. Bang! At that moment, a body crashed through the bar, a mafia member clad in a black suit collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. This scene caused Capone Beach and the others to pale in shock. How dare anyone attack their men? Such an act was tantamount to courting death. Oh, Capone. How careless of you. CP agents have infiltrated your ranks. A flippant voice rang out in the bar as a slender man in a black top hat sauntered forward, twirling an ornate cane sword. His pallid face bore an expression of indifference and mockery towards life. CP agents? Capone Beach furrowed his brow, signaling Vito and Gotti to rush over and check on their gravely injured mafia subordinate. Mr. Hualong, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Lafitte. At your service. After casting a glance at Capone Beach, Lafitte swiftly removed his top hat and bowed respectfully to Dong Ye Huanglong, embodying the grace of a true nobleman. However, those from the West Sea were all too aware of the man's vile and ruthless nature. During his tenure as the West Sea security chief, he had mercilessly slaughtered countless pirates and criminals, regardless of the severity of their offenses, all of whom fell victim to his cruel hand. His bloodthirsty reputation led several allied kings to unite in expelling him. Are you specifically here to seek me out? Dong Ye Huanglong raised an eyebrow, remarking that the notoriety he had cultivated indeed attracted a few reckless souls to his side. It was utterly audacious and exhilarating for Mr. Huanglong to challenge the world's nobility. I wish to accompany you on this wild endeavor. Perhaps I might eliminate a few kings and naval commanders along the way. A glint of malice flickered in Lafitte's eyes as he recalled the monarchs who had banished him, vowing that if the opportunity and strength arose, he would repay them in kind. Allow me to witness your capabilities. The gleam in Dong Ye Huanglong's eyes intensified as crackling lightning erupted from his hands, an overwhelming aura radiating around him. Wait, Captain Hualong. I am more skilled in hypnosis and diplomacy. I am not your adversary. Lafitte, startled by Huanglong's imposing presence, retreated hastily, sprouting a pair of white feathered wings and taking to the skies. He genuinely feared that Huanglong might initiate a confrontation at any moment, for he was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 500 million. I require obedient subordinates. Can you manage that? Dong Ye Huanglong inquired with a smile, his laser-like gaze fixed on the airborne Lafitte. Should he dare to flee, Huanglong would not let him escape unscathed. Isn't that a given, Captain? Lafitte quickly grasped Huanglong's intent, landing gracefully, folding his wings, and bowing respectfully to his new leader. Indeed, you are a clever man. Come, showcase your talents and summon a few CP agents for us to entertain. Dong Ye Huanglong's demeanor softened as he addressed the newly allied recruit. As you wish, my captain. Lafitte replied with a mischievous grin, turning to Capone Beach, requesting his subordinates' cooperation. With a grim expression, Capone gathered his men, uncertain if any CP agents had infiltrated their ranks. If so, danger was imminent. These insidious spies could strike when least expected. As Lafitte surveyed the mafia members, his pupils transformed into hypnotic swirling patterns, his voice guiding them with an almost mesmerizing allure. Could this fellow's bird fruit ability be of the mythical variety? Dong Ye Huanglong observed with interest, suspecting that Lafitte's powers transcended those of ordinary Zoan-type fruits, hinting at something more enigmatic. By the way, Kuma, your paw fruit ability can extract your own memories. Could it also extract those of others? Dong Ye Huanglong suddenly posed to Kuma, intrigued by the potential of his abilities. If Kuma could manipulate the memories of others, it would render spies utterly defenseless, providing access to any information or recollections they possessed. I need to experiment with this, Kuma replied calmly, admitting he had yet to explore this facet of his powers, having only developed techniques to heal injuries and ailments to assist the elderly and sick in Sorbet Kingdom. Then delve deeply into it. Your abilities are formidable and peculiar. Dong Ye Huanglong remarked, pondering that if Kuma could indeed manipulate memories, the significance of Charlotte pudding, a memory fruit user, might diminish, especially with Vegapunk's advanced technologies capable of erasing memories. With Lafitte's hypnosis taking hold, the mafia members fell into a daze, succumbing to his control and murmuring incoherently. This bizarre scene overwhelmed some of the members, prompting 7 or 8 to suddenly bolt and flee. Kill them, Capone Beej ordered coldly. And his associates, Weird Gun Vito and Killer Gotti, immediately opened fire on the fleeing traitors. Dongye Hualong and Kuma also sprang into action, using their abilities to incapacitate several competent adversaries. Lafitte, brandishing his cane sword, approached those who remained alive, beginning his hypnotic interrogation. We have pawns from the underground world, as well as CP agents from the world government. Through Lafitte's questioning, their identities quickly came to light. Your skills are commendable. Welcome to the Huanglong Brigade, Dongye Hualong said with a faint smile, formally accepting the seafarer and diplomat into their ranks. A week later, at Happy Town on Swallow Island in the North Sea. I have already stated, I do not know them. A white-haired elder stubbornly insisted, defiantly refusing Dongye Hualong's inquiries. Wolf, do you believe Law would come to your rescue if he knew you were in peril? Dongye Hualong strolled leisurely through Wolf's laboratory, where even Vegapunk had emerged from Capone Beej's castle to study and glean insights from the inventor's numerous technologies. Wolf, the inventor, had created the sturdy metal submarine known as the Polar Submarine, which belonged to Trafalgar Law. Not long ago, Dongye Hualong and his companions had arrived in the North Sea using Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability. However, with Law's whereabouts unknown, they had no choice but to seek out Swallow Island, home to Wolf, Law's benefactor. Upon their arrival, they soon located the renowned good-natured Wolf in Happy Town. Wolf had previously discovered the temple treasure on Swallow Island, which funded his research and allowed him to construct the Polar Submarine. He had also utilized his resources to restore Happy Town, which had been ravaged by pirates. After finding Wolf, Lafitte effortlessly hypnotized the stubborn inventor and uncovered his underground laboratory. Within this subterranean facility lay a wealth of Wolf's inventions, including a hidden dock where the Polar Submarine was crafted and housed. In Wolf's laboratory, Dongye Hualong even stumbled upon a comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia, which explained how Wolf had recognized that Trafalgar Law possessed the Opopnomi ability. What do you seek Law for? Wolf asked warily, his vigilance evident as he scrutinized Dongye Hualong and his allies, resolutely determined to protect Law from any impending danger. I trust you are aware of my situation. I stand in staunch opposition to the celestial dragons, and the powers bestowed upon Law by his devil fruit render him a coveted target of the world government. Law and I are destined partners, and I possess a deeper understanding of his animosity. Please inform him that I can assist in avenging his grievances against Don Quixote da Flamingo, provided he joins my ranks. Dongye Hualong grinned at Wolf, while Lafitte, having hypnotized Wolf, successfully located a snail phone in Wolf's secret chamber, narrowing his eyes as he beckoned to Wolf. Old man, I believe I've acquired Trafalgar Law's snail phone number. You should heed our captain's words, Lafitte remarked with a sardonic smile gracing his pallid visage. It appeared that the individual Dongye Hualong sought was indeed extraordinary. Lafitte's admiration for Hualong's innate foresight grew even stronger. This leader had clearly not erred in his search. You. Wolf seethed, his teeth clenched as he glared at Dongye Hualong and his companions, spotting the bespectacled doctor who flipped through pages as if counting money, rapidly perusing all his research findings. My apologies, the call has gone through, Lafitte suddenly declared, a smile spreading across his face as he successfully connected to Trafalgar Law's snail phone. Old man, what do you want? Trafalgar Law's composed voice resonated from the other end. Now 22 years of age, Law had led the Heart Pirates for 6 years, traversing the North Sea to gather like-minded comrades. He planned to strengthen his crew for another year before venturing into the Grand Line to seek vengeance against Doflamingo. Law, do not respond. Greetings, Trafalgar Law. I am Dongye Hualong, the man who recently declared war on the Celestial Dragons. I can assist you in dealing with the former Celestial Dragon, Doflamingo. Should you consider joining my forces? Dongye Hualong interjected, taking the snail phone from Lafitte and addressing Trafalgar Law directly. What have you done to Wolf? Law's icy voice emanated. Brimming with anger, he would not tolerate any harm to his benefactor, Wolf. He is unharmed and in good spirits, Dongye Hualong replied nonchalantly. While Vegapunk and several scientists busily transported Wolf's rare materials and research findings, inciting Wolf's ire as he fumed in frustration. However, once Wolf recognized that this large-headed individual was the legendary Vegapunk, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Vegapunk was acknowledged as the world's foremost scientist, and receiving praise for his submarine technology brought a sense of pride to Wolf, the inventor. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly. After a prolonged silence, Law spoke coldly. Having absorbed the exchange between Wolf and Vegapunk, I shall await your return, Dongye Hualong replied in a similarly subdued tone, after which the call was terminated. In a certain region of the North Sea, Law's countenance darkened as he commanded the submarine to set course for Swallow Island. Above all, he must ensure the safety of his benefactor, Wolf. As for collaborating with Dongye Arlong or joining his crew, that required further contemplation. Nevertheless, this audacious individual who dared to confront the celestial dragons was indeed capable of taking action against Doflamingo, a matter worthy of consideration. Moreover, he was only now learning that Doflamingo was a former celestial dragon. It explained why Doflamingo could seize Dressrosa without facing repercussions from the world government. This made the confrontation with Doflamingo even more formidable. He truly required powerful allies and companions. On the other hand, a smirk graced Dongye Arlong's lips, anticipating Trafalgar Law's arrival. To recruit him would be ideal, yet Dongye Arlong would never permit this wielder of the Op Nomi to depart unscathed. Even if merely to serve as a candidate for the Archangels, the surgical abilities he possessed were of the Paramecia type. Seizing the opportunity before Law's return, Dongye Arlong contemplated a visit to the North Sea prison. Wolf had a ruthless son, named Buck, who possessed either the Paramecia type Sway no Mi or some form of dissolving ability. This capability allowed him to dissolve his own body and exhibited some characteristics akin to the Logia type. He could swiftly disintegrate enemies' weapons and even intangible things such as hearts and minds, thereby exerting control over others. This was yet another formidable Paramecia ability. Law, Wolf, and Bepo had nearly perished in their arduous battle against this brutal individual, who had returned from a failed venture in the Grand Line. After being apprehended by the Navy, he was not sent to impel down but instead remained imprisoned in the North Sea, serving as a cautionary example for other pirates. Dongye Arlong now intended to obtain this individual's bloodline factors and simultaneously enhance his reputation. Most importantly, he sought to toy with the world government and the Navy. He flew from the West Sea to the North Sea, undeterred by any attempts to capture him. At the North Sea's Inn, 11 Navy branch, a brigadier clad in a Navy cloak was fervently training. After 2 years of safeguarding the North Sea and capturing countless pirates, he was poised for promotion to the rank of brigadier at Navy headquarters in Marineford, solidifying a commendable foundation for his naval career. The officers hailing from the North Sea were typically hawkish, iron-willed leaders, led by Admiral Akainu. They were ruthless in their dealings with pirates, as only such a navy could quell the chaos of the North Sea. Brigadier Kino, orders from Navy headquarters. Next month, when you return to the naval headquarters to report on your duties, ensure that all pirates in the Northern Sea prison with bounties exceeding 15 million berries are escorted to Judicial Island for trial. A Navy communications officer, clad in a cap, conveyed the latest orders from Marineford to his superior. A bounty of 15 million for a pirate? What does the naval headquarters imply? Do they consider the Northern Sea as inept as the Eastern Sea? Typically, pirates in the Northern Sea are wanted with bounties exceeding 30 million berries before being sent to impel down. Brigadier General Kino, with a swift punch, obliterated a sandbag, expressing his discontent, stating that the Northern Sea prison harbors a significant number of pirates with bounties between 10 to 20 million berries. If they were to transport all the 15 million berries pirates away, what would the new recruits in the Northern Sea use for training and venting their frustrations? Is this order meant to favor the other 3 seas? The strongest wanted criminal in the Eastern Sea has a bounty of merely 20 million berries, a level that in the Northern Sea is considered mediocre at best. There was an additional directive. Any user of a devil fruit, regardless of their bounty, is to be sent to impel down. The communications officer continued reading, and upon finishing, he saluted and departed from Brigadier General Kino's training grounds. This Haki is finally showing some response, Brigadier General Kino exclaimed, realizing that only through the fierce battles in the Northern Sea could one awaken their Haki more swiftly. In the peaceful realm of the Eastern Sea, even 5 years stationed at Logue Town would afford little opportunity to awaken armament Haki. This is the type of armament Haki that can only be learned by those who ascend to the ranks of the headquarters. Kino felt the swirling energy in his hands, a cultivation method he had painstakingly earned through military merit. However, the thought of the invulnerable Germa 66 made a flicker of envy cross Kino's face. The Vinsmoke siblings are undeniably powerful, equipped with high-tech battle suits and enhanced bodies that rival even the strength of Navy vice admirals. Kino's naval fleet had previously encountered Germa 60 SIXS forces, and he had witnessed the formidable warriors of the Vinsmoke family. Even if he mastered armament Haki, it might not be enough to harm the Vinsmoke siblings. As Brigadier General Kino concluded his training and prepared to return to his office to handle branch affairs, a sharp alarm echoed across the island. Kino's eyes widened as he gazed at the sky. A massive crimson dragon loomed amidst purple flames, its metallic scales radiating an indomitable aura. Is that Kaido of the Beasts? No, it is the notorious experiment subject, Donya Erashur, declaring war on the celestial dragons. Kino clenched his fists, contemplating his odds against Donya Erashur, who bore a staggering bounty of 500 million berries. Although Donya Erashur lacked a plethora of remarkable combat achievements, his mere presence instilled a profound fear in Kino. Suddenly, a tremendous torrent of fiery dragon breath cascaded down, targeting the highest point of the naval fortress where the flag resided, obliterating the defensive structure in a cataclysmic explosion. The sheer force sent the Navy personnel on the island scrambling in panic. Damn it! How did this guy arrive in the Northern Sea so swiftly? Brigadier General Kino cursed vehemently, realizing that with only a month left before his promotion, this incident could derail his ascension. Moreover, according to internal intelligence from the naval headquarters, Donya Erashur, designated as experiment number 88, may surpass even the strongest of the Vinsmoke family. How could he, a mere brigadier still grasping the nuances of armament Haki, contend with Donya Erashur? Trouble. Brigadier General Kino, a half-dragon, has attacked the prison. A group of terrified branch colonels hurried over to report, their hands trembling with their weapons. The dragon assaulting the Navy branch was beyond their capacity to handle. Even if the Northern Sea Navy is formidable, they dare not recklessly charge into death. Quickly call for reinforcements from the naval headquarters. After issuing a swift command, Brigadier General Kino raced towards the Northern Sea prison, resolute in preventing Donya Erashur from releasing those wanted criminals. Now, he finally comprehended the essence of the naval headquarters' latest directive. If they could survive this ordeal, he would ensure that all pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries would be sent to impel down, denying Donya Erashur the opportunity to stage a prison break. Inside the Northern Sea prison, the imposing Donya Erashur strolled casually as if perusing a marketplace. Is there anyone who knows the whereabouts of that fellow, Buck? Are there any devil fruit users here? With a mere glance, Donya Erashur instilled dread in the prison guards, rendering them powerless without the need for laser weaponry. I know. Sir, Buck is in the last cell. Please, I beg you, let me out. I am willing to be your most loyal subordinate, shouted numerous battered bounty criminals, their faces alight with a fervent desire for freedom and a deep-seated hatred for the Navy. Donya Erashur disregarded the pleas of these prison inmates. None of them even claimed to be users of powers. He proceeded to the far end of the prison, where he encountered the disheveled and tortured figure of Buck, the Dissolver. This brutal man had once proclaimed before Trafalgar Law, "My freedom is to kill at will, living solely to satisfy my desires." He had wreaked havoc on the innocent in the town of Swallow, but now he lay beaten like a dog, reduced to a paragon in the Northern Sea prison meant to deter others. Are you here to recruit me? A glimmer of hope flickered in Buck's swollen eyes after years of confinement. He finally had the chance to escape this dreadful Northern Sea prison. Halt. Donya Erashur, I will not allow you to release a single pirate. Brigadier General Kino charged into the Northern Sea prison, his aura radiating menace as he confronted the terrifying half-dragon figure. Open fire. Kill without hesitation. Even if it means exterminating these pirates, they must not be allowed to escape. Brigadier General Kino suddenly commanded the armed Navy personnel behind him, inciting fear among the pirates, and even surprising Donya Erashur. He had not anticipated encountering a ruthlessly iron-willed soldier here, one who would rather err in killing than let any escape. What are you waiting for? I shall bear the responsibility. Kino roared, brandishing his sword and charging at Donya Erashur to buy time for his subordinates to open fire. Hearing the command from Brigadier General Kino, the Northern Sea sailors hesitated for only half a second before unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The Northern Sea prison erupted in a cacophony of gunshots and anguished cries. Clang. Kino's blade, infused with a trace of armament Haki, shattered against Donya Erashur's arm, leaving him astounded. This was a full-powered strike he had unleashed. How could he not breach Donya Erashur's defenses? Courage is commendable, but strength is lacking. Donya Erashur kicked the Navy brigadier against the wall, shattering the prison's sturdy structure and leaving Kino buried in the rubble, unable to rise. A terrifying aura surged forth, incapacitating those Navy personnel who had been firing wildly. With a fierce charge, Donya Erashur sent several branch colonels and lieutenant colonels, who had not been rendered unconscious by the conqueror's Haki, sprawling to the ground. Is there anyone left who can still speak? Donya Erashur asked coldly. Those who had managed to evade the Navy's gunfire and withstand his conqueror's Haki were undoubtedly fortunate and strong enough to qualify for his Erashur crew. What a pity. There is no one, Donya Erashur said with a hint of disappointment. He then kicked open the cell that held Buck, the dissolving man, and hoisted him up, still shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. Thank you for saving me, my lord. I shall follow you faithfully, Buck exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Who said I would take you in? Dongye Arlong retorted, knocking the overly sentimental pirate unconscious with a single punch. He was merely an experimental subject prepared by Vegapunk for Arlong. The dissolving ability of this superhuman was quite impressive, making him a candidate for the Seraphim. Dongye Arlong carried Buck and transformed into a divine dragon. Departing from the North Sea prison, leaving behind a scene of devastation and corpses. After a considerable time, amid the rubble, Rear Admiral Gino crawled out, bloodied and filled with dread towards Dongye Arlong. This was a true monster, far more formidable than the Vinsmoke siblings. The bounty of 500 million was not an exaggeration. Struggling to his feet, he realized that this demon seemed to have held back. He rushed to his subordinates and was relieved to discover that not many sailors had perished. Even the colonels and lieutenant colonels had only sustained serious injuries. He then glanced at the chaotic scene of pirate prisoners. Uncertain whether it was Dongye Arlong's slight sense of mercy or if he, as a Navy Rear Admiral, was more ruthless. He quickly reported the dire situation of the North Sea Inn, 11 Navy branch, and the prison attack back to headquarters. Gino disclosed everything honestly, including his order to execute the pirate prisoners, willingly accepting any punishment from the Navy headquarters. However, rather than reprimanding him, the Navy headquarters shifted all blame onto Dongye Arlong, intending to spread the infamy of his massacre of pirate prisoners, inciting other pirates' disdain for this villain. Meanwhile, Dongye Arlong returned to Swallow Island, Joy Town, tossing the dissolving man, Buck, to Vegapunk for research. Wolf had lost all affection for his son. Perhaps being a living experimental subject for the world's foremost scientist was more valuable than existing in a prison. Captain, I'm quite disappointed you didn't take me along for the raid on the Navy branch, Lafitte lamented to Dongye Arlong, expressing his fondness for slaughtering both Navy and pirates. Has Trafalgar Law contacted us? Dongye Arlong ignored Lafitte's words, steering the conversation elsewhere, as he preferred not to mobilize the entire crew for such minor matters. The operation against the North Sea branch had consumed Dongye Arlong 1 or 2 days, and Law was expected to return to Swallow Island soon. He said he would arrive this afternoon, but I believe he will return early to rescue that old man Wolf, Lafitte remarked with a sly smile, occasionally glancing at the underground research facilities port, seemingly awaiting Law's submarine to return early to prevent Wolf from being unexpectedly rescued. After all, Dongye Arlong had warned that Trafalgar Law could utilize spatial abilities to whisk someone away at a moment's notice. Even Bartholomew Kuma had entered a state of vigilance, anticipating Law's potential attack on them. Moreover, after perusing the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia entrusted to him by Arlong, Kuma had developed an interest in the user of the Opopnomi. He wondered if the legendary immortal surgery was indeed true. With the presence of this surgery fruit user, coupled with Mancheri's healing fruit ability, Bonnie's stem cell transplant operation would recover more swiftly, allowing Bonnie to bask in the sunlight sooner. Given his cunning and meticulous nature, it was indeed possible he would act on this. Dongye Arlong was also favorable towards Lafitte's ideas, appreciating having a clever subordinate like him to fill in the gaps, perhaps validating Lafitte's speculation. Within an hour, a transparent light circle inexplicably expanded into the underground research facility. A young man, adorned with a spotted beanie and clad in a yellow long-sleeve shirt, suddenly appeared beside Wolf, attempting to teleport him away. However, Kuma was equally swift. The moment Law manifested, he had already teleported next to Law and Wolf. A small air cannon from Kuma's paw sent the young Law crashing against the research facility's wall. Ugh, Law spat blood, struggling to maintain his room space of the Opopnomi. This illustrated the stark disparity in strength between Kuma, a warlord of the sea, and Law, a prospective supernova. Even without mastering the advanced Haki, Law was utterly overwhelmed by Kuma's might. Without any surprise, Dongye Arlong approached the severely injured Law, recklessly unleashing his conqueror's Haki, dark red lightning crackling around him. At your current level, seeking revenge against Don Quixote da Flamingo is quite impossible, Dongye Arlong said, his colossal dragon tail swiftly ensnaring Law's frail figure. Observing Law's defiance, he remarked coolly, "Room, cut," provoked by Arlong's disdainful gaze. Law forcefully activated his Opopnomi ability, attempting to cleave Dongye Arlong's dragon tail. Yet, to Law's shock, his supposedly all-cutting ability was halted by the dragon scales, sparks flying without penetrating. The Opopnomi was not invincible. With sufficient defensive strength or Haki, one could resist its cutting power. Dongye Arlong smirked, his fist enveloped in crackling lightning, as he struck this impudent individual. "Ah!" Trafalgar Law cried out in agony, his eyes rolling back, blood seeping from his mouth as he felt immense trauma to his body, necessitating urgent treatment. "Please spare Law. I beg you." Wolf rushed over anxiously, pleading with Arlong while tugging at the thick dragon tail coiling around Law. Yet, he was swiftly electrocuted by the currents coursing through the tail. I merely wish to make this fellow recognize the gap in our strengths, Dongye Arlong stated, his dragon claw gripping Law's shoulder as the purple patterns on the scales surged, instantly turning Law's arm purple as he was poisoned by Arlong's lethal toxin. Even with the Op no Mi, purging such a toxin would be a formidable challenge. Dongye Arlong released his tail, tossing Law to the ground. Speaking casually, the Op no Mi is more effective for external injuries. However, this potent toxin will take considerable time to cleanse. Law promptly activated his Op no Mi, severing his poisoned arm to prevent the toxin from spreading throughout his body. So, how do you find our strengths now? By the way, Kuma's capabilities are not inferior to Doflamingo's. Joining us would be the wisest choice, Dongye Arlong declared, nonchalantly summoning a cloud of flames to sit upon. Gazing down at Law and Wolf, Trafalgar Law gazed intently at East Wild Dragon, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and determination. He had come to understand the formidable strength of the Dragon S crew, acknowledging that they indeed possessed the capability to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, he was resolute in his unwillingness to disband the Heart Pirates or separate from Bepo and Pekin. Law, hasten to mend your arm, Wolf implored, his concern palpable as he observed Law's severed purple limb. If this continued, the arm would be rendered utterly useless. I wish to accompany my subordinates and join your ranks. It is your duty to assist us in becoming stronger, and I must retain the banner of the Heart Pirates. With unwavering conviction, Trafalgar Law cast his toxic arm towards East Wild Dragon, declaring that the Heart Pirates were a culmination of his and his companions' efforts, and he would not let it vanish. Becky's Mafia still exists, so your pirate crew is of little consequence, East Wild Dragon replied coolly, his palm's toxic patterns writhing as he absorbed the poison from the severed limb, subsequently tossing it back to Law. Law reattached his arm with the ease of a child playing with a toy, leaving Kuma, Becky, and Lafitte in awe at the bizarre capabilities of the surgical fruit. The brilliant scientist Vegapunk's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long desired to sever his increasingly large head, which had begun to impede his research. With the power of the surgical fruit combined with his medical knowledge, his plans for a clone could finally take shape. Since Law wishes to join you, please bring me along as well. I am eager to serve as an assistant to Dr. Vegapunk, Wolf expressed, torn between not wanting to part ways with Law and his desire to be near Vegapunk to expand his knowledge. Welcome. Your expertise in machinery and submarine technology is impressive. I look forward to collaborating with you, Vegapunk replied enthusiastically, having recently discovered blueprints for flying machines in Wolf's research materials, sparking his curiosity. Having a like-minded inventor would surely ignite a wealth of innovative ideas in the future. Then let us depart. Our next target is the Germa 66 Vinsmoke family, East Wild Dragon declared, accepting the aged inventor. Even having him create submarines would be beneficial. You plan to strike against Germa? Law exclaimed, astonished. For the Germa army was a nightmare throughout the North Sea. He longed for a combat suit that could transform him. Countless residents of the North Sea were captivated by the serialized exploits of the Germa warriors. Law and fellow supernovas like Hawkins and Drake were avid fans of the transformation battle garments. There are ready-made cloning machines and modification equipment there. I believe Vegapunk would find them to his liking, East Wild Dragon smirked, noting that if it could be seized, it would be far more convenient. Those items belong to Judge. However, his cloned army and modified warriors are not to be underestimated. You must be well prepared, Vegapunk acknowledged. Aware that Judge had utilized genetic technology to create a nefarious army that had wrought considerable chaos in the North Sea, an act he disdained. The power of science should serve to protect humanity and enhance productivity, not for slaughter and violence. Prepare yourselves for departure. Law, arrange for your crew. Soon we shall venture into the Grand Line. East Wild Dragon quickly organized matters, instructing Kuma to accompany Law to confer with Vegapunk on improving the surgical procedure for Bonnie to expedite her recovery. As Princess Mancherry and the little people learned of Law's deep-seated hatred for Doflamingo, they quickly grew familiar with him. Law found himself fond of Mancherry, who possessed healing fruit abilities, sensing a seamless synergy between their surgical and healing powers. With Vegapunk's medical acumen, they felt capable of curing any ailment. Kuma's smile grew ever brighter. The sooner Bonnie was healed, the happier he would be. In the brief time before their departure, East Wild Dragon diligently honed his Haki, particularly his relatively weaker observation Haki. Lafitte and Capone Becky followed suit, learning the dual-color Haki. Being in the presence of East Wild Dragon, a world-renowned fugitive, necessitated sufficient strength. Otherwise, they risked being eliminated by CP agents and naval commanders. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the news of East Wild Dragon's assault on the North Sea prison incited great fury in Admiral Sengoku. How has East Wild Dragon moved from the West Sea to the North Sea again? His ability to traverse quickly, aided by the artificial Azure Dragon power and the pawpaw fruit of the tyrant Kuma, made it exceedingly difficult for the world government and navy to corner him. The capabilities of East Wild Dragon and Kuma perplexed Sengoku and his aide Tsuru, who found themselves at a loss for strategies against them, deeming them more troublesome than Shiki the Golden Lion. The news of East Wild Dragon's attack on the North Sea prison and naval branch, though not as monumental as his declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons, nonetheless stirred numerous factions. With East Wild Dragon's astonishing speed, he dashed from the West Sea to the North Sea in a mere week, attacking the North Sea prison, a velocity that astonished even some of the Emperor-level pirate crews. Did this imply that the entire world would become East Wild Dragon's playground, where he could roam freely? Furthermore, his alliance with the tyrant Kuma seemed to rival the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea. This prompted various pirate crews to observe East Wild Dragon, curious to see how this experimental entity would retaliate against the world government and the Celestial Dragons, and to what extent he could achieve his vengeance. The world government dispatched several CP0 teams and countless CP agents, issuing a mandatory order to the 7 warlords to hunt down East Wild Dragon. However, Boa Hancock and Jinbei, among the warlords, paid little heed to this directive. Moonlight Moria and Crocodile scoffed at it. Only Dracule Mihawk and Don Quixote da Flamingo, driven by ulterior motives, offered a brief acknowledgement. In the North Sea, a yellow submarine glided across the surface of the ocean. The crew of East Wild Dragon stood on the small deck, gazing out at the endless sea. Captain Dragon, a few days ago, the Germa evil army, hired by the Baratheon Kingdom, waged war against the North Island Kingdom, successfully breaching their capital. We should be able to catch up with the Germa 66 snail ship as we pursue southward, Lafitte reported, flapping his white wings as he soared above the submarine, acting as a lookout. In the North Sea, the Germa army was an overwhelming force. Their strength could easily have allowed them to venture into the New World. However, they remained entrenched in the North Sea to restore the glory of Germa's unification. Had it not been for the world government's intervention and the united resistance of numerous allied nations, they might have conquered a significant portion of the North Sea. Caponbecchi, the notorious mafia boss from the West Sea, also keenly observed the situation of the North Army, grateful that the Germa army was not in his territory. Otherwise, his mafia would have had no chance of unifying the underground syndicates of the West Sea. Following the successful escape of Judge and the Mad Team, despite facing covert pressure from the world government, Judge had become immensely powerful, reviving the Vinsmoke family. Yet, the world government permitted only the establishment of a stateless nation for the Germa kingdom, refusing to allow a unified and powerful nation to rise in the North Sea. Thus, the Germa army, devoid of territory, can only amass funds for development through the guise of mercenaries and warfare. Vegapunk elucidated that the aspirations of Vinsmoke, Judge to restore the glory of his ancestors, are fundamentally unattainable. The world government stands as an insurmountable obstacle. Unless Judge can ally with several emperors to overthrow the world government, the prospect of unifying the North Sea remains a distant dream. The Vinsmoke family's obsession with unifying the North Sea runs deep, and amidst various media portrayals, the Germa army has become synonymous with malevolence, rendering the North Sea populace unlikely to accept their rule. Wolf, a denizen of the North Sea, remarked earnestly that should the Vinsmoke family abandon the North Sea for the Grand Line and the New World, they might fare better than they do now. However, the ambition to unify the North Sea is excessively grandiose. Not only are the kings of the North reluctant, but the world government is equally opposed. Stop. What does Vinsmoke's ambition of unifying the North Sea have to do with us? My priority is to seize what they possess, Dong Ye Huanglong interjected, casting aside the assessments of the Germa army. He harbored no interest in the history of the Vinsmoke family. He only sought what could be useful to him. By the way, Law, Becky, Lafitte, do you have the confidence to confront the strongest modified warrior of the Vinsmoke? Dong Ye Huanglong stated nonchalantly, indicating that he and Kuma would cover for the others. Yet, he hoped his subordinates would contribute in some capacity. It was rumored that the offspring of Vinsmoke were invincible modified beings, their exoskeletal defenses impervious to blades and bullets, and possessed of immense strength. Trafalgar Law's expression turned grave as he acknowledged his uncertainty in facing a shape-shifting modified warrior. Perhaps even the Haki that Dong Ye Huanglong spoke of might not breach the formidable defenses of the Vinsmoke siblings. You three can handle one. The rest will be left to me and Kuma. Dongya Huanglong remarked casually, brimming with confidence in his and Kuma's strength. He yearned to unleash his capabilities against Germa, craving a thorough battle to manifest his combat prowess. A 3-on-1 scenario should pose no challenge. Capone Beej spoke with a hint of dejection, feeling somewhat underestimated. However, he lacked sufficient confidence to confront the legendary modified warriors, having never engaged one in battle. They could collaborate to gauge the strength of these modified beings before determining their subsequent course of action. Both the Mafia leader and Law were proud individuals, unwilling to concede inferiority to those modified beings. Perhaps I should first converse with Judge, Vegapunk suggested, noting his amicable relations with the members of the MAD team. Confident Judge would accord him some respect. Negotiations ought to be predicated upon strength. Let us engage in battle first. Dongya Huanglong doubted Judge Vinsmoke would be amenable to dialogue, as the man possessed a strong desire for control. Without defeating him, meaningful communication would be improbable. Then the decision lies with you, Vegapunk shrugged. Before returning to attend to Bonnie, while Dongya Huanglong commanded a continued pursuit of the Germa army. He even soared into the sky alongside Lafitte, searching for the whereabouts of the Germa army. At that moment, aboard a fleet of snail ships, Vinsmoke Judge became aware of Dongya Huanglong's assault on the North Sea prison through the news, sparking a flicker of interest in this formidable newcomer. Is this truly the apex creation of Vegapunk and his scientific team? I wonder how it compares to my own creations. Judge held immense confidence in the prowess of Reiju and Ichiji, believing his expertise in modification technology surpassed that of Vegapunk. If possible, he desired to pit his four progeny against Dongya Huanglong. However, Judge's thoughts turned to Queen, eliciting a visibly displeased expression. That man had, through the formidable regenerative capabilities of the ancient Zoan dragon fruit, fused the bloodline factors of spark red, invisible black, electric blue, and winch green into himself. Most irksome was that he often flaunted this fact, even threatening Judge using his status as a member of the Beast Pirates. Presently, Judge's greatest animosity was directed towards that rotund figure, Queen. Nevertheless, Plague Queen had demonstrated the viability of the research on ability amalgamation. The current subject 88 should be a modified being even more perfect than Queen. Should he capture Dongya Huanglong, it might allow him to decode the latest technologies of Vegapunk and the entire scientific team. Contemplating this, Judge felt a sudden desire to acquire the technology and secrets inherent in Dongya Huanglong. With Dongya Huanglong now present in the North Sea, perhaps this presented a fortuitous opportunity. In a chamber aboard the Snail Sea ship, a woman with short pink hair perused the news of the past few days. Experimental subject number 88. The mythical beast known as the Crimson Dragon had a bounty of 500 million berries. As she gazed at the wanted poster of the Eastwild Dragon, which ignited the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons, Vinsmoke Reiju felt a chill of brutality emanating from this madman. Indeed, the genetically modified were ruthless beings. With a hint of self-mockery, Reiju reflected on her heartless father and emotionless brothers, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She had always dwelled within this cold-blooded family, forced to feign a similar cruelty. Otherwise, her emotional nature might lead her father to subject her to further modifications. She despised this family, yet felt powerless against her father's control. She wondered about her foolish brother Sanji, hoping he had survived in the East Blue and encountered someone who could offer him warmth, just as Reiju reminisced about her mother Sora and brother Sanji. A piercing alarm rang out from the Grand Snail Island ship, the Saint Germain, as countless soldiers shouted commands to fire their weapons. Enemy attack? Reiju dashed out of her room and onto the ship's platform, where shock washed over her face. A massive scarlet dragon loomed low in the sky, unleashing waves of purple flames that spread like poisonous mist. Wherever the noxious clouds traveled, even the strongest clone soldiers of Germa fell, frothing at the mouth. Reiju, quickly, absorb those poisonous clouds. Vinsmoke Judge bellowed in fury. However, amidst the purple flames, bolts of lightning erupted, striking the Snail Sea ship and the clone soldiers, causing devastating damage. Damn it. Electro Blue transformation. Electro Punch. Vinsmoke Niji instantly donned his high-tech combat suit, ready to intercept the onslaught of violet lightning. Fire Spark transformation. Fire Spark Cyclone Strike. Upon witnessing the terrifying breath of fire emitted by the Crimson Dragon towards the Saint Germain, Vinsmoke Ichiji transformed, unleashing an inferno from his fists to counter the dragon's ferocious assault. Winch Green transformation. Winch Heavy Strike. Vinsmoke Yanji swiftly transformed and, using his winch jet, soared into the sky to deliver his most powerful blow against the dragon. At that moment, a petite air paw darted toward Yanji in the sky. Air paw impact. A deep, magnetic voice resonated as Yanji seemed to be hit by countless shockwaves, his body bursting apart, blood spraying from his orifices. Subsequently, the green figure that terrified the North Sea people plummeted into the ocean, rolling his eyes in defeat. Yanji. Both Judge and Reiju shouted in shock, while Ichiji and Niji remained unfazed. Wow, so strong. Truly a tyrant. The devilish Sheriff Lafitte, hovering in the sky, gaped in fear at the destructive power unleashed, realizing he too would likely succumb to the might of the tyrant bear. With a single blow, he had vanquished one of the strongest Vinsmoke modifications. Trafalgar Law's pupils constricted. Had the bear used such an air cannon against him days prior, he would have fared worse than the green-clad Yanji. What a terrifying individual. Capone Beej, biting his cigar, marveled at the display while unleashing a furious barrage of gunfire upon the clone soldiers, a glint of cruel excitement in his eyes. Judge, clad in high-tech combat boots, raced toward Yanji, catching him before he hit the sea. Yet, in the next instant, a horrifying laser beam shot toward them. Why does he possess so many abilities? Garu Electromagnetic J Transformation. Electromagnetic Thrust. Judge produced a gray canister emblazoned with a large letter J, instantly transforming and wielding an electromagnetic spear, releasing a torrent of golden electricity to counter the laser beam. Boom. Judge and Yanji were sent crashing into the ocean by the laser's force, erupting into towering waves. Was this truly the end? White Feather Thrust. Lafitte's pale face twisted in sadistic glee as he wielded a slender noble sword, wreaking havoc among the clone soldiers. This seems easier than I anticipated. Room, Slaughterhouse. Trafalgar Law unleashed a rapidly expanding circle of light, cleaving numerous clone warriors in half, their bodies suspended in a transparent space. Without hesitation, Law teleported and struck Ichiji, clad in red combat gear. Clang. The sound of Law's katana, akin to steel clashing, reverberated as it met Ichiji's body. How dare you ambush me? Fire Spark Light Fist. Ichiji, undeterred by the fall of Judge and Yanji, grinned as blinding light erupted from his fist, retaliating fiercely. Room. Swap. Seeing Ichiji's powerful punch, Law smirked, forcibly exchanging positions with Niji, who was taken aback as he absorbed Ichiji's fierce blow. What the hell? Ichiji. Niji, his jaw dislocated, shouted in anger as he adjusted his face back into place without any injury. Such remarkable recovery. Law, Beej, and the others gasped in astonishment. This was the true power of Germa's strongest modified warriors. The bear overpowering Yanji was not a testament to the weakness of these modifications, but rather to the bear's sheer strength. Roar. A roar reminiscent of the wild echoed across the sea as the dragon descended, stirring the winds and igniting lightning, unleashing torrents of black and red electricity. The terrifying aura caused many clone soldiers to roll their eyes and collapse, creating a scene akin to a demon's descent, sending chills down Reiju's spine. She watched as the dragon landed on the Saint Germain, transforming into a fearsome half-dragon figure crackling with lightning. This was the Mabin bold enough to declare war on the celestial dragons, experimental subject number 88, East Wild Dragon. So cool. The boss's boss is truly formidable. On the polar diving ship, the white bear Bepo leaned over the railing, his eyes sparkling as he observed the East Wild Dragon exert its overwhelming presence against the evil Germa army. East Wildland is a great hero. Princess Mancherry stood atop Bepo, fervently grasping his ears and shouting in excitement. The diminutive warriors of the Little People tribe, along with the heart pirates Pekin and Shachi, watched the battle with exhilaration. They were actually taking the fight to the North Sea's most formidable force, the Germa army. Bring them down. The fierce voice of East Wild Dragon echoed, prompting the bear to charge toward the red-clad Ichiji without hesitation, leaving the electro-blue Niji for Law and the others to handle. As East Wild Dragon approached Reiju, clad in pink combat attire, he posed a chilling question. If Judge dies, will the three brothers heed your command? He actually intends to eliminate the supreme commander of the Germa army and the king of the allied nations. Gurgle, no? Leiju swallowed hard, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The man across from her exuded an overwhelming aura that made her exceedingly uncomfortable. The glinting laser-like eyes, shimmering with golden light, caused her skin to prickle. How unfortunate. So tell me, do you think Garji would consent to hand you over to me to save his own life? Donya Huanglong stepped closer to Leiju, gripping her chin with a mocking smile. I don't know. I would comply with any of his commands. Leiju clenched her fists, turning her face away, her voice devoid of emotion. I know where Sanji is. Would you be interested in following me? I can help you break free from Garji's control. Dong Ye Hualong pinched Lei Zhou's cheek, chuckling, then turned towards the ship at Snail Island, observing as Garji dragged Yuji onto the shore. Boom. One of the island's structures crumbled under the tremendous shockwave produced by a colossal bear paw, while sparks flew as Red Ichi was sent crashing to the ground. A gigantic bear paw emerged, pinning Ichi beneath the earth. At this moment, Ichi was bloodied and battered, his glasses shattered, yet his eyes burned with defiance. However, confronted with the terrifying might and rebound force of the bear, his right hand had contorted, losing much of its resistance. Meanwhile, Capone Beach, the castle dweller, faced off against the electric-powered Niji, while Law and Lafitte relentlessly inflicted wounds upon Niji, tearing into the memory metal combat suit with numerous cuts. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Room cut. Law wielded the cursed blade on Akiri, gathering strength, seizing the moment when Niji kicked Beach away, and struck at Niji's long leg with a single slash. Clang. As the blade flashed, a lower leg soared into the air amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. And Niji stared in disbelief at his severed limb. How could this be? Impossible. Electric fist. Niji unleashed a torrent of electricity, furiously sending Trafalgar Law flying. The loss of a leg left Niji feeling profoundly unbalanced, and his severed leg was flung away by Lafitte's wings. I will kill you. Electric flying kick. In a rage, Niji charged at Law, the instigator of his plight, while Beej and Lafitte exchanged wicked smiles, sensing an opportunity. Law. The duo rushed towards Niji's rear, preparing to ambush the formidable cyborg. I understand. Room swap. Room cut. Law quickly grasped their intentions, instantly swapping positions with Beej, allowing the castle dweller to absorb Niji's frontal assault while Law seized the chance to sever Niji's right arm with another swift strike. Subsequently, he exchanged places with Lafitte, continuing his assault and slicing off Niji's left arm. After kicking Beej away, Niji had been reduced to a helpless creature with only one leg remaining. From now on, you shall be our plaything. Capone Beej wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, acknowledging Niji's formidable strength, which had nearly overwhelmed his castle. Yet now, the three of them would exact their revenge on Niji as if he were a mere punching bag, observing the tide of battle. Dong Ye Huanglong and the bear exchanged approving nods. These three individuals possessed considerable skill, not to the extent of being unable to contend with even a single cyborg. On the other side, Garji gazed upon the multitude of fallen clone soldiers, his expression darkening. Conqueror's Haki. Garji gritted his teeth. His soldiers had previously withstood the ordinary Conqueror's Haki, even enduring Doflamingo's Haki 7 or 8 years prior. Why then, under the Conqueror's Haki of Dong Ye Huanglong, had so many succumbed? Was Huanglong's Haki truly superior to Doflamingo's? If so, his numerical strategies bore no significance. Why are you attacking us? Garji, gripping his electromagnetic spear, rose to his feet, tossing the injured Yuji aside, and fixed a steely gaze on Dong Ye Huanglong. He refrained from invoking his status as the king of the allied nations or threatening Huanglong with the world government or navy. For this man was known to have declared war on the celestial dragons. To acquire essential experimental materials, I fear you might be uncooperative. So I thought it prudent to demonstrate our strength. Dong Ye Hualong replied nonchalantly, while Dr. Vegapunk, protected by Leo and Beepo, boarded the S. Saint Germain. It's you. Vegapunk. You actually escaped the control of the world government. Upon seeing Vegapunk's distinctive visage, Garji exclaimed in shock. He had never anticipated that the individual behind Dong Ye Huanglong was Vegapunk. He had wondered why the recent news from the world government seemed so odd. As if they were relentlessly pursuing Huanglong, it turned out that Vegapunk had escaped. Old friend, I'm here to borrow some cloning experimental equipment and materials. I trust you won't refuse. Vegapunk glanced at Dong Ye Hualong before smiling at Garji. In their past, the MAD team had even resorted to bank robbery for research funding. You want equipment, but why attack us? Garji seethed, his teeth clenched. His three sons were gravely injured, a significant number of clone soldiers wounded, and several ships from the Snail fleet had been destroyed. How much would this cost him? I feared you might be unwilling. Vegapunk chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was also under Dong Ye Huanglong's command, lacking significant decision-making power. You must exchange your technology for our assistance. Garji shot a glance at Dong Ye Hualong before turning to Vegapunk, his longing for Huanglong's experimental prowess palpable. If he could possess several experimental subjects as potent as Dong Ye Hualong, the German army would swiftly rival the four emperors in strength. Thus, the Vinsmoke family could assert dominance over the North Sea, fulfilling their dream of unifying the region. Do you possess the leverage to negotiate terms? At this moment, Dongye Hualong stepped forward, seizing Garji by the throat. Vegapunk, gather your scientific team. Take whatever you desire from here. Dongye Hualong stated impassively, then cast Garji aside. Furthermore, if you are not afraid of the world government, I offer you a chance to collaborate. You will covertly gather resources for us, and in return, I shall provide you with ample funding and some advanced technology, even assisting you in fortifying the German army. Dongye Hualong addressed the visibly furious Garji, even summoning Leijio to massage his shoulders. Witnessing her father and brother under Dongye Hualong's control, Leijio reluctantly approached and began to knead the shoulders of this brutal man. You possess the technology for artificial devil fruits and bloodline fusion? I demand those. Garji's expression twisted in conflict as he seemed to grapple with the choice between the world government and Dongye Hualong. If the arrangement merely entailed covert cooperation with Dongye Hualong to gather resources, such an enterprise could be feasible. At the very least, he could maintain his faade as the king of the allied nations and utilize the black, white, and gray markets to amass various resources. A day later, Dongye Hualong and his companions departed from the Saint Germain, satisfied. Vegapunk had acquired the experimental equipment he desired, and the interior castle within Capone Beach was nearly filled with various items. Leiju had assumed the role of a member of the Huanglong crew, becoming the intermediary between Dongye Hualong and Katakuri, thereby gaining a position that was not under Katakuri's control, affording her greater freedom. Katakuri, in turn, had received Dongye Huanglong's promise of an immense cooperation fund amounting to billions of berries in gold. Additionally, within a year or two, a substantial supply of artificial devil fruits would bolster the strength of the German army. As Vegapunk's ambitions grew, Dongye Hualong decided it was time to leave the North Sea. They had to reach their territory swiftly and establish their headquarters. The polar dive headed straight for Reverse Mountain, safely entering the Grand Line. Beppo, Pekin, Shachi, we shall take our leave first. You must navigate carefully to Sabaody Island using the Eternal Pointer. We will see you soon. Trafalgar Law urged his companions, as he prepared to accompany Dongye Hualong to Sky Island to set up their base. Rest assured, Captain, your ability to persuade Captain Hualong to take us through Reverse Mountain is already a great satisfaction. We are not in any danger, Pekin reassured, confident that as long as they avoided any unnecessary landings, their journey to Sabaody Island would be relatively safe. After bidding farewell, the group entered Beej's interior castle, and under the power of Bartholomew Kuma's paw fruit, they flew directly to an island near Sabaody. Kuma had previously traversed this route in search of a renowned doctor for Bonnie's treatment, having visited numerous islands and left markers along the way. It must be said that this ability was exceedingly convenient for Dongye Hualong. The pawpaw fruit, indeed a top-tier fruit alongside the Azure Dragon fruit, served as a prime trophy in the Celestial Dragon's deadly contest in the Valley of the Gods. Upon arriving at the island near Sabaody, Kuma and Capone Beach were transformed into a divine dragon by Dongye Hualong, who led them in search of the Sky Island above 10,000 meters, inside Beej's interior castle. The prospect of seeing the legendary Sky Island excited Bonnie, who exclaimed joyfully, while Princess Mancherry shared her enthusiasm. Dongye Hualong had mentioned that he would later relocate some of the little people to inhabit the Sky Island, a notion that filled her with happiness. To their surprise, there was indeed a Sky Island above Sabaody. Kuma expressed his astonishment, recalling his previous travels along this route where he had failed to notice the Sky Island, only encountering the moving Weather Island, Vinsmoke. The fabled city of gold, Skypea, would ensure he would never have to worry about research funding again. Vegapunk exuberantly declared, having freed himself from the world government's constraints and now devoid of financial worries, his joy was palpable. With Dongye Hualong and Kuma as guardians, he felt incredibly secure, knowing they could escape at any moment. On the Sky Island, there was also a natural-type Thunderfruit user. Once we subdue him, Doctor, you shall never lack energy. Dongye Hualong remarked nonchalantly about Enel, the Thunder God. Even if capturing him proved challenging, he could be utilized as a power source and a subject for Vegapunk's experiments. Perhaps that would lead to breakthroughs in artificial natural-type devil fruit technology. After all, Vegapunk had developed laser technology while studying Kazari's light fruit abilities. In time, research on the Thunderfruit might yield techniques for generating and controlling electricity. Lafitte and Beej grew increasingly awed by Dongye Hualong's foresight. Capone Beej, the mafia boss, found his own ambitions dwindling, pondering how he could possibly rival the formidable Dongye Hualong. Knowing so many of his secrets, would he truly be able to leave the Hualong crew safely in 2 years? Vegapunk, are you truly intending to sever your own head on the Sky Island? Trafalgar Law was taken aback by Vegapunk's audacious plan, as in recent days, Vegapunk had even encouraged Law to develop his splitting consciousness abilities. This way, Vegapunk could create multiple avatars to assist in research and labor. Law and Wolf both admired the world's foremost scientist immensely. The first order of business upon reaching the Sky Island is to take down that Thunder Devil Fruit user, Lafitte exclaimed. If Captain Hualong can recruit a powerful natural-type user, our crew's strength will undoubtedly skyrocket. We might even gain a formidable officer on par with the tyrant Kuma. Indeed, that fellow's speed rivals Kizaru's. In his observation, Haki can cover the entire island. However, he is extremely arrogant, having never encountered a true powerhouse of the sea, and is oblivious to the concept of armament Haki. Therefore, Kuma, we must subdue him immediately upon meeting, Dongye Huanglong declared as he transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring towards the Sky Island above Sabaody, assigning tasks to his companions. I understand, Kuma replied earnestly. Aware that this Sky Island would serve as a sanctuary for Bonnie's treatment and recovery, and thus, he could not allow any mishaps. He was determined to capture the Thunderfruit user with all his might. After half a day's flight, Dongye Hualong finally beheld the white sea of the Sky Island. Ascending to the pristine expanse above 10,000 meters and entering Angel Island, Dongye Hualong, Kuma, and Beach descended upon the Sky Island, while the others remained within Beach's castle. Gazing at the immaculate landscape, the Sky Island's police force quickly identified the intruding sea dwellers and swiftly surrounded them, drawing a crowd of local residents who began to chatter excitedly about the newcomers. Their commotion soon caught the attention of Enel on God Island, Apiato. Sea dwellers have arrived, and they appear quite formidable, Enel mused, intrigued. His electromagnetic waves, combined with his mind network, allowed him to listen in on everything happening across the Sky Island. Anyone who dared show disrespect to the divine would face his wrath. These 3 sea dwellers would serve as a fitting diversion. He promptly dispatched the 4 priests to assess the strength of these newcomers. However, before the priest could even set off, the 3 sea dwellers had already subdued the Sky Island's police force, inciting Enel's ire. Forget it. I shall witness this myself. Enel transformed into lightning, vanishing from his golden throne and flashing directly towards Angel Island. Upon arrival, Kuma observed the defeated police officers and spoke gently. So, this is how we draw him in. He had exerted great care not to harm the Sky Island inhabitants. He'll be here shortly. Be cautious of his thunder pillars, Dongye Hualong advised Beach. Noting that both he and Kuma possessed formidable defenses against lightning abilities, and Hualong himself could manipulate electricity. Beach, you must protect me. I carry the lives of many on my shoulders, Beach quipped, biting his cigar and smiling, knowing his interior castle was filled with numerous individuals. Once they captured the Thunderfruit user and claimed the Sky Island, his castle would no longer need to be crammed with experimental equipment and people. As Enel's lightning manifested, Dongye Hualong and Kuma swiftly sensed his presence with their observation Haki. The unruly people of Qinghai shall be obliterated by this deity. Divine judgment. Enel's mocking voice descended alongside a tempest of lightning, as 3 brilliant bolts of thunder struck down upon the 3 individuals. Humph. Dongye Hualong transformed into a colossal half-dragon, with fearsome ancient dragon horns and robust arms, single-handedly absorbing the impact of the 3 lightning strikes. Meanwhile, the bear vanished in an instant. For confronting a user of a natural-type ability necessitated close-quarter combat with armed Haki. Yet, Enel, wielding the power of the Rumble fruit, was swift as well. As the bear charged towards him, he reacted by transforming into lightning, attempting to teleport away. However, in the next moment, a chilling and terrifying aura emerged, and countless black and red lightning bolts erupted forth, forcing Enel to revert to his human form. Boom. The tyrant bear, infused with armed Haki, delivered a resounding slap, sending Enel crashing towards Dongye Hualong. Mid-air, Enel spat blood, his eyes rolling back in agony. Enveloped in crackling electricity, Dongye Hualong unleashed a mighty punch, rendering the once mighty thunder god unconscious. Before the horrified gazes of the Sky Island inhabitants, the formidable Enel was utterly defeated in the span of a mere second, far beyond their wildest imaginations. The fallen police force of Beret was left in a state of shock, their jaws nearly touching the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. With Enel's defeat, Capone Beach exhaled a deep plume of smoke, subsequently releasing Vegapunk, Law, Lafitte, and a multitude of little folk and scientists. Is this to be our territory henceforth? Vegapunk mused, gazing with delight upon the pristine Sky Island, envisioning the uninterrupted research that lay ahead. Furthermore, he was eager to utilize Law's surgical fruit abilities to create his own clones. The soft, fluffy island clouds resembled cotton candy, Princess Mancheri joyfully bounced upon the cloud-covered ground, guarded closely by Leo. Is there an abundance of gold in Chandora? Lafitte soared above, his white wings capturing the attention of many Sky Island denizens. They witnessed Qinghai people who could fly with wings. The leaders of Huanglong and the bear were undeniably powerful. For a natural-type user of the Rumble fruit barely lasted a second in their presence. Trafalgar Law clenched his fists, enviously remarking that if he possessed such strength, he would challenge Doflamingo himself. The unique conqueror's haki of Huanglong was remarkable. The bear reappeared, casting a meaningful glance at Huanglong, who had returned to human form. Realizing that Huanglong's conqueror's haki bore additional mysterious capabilities, perhaps the reason he had evaded Admiral Kazara back in Punk Hazard, bind him with Seastone. Huanglong entrusted the incapacitated Abducting Vegapunk and the other scientists who possessed Seastone in their possession, even crafting bubble guns from Seastone powder capable of capturing and restraining devil fruit users. As Inel was shackled with Seastone, Huanglong shifted his focus. At that moment, the 4 high priests of Inel hastily arrived at God Island Appiato. Upon witnessing their deity's defeat, they were left utterly stunned. Henceforth, I shall be your new leader. Do you comprehend? Huanglong transformed into his complete dragon form, surrounded by swirling flames and electricity, causing the 4 high priests and a legion of divine soldiers to kneel in terror, as did the residents of Sky Island, all submitting before the formidable dragon. Now, Law, Lafitte, take charge of them. Vegapunk and Beej, proceed to select a location for the laboratory. Huanglong reverted to human form, leading his entourage towards God Island Appiato. The bear and Princess Mancheri followed suit, ascending to the verdant island. Before long, gold. So much gold. It truly is the golden city of Chandora. Capone Beej, the mafia boss, exclaimed, rushing to embrace the gold scattered upon the ground like stones, brimming with excitement. No more financial constraints, no more financial constraints. Vegapunk and the cadre of scientists eagerly joined him, collecting gold that would fund their research endeavors. No longer would they need to scrimp and save. Huanglong promptly inspected the partially constructed Arc Maxim. Vegapunk, this flying vessel must be completed with haste. Improve the construction plans and processes to ensure mass production. Huanglong was eager to establish an aerial fleet far surpassing the technological advancement and might of Shiki the Golden Lion's airships. An aerial vessel? Vegapunk and Wolf's eyes lit up, racing to study the schematics and principles of the flying ship. It was known that Wolf had previously invented flying machines, but an accident nearly claimed his life, only saved by Law's surgical fruit ability, an event that revealed Law's unique capabilities to him. Daddy, I want to come out. Inside the wooden crate, Bonnie, hearing the commotion outside, was impatient to emerge. However, she had only undergone a few sessions of stem cell transplantation and was not yet ready for natural light. Bonnie, dear, soon enough. The doctors assure us that in just 3 months, you will complete your treatment. The bear gently reassured Bonnie, a glimmer of happiness in his eyes, knowing they would soon restore her health, allowing her to flourish as a normal little girl. Within the Temple of Appiato, Huanglong took his place upon the golden throne without hesitation. Meanwhile, Law and Lafitte began to organize the priests and divine soldiers of the Sky Island, stabilizing the region's situation. Upon receiving the news of Inel's defeat, the wandering knight of the skies, Gonfall, quickly sought out Huanglong and his companions to discern their identities. The Sandia tribe of Cloud Hidden Village also caught wind of Inel's downfall and wasted no time launching an assault on Appiato, intent on reclaiming their ancestral land of Chandora. Huanglong and the bear led their members, priests, and divine warriors to crush the Sandia rebellion with overwhelming force, capturing the guerrilla leader, Wapple, and demanding the Sandia chief to surrender at Appiato. If you refuse to abandon your fight and seek vengeance, I will have no choice but to eradicate your unstable Sandia kin. Huanglong declared to the Sandia people and the inhabitants of Angel Island, announcing the nullification of Inel's decree, stating that God Island Appiato would no longer be sealed, allowing both tribes to inhabit and cultivate the island. We are willing to accept your authority, but we wish to ring the golden bell. Please grant us permission. The Sandia chief, observing Gonfall accepting the new deity's rule and Huanglong permitting their entrance into Chandora, felt weary of the ongoing conflict with the Angel tribe and yearned for a peaceful existence. Clang. With Huanglong's consent, the golden bell of Chandora was lightly struck. Though the sound did not reach the depths of Gaia Island, it successfully resolved the 4-century-long feud between the Sandia and Angel tribes. The Sky Island has officially entered the era of dominance under Dongye Huanglong. Vegapunk, having glimpsed the historical text beneath the golden bell, familiar with ancient scripts, discovered the prophecy of Poseidon's birth on Fishman Island, along with a message left by Roger, This ignited a profound intrigue in Vegapunk regarding the blank century of history. Under Dongye Huanglong's command, the inhabitants of Sky Island dedicated themselves to constructing a laboratory for Vegapunk, while the progress of building the Arc Maxim continued unabated. With the assistance of Bartholomew Kuma, the laboratory for treating Bonnie was swiftly established, utilizing all the experimental equipment obtained from Egghead Island in Germa 66, which was relocated into the castle within Capone Beach body. Vegapunk and numerous scientists rapidly erected a comprehensive research facility. Vegapunk promptly employed the cloning devices to create several doppelgangers for himself. Once stability was achieved among the group, they commenced their training. Kuma also took the opportunity to accompany Capone Beach to the Germa army, delivering a batch of gold to Vinsmoke Judge, while returning with new experimental apparatuses required by Vegapunk. With newfound wealth, Judge began to develop and assist Vegapunk in resource gathering. In a training ground, Dongye Hualong engaged in a fierce battle with Kuma, the terrifying destructive force leaving Law and Beej in awe. What do you say? Will you join us? Dongye Hualong, exuding an aura of fearsome power post-battle, approached the Thunder God Enel, who was shackled by sea stone handcuffs. Is that the power capable of striking my divine form, known as Armament Haki? Enel glared fiercely at Dongye Hualong and Kuma, infuriated by their ability to defeat him so swiftly. Moreover, this man, who could transform into a colossal dragon, not only wielded lightning but also commanded fire and lasers. Such abilities made him appear more godlike than Enel himself. Indeed, on the surface, individuals like you are classified as Logia-type users. Yet, beneath the sea, those who wield magma, ice, and lasers far surpass you, Dongye Hualong remarked with a smile. He was reluctant to regard Enel, a user of the Rumble fruit, merely as a test subject. Should the opportunity arise, he would seek to recruit this man who had mastered the Rumble fruit. Humph. If you hadn't ambushed me, you could never have hit me, Enel retorted defiantly, his confidence in his speed unwavering. This time, his defeat at the hands of these two men was indeed due to his oversight. Certainly. The speed of the Rumble fruit is remarkable, and its range is extensive, which is why we managed to defeat you so swiftly. Dongye Hualong acknowledged the capabilities of the Rumble fruit. Had Enel been on guard from the beginning, it would have posed a significant challenge for Huanglong and Kuma to subdue him. Watch us grow stronger. Perhaps one day, we shall defeat you, Dongye Hualong continued, leading Law, Lafitte, and Beej in their training of the two-color Haki. Humph. Enel remained obstinate. As a god, he would never submit to a surface dweller. Hualong, find a way to acquire some hard metals, preferably rare memory metals. I wonder if Judge is unwilling to provide them or if he truly lacks them. At that moment, Dr. Vegapunk rushed to Dongye Hualong, insisting that the quality of his doppelgangers must not be subpar. They must be capable and durable. Memory metals? Dongye Hualong pondered for a moment, then recalled something significant. How could I have forgotten that? I shall soon retrieve someone capable of mass-producing memory metals, he declared. After several days, it was time to make his presence known on the high seas. Really? That's splendid. Be sure to bring it back swiftly, Vegapunk exclaimed with delight. For memory metals were exceedingly precious. Judge had acquired some, utilizing it for technological battle suits, maximizing its potential. I'll head out shortly, Dongye Hualong replied casually. We're Law and Beepo. Prepare to bring them aboard. He remembered the submarine and realized that discreetly seizing control of Egghead Island was imperative to establish a base for submarine development, aiming for comprehensive growth in land, sea, and air. It's nearly time. I'll have Kuma take me down to Egghead Island. Trafalgar Law was drenched in sweat, diligently training his armament Haki in preparation for revenge against Don Quixote Doflamingo. You and Lafitte should descend to Egghead Island and find a way to capture the island, Dongye Hualong instructed. He was unsure whether the bounty of 55 million berries on Bellamy the hyena, who currently dominated the Valley of Magic, would provide a worthy challenge for Law and Lafitte. Understood. Law and Lafitte affirmed, ready to embark for Egghead Island. Viewing it as a minor trial they were confident they could overcome. As for Beej, he had recently been accompanying Kuma, serving as a cargo warehouse, transporting goods between Sky Island and North Sea Germa. Kuma, take me to Magnet Island. Once everything was arranged, Dongye Hualong directly addressed Kuma, eager to save time. However, he would need to return alone. All right. Kuma did not inquire further, activating his Paw fruit ability to propel Dongye Hualong away. During Kuma's recent journey to the North Sea, Dongye Hualong had guarded Sky Island, and now, with Huanglong's departure, it was up to him to protect the island, as one of them had to remain. Within a rapidly flying bubble of Kuma's paw, Dongye Hualong took a moment to admire the scenery outside. Having finally established his territory, his next objective was continuous development. A smile spread across his face as he relaxed for the first time in a while. Simultaneously preparing to take action against his target figures, the Golden Emperor Tezelo and the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, both potential candidates for his burgeoning faction. How could he not recruit them when they were merely pawns of the Celestial Dragons? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was feeling increasingly agitated as the Goresi and Celestial Dragons pressured him to capture Donghua Huanglong without delay. Since Huanglong's assault on the North Sea prison, during which he liberated a devil fruit user, he had vanished without a trace. No one knew their whereabouts. And with the abilities of the Paw fruit and the artificial Sea King, capturing them had become an arduous task. Moreover, even the world government CP agents were unable to track their movements, forcing them to deploy more agents among the West Sea Mafia, hoping to find an opportunity to apprehend Donghua Huanglong through Capone Beach. On the Great Route, in the winter island of Magnet Island, a colossal paw slammed into the snow, and a man with black hair emerged from the massive paw-shaped crater. Kidnapping a king from a member nation should make for quite the headline. Donghua Huanglong mused as he strode through the snow, a carefree grin adorning his face. This is the taste of freedom. This is the unrestrained joy of possessing power. He transformed into a dragon, soaring towards the highest snowy peak of Magnet Island. As this immense dragon traversed the sky, the inhabitants of Magnet Island beheld his magnificent presence. In a village situated to the north of Drum Island, an elderly woman widened her eyes in astonishment at the sight of a colossal dragon. Doriel? Could that be a dragon? Exclaimed a small reindeer wearing a pink hat, gazing up at the magnificent crimson creature soaring across the sky. Indeed, Chopper, that is a dragon. Dr. Correa's eyes sparkled beneath her dark sunglasses, uncertain of the calamity this dragon might bring upon the nation. However, under the tyrannical reign of Wapol, the country had already endured much suffering. All doctors had been expelled, leaving only her, apart from the physicians loyal to Wapol, to tend to the people's ailments. How cool! Chopper exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy as he watched the dragon glide gracefully. If only he could fly, he thought. He would roam freely across the seas and experience the adventurous life that Dr. Hiliulik had spoken of. This dragon was indeed more daring than any pirate. Dr. Correa chuckled softly, recognizing the fearsome crimson dragon, not the Emperor Kaido, but rather the East Blue's notorious dragon of the wild. Could this dragon also be human? Chopper exclaimed in excitement, imagining how splendid it would be to partner with such an individual. Yes, he is a man who dares to declare war on the world. Dr. Correa smiled, recalling how this man was fiercer than most pirates she had encountered, having not seen such madness in many years. How impressive! Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration. His perception of the dragon elevated to new heights. He yearned to become such a brave warrior. Perhaps after today, they would no longer need to hide. Dr. Correa noticed a plume of black smoke rising from the snowy peaks and deduced that the tyrannical king was doomed. The country was poised to embrace a new hope. Within the palace of the Drum Kingdom, King Wapol fled in a panic, shielded by ministers Jess and Chromali. The sudden appearance of this terrifying man extinguished their will to resist. The man, transformed from a dragon, was truly horrifying. Wherever he went, thunder roared, winds howled, and unstoppable lasers pierced through all. Wapol's cannons and Jess's arrows proved utterly ineffective against this formidable foe. Hey, don't waste my time. The dragon of the wild unleashed another laser, toppling the three men as he advanced toward the devil fruit user. This man possessed the power to synthesize a shape memory alloy. After being defeated by the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, he had rebuilt a kingdom and rejoined the world government in just over a year. A testament to the profitability of his alloy. Such abilities could only reach their zenith in the hands of Vegapunk, who might even draw inspiration from Vinsmoke Sanji's high-tech battle suits to develop new gear. Stay back. I am a king of a member nation. If you dare to harm me, the world government and the navy will not spare you. Wapol cried in terror, realizing that his prized royal cannon was useless against the monster, leaving him weak with fright. Please, don't kill us. We are wealthy, and we are willing to pay for our freedom. The two ministers, recognizing the notorious dragon of the wild, begged for mercy. I will seize the money myself. I intend to capture this scoundrel. The dragon of the wild swiftly kicked Jess and Chromali aside and knocked Wapol, the cruel and inept king, unconscious with a single blow. He then rummaged through the palace for treasure, planning to return directly to the Sky Island. However, a particular order from the world government found on the king's desk filled the dragon of the wild with elation. Ah, how delightful. You have delivered this to me. He laughed maniacally. The document revealed a reception order for the celestial dragon passing through Drum Island. The celestial dragon, Charlemagne, was en route back to Mariewa. and his journey was set to pass directly over Drum Island shortly. This was the individual who had injured Sabo, was it not? The Dragon of the Wild recalled the name and the related documents collected by Wapple and felt a glimmer of recognition. Whoever he is, he shall be the first celestial dragon I eliminate. The Dragon of the Wild was eager to confront this celestial dragon, not wishing to wait even a minute longer. He lifted the unconscious Wapple and transformed into a divine dragon, soaring into the sky. He had no time to seek out Chopper and the other characters. He was solely focused on spilling the blood of a celestial dragon to provoke the ancient being, Satan. He intended to use this act to demonstrate to the world that he, the Dragon of the Wild, was a man of his word. He flew towards Reverse Mountain, determined to confront the celestial dragon head-on. Dr. Kureha, witnessing the dragon's hasty departure, smiled and urged Chopper to follow her towards the palace atop the snowy peak. Perhaps we can seize several years' worth of medical fees. Dr. Kureha, are we going to rob Wapple like pirates? Chopper, in his reindeer form, swiftly carried Dr. Kureha up the mountain, excitement gleaming in his eyes. A few years prior, Dr. Hilyalik had perished before that very palace. Chopper still vividly remembered Wapple's loathsome visage. Yes, today, my dear, we shall indulge in a bit of piracy and relish the thrill of plunder. Dr. Kureha laughed heartily, eager to discover whether the tyrannical king had met his end. If possible, she intended to seize the palace for herself. Within the palace, the soldiers, now devoid of their king, released the imprisoned Captain Dalton, hoping he would restore order to the nation. Meanwhile, the Dragon of the Wild raced across the sea, his urgency reminiscent of his escape from Punk Hazard. Within half an hour, a massive golden lion-headed warship came into view. The blood within the Dragon of the Wild surged as desires for vengeance boiled over, and his left eye turned a deep crimson. Ah ha ha ha. He cackled madly, his ancient giant bloodline awakening in excitement, causing the crimson dragon to swell tenfold, transforming into an ancient dragon from primordial times. The sky darkened, and purplish clouds began to gather ominously. When the celestial dragon and CP agents aboard the golden ship spotted the dragon, they were immediately engulfed in terror. Your Highness Charlemagne, quickly activate the call for a Marine Admiral. The celestial dragon steward shouted in panic, realizing that their adversary was not just any pirate, but the madman who dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. What are you shouting about? Does he dare to lay a hand on me? I am a celestial dragon, Charlemagne bellowed angrily, brandishing a cannon and aiming it at the dragon soaring above. Haha, today, I shall capture a dragon, Charlemagne cackled maniacally, firing a cannonball at the magnificent creature. The scene sent the butler into a cold sweat, surrounded by a multitude of agents clad in black suits, who nervously shielded Charlemagne Saint. A resounding explosion echoed as a cannon detonated against the colossal dragon, yet the creature emerged unscathed. Instead, a fiery breath, nearly 20 meters wide, rained down upon the opulent golden battleship. Quick, protect His Highness Charlemagne Saint. The butler shouted in terror as several agents hastily lifted Charlemagne Saint and fled in a frenzy. With a thunderous crash, the magnificent golden battleship, on par with the Admiral's flagship, was pierced by the immense flames, instantly engulfed in thick smoke as it began to tilt. You cannot perish so easily. Donye Arlong, transformed into a half-dragon, descended onto the slanted ship, carelessly tossing aside the unconscious Wapple before charging directly at the encircled celestial dragon. Kill him! Charlemagne Saint screamed in horror, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by his first taste of such desperation and proximity to death. Your Highness, summon the Admiral. Summon the Admiral. The bloody butler urgently reminded the foolish celestial dragon to press the special phone bug for assistance. Yes, yes. Once the Navy Admiral arrives, we shall eliminate him. Charlemagne Saint hastily retrieved a lavish golden phone bug and pressed the button. With the signal sent, Admiral Sengoku and the three admirals received the urgent message. Celestial dragon under attack. Hurry to our aid. A dragon is assaulting us. Charlemagne Saint cried out frantically, his words a jumbled mess, his tone piercing. We are on the battleship of Charlemagne Saint, in the waters of Drum Island. It is Donye Arlong who is attacking us. Thankfully, the butler continued to shout vital information. Donye Arlong? Waters of Drum Island? Sengoku's head spun. Drum Island was situated far from the Navy headquarters. And with the three admirals absent, how could they possibly render aid? Kizaru, you must rush there at once, Sengoku commanded, knowing full well that they might not arrive in time. Charlemagne Saint was in grave danger. Kizaru, feeling the weight of this impossible task, braced himself, aware that he might face the ire of the Goresi. Yet, he could not refuse Admiral Sengoku's orders and swiftly made his way to the waters of Drum Island. On the tilting battleship, Dongye Arlong was enveloped in black, red, and golden lightning, flames of Lunaria dancing upon his form. Wherever he went, CP agents and celestial dragon guards were torn asunder. A torrent of blood splattered upon his crimson scales, which absorbed it, turning them a deeper shade of scarlet. Ha ha ha. Dongye Arlong let out a maniacal laugh that chilled the hearts of the CP agents present. Under the command of Charlemagne Saint and the immense pressure from Dongye Arlong, the agents, their eyes reddened with desperation, roared in fury, charging at the terrifying half-dragon. Poison Fire Thunderclaw. Dongye Arlong struck down each CP agent with merciless precision, some electrocuted, others burned, while many succumbed to rapid poisoning. Though a few elite agents withstood the initial onslaught of Arlong's conqueror's haki that could not endure such brutal fates, fear spread among the CP agents and guards. Even the haughty Charlemagne Saint growing increasingly terrified. Why do you, this lowly commoner, not fear me? He shrieked in a panic, never having encountered someone so audaciously close. Fear? I intend to slay you. Dongye Arlong's horns grew more menacing, his body sprouting more bone spikes, surging forth with unstoppable force, leaving a trail of black-suited corpses in his wake. As the last CP agent and the celestial dragon butler fell before him, he stood face-to-face with Charlemagne Saint, shattering his glass headpiece with a single punch. With bloodied claws, Dongye Arlong seized Charlemagne Saint by the throat. You are merely the first, you shall not be the last. He cackled maniacally, the terrifying sound waves stirring a tempest around them, while the purplish-red clouds loomed ominously overhead, as if the sky itself were collapsing. You there. Come and take photographs. Witness me vanquish him, then send the images back to your news agency. At that moment, Dongye Arlong noticed a few journalists aboard. Initially tasked with chronicling the celestial dragon's travels, now compelled to document his demise. Under the overwhelming presence of Dongye Arlong, the journalists trembled as they raised their photography bugs, aiming them at the half-dragon and the captive Charlemagne Saint. Among the journalists, one diminutive elder beamed with excitement, for he was a reporter under Morgan's. Unfazed by the world government, they thrived on sensational news. As the clicks of photography bugs rang out, Dongye Arlong drove his claw through Charlemagne Saint's chest, claiming his first celestial dragon kill. Ha ha ha. Be sure to send my picture back. Dongye Arlong roared with laughter as he watched the journalists transmit the images. You best hurry and leave, young reporters. He discarded the lifeless form of Charlemagne Saint, scavenging treasures aboard the opulent golden ship, before hoisting Wapple and transforming back into a dragon, soaring into the skies. As Dongye Arlong vanished, the oppressive clouds began to disperse. The journalists, drenched and trembling, some even losing control of their bladders, hurriedly scavenged valuables before locating a small escape vessel behind the golden battleship, making their swift exit. Others, regaining their wits, frantically seized escape boats, fleeing the horror that had unfolded. They understood the chaos that would ensue from the emergence of a demon who had slain a celestial dragon. Elated, Dongye Arlong felt his conqueror's haki surge in strength, honing his mastery. With his spoils in tow, he soared back to the Sky Island, even becoming transparent to evade the notice of any keen-eyed adversaries. Upon reaching the Sky Island, he entrusted Wapple to Vegapunk, confident that the brilliant scientist would make good use of the abilities of the gluttony fruit user. He then handed over the treasures seized from the celestial dragon to Princess Mancheri and her diminutive kin for safekeeping. You reek of bloodlust. Bear appeared beside Dongye Arlong, speaking in a calm tone, his expression unreadable. Yet, Dongye Arlong knew that this gentle soul did not relish in slaughter. Had he avenged Jinny by slaying dozens of CP agents and a celestial dragon? Dongye Arashur casually chuckled, yet the corners of his mouth twisted into a disconcerting grin. What? You killed a celestial dragon? Dashion's eyes widened in shock as he staggered back several paces, while Karp Beiji, upon hearing the revelation, dropped his cigar onto the ground. This boss truly exterminated a celestial dragon? If it weren't for the concern that the celestial dragon might possess some peculiar signal transmitter, I would have wanted to bring his corpse back for you all to see, Dongye Arashur stated earnestly, before resuming his training in haki. He was determined to grow stronger and hunt down more celestial dragons, making Satan aware of the vengeful wrath of experiment number 88. Dashiong and Beiji were momentarily at a loss for words, yet they understood that they could never escape Dongye Arashur in their lifetime. For the world government had no place for members of the Azure Dragon Group, at the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. The reporter Morgans was filled with exhilaration upon receiving photographs of Dongye Arashi's conquest over the celestial dragon, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Ultimately, he erupted into laughter, deciding to hastily pin the news and disseminate this world-shattering revelation at once. He believed that apart from their newspaper, No other media outlet would dare to report this astonishing news due to fear of the world government and the celestial dragons, thus securing their position as the most sought-after news publication. Meanwhile, as Admiral Kizaru's warship approached the waters of Magnet Island, his expression was grave. A calamity had unfolded. The celestial dragon had indeed fallen. After surveying the grim scene aboard the golden battleship, Kizaru struggled to contact Sengoku, the Buddha, to convey the dire situation. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel tasked with retrieving the remains of the celestial dragons trembled in fear. This was their first encounter with the horrifying reality of a celestial dragon's demise. Bring back the remains of Charlemagne, Sengoku commanded Kizaru in a somber tone, shattering his desk in frustration. Utterly at a loss for how to report this incident to the Goresi. The following day, a sensational headline ignited a frenzy across the globe. Extra! Extra! The noble celestial dragon has perished. After declaring war on the celestial dragons, Dongye Erashur had truly slain one. This monumental news sent shockwaves throughout the world, leaving pirates, Navy officers, and revolutionaries alike in utter astonishment. Quick! Have Morgans retract the news? Sengoku roared in a fit of rage at the naval headquarters. Fully aware of the profound implications this news would have on the celestial dragon's authority, if public opinion continued to swell. The myth of the celestial dragons as divine descendants would be shattered. It turned out that even the world's nobility could be vanquished. It is too late. Vice Admiral Tsuru lamented, clutching her head, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the turmoil caused by Dongye Arashi's heinous act, which would be exceedingly challenging to rectify. Meanwhile, the iron-fisted Garp stifled a laugh, fearing he might burst into uncontrollable mirth. One of those despotic celestial dragons had finally been eliminated. He discovered that the celestial dragon slain by Dongye Erashur was none other than the one responsible for Sabo's tragic fate, which only heightened his amusement. On Amazon Lily. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with intrigue upon reading the headline. For the first time, she found herself genuinely captivated by a man. Dongye Erashur had indeed killed a celestial dragon, an unimaginable feat. Yet, this man had accomplished it. He possessed a courage that surpassed even Fisher Tiger. Boa Hancock quivered as she whispered, acknowledging her inferiority to this formidable man. I yearn to touch your hand that has slain a celestial dragon. She gazed at the image of Dongye Arashi's hand piercing Charlemagne, excitement coursing through her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Aboard the ship of the Golden Emperor, Kizaru. He crushed a wine bottle in his grip while perusing the newspaper. He had truly achieved the impossible. Ha ha. As laughter filled the air. Tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes. He longed for the man in the photograph to be him, to avenge Stella. Kizaru raged in his quarters, venting his pent-up frustration. Bakala. Find a way to acquire Dongye Arashi's transponder snail number. Finally, with a hoarse voice, Kizaru emerged from his chamber, issuing orders to his trusted aide. Yes, boss. Responded a woman with wine-red waves, her tone soft as she sashayed away. In Dressrosa's royal heights, Doflamingo erupted with maniacal laughter, indulging in red wine, reveling in the chaos. A reckless soul had dared to dethrone the celestial dragons. If only he could establish contact with Dongye Erashur. He would gladly offer him a bounty of 10 billion berries as encouragement. Let chaos reign upon these seas. Doflamingo's laughter grew increasingly frenzied. His conqueror's haki spilling forth as he unleashed his disdain for the celestial dragons. On Baldigo Island, Dracul Mihawk frowned, acknowledging the recklessness of Dongye Erashur, which could plunge Dashyung and Vegapunk into peril. He resolved to devise a strategy to extricate them from this predicament. To him, maintaining a low profile was essential during the early stages of development. Witnessing the celestial dragon's capture of Ginny, he refrained from acting impulsively to rescue her. And when Ivankov and Lightning were apprehended, he exhibited restraint. This approach had allowed the Revolutionary Army to flourish, to overthrow the world government. They must clandestinely bolster their strength until the day they could strike decisively at Mariehua and dismantle the regime. The four emperors and the warlords of the sea finally regarded Dongye Erashur as a formidable figure. He had accomplished what they dared not attempt. They would not provoke the wrath of the celestial dragons. Undoubtedly, Dongye Erashur was a man of profound tenacity. Days later, as news of the celestial dragon's demise spread and intensified, Dongye Erashur received an update to his bounty. His original bounty had doubled, soaring from 500 million berries to 1 billion berries. This astonishing increase outpaced even the youngest of the four emperors. Nonetheless, many notorious pirates believed that Dongye Arashi's strength was unworthy of such a bounty. He merely accomplished a significant feat by vanquishing a celestial dragon. Consequently, An increasing number of bounty hunters sought to eliminate this individual whose prowess seemed disproportionate to his reward. Additionally, various powerful pirates aimed to take down Dongye Arashur to elevate their own reputations globally. Simultaneously, a growing throng of audacious individuals yearned to join Dongye Arashur's Arashur Dragon Group, eager to wreak havoc alongside this extraordinary man. They revel in a life of excitement, yearning to follow Don Quixote Doflamingo in challenging the world government and the celestial dragons. These individuals possess a profound understanding of the devil fruit abilities wielded by Doflamingo and the tyrant Kuma. The combination of the dragon fruit and the paw fruit abilities creates a formidable duo, perfect for wreaking havoc and making a swift escape. They fear not the wrath of the world government or the navy as they stir the seas, reminiscent of the legendary flying pirate fleet led by the Golden Lion Shiki. In the new laboratory on Skypiea, Don Quixote Doflamingo observed several clones of Vegapunk within the experimental chamber, astonished to find that 3 out of the 4 were female. "You old rascal, do you have some peculiar fetish?" he remarked casually at Vegapunk, who was accompanied by 2 robotic avatars, Edison, the embodiment of his thoughts, and Pythagoras, the personification of his intellect. Both were once geniuses devoted to science, now living in a different manner. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Vegapunk's eyes as he spoke. His exceedingly large head, now detached by Law's surgical fruit, continued to grow. Utilizing his extensive medical and scientific knowledge, he constructed a colossal punk record on a gigantic vine, connecting it to his massive head through an apple-shaped antenna. These peacekeepers will be battle-ready in just over a year. Doflamingo observed the initial batch of clones modeled after the tyrant Kuma, noting that Vegapunk's technology surpassed that of Vinsmoke Judge by several levels. The Germa 66 clone soldiers required 5 years for each batch, while Vegapunk's peacekeepers would take merely a year and a half. Thanks to the formidable lineage of the Bacani tribe, soon, we shall possess a formidable contingent to uphold peace in this world, Vegapunk exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The name Peacekeepers was inspired by Kuma's dreams. The Seraphim project must be prioritized. I will swiftly procure more genes from powerful individuals possessing paramecia abilities for you, Doflamingo replied, his expression serious as he contemplated his expanding plans. I intend to design specialized experimental chambers for cultivating Seraphim. Regarding the incomplete artificial Zoan devil fruit you requested, do you wish for us to establish a large-scale lineage extraction device, or should we retrieve the necessary experimental equipment from Punk Hazard to save time and resources? Upon grasping Doflamingo's intentions, Vegapunk became intrigued by the concept of cultivating artificial devil fruits, never before considering that the diminutive green overseers could cultivate such trees. In a few days, I will personally fetch what you need from Punk Hazard, Doflamingo decided, recognizing the efficiency of utilizing existing equipment for faster extraction of ordinary animal lineage factors to cultivate artificial devil fruits. He also yearned to return to Punk Hazard to enhance his toxic bloodline abilities using the island's abundant poison. Most importantly, he had no intention of leaving the experimental equipment behind for Caesar and Doflamingo to create artificial devil fruits. Sooner or later, he would exact revenge on that scoundrel Caesar. That sounds splendid. Also, there exists a gigantic serpent on Apiato Island, referred to as Sky Sovereign by the island's inhabitants. If you and Kuma have the opportunity, I would like you to capture it for research on sea beast weaponry, exploring the potential for complete control over these colossal creatures, Vegapunk continued, while Edison and Pythagoras diligently recorded his various thoughts and concepts. Certainly, Doflamingo replied casually, capturing a giant serpent is hardly a challenge. By the way, the user of the Bari Bari Nomi is exceptionally powerful. He can actually synthesize shape memory alloys. We have struck gold. Simply by selling this alloy, we could become world-renowned fortunes, second only to the Golden Emperor. Additionally, I wish to develop a series of combat armors akin to Vinsmoke's high-tech battle suits. Vegapunk was ecstatic, his excitement palpable as he envisioned the possibilities. To increase the output of the shape memory alloy, he planned to create another paramecia user of the Bari Bari Nomi for a future Seraphim. Besides the shape memory alloy, perhaps you could also explore the development of other alloys with distinct properties, Doflamingo suggested with a faint smile, realizing that capturing Wapol was indeed a prudent decision. The value generated by this individual would prove immense, rivaling the profits of the Golden Emperor's Grand Entertainment Island. After exchanging numerous concepts and ideas with Vegapunk, Doflamingo left the Skypiea laboratory contentedly. Upon departing Vegapunk's lab, Doflamingo proceeded to the location where the Ark Proverbs was being constructed. This project was currently under the supervision of Dr. Wolf, a genius inventor well-versed in submarine technology and aeronautics. Following Doflamingo's recommendations, Dr. Wolf not only integrated advanced machinery into the Arc Proverbs, but also included numerous wind turbines to create emergency acceleration devices, along with air compression propulsion systems akin to the Gale Cannon. Captain Doflamingo, with just one more month, I assure you the completion of this golden vessel, Dr. Wolf exclaimed excitedly, having thoroughly analyzed the construction blueprints of the Arc Proverbs. However, this golden ship seemed inherently designed for the Mara Nomi, requiring substantial electrical power for operation. Of course, apart from the Mara user, Doflamingo, as a mythical dragon, could also generate the necessary electricity to power the vessel. Once he and Vegapunk discovered a new energy source to replace the Mara Nomi, they could commence mass production of such flying battleships. Excellent. I anticipate an impeccable golden vessel, Doflamingo replied with a smile, relishing the luxury of having various talents at his disposal, allowing him to delegate responsibilities effortlessly. Those so-called elite pirate crews could hardly compare to the diverse range of talents found within a formidable organization. Doflamingo held little regard for the elite pirate crew model, believing that their potential was inherently limited, unable to generate substantial value or challenge the foundations of the world government. However, those pirate crews pursued individual dreams and absolute freedom, rather than the advancement of the world. Their aspirations varied, lacking the notion of achieving greatness for the benefit of all. They simply sought to live freely or engage in unrestrained plunder. Within the Skypea training grounds, Kuma was instructing Law, Bepo, Capone Beej, Lafitte, Leo, Jinbei, and Wapol in the art of Haki. This towering figure possessed commendable teaching abilities, having previously instructed Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. Doflamingo also observed a young girl diligently training. This girl, a 9-year-old warrior from Sandia named Isa, had awakened her observation Haki at birth, demonstrating an exceptionally high level of proficiency. Such a prodigy was remarkable. Presently, she had formed a close friendship with the 8-year-old Bonnie, spending her days playing with Bonnie and Princess Masheri. It was a delightful surprise to encounter her at the training grounds today. The girl, known as the Sandia warrior, could barely withstand a few moves from Bonnie. Thus, Aisha, who was a year older than Bonnie, harbored an intense desire to grow stronger, at the very least not to be inferior to the ailing Bonnie. Otherwise, she would have no face to claim the title of Sandia warrior. Kuma was also keenly interested in this girl, naturally gifted with observation Haki, aspiring to cultivate her as a close friend to Bonnie, allowing them to support each other in their quest for strength. How are things progressing with Law, Lafitte, and the matter concerning the island of Gaia? Dongye Arlong casually inquired while lifting several tons of super dumbbells in the training hall. We have subdued most of the pirate crews. Those who resisted have either been eliminated or driven away. However, new pirate crews pass through this island daily, leading to a high turnover of personnel. Lafitte quickly replied, eager to escape the intense training under Kuma, which he found unbearable. He preferred to exercise his intellect and develop his devil fruit abilities. Pekin and Shaki are stationed in Magic Valley Town with the Heart Pirates, so there shouldn't be any issues for now. Additionally, we have dealt with Doflamingo's subordinates. The spring fruit user has been handed over to Dr. Vegapunk for research. Trafalgar Law paused, panting from the rigorous training, and reflected on the exhilarating moment he had when he defeated Bellamy, who had a bounty of 55 million berries. It was his first encounter with the subordinate forces of the Don Quixote family. With Dongye Arlong and the tyrant Kuma backing him, he felt emboldened. We dealt with them. Sooner or later, we will confront Doflamingo. If he dares to cause trouble, I will annihilate his stronghold in Dressrosa, Dongye Arlong remarked nonchalantly, planning to retrieve experimental equipment from Punk Hazard in a few days and bring some little people back from Greenit. If the leader of the Ganja tribe was willing, he intended to take them all to Sky Island. If the opportunity arose, he also wished to persuade Baby 5 to return as well. Thank you, Arlong. Law smiled, then resumed his intense training. Even with Dongye Arlong's support, he yearned for the strength to confront Doflamingo personally to avenge Corzin. Meanwhile, the world government and the Navy headquarters, unable to locate Dongye Arlong, found themselves engulfed in a heavy atmosphere of despair. Even the heartless naval hero, Iron Fist Carp, seldom laughed within Marineford. Fearing he might succumb to laughter, he chose to retreat to East Blue for a holiday. The celestial dragon Charlemagne, responsible for Sabo's death, intended to return to Windmill Village to joyfully beat his grandson and share in his delight. In the marshal's office, a gathering of high-ranking naval officers convened. Let us discuss how to apprehend Dongye Arlong, Sengoku, weary and beleaguered, stated. The pressure exerted by the world government and the celestial dragons had nearly cost him his position as fleet admiral. Silence prevailed as no one dared to speak. They were at a loss regarding Dongye Arlong's whereabouts. It was known that Dongye Arlong's subordinates included the tyrant Kuma and the mafia boss Capone Beach. Recently, all CP agents embedded within the mafia had perished. I propose we annihilate the West Blue Mafia, making it clear what fate awaits those who associate with Dongye Arlong. If the world government permits, I wish to issue a demon extermination order against the Solb Kingdom, forcing the tyrant Kuma to withdraw from Dongye Arlong's ranks. Akainu's cold demeanor reflected his unwavering belief in absolute justice, as he was aware that the experimental subject number 88, Dongye Arlong, had no family or friends. Hence, he could only target his subordinates, creating a rift between Kuma and Arlong. How could you suggest such a thing? How many innocent civilians do you intend to slaughter? Moreover, the Solb Kingdom is a member state. Akiji's icy gaze met Akainu's, the frigid atmosphere causing the temperature in the marshal's office to plummet. He recalled the indiscriminate attack on escape boats during the O'Hara incident 20 years prior, which rekindled his moral convictions. It was from that moment he gradually shifted from burning justice to lazy justice. How terrifying, Kazara remarked, distancing himself from the heated exchange between the two polar opposites. This advocate of ambiguous justice wished to avoid entanglement in the factional disputes within the Navy. Yet, he felt a twinge of displeasure. The world government had unleashed the monster, Dongye Arlong, and now the Navy was shouldering the blame. He had been scolded countless times recently for failing to capture Dongye Arlong, retrieve Dr. Vegapunk, or save the celestial dragon Charlemagne. Time and again, it was he, the fastest admiral, who bore the brunt of the criticism. Truly an unfortunate predicament, to confront Dongye Arlong, the despicable criminal responsible for the death of a celestial dragon. Some sacrifices were inevitable. Akainu's body emanated thick smoke as he fiercely opposed Akiji's stance. Unable to tolerate the latter's lethargy, not only did Akiji remain unhelpful, but he also dared to oppose Akainu's proposed plan. Is that a sacrifice? Akiji rose, his voice icy as he confronted Akainu, nearly bursting forth with anger. Those are innocent civilians from an entire nation, and you wish to use them as pawns to threaten Bartholomew Kuma. If we were to commit such a cruel act, how could we still call ourselves just? Enough. Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, furiously halting the bickering between the two admirals. Let us put the Solb Kingdom aside for now and focus on eliminating the Mafia. Since Capone Beach has allied with Dongye Arlong, we must sever their connection within the Mafia. Sengoku's expression darkened as he declared the meeting over. Fully aware that Akainu's proposal to target the Solb Kingdom would displease many justice-minded naval officers. Some of them hailed from civilian backgrounds. And if the Navy were to turn against the populace, how would they differ from the brutal pirates? They had joined the Navy precisely to protect the weak from pirates. As numerous officers departed, Sengoku leaned back in his chair, weary. He understood that targeting the Mafia would not draw out Dongye Arlong, as Capone Beach had been coerced into joining Arlong's ranks. The demise of CP agents within the Mafia indicates that the organization is indeed plagued by significant issues, warranting their elimination. Eradicating the Mafia presents considerable advantages. Firstly, it would aid in ridding the West Sea of these criminal malignancies, fostering a secure and peaceful environment. Secondly, it would prevent the Mafia from morphing into an intelligence network or a financial tool for Dongye Arlong, as well as a means for resource acquisition. Since Dr. Vegapunk was abducted by Dongye Arlong, the warlords of the sea have harbored grave concerns regarding the world's foremost scientist, fearing the terrifying weapons he might produce under coercion. Thus, it is imperative to devise strategies to sever Dongye Arlong's funding and material sources, averting the development of potentially catastrophic new weaponry by Vegapunk. Consequently, the eradication of the Mafia is grounded in sound reasoning. Most importantly, it serves to engage the Navy, yielding minor victories to silence the celestial dragons, thereby alleviating their incessant disparagement of the Navy as ineffectual. Furthermore, Warlord Sengoku must thwart the dissemination of the suggestion to utilize the demon-slaying order against the tyrant bear king of the Sorb Kingdom, lest the Five Elders or the celestial dragons become aware. Should these world aristocrats catch wind of such a notion, they would undoubtedly act without hesitation, viewing even allied nations as mere expendable insects. Have you noticed that Dongye Arlong has captured 2 superhuman abilities users, and that his 2 subordinates also possess superhuman powers? Advisor Crane placed photographs of the abducted dissolver, Buck, and the king of Magnet Drum Island, Wapple, on the table, alongside the wanted posters of Capone Beach and Bear King. According to the backup data from the Scientific Division's research projects, Dr. Vegapunk has been investigating the extraction and utilization of superhuman devil fruit abilities. It is conceivable that soon Dongye Arlong will command a multitude of artificial Zoan-type devil fruit users, as well as a cadre of artificial superhuman abilities users. The thought of Dong Hualong as an artificial Azure Dragon user sends a shiver down Crane's spine. If Dr. Vegapunk can mass-produce artificial mythical zone fruits, the world will face dire consequences. How could they have allowed the world's foremost scientist to slip from their grasp? Damn it. Dong Hualong's calculated actions raised suspicions about who was providing him with intelligence. Sengoku's expression grew grave. The seemingly weak Dong Hualong is not as benign as he appears. The real concern lies in the possibility that this individual has forged alliances with the underworld, a prominent pirate, or even the Revolutionary Army. Should that be the case, he would become the most formidable headache for the world government and the Navy. They would be unable to obstruct Dong Hualong's financial and material channels. His ability to traverse from Egghead Island in the New World to the West Sea, then to the North Sea, and ultimately to the Magnetic Drum Island area of the Grand Line suggests that he has collaborators with a global intelligence network. Advisor Crane furrowed her brow, elevating her assessment of Dong Hualong's threat level to that of an emperor, even surpassing that of the despicable Doflamingo. Dong Hualong is utterly uncontrollable, daring to eliminate celestial dragons. Such a powerful and unrestrained maniac is the most terrifying kind of existence. I shall instruct CP0 agents to monitor intelligence from the underworld, ensuring that Dong Hualong does not gain traction, Sengoku declared, pressing his temples. This abomination created by the world government's scientific division is indeed a source of endless frustration. On Nostra's Island in the West Sea, the bizarre gunman, Vito, and the assassin, Gotti, commanded their loyal underlings to transfer the Mafia's assets aboard the flamethrower tank battleship. The Castro. Lads, we are setting sail to follow the Godfather, Vito bellowed, leading the way onto the ship. A few days prior, he had received orders from Capone Beach to liquidate all Mafia assets, taking along all the berries and treasures to enter the Grand Line aboard the Castro. A group of sunglasses-clad thugs in black suits shouted in unison, brandishing firearms as they boarded the vessel. The flamethrower tank pirate crew was officially established and set sail. Although their captain, Capone Beach, was not present, Vito and Gotti executed his orders remotely. Capone Beach, the Mafia godfather, had resolved to abandon the Mafia's foundation in the West Sea upon learning that Dong Hualong had eliminated a celestial dragon. It was an unavoidable decision. After all, this new boss was so ruthless as to slay a world aristocrat, challenging the world government. Beach had no choice but to send his subordinates to sea to escape, or else they would be doomed. After the Mafia set sail as pirates for a day, the Navy's encirclement fleet finally arrived, once again yielding no results. Enraged, the Navy proceeded to eliminate other gangs and pirate crews in the West Sea, giving the region a taste of East Blue's treatment. In an instant, the security situation in the West Sea began to rival that of East Blue, with numerous pirates captured or driven into the Grand Line, a veritable graveyard for pirates. Above the Sky Island, Dong Hualong, oblivious to the maritime upheaval, was working with Vegapunk and Bear King on a memory-erasing device. He intended to expunge portions of Enel's memories, altering his arrogant disposition. At the very least, he aimed to erase Enel's recollection of arriving on the Sky Island or the destruction of his homeland, Burka. This would create an opportunity to subdue him. The combination of the Paw Fruit's abilities and technological prowess made the memory erasure entirely feasible. Had it not been for Dong Hualong's intervention, Bear King would have followed the original narrative, wherein Vegapunk would have erased his memories, transforming him into a weapon for the world government. Though memory erasure is profoundly unethical, this self-proclaimed god holds a blatant disregard for life. Perhaps erasing some memories would be beneficial. Vegapunk had endured countless insults from Enel, who referred to him as an insect and a lowly being, which had provoked his ire. This individual exhibits no semblance of civility, displaying a cruel nature that dehumanizes others, treating them as mere insects to be exterminated at will. Let us begin by erasing approximately 6 or 7 years of memories. Dong Hualong instructed Vegapunk and Bear King. Enel has ruled the Sky Island for 4 years. Prior to his arrival, he obliterated his hometown, Burka. This man's malevolent character likely intensified after the destruction of Burka. It remains uncertain whether his previous personality could be leveraged to sway him. Very well, Vegapunk agreed, affixing a special device connected to numerous tubes onto Enel's head. The Paw Fruit can quantify conceptual memories, facilitating the removal of specific timeframes. Vegapunk, tongue out in concentration, explained his admiration for Bear King's abilities, which allow for the tangible quantification of phenomena that science cannot fully comprehend. As the specialized machine activated, combined with Bear King's powers, a massive memory resembling a paw print was extracted from Enel's mind. The irascible Enel fell silent, though he continued to glare menacingly at the others. This memory mass would vanish forever if anyone were to glimpse it, and it shattered. Vegapunk and Bear King elucidated that this principle parallels Bear King's ability to extract pain and illness through his healing powers, requiring someone to endure the experience. I shall delve into the actions of this individual over the past 6 or 7 years. Dongye Huanglong extended his hand into the memory bear paw, and a torrent of memories surged forth. He perused the significant events in Inalu's life as if watching a film, witnessing his destruction of Baika, the one and devastation of the small islands nearby, his conquest of the 4 heavenly kings and numerous divine warriors, until he arrived at the realm of the gods. Inalu effortlessly defeated the god Gonfuer of the divine realm, becoming the new deity of that domain, claiming the land of Apiato, where he particularly relished the apples that grew there. Subsequently, he suppressed the Sandia people and the inhabitants of Angel Island, monopolizing Apiato and cherishing the apples as his most prized possession. Here, he discovered the schematics for the Ark Proverb, learning that a ship could be forged from gold and lightning, and became aware of the existence of the infinite land. Thus, piloting the Ark Proverb towards the infinite land became his new aspiration. However, he thought to himself, not yet. I shall observe for another year. Upon completing his review of Inalu's significant memories, Dongye Huanglong realized that this individual had unintentionally consumed the thunder fruit 2 years prior to the destruction of Baika. He had spent a year or 2 developing the capabilities of the thunder fruit to a level sufficient to annihilate Baika. Had he captured Inalu immediately after he had just developed the island destruction thunder technique, his combat prowess would not have diminished significantly. Excellent. Vegapunk and Bear once again took action, extracting a year's worth of Inalu's memories. As these memories vanished, Inalu sensed a shift in the gazes of those around him, which now held less disdain and anger, and more caution and tension. At this moment, Inalu felt a flicker of panic. Why had he suddenly found himself here? Why had his divine power dissipated? Why did he feel utterly powerless? It was over. He had no opportunity to utilize the formidable abilities he had recently developed. Dongye Huanglong swiftly finished reviewing Inalu's memories, instilling a measure of confidence in his ability to subdue him. If this did not suffice, he would have no choice but to transform Inalu into a being similar to Bear from the original story, a mere puppet who would heed commands. In such a case, he could still wield the powers of the devil fruit, albeit without growth potential and the ability to unleash his utmost combat strength. In the original narrative, prior to the Marineford War, Bear had already been completely stripped of his memories. Yet, on the battlefield of Marineford, he could still unleash the Bear Paw air cannon, swiftly defeating the ancient giant Ors, who bore a bounty of 550 million. Dongye Huanglong led the visibly anxious Inalu into his secret chamber. Your homeland, Baika, has been obliterated. You are now our captive. I present to you an opportunity to join us, otherwise you shall accompany Baika in its demise. Observing Inalu's evident trepidation, Dongye Huanglong unleashed a formidable aura, transforming his hand into a dragon claw, crackling with lightning, while flames of Lunaria ignited around him. This terrifying spectacle elicited a bead of cold sweat from Inalu. You are capable of wielding lightning? And you can manipulate fire as well? Inalu gazed nervously at this fearsome man, who seemed 100-fold more powerful than the god of Baika. This man could command a flame power that even he could not. I am aware of your ability to utilize lightning and your immunity to weapon attacks. I offer you a chance to fight me. If you win, I shall release you. If you lose, you will become my subordinate. Dongye Huanglong unlocked the sea prism stone handcuffs binding Inalu. As he felt the return of his power, Inalu's confidence surged back. He immediately unleashed a lightning dragon towards Dongye Huanglong, transforming himself into lightning. Without those peculiar handcuffs, you can't capture me. With his strength and speed restored, Inalu brimmed with confidence. Even if he could not defeat this man, escaping would be effortless. You have but one chance. Dongye Huanglong transformed into a half-dragon and boldly received Inalu's lightning dragon, then unleashed a terrifying conqueror's Haki, the black-red lightning forcing the elemental Inalu back to his original form. This filled Inalu with sheer terror, leaving him at a loss. He could not comprehend why his elemental form had failed him. At that moment, Dongye Huanglong charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the bewildered Inalu's abdomen, causing him to double over and collapse onto the ground. Remember, elemental forms are also vulnerable to Haki. Dongye Huanglong seized his special Conqueror's Haki and lifted Inalu with his armament Haki. Let us see if you can still utilize your lightning elemental form. Dongye Huanglong spoke coldly, while Inalu, having just regained his composure under the suppression of the Conqueror's Haki, found himself ensnared by the black armament Haki, utterly unable to break free. This realization filled him with dread. It turned out that elemental forms were not invincible. Not only could the black handcuffs seal his abilities, But this man's black-red lightning and aura could suppress his elemental form, and his black arm could grasp his physical body. Gazing at the fearsome half-dragon figure before him, Inala was once again gripped by childhood fears. Do not kill me. I am willing to become your divine weapon. The Baiki you destroyed is the homeland I despise. I could not be happier that it is gone. I will not accompany it to the grave. Under the oppressive aura of Dongye Huanglong, Inalu's psychological defenses finally crumbled, and he knelt on one knee, submitting to this terrifying man. As for being a divine weapon, you shall henceforth be one of my subordinates, to be known as the God of Thunder. Dongye Huanglong successfully subdued and recruited this once arrogant individual. God of Thunder? What shall I call this god? Inala had not anticipated that this newly acknowledged god would bestow upon him a divine title, which seemed utterly incredible. From now on, call me boss or captain. Dongye Huanglong helped Inala to his feet and presented him with a red apple. This apple-loving individual had yet to encounter or taste an apple in his current memories. Boss God? Captain God? Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Boss God and Captain God. Inala stated earnestly, recognizing the might of this god, who had effortlessly subdued his lightning form. He was certain that the man had yet to unleash his full power, as he had not yet employed that fiery ability. Thank you for your grace, Boss God. Inala accepted the apple, cautiously taking a bite, which illuminated his senses. It was incredibly sweet, with the crisp texture he adored. A flavor he had never experienced before. Delicious. Thank you, Boss God. Inala expressed his gratitude once more, quickly devouring the apple. As for why he preferred to address his new god as Boss God, it was perhaps due to a lack of understanding of the term boss, which seemed more grandiose and mysterious than Captain God. Observing Inalu's genuine demeanor, Dongye Huanglong led this new subordinate to reintroduce him to the others, Vegapunk and Bear. Understanding the situation, welcomed the reformed Thunderfruit user. Capone Beej and the others were astonished that Dongye Huanglong had indeed managed to subdue the lofty god. However, it was a fortuitous development, as the inclusion of a Thunderfruit user would undeniably strengthen their team. In a separate meeting, Dongye Huanglong briefly addressed the situation regarding Enel, urging those present to refrain from mentioning past events. He intended for Enel to remain close by, preparing to mold him into a formidable warrior while minimizing his interactions with the inhabitants of Skypiea. However, Enel's arrogance was evident, as he dismissed those he deemed weaker than himself. In his eyes, he was the god of thunder, far superior to others, and his sole obligation was to heed the commands of Boss God. Observing Enel's haughty demeanor, Law, Becky, and Lafitte chose to ignore him. Soon, Enel gained a figure of respect, the formidable Kuma, who was tasked with teaching him the art of Haki. Enel referred to Kuma as Bear God, acknowledging his esteemed position as Boss God's right-hand man. After several days of acclimatization, Enel managed to integrate into the group, and it was time to set out once again to confront Satan. Dongye Huanglong, seeing Enel's restored strength, planned another expedition. This time, they aimed to retrieve a group of little people from Greenbit and to collect a bloodline factor extractor from Punk Hazard for the cultivation of artificial devil fruits. Becky, you shall accompany me, he declared, recalling the invaluable role this cargo handler played. Understood, Capone Becky replied, shrugging as he bit into his cigar. He had already accepted his fate as a transport vessel and had previously collaborated with Kuma to ferry goods from the North Sea. His flame tank pirates had narrowly evaded the Navy's pursuit and safely entered the Grand Line. In a short while, they would reach Sabaody Archipelago, which lifted his spirits. Princess Mancheri and the little warriors, including Leo, also intended to return to persuade Gansho to rally more of their kin to the peaceful skies. Their first destination would be Greenbit, followed by Punk Hazard, as Kuma only had coordinates for Dressrosa and Greenit. For the first time, Enel left Skypiea, his expression tinged with curiosity. Having lost his memories of dominating the sky, he had also forgotten his dreams of infinite land and lacked a clear objective. Dongye Huanglong set him a minor goal, to master Haki and proclaim the title of God of Thunder upon the sea. Enel brimmed with confidence, eager to showcase his power to the vast ocean. After Capone Becky was sent flying by Kuma, he remained to guard his beloved Bonnie. Meanwhile, Law descended to Sabaody Archipelago with his heart pirates to venture through the nearby seas, while Lafitte continued to solidify their covert control over Sabaody. On Skypiea, only Bartolomeo and Wapple remained as protectors, along with a little Aisha diligently training. On Greenbit Island, a massive paw-shaped pit appeared on the ground as Capone Becky climbed out. Following him, Dongye Huanglong and the others emerged, with the excited little warriors, including Princess Mancheri and Leo, rushing back to the Dongtada Kingdom to persuade Gansho to relocate more of their people to the peaceful skies. In Skypiea, they could live openly among the humans without fear of hiding. Boss, shall we consider robbing Doflamingo? I've heard he is quite wealthy, Capone Becky suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To overthrow a warlord and bring down one of the four emperors is the dream of every ambitious pirate. Once the little people made their decision, they would create chaos in Dressrosa, where the underground port surely held many treasures. Dong Yehuatlong chuckled, knowing that Doflamingo, as a broker in the underworld, handled numerous goods daily. Perhaps amongst them were rare resources needed by Vegapunk. Now that we're here, we can't pass up the opportunity. He mused. I adore the audacity of our boss. Capone Becky grinned, realizing that if their leader dared to confront celestial dragons, there was nothing beyond his reach. Robbing a warlord is mere trifling. Are we causing destruction? Boss God, I wish to test my strongest technique, Enel chimed in eagerly, his eyes flickering with lightning. He had developed a powerful move capable of obliterating Baika, yet had never utilized it, as Baika was already destroyed, and he himself had been captured by Boss God. Then let this royal plateau be your target, announcing your descent as the god of thunder to the world. Dong Yehualong laughed, intrigued to measure his strength against Doflamingo, the former celestial dragon endowed with the power of 3 Haki types. He was eager to witness the prowess of Doflamingo's awakened string fruit. I shall not hold back, Enel declared, his lifeless eyes now alight with fervor, ready to unleash his most terrifying technique. At that moment, Doflamingo was equally thrilled atop the royal plateau. Did we truly bring him out? He chuckled, sitting on his throne, clutching a transponder snail. He had successfully escaped the G5 fortress prison, arranging for a small boat to facilitate his escape. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end of the transponder snail, calm and composed. I will not forget your sacrifice, my family, Doflamingo smiled, his eyes already set on retrieving the world's second greatest scientist to embark on his artificial devil fruit enterprise. Do not mention it, Doflamingo. We are family, he replied. In the Dongtada kingdom, Princess Mancheri was persuading Gansho to relocate the entire little people to Skypiea. The pristine forests of God Island, Apiato, could easily accommodate them. Meanwhile, Leo and the other little warriors who had ventured out proudly recounted their adventures, eliciting envious glances from many little people filled with yearning. Mancheri, what of the Ricca royal family if we leave? Should we abandon Greenit and allow the Ricca royal family to forsake Dressrosa? Gansho pondered, torn by the dilemma. If they could relocate to Skypiea, their safety and quality of life would undoubtedly improve. However, their allies, the Ricca royal family, were under pressure from the Don Quixote family. With Princess Violet compelled to serve Doflamingo and King Riku fighting in the arena, only Rebecca struggled alone, accompanied by a single toy for comfort. Without the little people as occasional aid, Rebecca's plight would have been far worse. I propose we also send Princess Rebecca to Skypiea. Allowing her to train alongside the other warriors, Leo suggested to Gansho, having witnessed Kuma's might. With Kuma's guidance, Rebecca would surely fare better than in the Dressrosa Coliseum. Indeed. Dong Yehualong has promised Trafalgar Law that he would dismantle the Don Quixote family within 2 years, Princess Mancheri added, recounting the enmity between Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo. I shall consult the soldiers for their opinions, Gansho replied. Gonchiao pondered for a moment and remarked, it seems quite favorable to bring Rebecca and the toy soldiers to the Sky Island. They can join forces with that law and return to us in triumph. Having said this, he prepared to seek out the toy soldiers and Rebecca. They had a base at the flower fields of Dressrosa, a place where the little people and Rebecca maintained their connection. Let us hurry, or Lord Donya Lando will depart from Dressrosa to another island, urged Mancheri. She had already given orders for those wishing to go to the Sky Island to pack their belongings in readiness for the move. Almost all the young and children were eager to leave Greenbit for the Sky Island, while only a few elders hesitated, reluctant to part with their homeland. These elders awaited the final command from Chief Gan Xiao. Should he decide to relocate, they would have no choice but to follow suit. Upon hearing that Gan Xiao, the chief of the little people, intended to visit Dressrosa for discussions, Dongye, Huanglong, and the others also decided to venture to Dressrosa, intending to explore the underground port there in search of valuable treasures. At the underground port of Dressrosa, a multitude of toys was laboriously transporting various goods, with an abundance of military supplies. Hurry up. This time, our Kingdom of Sand must show the Flower Country our might, shouted a general from the Kingdom of Sand in the West Sea, as their nation had formally declared war against the Flower Country. The Flower Country, a haven for pirates, harbored formidable pirate forces like the Treasure and 8 Treasure Water Corps. Thus, they could only procure powerful weapons through the underground intermediary, Joker, to engage in battle against the Flower Country. They frantically purchased firearms, ammunition, and gas bombs, determined to defeat their adversary. Hey, brother, with such a large quantity of goods, why not enlist the assistance of our deep-sea current fleet under the Sea Transport King? We just happen to have a fleet heading to the West Sea. If this is your first time doing business with us, I can offer you a 10 discount, called out a middle-aged man wearing a black horn captain's hat. Eager for trade. It was known that returning from the new world of Dressrosa to the West Sea was no simple feat, ha ha ha. It's indeed safer to opt for our storage transfer under the Stealth Master, chimed in a tall, slender man wielding a 2.5-meter-long needle, who had just secured a significant contract from Doflamingo to transport goods to a certain island. Yet, they were open to taking on additional jobs for extra profit. Are you seeking death, Kibakun? How dare you compete for business with our deep-sea current fleet? Omiya snorted, his nostrils exhaling clouds of white mist, his fierce vertical pupils glaring at this old rival. Haha. Business is about mutual consent. You cannot force a customer. Kibakun remained unfazed by the imposing figure before him. After all, their bosses were all underground emperors, and in this territory of Joker, he doubted Omiya would dare to make a move. Humph. Omiya clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. Joker, the underground intermediary emperor, wielded substantial influence, maintaining connections with the world government and allied nations, even establishing pathways with the four emperors. Currently, a portion of the business for the Sea Transport King and the Stealth Master stemmed from Joker, who skillfully navigated relationships with various underground overlords, creating a win-win situation for all involved. Ha ha ha. Joker's connections are truly extensive. He manages to acquire so many slaves. A masked man with golden hair counted his money, laughing heartily as he descended, flanked by masked individuals carrying money boxes, attracting considerable attention. The Drago family's lunatic kidnappers. Omiyu and Kibakun narrowed their eyes at the group burdened with death's scythe. The leader of these men was the infamous Undertaker, Drago Paikilo, who controlled the assassin industry in the New World, engaging in murder, kidnapping, human trafficking, and organ trade. Compared to them, the Sea Transport King Umit's deep-sea current fleet and Kibakun's storage business were practically law-abiding citizens, albeit they occasionally engaged in underhanded dealings. However, as businessmen, they adhered to certain rules. The boisterous entourage of the Drago family, laden with money, boarded their Yellow Lion warship, preparing to depart from Joker's hub of goods distribution. Just then, a thunderous clap resonated as a long-eared man with an exposed upper body materialized amidst the lightning on the central mast of the Yellow Lion warship. Yaha! So many ants here. Inara grinned widely, his half-open, dead fish eyes gleaming with excitement as he surveyed the potential targets. Swish! A masked man in yellow overalls brandishing a long scythe aimed to sever the audacious intruder. Crackle! Indeed, the audacity was remarkable. Inaro's upper half soared into the air. Yet no fear marred his expression. Instead, he glared fiercely at the masked man who had cleaved him in two. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Inaro's dismembered body transformed into electrical energy, morphing into a thunder dragon that sped toward the masked man still suspended in midair. He's a natural elemental user. Omiyu and Kibakun, the underground emperor's aides, widened their eyes in astonishment as they beheld the unfamiliar man. Ah! The masked yellow-clad man screamed in agony as he suffered a terrifying electric shock, the intense pain and paralysis overwhelming him. And his armament Haki failed to fully shield him from the formidable electric force. Electrometallurgy. I possess a measure of armament Haki too. Inaro's golden staff swiftly transformed into a golden spear, entwined with a strand of armament Haki, which he thrust through the paralyzed man's body. Ordinary levels of armament Haki could not withstand the might of top-tier natural elements, especially lightning and magma, which bore inherent high attack power and penetrating capability. Lord Meat Tower who? The crew of masked men on the Yellow Lion warship dropped their money boxes and unsheathed their death scythes, rushing toward the airborne Inaro. Yaha! Die! 30 million volts, Thunder Serpent. Inaro extracted the golden spear from the masked man's body, kicking him downwards, then spread his fingers wide, unleashing 5 bolts of lightning that formed a web of electricity, attacking the swarming ants below. That man's prowess rivaled that of a 500 million bounty pirate. Kibakun, clutching his 2.5-meter-long needle, took a few steps back, shielding his subordinates with a grave expression. This lightning man reminded him of the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace. Both fire and lightning represented formidable natural abilities, and their presence signified extraordinary circumstances. Could he have truly defeated that meat tower who fellow? Omiyu's vertical pupils fixed intently on the yellow-clad man, now pierced by the lightning user and sent crashing to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. After the tumult erupted in the underground port, the officials of the Don Quixote family rushed down, intent on eliminating the instigators. The highest-ranking officer of the Spade Army, Pika, was the first to emerge from the rocky walls, his gaze filled with lethal intent as he fixed his eyes on the lightning-wielding man from the Drago family. A natural lightning fruit user, perhaps? He resolutely drew a long sword, swiftly enveloping it with black armament Haki. At this moment, he could only hope that this lightning man was an ignorant newcomer to the seas. Otherwise, he might have a chance to slay a natural user. Yaha. Remember, Ents? I am the Thunder God, Enel. Remember my name. Enel, brandishing a golden spear, ascended to the top of the Yellow Lion's mast and shouted wildly at everyone present. Thunder God Enel? Utterly arrogant. How dare he claim to be a god? Is he not afraid of the celestial dragons putting an end to him? Indeed. He is a user of the lightning fruit. Everyone in the underground port was taken aback by Enel's brazen declaration. Dare to stir chaos in the territory of the Don Quixote family? You shall perish. Pika unexpectedly leaped down from the rocky wall, charging toward the lightning fruit user, swinging his weapon down with ferocity. What an unpleasant sound. Are you a woman? Too slow. Divine judgment. Enel scoffed, digging into his ear, then unleashed a dazzling lightning pillar. 3 meters wide, toward the descending Pika. The massive lightning bolt engulfed the hefty Pika. However, covered in armament Haki, Pika gritted his teeth and pressed on, continuing his assault toward Enel. Impressive Haki, Enel noted, filled with murderous intent upon realizing Pika's Haki was even stronger than his. He refused to believe that armament Haki could necessarily counter natural users. A more powerful ability could penetrate the defenses of armament Haki. Bam! Just as Pika was about to strike, Enel transformed into lightning, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already on Pika's back. 100 million volts, Thunder Spear. Enel thrust his golden spear, eyes glinting menacingly, into Pika's armored body. An endless torrent of lightning erupted, illuminating the entire underground port. Ugh, Pika, gritting his teeth in a desperate defense, was still struck by the force of the Thunder Spear, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The speed of this lightning fruit user was astonishing, rivaling that of Admiral Kizaru. He could not keep up with Enel's pace and was left to endure the blows. Haha. It seems that Don Quixote's top officer cannot withstand this thunder god. Time to flee. Kibberkun laughed heartily, no longer interested in the spectacle, and hurried to secure his cargo. If this lightning fruit user were to destroy it, he would be in deep trouble. Grasping a 2.5-meter-long needle, he dashed toward his goods. Pop! With the sound of a balloon bursting, box after box deflated like balloons. His subordinates swiftly stacked the deflated goods and stuffed them into their briefcases. Kibberkun, the exploding man, cousin to the hiding master Kyberson, was a user of the poke-poke fruit with a bounty of 233 million berries. His ability allowed him to puncture anything like a bursting balloon. The larger the object, the more stamina it consumed, including living beings. His character was notoriously vile. Rumored to have a collection of rare animals, beauties, pirates, and even Navy personnel in his quarters. Humph, we should leave too. Omiyu observed Kibberkun hastily gathering his cargo. Losing interest in the deal with the Kingdom of West Sea, he quickly issued orders to vacate the potentially perilous underground port. Would the madman of the Drago family cause trouble for Doflamingo on Joker's turf? And who was this suddenly appearing lightning fruit user? A lone wolf or a member of some faction? It seemed the seas were about to witness another troublesome natural user akin to Fire Fist Ace. As various factions sought to distance themselves from the port with their cargo, a colossal crimson divine dragon began to materialize in the air of the underground port. I believe I have spotted an interesting ability. Dongya Arlong, appearing in a transparent state, hurled Capone Beej onto the deck of the Yellow Lion warship before charging straight at the tall, thin man wielding the long needle. A giant dragon. Beast Kaido? No. It was Dongya Arlong. What was happening? He dared to attack Joker's territory. Run. This guy would even kill celestial dragons. This was a monster with a bounty of 1 billion. The crowd in the underground port screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. Bewildered as to how this creature had found its way to the underground port, the officials of the Don Quixote family finally arrived, one after another, the exploding man, Gladiolus, the swimming man, Senor, and Rauji among others. However, the highest officer, Diamante, was still stationed at the Colosseum and had not arrived quickly. Tori Pole was protecting Sugar and was absent as well. Dongya Arlong charged toward the poke-poke user with excitement. This superhuman ability was simply too intriguing. Seeing the madman who killed celestial dragons rushing toward Kibberkun, Omiya couldn't help but smile. Finally, that perverse fellow would be dealt with. Why are you chasing me? Kibberkun exclaimed, his face paling as he noticed the dragon charging toward him. In the Royal Heights, just after finishing a call with Virgo, Doflamingo saw Monet, the snow woman, rush into his office in a flurry. Not good, young master. Someone has attacked the underground port. Monet's expression was fraught with urgency. The enemy appears to be a natural user of the lightning fruit, and Dongye Arlong has also arrived. Monet's report darkened Doflamingo's expression further, the veins on his forehead bulging. Where is Violet? Doflamingo growled with murderous intent before swiftly making his way toward the underground port. Just days ago, he had contemplated sending money to Dongye Arlong, the ruthless killer of celestial dragons, and now that same individual had shown up at his doorstep. Why would he attack Doflamingo's territory? For theft? Or revenge? Doflamingo raced toward the underground port, eager to see if this 1 billion bounty strongest modified human was truly as formidable as rumored. Monet. Notify the Navy that our territory in Dressrosa is under attack by Dongye Arlong. They should send an admiral at once. Doflamingo commanded the flustered Monet, accelerating until he completely vanished from her sight. In the underground port, Capone Beach, cigar clenched between his teeth, smiled as he tossed the money boxes from the Yellow Lion warship into his fortress-like body, snatching anything of value. Boom. A swift laser beam from Dongye Arlong sent Kiberkun flying. Damn it. Break for me. Kiberkun struggled to maintain his form, unleashing the full potential of his poke fruit ability, as he relentlessly thrust his long needles toward the eastern wild dragon, intent on piercing the colossal creature. With sufficient determination, no devil fruit power could withstand his assault. The eastern wild dragon, unperturbed, swiped its claw toward this explosive contender, eager to capture the intriguing superhuman. Clang. The needle, imbued with the poke fruit's power, struck the dragon's claw as if it had collided with steel, emitting a sharp sound before it shattered. Kiberkun's eyes widened in terror. Crack. The dragon's claw seized Kiberkun's body, its terrifying strength crushing his bones with a series of sickening cracks. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, blood poured from his mouth and nose, his eyes rolling back in agony. Within mere seconds, this notorious bounty of 233 million berries was rendered unconscious, his neck slumping lifelessly against the dragon's claw. Take good care of him, commanded the eastern wild dragon as he tossed Kiberkun to Capone Beach, before charging towards the injured Pika, another formidable superhuman with the stone fruit ability, whom he intended to capture as a laborer. Fortunately, he had brought along several elite soldiers, equipped with sea-stone handcuffs. Capone Beach swiftly ordered a few long-eared soldiers adorned with white wings from the castle within him to emerge with the sea-stone cuffs and restrain the unconscious man, returning him to the castle's prison. With Kiberkun's defeat, his subordinates were suddenly crushed by a substantial amount of cargo that reverted to its original state, meeting a most unjust fate. Seeing the eastern wild dragon charging towards him, Pika, enduring Enel's lightning strikes, crawled and rolled onto the rocky ground, swiftly merging with it and vanishing from sight. Boom. An irate Enel bombarded the ground where Pika had disappeared, leaving it pockmarked and ravaged. He got away, the eastern wild dragon remarked, landing on the ground in his half-dragon form, visibly displeased. However, his gaze soon fell upon the emerging officers of the Don Quixote family. Sensing the predatory glare of the eastern wild dragon, Senor Pink, much like Pika, found waves beneath his feet and hurriedly melted into the ground. Gladiolus, Lao Ji, and Mahabais watched the eastern wild dragon with cold sweat trickling down their backs. He was a terrifying figure with a bounty of 1 billion berries, having dispatched celestial dragons. Seizing the moment while the Don Quixote family members hesitated, Capone Beach grinned mischievously as he recklessly transported various weapons and goods. Zing. Frustrated after failing to locate Pika, Enel transformed into lightning and appeared beside the eastern wild dragon. Boss, leave these guys to me. Enel, incensed by Pika's escape, glared menacingly at the Don Quixote family officers. Go ahead. The eastern wild dragon replied coolly, then turned his attention to Baby 5, the maid, whose weapon fruit ability might prove invaluable for Vegapunk's research. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Enel swiftly swung his golden staff, striking the 4 thunder drums on his back, unleashing a torrent of lightning. A colossal lightning giant materialized, sending the Don Quixote family officers into a state of sheer terror. So powerful. Where did the eastern wild dragon find such a formidable thunderfruit user? The lightning god formed by Enel unleashed a punch toward the Don Quixote family, causing thunderous roars and electric currents to surge throughout the vicinity. Buffalo and Baby 5 screamed in terror and fled, tears streaming down their faces in fear of the terrifying lightning figure. This level of electricity was simply insurmountable. The eastern wild dragon charged directly toward Buffalo, who was fleeing with Baby 5. Don't chase me. Baby 5 cried in sheer panic, her tears and snot flying. Supreme Whip Strike. A sharp, armed whip, enveloped in Haki, lashed out at the eastern wild dragon, accompanied by a powerful conqueror's Haki. Ha ha ha. You 3 think it wise to assault us? Doflamingo, clad in a flamboyant pink flamingo feather coat, approached menacingly. However, the Eastern Wild Dragon dismissed Doflamingo's attack without concern. Flames of Lunaria blazing around him as he grasped the whip with one hand while seizing Baby 5 with the other. What does this mean? Simply robbery. The Eastern Wild Dragon remarked coldly, his grip on the whip sparking as he unleashed an even more terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki, overpowering Doflamingo's. Master, save me. Baby 5 cried in terror as she swung the blades formed by her hands against the dragon's arm, failing to penetrate his defenses, merely sparking a few embers. I need you to be quiet, to accompany me, to serve me for a lifetime, the Eastern Wild Dragon said to the panicked maid. Indeed. Upon hearing his words, Baby 5 quickly calmed down, gazing up at the Eastern Wild Dragon with longing in her eyes. This man needed her. And not just for a moment, he required her to care for him forever. Was this a proposal? Baby 5's cheeks flushed crimson. Why was he proposing to her at such a time? Yet, that feeling was undeniably blissful. Doflamingo, on the other hand, wore a thoroughly darkened expression. After nurturing Baby 5 for over a decade, he realized her unreliability stemmed from significant character flaws. When he beheld the giant lightning god formed by Enel, his eyes widened in shock. Who was this formidable entity? Why did he follow the Eastern Wild Dragon, a target of the world government's relentless pursuit? The clash of Conqueror's Haki continued, and more individuals in the underground port began to collapse, rolling their eyes in unconsciousness. Ha ha ha. You 3 think you can take us on? This is ill-advised. The ground beneath Doflamingo transformed into a sea of white strings, sharp, thick needles emerging, wrapped in dense, dark Haki. Yet, he hesitated to act immediately, still searching for the elusive tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. The Eastern Wild Dragon, Tyrant Kuma, and the Thunderfruit user, these 3 posed a significant threat to the Don Quixote family's safety. If possible, Doflamingo wished to avoid antagonizing the Eastern Wild Dragon, a fierce individual with no prior grievances or interests entangled with him. He had even cooperated with Tizalo, who had stolen his Gomu Gomu fruit. Engaging in battle with the Eastern Wild Dragon in the underground port would undoubtedly incur substantial losses for the Don Quixote family. Awaken, string fruit, Doflamingo declared, ready to test the strength of this warlord of the sea. The Eastern Wild Dragon sent the entranced Baby 5 to Capone Beach's side, then fixed a fierce gaze upon Doflamingo. With flames of Lunaria roaring around him, crackling lightning danced across his formidable dragon horns, and the purple patterns on his scales writhed ominously. An aura of primal ferocity enveloping him. Doflamingo gazed gravely at Dong Long, recalling the torment he endured at the hands of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. This formidable specimen bore an uncanny resemblance to Kaido himself. With his artificial dragon form and demonic lineage, he was indeed a remarkable replica of Kaido. Your Conqueror's Haki and prowess are duly acknowledged. Consider the spoils you claim today as a gift from me. Perhaps we can forge a partnership. Whatever you desire in the future, we can procure for you. In that moment, Doflamingo elevated Dong Long to an equal standing, akin to the Golden Emperor Tezalo. The strength of this experiment number 88 truly warranted the bounty of 1 billion, without exaggeration. The title of the strongest specimen was indeed well-deserved. Ha ha ha. Let us first engage in a test of strength. As Doflamingo recoiled, Dong Long smirked inwardly, recognizing that Doflamingo was better suited as a businessman than a Yonko. For he lacked the unwavering resolve and fearless spirit exhibited by Monkey D. Luffy. Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki had likely stagnated after being educated by Kaido, leaving no room for growth. Let me see just how powerful you, the one who dares to slay celestial dragons, truly are. White Line of the Wild Waves. Doflamingo, a man of lofty ambition, felt compelled to teach this newcomer a lesson for his blatant disrespect. Only through combat can one gauge the other's fortitude, a pivotal factor in their future collaborations or confrontations. Waves of white lines surged toward Dong Long, resembling a tsunami, as massive, armed lines thrust toward the audacious half-dragon. Night King, Flame Dragon Emperor. Dong Long surged toward Doflamingo, his Lunaria flames flaring, coalescing into a crimson dragon's head, crackling with sparks and lightning as it barreled through the lines and spears. Boom. Doflamingo's armed lines were utterly shattered by the fiery dragon head of Dong Long. The sight rendered Doflamingo's face ashen. This experiment number 88 was astonishingly powerful. White Line Shield. With a fierce motion, Doflamingo summoned towering pillars of line from the ground, desperately attempting to block Dong Long's ferocious assault, while he himself swiftly ascended into the sky. Witnessing his awakened line shield obliterated once more by Dong Long's Flame Dragon Emperor, Doflamingo's brow furrowed deeply, veins bulging on his forehead. How could a newcomer possess such strength? 1,000 arrows piercing heart. Feather strike. Line. Doflamingo's fingers spread wide, his arms swinging with all their might, as thousands of entwined armed lines erupted from the ground, taking the shape of flamingo wings to fully encircle Dongye Huanglong, aiming to pierce him through with a multitude of arrows. Having been pushed to such an extent, Dongye Huanglong, this experimental newcomer, could take pride in his prowess. Thunderfire Dragon Breakthrough. Transformed into a half-dragon, Dongye Huanglong charged forth, his purple-red scales gleaming with an indomitable aura, smashing into Doflamingo's dense armed lines. The relentless clash produced a cacophony of metallic impacts, shockwaves radiating violently outward. In the midst of this terrifying onslaught, a plethora of goods and henchmen were sent flying. Even Capone Beach sought refuge behind cover. Was this the terrifying spectacle of a warlord of the sea-level battle? One could only imagine the horror of a confrontation involving the legendary Yonko. As the waves of this exchange began to subside, Doflamingo's chest heaved as he caught his breath. Having repeatedly unleashed his awakened abilities to vanquish Dongye Huanglong, if he could subdue this adversary, he might acquire leverage in negotiations with the world government. Phew. The seasoned warlord's armed Haki was indeed formidable. Emerging from the haze, Dongye Huanglong bore wounds that writhed under the influence of the Lunaria flames. His dragon scales had been breached by Doflamingo's potent armed Haki, yet he remained undefeated. Your defenses truly astonish me. It feels as though I am witnessing the might of the strongest creature of land, sea, and air, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Doflamingo's observation Haki sensed Dongye Huanglong's aura, discovering that this being still exuded overwhelming power. What manner of monstrous constitution is this? I know you possess a trump card. Why not reveal it? Dongye Huanglong grinned. Having fought alongside the tyrant Kuma multiple times, he had a fair grasp of the capabilities of the top warlords. Why bother? We are not foes. We should instead be excellent partners. Doflamingo laughed, unwilling to unveil his own hidden trump card. Moreover, he sensed that he could not eliminate Dongye Huanglong today. Adding to his concerns, none of his subordinates had managed to subdue that lightning man. With thoughts of the tyrant Kuma potentially appearing, he realized he must put an end to this conflict. If genuine flames were unleashed, both the Dakihoti family and the Hualong crew would suffer dire consequences. He had no desire for such an outcome. He wished to utilize Dongye Huanglong against the celestial dragons while remaining an observer. The Navy is on the way. Seeing Dongye Huanglong's intent to continue fighting, Doflamingo promptly invoked the threat of the Navy. Should Dongye Huanglong persist in his defiance, he would be forced to take drastic measures to ensure this creature remained. Hearing that the Navy was en route, Dongye Huanglong calmed slightly. He had come to rescue the little people and, incidentally, snatch a few treasures, not to wage full-scale war against Doflamingo. Otherwise, he would have brought the tyrant Kuma and Law along. Now, he needed time to evacuate the little people. Further combat held little significance. Uncertain of the Navy's reinforcements, he found the situation precarious. May I take that maid with me? And throw in a few devil fruits. Dongye Huanglong tempered his ferocity. Although he lacked the time to engage in a prolonged entanglement with Doflamingo, he remained intent on securing more benefits. I can sell you a few devil fruits. But that maid is my family. Doflamingo grinned at this audacious fellow's willingness to cooperate. He was confident that clients he had partnered with would become part of his network, continuously bringing him profit. After all, the Dakihoti family was renowned for their exceptional service across various illicit enterprises worldwide. Sell? I said gift. Moreover, I intend to take her today. Let us see if you dare to stop me. Dongye Huanglong's conqueror's Haki erupted once more, exuding a frenzied and fearless demeanor. He was, after all, the notorious slayer of celestial dragons. This image must be known to the world. You. Doflamingo squinted menacingly at this deranged godslayer. Then I shall have Baby 5 serve you well. As for the devil fruits, I shall gift you 2, as a gesture of friendship. Doflamingo sensed the madman Dongye Huanglong's attitude and swiftly changed his demeanor, treating it as if he were sponsoring these items for him. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your gift. Dongye Huanglong laughed heartily. If this flamingo knew that Ro was now under his command and that he intended to take the little people with him, one could only wonder if this underground emperor would turn hostile on the spot. My friend, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. But next time it shall be business. Doflamingo suppressed his anger and mockingly addressed the mad and who had eliminated celestial dragons. I shall not be polite then. We are not lacking in funds. Dongye Huanglong chuckled, summoning Inaru and Capone Beach to prepare for departure. Baby 5 eagerly rushed forward, embracing Dongye Huanglong's arm with a shy demeanor reminiscent of a young bride. Seeing her fiancé and the young master not at odds lifted her spirits somewhat, alleviating her guilt. considering that the Don Quixote family had raised her for over a decade. Feel free to reach out to us. Doflamingo tossed a din mushy to Don Quixote, thus establishing a preliminary cooperation with the madman. Perhaps in the future, they could utilize Don Quixote for endeavors even he would dare not undertake, such as confronting certain bases of the Navy and the world government. Doflamingo, please provide me with the contact details of the other underground emperors, especially Morgan's and the Golden Emperor Tesalo. Don Quixote is suddenly requested before departing, his tone carrying an air of entitlement. Very well, Doflamingo replied with a forced smile, instructing his secretary Monet to furnish Don Quixote with the private contact numbers of the various underground emperors. He also promptly retrieved 2 ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits from the family treasury. By the way, I have some good news. I possess accurate information regarding pure gold. After acquiring what he sought, Don Quixote transformed into a dragon and departed the underground port with Inaru, Beej, and Baby 5. However, before leaving, he released a captivating smoke bomb to placate Doflamingo, infinitely lowering his baseline. Thus, should Don Quixote engage in even more outrageous acts, this eternally yearning celestial dragon would grit his teeth and endure any losses. Pure gold? Doflamingo's eyes glimmered with greed and desire as he gazed at the retreating dragon. Could this experiment number 88 truly possess accurate information about pure gold? Was he being deceived, or was he merely seeking to gain more benefits? Nevertheless, it provided him with a glimmer of hope. As the king of Dressrosa, a warlord of the sea, and the underground emperor, his power had nearly reached its limit, and he lacked for nothing financially. Besides strengthening his own power and overthrowing the celestial dragons, immortality was another dream he pursued. Young master, are we truly sending Baby 5 away like this? The plump buffalo looked pitifully at Doflamingo. He had grown up with Baby 5, and they were longtime family and partners. He found it hard to accept her departure. Humph, Baby 5 is nothing but an ungrateful wolf. The young master has solved countless troubles for her, yet she dares to attempt to assassinate him multiple times. Now, she brazenly betrays him. I will not allow her to return to the Don Quixote family. The demolitions expert Gladius coldly remarked. Though they all knew Baby 5 had her flaws, her audacity to raise a blade against Doflamingo had long irked them. Let us consider it as finding Baby 5 a new master. I hope she can take good care of Don Quixote, Doflamingo replied with a faint smile. Given Baby 5's character, she might even bring Don Quixote some minor troubles. Furthermore, knowing Baby 5's character flaws, they could potentially exploit her to gather intelligence on Don Quixote and locate the Araria faction stronghold. What about the losses of the Dragoo family and Quebecan? The sharp-voiced Pika said with a somewhat grim expression. These individuals had been attacked on their turf, and the Don Quixote family bore some responsibility. We shall compensate them for a portion of their loss and directly inform them of the facts, allowing them to seek Don Quixote for retribution. Doflamingo coldly chuckled. He too wished to see Don Quixote create trouble for the other underground emperors. If this madman, who dared to slay celestial dragons, succeeded in eliminating an underground emperor, the Don Quixote family could seize a massive opportunity. He had long coveted the territories of the other underground emperors. Should Don Quixote, this fierce dragon crossing the river, alter the dynamics of the underground world, he could seize a share of the spoils. Doflamingo instructed his subordinates to swiftly assess the damages at the underground port, restore order, and continue their business. Meanwhile, after departing the underground port, Don Quixote returned to the Dong Tata kingdom in Greenwood. However, he was taken aback to encounter several unexpected figures. Doña Lando, please take all the members of the Liku tribe with you, Princess Mancheri pleaded as she jumped onto Don Quixote's shoulder. After some persuasion and analysis of benefits, Gancho and Cyrus were willing to temporarily leave Dressrosa. Moreover, upon learning of this plan, Violet, who had witnessed Don Quixote's rampage at the underground port through her Dingeki fruit powers, seized the opportunity to leave her post at the arena alongside Diamante. Utilizing her position within the Don Quixote family, she successfully smuggled out the Liku King hidden among the fighters, reuniting with the Little People and Rebecca. Violet and Rebecca anxiously regarded Don Quixote, as their willingness to undertake the perilous escape from Dressrosa stemmed from their trust in the Little People. They had been under constant surveillance by the Don Quixote family, making escape nearly impossible. Furthermore, they had no desire to abandon Dressrosa or their people. They aimed to overthrow the Don Quixote family and restore peace to their homeland. However, upon hearing that Don Quixote could deal with Doflamingo within 2 years, they were willing to temporarily leave Dressrosa to seek ways to grow stronger and return to reclaim their home. Very well, but that Dingeki fruit user must work for us, Don Quixote casually remarked, showing no interest in the affairs of the Liku tribe. These individuals were kind-hearted yet lacked the means to govern effectively. Entrusting Dressrosa to them might see the flourishing kingdom revert to its impoverished state from years past. The answer to whether a dark prosperity or peaceful poverty was preferable could only be known by the people of Dressrosa themselves. "Thank you, Lord Aurario." Violet immediately expressed her gratitude, finally able to escape Doflamingo's control, and they glimpsed a new hope. "I hope your Dingeki fruit abilities can aid us in some way." Donge Aranrita replied nonchalantly, then began instructing Masheri and Gansho to swiftly move the little people into Capone Beach's castle. They were about to leave Greenbit. Currently, Donge Huanglong is unaware of which individual is leading the naval fleet mentioned by Doflamingo. If it is a vice admiral, Donge Huanglong has little to fear. However, if a fleet admiral has arrived, it poses a significant threat. Prompted by Donge Huanglong and Princess Mangxueli, the small people swiftly entered the castle. Meanwhile, the idol Enela shockingly chose to destroy the enormous iron bridge connecting Greenit and Dressrosa, making his presence known to the world. This terrifying calamity of thunder sent the residents of Dressrosa into a state of panic. Doflamingo, perplexed by Donge Huanglong's intentions, wondered if this was merely an attempt to intimidate them. However, he soon received news that Violet had fled with the Liku royal family, and even Rebecca had vanished, causing his expression to darken. Could Donge Huanglong be planning to abduct the Liku royalty and the small people? Doflamingo was incensed by Violet's betrayal. Realizing they had not abandoned their ambition to reclaim the throne, standing atop the king's plateau, he observed the collapse of the bridge. Reflecting on how the Don Quixote family could no longer search Greenit, what exactly does Donge Huanglong intend to do? Doflamingo muttered with irritation. Feeling disgusted that this madman had taken advantage of him only to further annoy him, seemingly using the Liku royal family as a warning, he detested such inscrutable characters, akin to the troublesome Kaido of the beasts. At this moment, the G5 naval fleet was hastily advancing towards Dressrosa, with Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters crossing the red line directly to reach Dressrosa. Sengoku, the Buddha, felt a headache coming on, pondering why Donge Huanglong had reappeared in the New World. What could be his motive for invading Dressrosa? Was it to confront Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea, to enhance his reputation, or was it to seize Doflamingo's goods for Dr. Vegapunk's research? In any case, Donge Huanglong was akin to a stirring stick, creating chaos across the seas. According to scanned intelligence from the Don Quixote family, it appeared that a natural-type Thunderfruit user had emerged under Donge Huanglong's command. Advisor Crane frowned as she scrutinized the message requesting naval support from Dressrosa, her furrowed brow deepening. A Thunderfruit user? Sengoku sighed, pressing his temples. One tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, was already a considerable headache, and now the threat posed by a top-tier natural-type user from the Huanglong crew was escalating. It seemed that the butcher of the Dragu family, Netahu, had been swiftly eliminated by this Thunderfruit user. Advisor Crane spoke gravely, noting the newcomer with the Thunderfruit exhibited formidable combat prowess. This is becoming increasingly troublesome. I have a strong sense that Donge Huanglong will soon establish a force comparable to the Revolutionary Army, Sengoku lamented, reflecting on how a mere experimental subject could generate such immense pressure. Their navy had achieved little in recent days, utterly unable to contend with Donge Huanglong. It was imperative to locate his stronghold quickly. Otherwise, once Dr. Vegapunk settled, his power would grow exponentially. Advisor Crane's expression turned serious as she noted that Donge Huanglong's recent appearances seemed centered around theft, with his intentions glaringly apparent. He was aiding Dr. Vegapunk in establishing his laboratory and conducting research. If necessary, Sakasuki's suggestion. Sengoku hesitated to voice, contemplating the possibility of using the Sorbet Kingdom, an affiliated nation, to threaten Bartholomew Kuma against Donge Huanglong, albeit recognizing the proposal's despicable and cruel nature. Years ago, under the orders of the Five Elders, he had commanded the extermination of O'Hara. After becoming fleet admiral, he had also shielded the Celestial Dragons from numerous scandals. After all, the Celestial Dragons' triannual indigenous extermination contests had exposed him to countless dark realities. Yet, the Sorbet Kingdom was an affiliated nation, while those initiating the indigenous extermination contests were non-affiliated islands. According to the world government's laws, the people of non-affiliated nations were considered unworthy of human rights. Sengoku, do not let the last remnants of our justice be tarnished. Advisor Crane solemnly warned, emphasizing that ensuring the safety of all affiliated nation citizens was the Navy's bottom line. If even this shred of justice were sullied, what right would they have to call themselves a force for justice? In truth, Both she and Sengoku yearned to alter the celestial dragon's inhumane hunting practices, to stop treating the people of non-affiliated nations as mere insects. However, their efforts were futile. They remained powerless to change the aristocracy's abhorrent customs. It was for this reason that Garp had consistently refused to become an admiral to protect the celestial dragons. Having witnessed so much darkness, these high-ranking naval officials could only secure their positions and provide protection for the citizens of affiliated nations, ensuring the safety of the majority. "I'm sorry." Sighing, Sengoku expressed his growing envy for that old fellow Garp, feeling increasingly powerless in the face of the Navy's belief in supreme authority. As long as the celestial dragons existed, the Navy was doomed to become a long blade stained with darkness. The memories of last year's indigenous extermination contest were still vivid. What unfortunate island would be chosen for the next contest in 2 years? The celestial dragon's sins were endless. On Greenbit, the small people and a few members of the Liku family had entered the castle of Capone Beach. Dongye Hualong transformed into a colossal dragon, carrying Inalu and Capone Beach directly towards Punk Hazard. Inside the castle, Violet gazed at Baby 5. Astonished that this officer of the Don Quixote family had betrayed Doflamingo and joined Dongye Huanglong's ranks. "Don't look at me like that. You betrayed the young master too." Baby 5 retorted, feeling disgruntled by Violet and Rebecca's unfriendly gazes, asserting that she had followed her fiancé, with Doflamingo himself having acknowledged it. "I was merely coerced into joining the Don Quixote family," Violet replied coldly, recalling how her loyalty had once safeguarded the life of the Liku king. Though the Liku family bore an unforgivable stigma, at least Rebecca would no longer be hunted by the Don Quixote family, gaining a chance at survival. "Humph. I am no longer an officer of the Don Quixote family. I shall henceforth be Lord Huanglong's personal maid, serving him as a wife." Baby 5 dismissed any lingering grudges with Violet, now content to be Dongye Huanglong's woman, simply needing to heed his commands. The thought of living happily together with Dongye Huanglong made Baby 5's face flush anew, wondering if Lord Huanglong might host a grand wedding for her. Violet observed the infatuated woman without further hostility. Having spent many years in Dressrosa, she understood Baby 5's character flaws, which had led Doflamingo to eliminate many who pursued her. While Baby 5 had repeatedly attempted to harm Doflamingo, within the Don Quixote family, Baby 5 was truly unique in her audacity to act against Doflamingo. In the skies above, the atmosphere remained tense. To be able to sit atop the dragon form of the boss is indeed a tremendous honor. Capone Beach adjusted his hat, the cigar in his mouth glowing brightly in the fierce wind as he gazed at the receding ocean, filled with exhilaration. This was far more thrilling than being ensconced within the bear's paw bubbles. The expanse of this azure sea was even more magnificent than the white waves. Enel, observing the boundless ocean, suddenly felt that his previous perspective in Baika had been woefully shallow. Meanwhile, Don Quixote, the dragon of the east, grasped the permanent pointer provided by Vegapunk, directing their course towards Punk Hazard, the island of toxic gas. This island had likely not yet been cleared of its noxious fumes and remained in a state of abandonment by the world government. "I wonder if that scoundrel Caesar has managed to escape." Don Quixote recalled the malevolent scientist who had once brought about his demise. Although Caesar had bestowed upon him venomous and transparent factors, and had inadvertently bombarded Punk Hazard with gas shells, granting him an opportunity to flee, vengeance still beckoned. However, before eliminating Caesar, he contemplated how to extract every ounce of compensation from him. The natural gas fruit ability he possessed was indeed a rare and valuable devil fruit power. Yet presently, Vegapunk's research had yet to yield advancements in artificial natural fruit technology, and even the recovery of devil fruits remained merely theoretical. Never mind. I shall devise a means to torment him when the time comes. Don Quixote continued his flight, soon passing a tempestuous island crackling with lightning. The sight filled both him and Enel with awe. It was Thur Island, one of the initial trio of islands in the New World. Capone Beach exclaimed in astonishment. The very name of the island revealed its nature, a realm perpetually beset by tumultuous thunder and lightning. This island was also the most perilous among the trio, with its magnetic compass being the most unstable, reflecting an extremely erratic magnetic field. After departing from Fishman Island, the recorded trio of islands included Thur Island, Biliscarid Island, and Mistralia Island. Thur Island? Just like my title. Enel's eyes sparkled with longing. He felt as if this island existed solely for him, where he could enhance his strength. Let us ascend to explore. Don Quixote sensed the latent power of lightning within him stirring, likely further enticing Enel, the user of the rumble fruit. As the colossal dragon descended upon the shores of Thor Island, bolts of lightning soon struck them. This terrified Capone Beach, making him reluctant to venture deeper into the electrified interior of the island. Beach, release Kiberkun. You shall wait here for a moment. Inel. Fashion a few lightning rods from gold for Beach. Don Quixote, having resumed his human form, crackled with electricity as he spoke, having just endured several lightning strikes alongside Inel. Feeling a peculiar thrill. However, the benefits were undeniable. They sensed that this locale was ideal for their training. Commander, my brother is the underground Dark Emperor. The master of concealment, Kyberson. He possesses significant power at sea. If you release me, I assure you we shall offer you satisfactory compensation. Upon his release, Kyberkun hurriedly addressed Don Quixote with utmost respect. Were it anyone else, he would have vehemently protested and threatened with Kyberson's name. Yet before this formidable individual who dared to eliminate celestial dragons, he refrained from uttering a single menacing word, fearful that even a trial could lead to his demise. Behave, and perhaps you shall be freed in due time. Don Quixote seized Kyberkun and ventured into Thur Island, with Inel following closely. Even transforming into a lightning element to soar into the sky, voraciously absorbing the electric energy to replenish his 4 thunder drums. Lord Dragon, I shall obey. I truly shall. Please do not take me to be struck by lightning. Kyberkun cried in terror, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning, enveloped in black smoke and twitching uncontrollably. Bound with mid-grade seastone handcuffs, he lacked the strength to utilize Haki, having to endure the lightning with his mere flesh. Remember, obey faithfully, refrain from excess, and avoid unnecessary words, or I shall leave you on Thur Island. As another lightning bolt struck Kyberkun, Don Quixote smiled faintly, intending to instill fear in him. Once they reached Punk Hazard, it would be easier to transport the enormous experimental equipment. Indeed, I shall comply with any command of yours, my lord. Kyberkun, paralyzed and charred, could only acquiesce to Don Quixote's demands to survive. Excellent. Don Quixote cast Kyberkun back into Capone Beach's golden lightning rod array, then set off with Inel to explore Thur Island and enhance their lightning powers. Meanwhile, a flamingo pirate ship departing from Dressrosa successfully retrieved Caesar Clown, who had escaped from the New World Navy prison in a certain maritime region. Following Doflamingo's threats and enticements, Caesar, the nefarious scientist, formally allied with Doflamingo, submitting to this underground Dark Emperor. Since Doflamingo sought artificial devil fruits, Caesar regarded Punk Hazard, equipped with complete experimental apparatus, as his target base. Thus, Doflamingo dispatched Monet and a portion of his subordinates to secretly accompany Caesar to Punk Hazard, prioritizing the clearing of the toxic gas. On Thur Island, transformed into a colossal dragon, Don Quixote soared through the thunderclouds, continuously honing his lightning abilities. Thunder Dragon Ignition. Emulating Kaido's Fire Dragon Ignition, Don Quixote enveloped himself in crackling lightning, manifesting as an immense thunder dragon. This terrifying display left Kyberkun and Capone Beach swallowing hard in trepidation. The inhabitants within the castle were rendered speechless by the sight of Don Quixote's thunder dragon. With such formidable power, why fear Doflamingo? They could confront him directly. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Inel too transformed into a towering lightning giant, yet before Don Quixote's 1,000-meter thunder dragon, he appeared as minuscule as an ant. The boss is terrifying. Inel gazed at the thunder dragon, realizing it embodied the essence of divinity, filling him with desire. Inel frantically absorbed the lightning of Thur Island, pushing his body to its limits. 500 million volts, Thunder Emperor. Inel's lightning giant surged, reaching a height of 100 meters. Although still dwarfed by the Thunder Dragon, it was sufficient to instill fear in Beach and his companions. What a powerful user of the Rumble fruit. Kyberkun surmised that Inel, this newcomer, was on par with the new vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, his bounty surely worth 500 million berries. This was truly frightening. The Dragon Corps had produced yet another figure of warlord caliber, with the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma and Thunder God Inel as his left and right arms. Don Quixote could vanquish any warlord with ease. If he could recruit another formidable officer, it would not merely resemble the beast pirates but would indeed embody their essence, possessing the stature of an emperor. Ha ha, Kyberkun, why not join our boss? It would be best if you could bring along your brother Kyberson. Capone Beach smiled slyly, realizing that by following the God-Slayer Don Quixote, he had no path of retreat left. He decided to stick with this madman. Watching as he steadily ascended to the position of one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, the newly minted emperor, had only held his title for 2 or 3 years, leaving ample opportunity for them to be toppled. Kyberkun, however, had no intention of acknowledging Capone Beach. Their underground criminal organization operated in a gray area, straddling the line between legality and illegality. They engaged in business dealings with the world government, allied nations, the Navy, pirates, and mountain bandits alike. Every era saw a shift in the dominance of pirates. Figures like Rox, the 3 legendary pirates, the Pirate King, and the four emperors all came and went. Yet, their underground empire had several families with centuries-old legacies. For instance, the Dark Gold family and the Dew family controlled the financial and currency sectors, owning various legitimate and illegitimate banks and loan shark operations. The Umi family dominated the shipping industry, managing deep-sea trade routes that spanned the seas and the Grand Line. The Dragu family ruled the realm of assassins, encompassing human trafficking, organ trade, and kidnapping operations. The family to which Jibberkun belonged was a venerable power, second only to these three families, overseeing goods and warehousing. As for Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street, Joker, the Emperor of Underground Intermediaries, and Morgans, the Big Newsman. They represented the new wave of underground emperors, still expanding their influence and territories, awaiting the completion of their monopolistic ambitions. Meanwhile, Don Quixote and Enel were so engrossed in their training that time slipped away unnoticed, leaving Capone Beach and his cohort to wait in anxious anticipation for nearly 10 days. On another front, Caesar Clown, accompanied by the Snow Woman Monet and members of the Don Quixote family, secretly returned to Punk Hazard. This self-proclaimed second-best scientist in the world possessed considerable skills. He had mastered some techniques for integrating Zoan-type devil fruit abilities into objects. With the support of the Don Quixote family, he acquired a Zoan-type salamander fruit and combined it with concentrated toxic gas to create a purple toxic slime. He directed the slime to consume the poisonous gases of Punk Hazard, purifying the island's toxic mists, prioritizing the detoxification of the laboratory. Upon returning to his long-abandoned research facility, he was astonished to discover some experimental prisoners who had not succumbed to the poison. Most of these inmates had become paralyzed from inhaling the toxic fumes. Through a stroke of luck akin to Buggy's, these surviving prisoners viewed Caesar as their savior, pledging their loyalty to him. Seizing the moment, Caesar outfitted the paralyzed inmates with remote-controlled balloons to assist him in guarding Punk Hazard. Under the urging of Doflamingo and the supervision of Monet, Caesar swiftly commenced his research on artificial devil fruits, utilizing the laboratory's complete array of equipment to produce sad animal lineage factors. On Rygene Island, the Paramecia user Violet and Capone Beach successfully intercepted a passing news bird, acquiring the latest newspapers. A bounty notice captured their attention, a new face with a staggering bounty of 300 million berries. Caesar Clown, formerly the second scientist of the World Government's Research Division, was noted as an expert in the development of large-scale weapons of mass destruction, classified as extremely dangerous. When Don Quixote took a moment to rest and glanced at Caesar's bounty notice, a smile crept across his face. Until now, he had been unaware of Caesar's imprisonment. But this fool had now unwittingly walked into the path of his own demise. Let us depart for Punk Hazard, he called to Enel, preparing to leave Rygene Island. Although he was uncertain of Caesar's current location, he was confident that the man would head to Punk Hazard. Their arrival held a high probability of encountering Caesar, and perhaps even Doflamingo or members of the Don Quixote family, which promised to be entertaining. Doflamingo's desire to conduct business with Don Quixote was simply out of the question. With a mighty roar, Don Quixote soared into the sky alongside Enel and Capone Beach, racing towards Punk Hazard. Meanwhile, Caesar excitedly organized his personal laboratory, envisioning this vast research facility as his kingdom. With Doflamingo's protection and a host of new followers at his beck and call, he aspired to become Punk Hazard's foremost scientist. As the toxic slime grew larger, the island's poisonous gases diminished, and it would not be long before the air was completely purified, albeit at the risk of becoming a dangerous gas monster. Beach Punk, I shall surpass you, Caesar declared as he initiated his machinery, commencing the production of artificial devil fruit materials. The success of Experiment 88 opened a pathway towards mass-producing formidable subordinates. He resolved never to fall behind the likes of Queen and Vinsmoke Judge. He too would command a powerful army. Monet, the green-haired secretary with glasses, took on the role of overseeing and urging Caesar to fulfill Doflamingo's tasks. The mere concept of integrating Zoan-type devil fruit abilities into objects had broadened her horizons. Nevertheless, observing the somewhat foolish toxic slime made her question the practicality of such technology. A devil fruit worth millions, producing a weapon with limited intelligence, seemed somewhat wasteful. After all, a capable human consuming a devil fruit would yield far superior combat effectiveness compared to a devil fruit weapon. Of course, if the artificial devil fruits were successful, they would no longer lack devil fruits and could use them liberally. Caesar excelled in the research of large-scale toxic weapons, but under the influence of Vegapunk, he had gleaned some knowledge of artificial devil fruit technology, which was not without its flaws. However, his immediate priority was to prepare the raw materials and extract the animal lineage factors, as he would eventually need these sad animal lineage factors to cultivate devil fruits. The timeline for the first artificial devil fruit's fruition remained uncertain, and the prospect of having numerous Zoan-type devil fruit users was enticing, as it might enable him to create even more perfect artificial devil fruits, akin to the strength of Experiment 88's artificial Azure Dragon fruit. Aware of the potential devastation posed by the toxic gas bombs in Punk Hazard, he planned to resume his research on these bombs, dubbing it the Death Zone Project while simultaneously assisting Doflamingo in the manufacture of artificial devil fruits. On the high seas, Don Quixote gazed at the approaching Punk Hazard, dark memories surfacing, a flicker of brutality crossing his eyes. "Boss, stay calm," Capone Beach shouted, sensing the ominous aura emanating from him, fearing he might faint and plunge into the sea. Don Quixote reined in his aura, accelerating towards Punk Hazard with determination. "I hope you're already there." Meanwhile, Caesar, who was busy directing the Don Quixote family members, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What is happening? Caesar glanced around, seeking the source of his unease, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the snow woman, Monet. Doflamingo's influence is indeed vast, as he has dispatched a nature-type user of the snow fruit to this place. "My dear, contact Doflamingo and urge him to procure some Zoan-type users," Caesar instructed the beautiful secretary. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed a terrifying aura that filled him with dread, leaving him in a state of disquiet. Meanwhile, high above Punk Hazard, the Eastern Wild Dragon was exhilarated as he observed the dissipating poison on the island. "Caesar, you wretched creature, you truly have returned." The Eastern Wild Dragon swiftly descended, the purple patterns on his body writhing as they absorbed the surrounding toxins, creating a safe atmosphere. However, the Mafia boss, Capone Beach, remained exceedingly cautious, donning the gas mask prepared by Vegapunk. "Boss, there are numerous humans on the island, their numbers exceeding 100. Inel's electromagnetic waves rapidly enveloped the island, sensing the life forms within. Let us eliminate them." Without hesitation, the Eastern Wild Dragon charged in, with Enel transforming into lightning to pursue him, while Capone Beach and those within his fortress temporarily stayed ashore. Along their path, they struck down members of the Don Quixote family with lightning, granting them no chance to signal for help. At that moment, Punk Hazard had yet to establish a comprehensive surveillance system, rendering any escape attempts by Caesar and Monet futile. With the screams of the patrolling prisoners and Don Quixote members echoing around them, Caesar and Monet realized they were under attack. As the Eastern Wild Dragon kicked open the laboratory door, Caesar's complexion rapidly paled. "It's him. How can it be him? Why is it experiment number 88? Caesar screamed in terror, transforming into gas and fleeing in panic. Monet, upon witnessing the Eastern Wild Dragon's arrival, was also taken aback. They had not expected to reunite so swiftly after leaving Dressrosa. "Caesar, you cannot escape." The Eastern Wild Dragon grinned, unleashing a violent burst of Conqueror's Haki. Black and red lightning surged forth, forcing the elemental Caesar out of his gaseous form. A laser swiftly penetrated Caesar's thigh, causing blood to splatter. "Do not kill me. Wild Dragon, you are not dead yet. You have acquired the venomous and transparent factors. You should thank me," Caesar cried, tears and snot streaming down his face, overwhelmed by an immense fear of the Eastern Wild Dragon's murderous intent. Furthermore, the armed Haki of these individuals was even more terrifying than Doflamingo's, compelling him directly from his elemental state. Just as Monet was about to speak, a bolt of lightning appeared before her, its dead fish-like gaze causing her to retreat several steps in fright. While nature-type users are immune to physical attacks, they are not impervious to elemental strikes such as lightning. "Indeed, I must thank you for detonating Punk Hazard. Otherwise, I might not have had the chance to escape. Regardless, that does not alter my desire to eliminate you, especially since you have taken my life once before." The Eastern Wild Dragon approached Caesar slowly, looking down at him with a sinister smile. Once, it was Caesar who towered over the Eastern Wild Dragon, treating him like a mere lab rat. Yet now, the roles had reversed. Caesar found himself, like an ant, kneeling before the Eastern Wild Dragon in supplication. "Do not kill me. I can transplant the spark red and electric blue bloodline factors into you. You are the perfect experimental subject, destined to succeed again. I can transform you into the strongest being, surpassing Kaido of the 100 Beasts," Caesar shouted desperately, hoping to survive at the hands of the Eastern Wild Dragon. "Moreover, I have already established a collaboration with Doflamingo. If you kill me, you will offend him." "Doflamingo? I just seized his territory a few days ago. He cannot save you." The Eastern Wild Dragon chuckled, delivering a powerful punch to Caesar's abdomen, silencing him and causing him to crumple like a shrimp, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. "Lord Wild Dragon, I implore you, for the sake of our young master, spare Caesar. We are willing to pay for his life with the devil fruits. Monet, witnessing Caesar nearly beaten to death, suppressed her fear and trembled as she shouted. This scientist was a crucial target assigned to her by Doflamingo, and she was determined to protect his life at all costs. Doflamingo's favor? You are now my trophy. What can he offer for you and Caesar, both of whom possess nature-type abilities? The Eastern Wild Dragon remarked, gazing mockingly at the slender green-haired beauty. My apologies, Doflamingo. But I must seize another female officer from you. Within the research facility of Punk Hazard, the exploding man, Gibberkun, obediently activated his exploding fruit ability under the terrifying pressure of the Eastern Wild Dragon, assisting him in obliterating the experimental equipment, reducing it to deflated balloon-like forms. He then neatly folded and stored them within Capone Beach Fortress. Originally, Vegapunk and the scientists had drafted various lists, abandoning some large equipment that was inconvenient to transport. However, with Gibberkun's explosive capabilities, the Eastern Wild Dragon intended to take everything movable. Meanwhile, Caesar, battered and broken, was shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, discarded like a rag. Having vented his rage, the Eastern Wild Dragon did not immediately dispose of him. After all, Caesar's nature-type gas fruit held potential value for research or recovery. If he were to eliminate him now, it would waste the opportunity for this ability to randomly reincarnate in the world. Monet, a nature-type user of the snow fruit, also became a captive, handcuffed with sea stone and imprisoned. Enel was dispatched by the Eastern Wild Dragon to hunt down all surviving prisoners and members of the Don Quixote family on the island. Meanwhile, the Eastern Wild Dragon was occupied with the purple slime creature formed from concentrated poison. Under the Eastern Wild Dragon's death threats, Caesar relinquished basic command of the venomous creature to him. As the Eastern Wild Dragon plunged his dragon claws into the creature's concentrated venomous body, the purple toxic patterns writhed rapidly, voraciously absorbing the monster's venom. This certainly saves me quite a bit of time. The venomous slime creature had absorbed the purple mist of Punk Hazard for 7 or 8 days, accumulating most of the island's toxins and condensing them into a massive slime creature. Now, the Eastern Wild Dragon seized the fruits of this creature's labor, enhancing his own venomous abilities. Under the Eastern Wild Dragon's absorption, the slime creature gradually shrank from dozens of meters to just a few, taking on the semblance of a pet slime. This devil fruit weapon proved easier to train than the artificial dragon created by Vegapunk. Like Mr. Four's cannon dog and Spandam's elephant sword, these devil fruit weapons, once created, were sold to various parties, and they would obey the commands of their new masters. Now, Dongye Huanglong has become the new master of this venomous salamander, which submits obediently to any commands without a hint of resistance. Naturally, with its rudimentary instinct as a devil fruit weapon, it can only comprehend a few simple orders. The emergence of such a devil fruit weapon, along with the awareness of artificial devil fruit users rebelling, demonstrates that Zoan-type devil fruits indeed possess a degree of biological will. Moreover, the will of those from the mythical Zoan category is even stronger. Legends speak of the sun god Nika fruit, which can evade the scrutiny of the world government, a rather absurd notion. Dongye Hualong amusingly led this venomous salamander on a whimsical stroll around the island, continuing to absorb the toxic miasma present. However, he refrained from completely cleansing this poisonous island to prevent it from being reclaimed by the world government or turning into a battleground for Akainu and Aokiji. In the future, Punk Hazard, the island of toxins, and Raijin Island, the island of thunder, are destined to become Dongye Huanglong's territories. Observing the salamander, which can split its body to form numerous small toxic slimes, he felt immense satisfaction. Its liquid composition grants it immunity to physical attacks, making this new pet exceedingly valuable. Additionally, its potent venom enables it to easily incapacitate foes, and the smaller slimes can explode upon contact with fire. Enhancing their lethality, a comparison can be drawn to Charlotte Lean's advanced homies. Come, slime, commanded Dongye Hualong, and the small slimes began to coalesce into a slightly larger venomous salamander, eagerly following their new master like a faithful hound. The presence of this toxic creature diminished Dongye Huanglong's murderous intent towards Caesar. He wondered if this fellow could continue to produce elemental devil fruit weapon creatures such as thunderclouds, flames, marshy muck, or snowflakes. If so, Dongye Hualong might even conjure inferior versions of Zeus or Prometheus, achieving the capabilities of the soul fruit. Indeed, the fusion of technology and devil fruit powers is a field worthy of further exploration. Upon returning to the laboratory, Kibakun lay exhausted, tongue-lolling. Having destroyed nearly an entire set of experimental equipment that day, far surpassing his previous workload. With the efforts of the Little People tribe, the entire lab had been nearly emptied, including the tidying of scattered research materials. "Boss, we can leave now," Cape and Becky reported cheerfully to Dongye Huanglong, noting how much easier everything became with Kibakun's explosive abilities. They had also captured 2 users of natural type abilities, if they could subdue them, along with Inaru. They would possess 3 natural type users. "Monchueli, tend to that dying dog. Don't let him perish." Dongye Huanglong, for the sake of his plan involving the elemental devil fruit weapon creature, decided to spare Caesar's life, allowing him to generate greater value. In the future, should he become a nuisance, he would simply administer a beating to ensure he didn't expire. All right. Princess Monchueli sprinkled a healing dandelion over the critically injured Caesar, restoring his severed leg and alleviating some of the bruises on his face. "I hope you can create several devil fruit weapon creatures akin to the slimes. Otherwise, should you lose your utility to me, I shall ensure you receive a thorough beating," Dongye Huanglong grinned at Caesar, his voice laced with a chilling undertone that made Caesar tremble, nodding vigorously in agreement through tears. As individuals returned to Cape and Becky's castle, Dongye Huanglong transformed once more into a dragon, taking Becky and Inaru with him as they soared away from Punk Hazard, returning to the Sky Island. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, the cheerful Doflamingo was busy arranging a significant shipment of supplies to be sent to Punk Hazard, hoping Caesar would soon produce the materials for artificial devil fruits. Have the little people truly been taken away? Doflamingo's expression darkened as reports from his subordinates returning from exploring Greenbit Island revealed that after Inaru destroyed the bridge, the entire tribe had vanished without a trace. Dongye Huanglong seemed to have gone too far this time. Consequently, he would have to resort to ordinary people for cultivating devil fruits, an endeavor that would likely reduce efficiency considerably. When he attempted to contact Monet and Punk Hazard to inquire about their progress, the unresponsive snail only deepened Doflamingo's scowl. Realizing something was amiss, he set off, fury ignited, leading his subordinates to Punk Hazard. Upon arriving the following day and entering the desolate laboratory, his conqueror's haki surged wildly across the island. "Who is it? Who is responsible?" Doflamingo bellowed in rage, having just rescued Caesar, only to find both Caesar and Monet had been captured and the laboratory completely emptied. Who possessed such capability and speed? Initially, he had hoped the artificial devil fruits would bolster the Don Quixote family's strength and expand business with Kaido of the 100 Beasts, but now, just as they were beginning, everything had collapsed. "Young master, the bodies left behind appear to have been struck down by lightning. There are small footprints that might belong to the little people," his subordinates reported. There were no signs of relocation equipment at the port. They likely flew away. Hearing these clues, Doflamingo's mind immediately turned to Dongye Huanglong, that scoundrel. The little people, the thunder god Inaru, the flying dragon. Dongye Huanglong had not only attacked his underground port and extorted him, but had now severed a significant business opportunity. It seemed Dongye Huanglong had set his sights on the artificial devil fruits, with the little people skilled in cultivation and the experimental equipment of Punk Hazard. Dongye Huanglong had to be dealt with. Doflamingo cast aside any thoughts of collaboration with Dongye Huanglong. His sole desire now was to eliminate this experiment No. 88 and reclaim Caesar and the little people. On that day at the underground port, when Dongye Huanglong abducted Kibakun and removed their equipment, that fellow must have exerted considerable effort. "We must return and consult with Kibisun and Drackle Pyklo to devise a plan against Dongye Huanglong," Doflamingo determined, leaving Punk Hazard with a grim expression. Although he was uncertain if Dongye Huanglong had returned to seize the experimental equipment, it was clear that he had captured Monet. Knowing full well she was one of his subordinates, there was no room for negotiation now. Dongye Huanglong was directly targeting the Don Quixote family. The hiding master Kibisun's brother, Kibakun, had been taken by Dongye Huanglong, and the powerful Undertaker Drackle Pyklo's subordinate, Netahu, had been eliminated by him. Doflamingo intended to unite these 2 underground emperors to confront the arrogant Dongye Huanglong. Originally, he had hoped to incite Dongye Huanglong against the 2 Dark Emperors, but now he found himself at a significant loss. He intended to unleash the forces of the underground dark world, in conjunction with the might of the world government, to obliterate the experimental subject that obstructed his financial pursuits. In a fit of rage, Doflamingo returned to Dressrosa, meticulously orchestrating a plan against Dongye Huanglong, even instructing Virgo to report the complete evacuation of Punk Hazard to the higher authorities. He urged the world government and the Navy to intensify their material blockade against Dongye Huanglong. Days later, Dongye Huanglong and his companions safely returned to the Sky Island. The small folk joyfully relocated to the primal forest of God's Island, Apiato, establishing their second homeland. The 4 members of the Liku clan found their roles. King Liku was assigned to Gonfall for the administration of the Sky Island, while Violet joined the Dragon crew, overseeing the safety and intelligence of the island. Soldier Kiriso and Rebecca joined Bartholomew Kuma's training team, with Kiriso serving as a swordsmanship instructor, while Rebecca trained alongside Bonnie and Aisha to grow stronger. The experimental equipment from Punk Hazard was swiftly restored under the capabilities of Cybercon, allowing for rapid establishment on the Sky Island. Vegapunk and the scientists were thoroughly pleased with these familiar apparatuses. "You even brought Caesar back," Vegapunk remarked with a hint of disdain at the sight of this familiar figure shackled by sea prism stone. "You actually escaped from the world government," Caesar exclaimed in shock, never anticipating that Vegapunk could elude their grasp. "This fellow has created quite a mess. Rest assured, I will ensure he gets a proper fixing." Dongye Hualong, accompanied by his new pet, a toxic slime, divulged the plans for elemental demon fruit weaponry to Vegapunk. Then you may entrust those weaponized experiments to him. I shall focus on researching renewable energy for colossal robots, Vegapunk sighed, wishing not to see Caesar, who deserved confinement and impelled down, any longer. I shall surpass you," Caesar retorted, incensed by Vegapunk's demeanor. However, the next moment, a colossal fist struck his abdomen. "Enough with the idle chatter, comply and perform your duties." Dongye Hualong glared coldly at this foolish and obstinate wretch. Yes, I will obey and produce what you require," Caesar replied, instantly deflated, no longer daring to boast or bluster. Subsequently, Caesar donned a pair of low-purity sea prism stone explosive handcuffs, which would suppress his gas-based abilities without rendering him powerless, while preventing any attempts at escape. Cybercon and Monet had not anticipated that Dongye Huanglong's territory lay within the Sky Island. Knowing this secret, how could they ever hope to return to their family? Cybercon felt a growing sense of frustration, realizing he might never return home. Dongye Hualong had no intention of releasing him, extracting his blood and reapplying the low-purity sea prism stone handcuffs. It seemed that he would henceforth be obliged to serve Dongye Huanglong. Baby 5 took residence within Dongye Huanglong's temple, becoming his personal maid. The snow woman, Monet, was confined within the laboratory, receiving treatment akin to that of the dissolving man, Buck. For the time being, she was relegated to being a specimen for natural studies. This woman was a staunch loyalist of Doflamingo and was difficult to subdue, particularly as she was Sugar's sister within the Don Quixote family. She was even less likely to betray him. If necessary, Dongye Huanglong would treat her as he did Enel, allowing Vegapunk and Kuma to erase her memories. Depending on her future utility, these 2 devil fruits have also been entrusted to you. They appear to be an animal-type frog fruit and a sheep fruit. Dongye Hualong handed over the common animal-type fruits acquired from Doflamingo to Vegapunk and his team for research. These relatively weaker devil fruits held little significance for Dongye Huanglong. With the initiatives of pacifists, seraphim, artificial devil fruits, and devil fruit weaponry now underway, Dongye Hualong brimmed with ambition for the future. Once these scientific endeavors matured, overpowering the 4 emperors and ascending to the Holy Land would not be a mere dream. Before embarking on the next phase of his plans, Dongye Hualong devoted himself to rigorous training, striving to surpass Bartholomew Kuma in strength. Only then would he be worthy to contend with the 4 emperors and the Goresi. In the underground dark world of the New World, Doflamingo, Kyberson, and Dragolpeklo sought to unite against Dongye Huanglong. This whisper of conspiracy sent ripples of astonishment through the underground realm. However, the loan shark king Duffeld and the shipping magnate Umit merely wished to observe the unfolding drama, showing no desire to entangle themselves with a madman bold enough to confront the celestial dragons, especially one capable of deploying the formidable abilities of the paw fruit at will. In a bustling neon-lit street, within a lavish private chamber, a woman adorned with a ladies had ignited a cigarette, letting out a delicate smoke ring. "The doctor is actually working under such a lunatic?" The queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, murmured, her tone tinged with exasperation. This multifaceted spy, doubling as a CP0 agent, was tasked with sheltering Vegapunk while simultaneously fulfilling the world government's directives to confront Dongye Huanglong. Recently, the Goresi had instructed her to assist Doflamingo in facilitating a coalition against Dongye Huanglong within the underground dark world, aiming to completely sever Dongye Huanglong's access to rare resources. This would concurrently delay Vegapunk's research progress, seeking to establish a precarious balance. Stussy's delicate lips curved into a faint smile as she considered the interests of Vegapunk, the creator. In executing the Goresi's mission, she hoped to assist the doctor in breaking free from the world government's grasp and looked forward to their reunion. Discarding the bounty notice for Dongye Huanglong, the clone yearned to witness this formidable experimental subject. On the Giran Tezelo, in a secluded chamber, A man swirled a glass of red wine, reclining with his legs crossed, holding a transponder snail in one hand and a white transponder snail for anti-eavesdropping beside him. I wish to find you, yet here you are at my doorstep, the Golden Emperor Tezelo grinned, intrigued by the individual who had dispatched a celestial dragon. However, he had no intention of abandoning the Giran Tezelo to confront the world government and the celestial dragons. Such a course would surely end in disaster. For now, he reveled in his elevated status, wealth, and power, yet he was more than willing to fund Dongye Huanglong's endeavors against the celestial dragons. Tezelo, let us be forthright. I am aware of your burdens in the matter concerning Stella. You are destined to collaborate with me to overthrow the celestial dragons. Dongye Huanglong's voice emanated from the transponder snail, instantly silencing Tezelo. His face darkened with murderous intent, taken aback that Dongye Huanglong had uncovered the secrets buried deep within him. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to expose your secrets. Perhaps we should commence a clandestine partnership. You shall provide us with funding and resources. And once we amass sufficient power, you may decide whether to personally exact revenge on the celestial dragons, Dongye Huanglong stated calmly, having deftly grasped Tezelo's motivations. The original celestial dragon slave had no other options. If the celestial dragons were to discover that Tezelo was once their slave, they would undoubtedly strip him of everything he possessed. They would not treat him as they did now, granting him the title of a king in a territory merely for the sake of wealth. How do you know this? Tezelo replied coldly, recalling the time he had even murdered those who bore the mark of slavery on his behalf. Logically, no one should be aware of this. If he could, he would have liked to eliminate Dongye Huanglong, the one who knew his secret. I can see a glimpse of the past. You have no secrets from me, Tezelo. Stop overthinking, Dongye Huanglong chuckled softly. Through continuous confrontations with Bear, he had come to realize that his strength was on par with awakened abilities like Doflamingo and Tezelo. He possessed sufficient power to converse directly with Tezelo, which led to this dialogue. Humph. Speak your demands. How much do you desire? Tezelo suppressed his displeasure and replied coldly, suddenly wishing for Doflamingo's alliance to eliminate Dongye Huanglong, thus removing one potential threat. I am not short on wealth. I possess vast amounts of gold. As I mentioned earlier, I require you to gather various rare materials and capture different ability users. Additionally, you may need to assist me in dealing with certain individuals. Dongye Huanglong said with a smile, well aware that Tezelo was not lacking in money and often executed bounty criminals aboard the Grand Tezelo as a form of entertainment. It would be a waste to execute some of the ability users. It would be better to send them to Vegapunk as test subjects. For animal-type ability users, they could extract bloodline factors to create perfect artificial animal-type devil fruits. For superhuman-type ability users, they could extract bloodline factors to create seraphim-like superhuman green blood. As for natural types, there were very few in these seas. Very well, in the future, there is no need for you to disturb me, nor to threaten me, Tezelo stated with an indifferent tone. Initially, he had some admiration for this person who had eliminated the celestial dragons. But now that Dongye Huanglong knew of his past as a celestial dragon slave and sought to coerce him into cooperation, it ignited a murderous intent within Tezelo. However, with the world government unable to locate Dongye Huanglong, he had no choice but to collaborate with him. Rest assured, I consider you my ally. You may even thank me in the future for giving you the opportunity and courage to eliminate the celestial dragons. Dongye Huanglong grinned, addressing this once formidable figure who had forgotten his original purpose. He aimed to reignite Tezelo's shame from his days as a slave and his hatred for Stella's death. Even though Tezelo had become the world's richest man and enjoyed privileges akin to those of the celestial dragons, the memories of his past and the hatred he harbored would not dissipate. Most importantly, Dongye Huanglong had set his sights on Tezelo's superhuman gold fruit ability and the luck fruit ability. He needed to devise a way to acquire both abilities, as they were essential for his Seraphim army. Recently, Doflamingo is planning to unite with other underground emperors against you. Be cautious when you come to take what is yours, Tezelo warned coldly, knowing he must not reveal his collaboration with Dongye Huanglong, for that would be tantamount to exposing his identity as a slave of the celestial dragons. After all, Dongye Huanglong's actions against the celestial dragons were extremely heinous, and the world government was actively searching for him. I know. Soon, I shall deal with Doflamingo. And at that time, you can partake in the spoils, seizing his territory and business, Dongye Huanglong replied nonchalantly, certain that Doflamingo would eventually fall into his hands, allowing him to revel in his temporary freedom for a few more days. This individual was likely to unite with the world government and the marine admirals against him. Thus, it was best not to stir trouble in Dressrosa for now. After a few months, when the heat dies down, he would launch a surprise attack on Dressrosa. making Doflamingo aware that he had truly provoked a madman. Months later, on the Grand Line, at the island of Sunken Day. Roar. Boom. A half-dragon was forcefully smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater from which waves of earth erupted, sending plumes of dust into the air, shaking the entire island. Spit. Dongye Hulong emerged from the pit, spitting out blood, his eyes filled with fervor. Is this the power of Conqueror's Haki? Truly formidable, though his hardened dragon scales had shattered. His spirit soared as he aspired to learn this terrifying power. Your physique is incredibly strong. You are nothing short of a monster, exclaimed Monkey D, dragon. Clad in a green cloak, his gaze tinged with astonishment. He was aware of Dongye Hulong's prowess as the strongest experimental subject. Yet he had not anticipated it to be this formidable, capable of withstanding a blow from Conqueror's Haki. Stop dawdling, continue. I have paid the tuition. Dongye Hulong. Transformed into a half-dragon, ignited by the flames of Lunaria, charged at Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The two engaged in a breathtakingly rapid battle, their blood surging with excitement. Even Enel watched in awe, his gaze filled with fervor as he turned to the leader of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Crow Karis. This individual was a natural type user of the Ashash fruit, possessing formidable strength. Enel was eager to defeat this veteran to prove his capabilities. Under the influence of Bartholomew Kuma, he intentionally sought to promote collaboration between the Dragon Group and the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, Dongye Hulong was genuinely eager to learn Conqueror's Haki. Thus, the encounter between Dongye Hulong and Dragon became inevitable. The vast amount of gold in Dongye Hulong's possession made Dragon extremely covetous, leading him to teach Dongye Hulong the art of Conqueror's Haki, even offering a staggering price of 100 million berries per day. However, Dongye Hulong did not even blink and readily accepted, stunning the financially strained Revolutionary Army. Today, we must target this wealthy man, Dongye Hulong. Meanwhile, Capone Beej represented the Dragon Group, discussing further cooperation with the Eastern Army leader of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty. The considerable amount of gold provided by the Dragon Group, along with some Vegapunk technology and certain aerial weapons, required the Revolutionary Army to dig deep into their resources to continue negotiations. Bello Betty. We have no interest in your Revolutionary Army's goods. We hope you can exchange them for devil fruits or rare materials. Capone Beej, a short and stout figure, bit into the cigar with a merchant's demeanor, looking disdainfully at the Revolutionary Army's inventory. However, the Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu from Fishman Island, as well as the 99 Attack Cuisine Vitality menu from the Kingdom of the Merfolk, held some merit and value. Those items are insufficient for our needs. If that is the case, our cooperation will be difficult to pursue, Bello Betty replied, puffing on a lady's cigarette, appearing quite brazen with her ample bosom and an air of a leading woman. The Southern Army leader of the Revolutionary Army, Lindbergh, was an inventor, and most of the materials they collected could be utilized for themselves. If the Dragon Group found the Revolutionary Army's goods unsatisfactory, Bello Betty would have no choice but to ensure that Dragon earned a bit more funding from Dongye Hulong. With sufficient funds, they could procure other weapons and supplies. For now, we only require the Fishman Karate and Jiu-Jitsu, as well as those vibrant menus. That Lindbergh-style freeze gun is also quite impressive, with substantial funds at his disposal. Capone Beej holds the reins of the transaction, ultimately selecting the items instructed by Dia Arisher and those he personally desires. Within the Arisher faction, this West Sea Mafia godfather has transformed into a steward, ensuring the organization as efficient operation. Bear, we shan't engage in combat, shall we? Murmured the West Army commander, Mori, his voice a gentle whisper, incongruous with his towering stature. He observed the members of the Arisher faction, each one cloaked in somber expressions, some mocking, while others exuded a restless ferocity. He noted the countenances of Trafalgar Law, Lafitte, and Enel, as if on the brink of war with the Revolutionary Army, instilling within him a slight trepidation. Rest assured, we shall merely spar, replied Bear, donning his rimless spectacles, his visage radiating warmth and contentment, while an exuberant pink-haired girl perched on his shoulder, shouting with delight. Following months of treatment, thanks to Vegapunk, Shiryu, and Law's efforts, Bonnie has finally undergone her stem cell transplant. Though not entirely healed, she can now frolic under the sun. This venture to engage in friendly exchanges with the Revolutionary Army marks Bonnie's first encounter with the grandeur of the world. Her inaugural adventure commenced aboard a splendid golden vessel, the Ark Maxim, departing from the beautiful Sky Island, an experience she shall cherish eternally. The Ark Maxim, constructed under the guidance of the inventor Wolf, was recently completed after tireless efforts. This voyage signifies the maiden journey of this magnificent ship, bearing profound significance. Bear, will you return to the Revolutionary Army? Sabo and the youthful Clark gazed longingly at the gentle giant, reminiscing about their mentor. I shall not return. We are members of the Arashir faction. Residing in a splendid land, Bonnie interjected eagerly, expressing her fondness for life on the Sky Island and her affection for Vegapunk and Shiryu. In the past, Bear was perpetually busy within the Revolutionary Army, often departing from the Church of Sorbet Kingdom, returning each time battered and weary, which left Bonnie with a tinge of resentment. However, since joining Dia Arashir, Bear has remained by Bonnie's side, and Arashi's crew even aided in her recovery. Consequently, Bonnie has requested to join the Arashir faction, becoming its youngest member. Her sense of belonging to the Arashir faction and the Sky Island is profound. She would not allow Bear to return to the Revolutionary Army. Bonnie speaks truly. I likely shall not return. However, I will facilitate collaboration between Arashir and Dragon, and we shall have opportunities to act together in the future. Bear softly declared. This was his promise to Dia Arashir, who not only healed Bonnie but also avenged Ginny against the celestial dragons, leaving a significant impact on his heart. During the 2 years that Ginny was captured by the celestial dragons, Dragon himself was wary of them and urged Bear to remain composed, robbing Bear of the courage to rescue Ginny. Dia Arashir is indeed more reckless than Dragon. Yet he is undeniably brave, boldly declaring war against the celestial dragons and even slaying one. This shattered the absolute fear that Bear and the world held towards the celestial dragons. While following Dia Arashir may be perilous, it is far from stifling. Life and death are trivial. If one is unwilling to comply, they must fight. Bear, Bonnie, and Law all found the Arashir faction as motto invigorating and robust. Sabo, Clar, and Mori felt a sense of loss upon hearing Bear's words. Bear's gentle demeanor is coupled with a profound sense of responsibility, and his devil fruit ability is capable of healing and swift relocation, making him immensely powerful. Losing Bear feels akin to severing a limb for the Revolutionary Army. Hey, our Arashir faction's reputation is no less than that of your Revolutionary Army. Our leader has slain a celestial dragon, a notorious figure with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Bonnie proclaimed proudly from Bear's shoulder, hands on her hips, exuding exuberance. Currently, her father's bounty stands at 296 million, and she perceives her Arashir brother as formidable and dashing. She yearns for her own bounty, aspiring for it to surpass 1 billion berries. Recently, she has been diligently training, and in her adult form, she can easily contend with Lafitte. Her current objective is to surpass Capone Beach, the formidable Dawn of the West Sea. If she can prove herself stronger than this mafia godfather, she shall surpass most pirates of the West Sea, marking her as a formidable force. Hearing Bear speak of Sabo as a gifted young man, Bonnie has added him to her list of targets, determined to one day defeat this boy who frequently receives Bear's accolades. As the conflict between Dia Arashir and Dragon escalates, Enel, unable to contain himself, challenges the sharp-eyed Raven. Hey, long-beaked Raven, care for a duel? Enel shouted, sensing immense pressure from this Northern Army commander, certain he was a formidable opponent, rivaling even Bear. 50 million berries a day. Just as the Revolutionary Army members anticipated Raven would decline, he suddenly replied, as swirling ash transformed into numerous black ravens, seemingly enveloped in a hardened, pitch-black hue, as if challenging Enel. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing Raven, much like Dragon, sought to profit from these affluent individuals. I have no idea how much 50 million berries is worth. This gold nugget is for you. Enel, with a grim expression, utilized his lightning metallurgy to hurl a near 10-pound gold nugget toward the Revolutionary Army. Wow, that's worth several tens of millions of berries. Commander Lindbergh of the Southern Army chuckled as he picked up the gold nugget, surprised that the aloof Raven understood the art of provocation and profit. Upon witnessing the Revolutionary Army collect the gold, Enel wasted no time and transformed into lightning, launching an attack on Raven. The clash between these two Logia-type users erupted into a fierce battle, though it paled in comparison to the conflict between Dia Arashir and Dragon. Bello Betty, observing the profitable opportunity, suddenly felt enlightened. Today, it would be a shame not to seize the chance to profit from the wealthy. She quickly scanned the members of the Arashir faction, assessing who might be exploited for a profit. Those who appeared cunning, Law, the insidious Lafitte, and the seasoned Beach were not easily fooled. Engaging in paid sparring was unlikely, as they would prefer to engage in direct combat, unlike Enel, who insisted on rules. However, soon enough, Bello Betty chuckled, Mori, you and Bear should spar, charge 50 million berries each time. Bear, you wouldn't want the Revolutionary Army to remain impoverished, would you? Also, Sabo, you should spar with Bonnie and give her some pointers. Bear, you can't refuse Bonnie, can you? Sabo will only charge 5 million berries. Bello Betty. The Eastern Army commander astutely identified the soft spots to exploit. Determined to extract some funds from these affluent individuals, she would not relent until she succeeded. The Revolutionary Army, lamentably impoverished, could use any opportunity to gather a little wealth. Capone Beach cast a scornful glance at the unscrupulous Bello Betty. Who in the world charges for a brawl? Captain Arlong should learn about that so-called Conqueror Haki. Paying a little wouldn't be a bother. But how dare the others act so brazenly? They could simply take him down. Big Bear, speechless, regarded Bello Betty, realizing that even acquaintances could be deceitful. It was only because he had given his nod that Betty was able to assume the position of Eastern Army commander previously held by Ginny. However, upon witnessing the eager expression on Bonnie's face, alongside the pitiable faade of Bello Betty, he resigned himself to contribute his savings to the Revolutionary Army. After all, he would need to spend money in the Sky Island. Seeing Big Bear nod, both Bonnie and Betty broke into smiles. While only Capone and the members of the Arlong crew maintained their impassive, dark expressions. Excitedly, little Bonnie rushed towards Sabo, eager to give him a sound thrashing. While Big Bear could only exchange a few playful jabs with Mori to display their respective combat prowess. Bonnie, even if you're a girl, I want to go easy on you, Sabo declared, grinning as he too held a fondness for Big Bear's daughter, but he would take the battle seriously. Nearby, Crow recalled the time Sabo had given her a swollen head and jumped up to deliver a sharp slap to his head. Be gentler with the ladies, especially your own. Crow transformed into a fierce protector, glaring at Sabo as she reprimanded him. Surely he didn't intend to lay waste to Big Bear's precious daughter. I understand. Sabo groaned, nursing the lump on his head. I don't need your permission. In the next moment, Bonnie loudly proclaimed, transforming into an adult woman. Her arms morphing into massive fists of a giant, striking Sabo and sending him flying. Witnessing the petite Bonnie's sudden metamorphosis, Crow's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Hee. I am quite strong, Bonnie boasted with pride, aspiring to become a figure with a bounty exceeding 100 million. If Bonnie is that strong, then I want to hold back. Sabo, rising from the pit, regarded Bonnie seriously, his right hand morphing into a three-fingered claw as he charged at her. The two immediately engaged in a fierce scuffle, while Big Bear, casually sparring with Mori, kept a watchful eye on the duo to avert any unforeseen incidents. Capone Beach. Shall we have a match? I bet 100 million berries, Bello Betty suggested with a smile, this time proposing a wager rather than a one-sided sparring fee. Boring. Capone Beach unhesitatingly declined, deeming such a contest meaningless. Yet, in the next moment, I'll do it. Trafalgar Law stepped forward, eager to challenge the Eastern Army commander and test his own strength. If victorious, he could pocket 100 million berries, and even if he lost, he could afford it. Whatever you wish. Capone sighed, acknowledging that Law's strength surpassed his own, and the peculiar abilities of the Ope Nomi might grant him a fighting chance. Hey, handsome, take it easy on me, Bello Betty grinned, raising her red flag, seemingly confident in her advantage over the young Trafalgar Law. The sparring between the members of the Arlong crew and the Revolutionary Army revealed the formidable prowess of both sides. For the Revolutionary Army, which had developed over the past decade or two, although the Arlong crew's strength did not match theirs, their rapid development was astonishing. In just half a year, so many strong individuals had joined. With just East Wild, Arlong, Big Bear, and Enel, they could contend with any of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even my hawk might struggle against the combined might of these 3, let alone the others. Your Conqueror's Haki possesses a unique ability. Dragon, enveloped in black-red lightning. Continuously instructed East Wild Arlong on the application of Conqueror's Haki. He was aware of certain variations of observation Haki with special capabilities, rarer than Conqueror's Haki itself. However, he hadn't anticipated that East Wild Arlong's Conqueror's Haki was akin to a special variant of observation Haki. He had never heard of such a thing from figures like Whitebeard or Kaido. Perhaps Shank's Conqueror's Haki was indeed a form of this rare and formidable variant. Still not enough. It appears my Conqueror's Haki has yet to reach the level of Haki flow, though I have grasped the theory. East Wild Arlong endured blows. But the quantity and quality of his Conqueror's Haki had not undergone a qualitative transformation, thus he could not yet comprehend Haki flow. It seemed he needed to vanquish several notorious pirates and celestial dragons to bolster his spirit. Your rate of growth is commendable. Do you wish to reach the pinnacle of the world in just a few years? Dragon remarked sharply, recalling that every Yonko had endured years of battle to ascend the path of the strongest, including himself. Why not? East Wild Arlong replied defiantly, his ambition swelling. Some individuals are simply born to shatter the rules. If traversing dimensions is possible, then what else cannot happen? Nevertheless, I advise you to develop more discreetly. Avoiding leading Big Bear and Vegapunk towards ruin. Dragon sought to caution Eastwild Arlong, suggesting he consolidate his power after seizing Vegapunk and eliminating the celestial dragons. Advocating for a steadier approach to growth without drawing too much attention. That is not a concern for you. Eastwild Arlong chuckled. With the inclusion of the little people, the Scipions, and the Angels, he no longer required ordinary combatants. The world government South attempts to place spies among his ranks would be nearly impossible. Moreover, every individual he planned to recruit would undergo thorough scrutiny, with Vegapunk and Big Bear ensuring nothing went awry. The Kingdom of Flowers and the Kingdom of Sun are at war. Are you interested in meddling? The 8-treasure Navy S8 punch fist is impressive. And the Kingdom of Sun has many famed blades. I've heard that the 8-treasure Navy possesses a colossal treasure of ice. Dragon remarked while chastising Eastwild Arlong. Harboring little fondness for the plundering forces akin to pirates. Nonetheless, both the Kingdom of Flowers and the Kingdom of Sun were pirate nations legally affiliated with the world government, possessing the right to plunder non-affiliated nations and islands, similar to the 7 warlords of the sea. Dragon harbored significant discontent towards the system that deemed nations affiliated merely by the payment of exorbitant fees. Such pirate nations as the Kingdom of Sun could even request the Marines to combat other pirates, a particularly distasteful situation. However, the world government rarely intervened in wars between affiliated nations, merely mediating at most. Weaker affiliated nations, striving to meet their financial quotas, often resorted to incessant plundering of other islands or the extreme exploitation of their own populace. The Vodka Kingdom, much like the homeland of Kaido the Beast, is a nation that has long engaged in wars and plunder in pursuit of the golden treasures from the heavens. Are there any devil fruit users among them? Dongye Arlong has little interest, as he has numerous targets to capture or subdue and no time to concern himself with the conflicts of those nations. Even the legendary treasure of the green pepper does not currently captivate him. Unless Dongye Arlong exhausts the gold of Scandora, he would not consider seizing the glacier treasure of the 8-treasure Navy. The National Protector General of the Kingdom of Sang appears to be a mythical beast user, having even humbled the green pepper. Furthermore, Sang has procured a plethora of powerful weapons from an unknown source, placing the Flower Kingdom at a slight disadvantage. Dolag continued. Aware that a mythical beast user could indeed attract Dongye Arlong, the experiments at Vegapunk's facility require various formidable abilities. Dolag seizes this opportunity to ally with the Arlong pirates, intervening in the conflict between the Flower Kingdom and the Sang Kingdom, thus fostering the growth of the Revolutionary Army and inspiring the oppressed populace to rise against these two pirate realms. In addition to Sang's weaponry and the glacier treasure of the Flower Kingdom, Dolag seeks to intertwine the emergence of the Arlong pirates in the Revolutionary Army, making the world government aware of their alliance. The infamous Dongye Arlong, who has slain celestial dragons, holds significant renown among the masses. Should he successfully bind himself to the Revolutionary Army, the latter would undoubtedly gain substantial support. In summary, the risks will be borne by Dongye Arlong, drawing the ire of the world government, while the Revolutionary Army reaps the benefits, seizing territories and resources that Dongye Arlong finds unnecessary. Time will tell. Dongye Arlong is indeed drawn to this mythical beast general. Should he capture him and plunder his bloodline factor, Vegapunk could create an artificial mythical beast devil fruit, akin to the artificial Azure Dragon. I shall inform you when the time comes. Dolag chuckled softly, continuing to pummel Dongye Arlong, whose presence alleviated much of the pressure from the world government. The Revolutionary Army is no longer hiding as they once did. Most CP0 and CP units are preoccupied with hunting down the villain who has slain celestial dragons, Dongye Arlong. I shall master and surpass your conqueror's Haki. Dongye Arlong, bruised and battered by Dolag's relentless assaults, declared with indignation. Fortunately, his extraordinary physique and formidable recovery abilities allowed him to endure Dolag's Haki-infused attacks. Mastering Haki is no easy feat. You should train for a few more years. Dolag, motivated by monetary gain, charged Dongye Arlong a daily fee of 100 million berries, intending to thoroughly instruct him until he comprehends the deeper intricacies of Haki. The more he endures, the more he benefits from all 3 types of Haki, even if currently it does not aid his mastery of Conqueror's Haki. Yet it undoubtedly hones his Busashoku and Kenbunchika Haki. A teacher who fails to impart knowledge after 2 years is merely incompetent. You say it will take you years? It seems you two are a grand failure as an instructor. While enduring the blows, Dongye Arlong grinned widely, determined to fully master Haki within 2 years. emerging as the strongest adversary against marine admirals and the four emperors. Above a certain expanse of the Grand Line, a golden airship sailed through the skies. With young girls Bonnie, Aisha, and Mancheri frolicking on deck, Arlong, Enel, and Law, all bound in bandages, had not undergone complete healing from Mancheri's magic. The pain they felt reminded them of the vast gap between themselves and the Revolutionary Army. It was only natural for Arlong to be injured after Dolag's Haki onslaught. Enel also suffered wounds from Crow's Pusashoka Haki. However, his speed, granted by the Garo Garo no Mi, prevented Crow from ultimately defeating him. Knowing full well your martial arts and Busashoku are inferior to Crow's, you still choose to engage him in close combat. Are you seeking punishment? Capone Beej remarked, observing Enel, who had been outsmarted. By pitting his weaknesses against the strengths of his adversary, he squandered the advantages of the Garo Garo no Mi. What do you know? Short and stout. I am training to overcome my shortcomings. Enel retorted, crackling with electricity, disdainfully regarding Beej, whom he deemed a coward for not engaging in battle. I hope you truly enhance your martial arts and Haki. Arlong, arms crossed, remarked coolly, believing Enel to be reckless for allowing Crow to exploit his weakness. Enel's earlier choice to abandon the advantages of the Garo Garo no Mi for close combat with Crow remains a mystery, whether it is due to arrogance or a deliberate pursuit of martial arts and Haki mastery. Nevertheless, Enel was not entirely mistaken. Only by strengthening his weaknesses could he hope to attain greater power. I will undoubtedly surpass that Crow, Enel proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Convinced that mastering Haki and martial arts, combined with the advantages of the Garo Garo no Mi, would allow him to overpower Crow. The commander of the Revolutionary Army's North Division, Bello Betty, is formidable, Trafalgar Law coldly commented as the gazes of the others turned towards him, his face slightly darkened. Indeed, he had lost to that commander of the Eastern Army, having been worn down entirely. Do not belittle yourself, Law. You are still young. Do not underestimate Betty simply because she is a woman. She holds the highest bounty among the four commanders, Bartholomew Kuma gently reassured. Betty's paramecia type inspire fruit grants strength, speed, and willpower buffs to herself and those within her vicinity. Coupled with her considerable mastery of Busashoku Haki, it is entirely reasonable for her to have outlasted Law. Furthermore, Law's Ope no Mi requires him to create a room space before employing other techniques, which is notably taxing on his stamina, rendering prolonged combat challenging. You require more rigorous physical training. Arlong did not blame Law for his defeat. Rather, he sought to clarify the path towards his future growth. I understand, Law replied, maintaining his aloof demeanor, yet a fiery determination ignited within him. If he could not even defeat Betty, how could he hope to challenge Doflamingo, a master of all three Haki types? As for the sparring match between Bonnie and Sabo, it was merely a light-hearted exchange without any serious intent, quickly halting under Kuma's intervention. Captain, where are we headed next? Should we seek the Celestial Dragons? Lafitte asked with eager anticipation, acutely aware that Arlong's next objective was to assault the Flower Kingdom and Sang Kingdom alongside the Revolutionary Army. However, they must await the main forces of the Revolutionary Army to enter the West Sea before joining them. The Arlong pirates hold no obligation to transport troops for the Revolutionary Army. Lafitte, a former security officer from the West Sea, looked forward to the chaos in the region, hoping to seize the opportunity to eliminate the kings of the allied nations who had exiled them. Capture, Arlong casually declared, intent on apprehending a sufficient number of paramecia-type users to bestow formidable powers upon his Seraphim forces. Which individual has caught the boss's eye? Capone Beej inquired curiously, pulling out the latest bounty notices to peruse the pirates active in the Grand Line. A few individuals who have squandered their abilities. Arlong gazed at the Grand Line route map acquired from the Vegapunk laboratory, plotting a course for their capture operation. Once their targets appeared, it was likely that the world government and Navy headquarters would swiftly notice. Thus, completing the mission expeditiously was paramount, and for the final phase of the capture, he aspired to orchestrate something grand. The sequence of events was crucial. Within the Revolutionary Army, the Arlong crew had also secured some permanent pointers, enhancing their convenience. Once they marked the uncharted islands of Bartholomew Kuma, they would be free to traverse wherever they pleased. Today marks my inaugural expedition. I must establish my reputation, exclaimed Bonnie, elated as she transformed into her adult form, preparing her appearance for her debut. This left Kuma somewhat exasperated, yet he did not deter Bonnie's desire to earn a bounty. As long as Bonnie grew up healthy and happy, that was all that mattered. On Long Ring Island, one of the smaller isles was abuzz with a davy back fight among pirates, a competition to seize each other's crew members, including captains, flags, and ships. This brutal contest wagered companionship and honor, and was rumored to have originated from the pirate paradise, High Violent. It was said that figures like Whitebeard Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, and previous captains of the Kuja pirates were compelled to join the Rocks pirates through such games. Whether this was true remained uncertain. Observing the fervent competition below, Bartholomew Kuma on the Ark Proverbs murmured. Reflecting on the Rocks pirates, he recalled the God Valley incident over 30 years ago. Had it not been for the emergence of the Rocks pirates, he, Ivankov, and Ginny might have perished at the hands of the Goresi Satan. During that indigenous extermination contest, Kuma witnessed a brief clash between Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and Satan. Noting that not a single powerful cadre of the Rocks pirates came to their captain's aid while he was besieged by Carp and Roger. Kuma even recalled Whitebeard audibly berating Rocks as a fool, refusing to acknowledge him as captain. The likes of Shiki the Golden Lion and Captain John were too preoccupied with plundering the Celestial Dragon's wealth and devil fruits. It was a chaotic melee with everyone fighting for themselves, devoid of cooperation. Hence, Kuma had the opportunity to escape with Ivankov and Ginny, rescuing 500 slaves and natives, sending them to other islands. Is there such a rumor? Arlong mused, pondering the history of Whitebeard Newgate and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, who seemingly had their own pirate crews before setting sail. No one knew how they joined the Rocks pirates. It was evident that Charlotte Linlin had warned Kaido that Rocks is untrustworthy, and Whitebeard indeed scorned Rocks as a fool, denying his captaincy. This suggested that the formidable Rocks pirates were, in reality, a disarrayed assembly. It was no wonder that after Rocks' defeat at God Valley, the entire crew disbanded almost instantly. Yet their cadre suffered few casualties. The Davy Back fight, also known as the Battle for Crewmates, aimed to acquire the best crew members from rival pirate groups. The vanquished must pledge eternal loyalty to the victor. Furthermore, should the flag or captain be wagered, once the pirate flag was seized, it could never be flown again. Those who violated the rules would be deemed a disgrace among pirates and could even be executed by the victor. With Rock's overwhelming might, it was entirely plausible that he forced Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shiki, Captain John, Silver Axe, and Wangji into his ranks. The identity of Rock's original cadre remains a mystery, possibly linked to Wangji, who inherited High Violent. During the God Valley incident, the powerful cadre of the Rocks pirates might have wished for Rock's downfall, allowing them to escape the crew without violating their oaths and reclaim their freedom. Pirates must adhere to principles. Arlong suddenly recalled Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's famous saying. Having set sail with her own crew from a young age, she would undoubtedly have been reluctant to join another pirate crew. It was likely she was coerced into joining the Rocks pirates, perhaps through losing this very game or being subdued by Rocks himself. Capture that slow devil fruit user, and we shall proceed to the next location. Arlong commanded with a wave, showing no intention of engaging directly, instead delegating the task to his subordinates to flaunt their prowess. This marked the first official appearance of the Arlong crew and the maiden display of the Arlong Jolly Roger upon the Ark Proverbs, announcing their existence to the world. That bounty of 24 million is mine. As the Ark Proverbs descended swiftly, amidst the astonished gazes of the pirates on the island, adult Bonnie surged forth from the golden ship, charging directly towards Silver Fox Foxy, her face alight with excitement. Inara stood on the deck railing, disdainfully observing the pirates below. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the most densely packed area of the crowd. Instantly, dozens, if not hundreds, of pirates fell. Chaos erupted among the pirates on the small island, as panic spread, sending them fleeing in terror. Law, Becky, and Lafitte also leapt into action, clearing the tumultuous pirates while providing cover for the headstrong Bonnie. Their ship can fly, exclaimed Silver Fox Foxy and the other pirates in astonishment, filled with fear, curiosity, and greed as their gazes fixated upon the golden ship. Could it be the legendary flying ship of Shiki the Golden Lion? Trembled some older pirates, realizing that a flying pirate ship was beyond anything they had encountered before. Step aside. Do not obstruct my pursuit of that bounty, Bonnie declared fiercely, charging towards Foxy. Anyone she touched was either transformed into a toddler or an elderly man, collapsing to the ground. The sounds of children's cries and the groans of the elderly filled the air. What kind of devil fruit power is this? What is happening? The pirates, both affected and unaffected, were thrown into disarray, staring fearfully at the pink-haired beauty. Who are you? Foxy shouted, slow light wave, as he activated his ability to counter the approaching threat. The pink circle? I'll evade. Just as Bonnie, sprinting swiftly, reverted to her original size. She deftly dodged Foxy's slow light wave and charged at him once more. Nine-tailed assault. Foxy, seeing Bonnie transform into a child, unleashed a flurry of punches at her, determined to prove he could defeat a mere girl. Take this. As Bonnie approached Foxy, she transformed into her adult form once again, augmenting her fists to an immense size, delivering a thunderous blow against Foxy's barrage of fists. Bang! Foxy was flung away by Bonnie, creating a massive crater upon impact. Wow! I just knocked out a pirate with a bounty of 24 million. I too can become a formidable wanted criminal, Bonnie exclaimed in exhilaration. However, the next moment, beams of slow light began to converge upon her as she danced in delight. One must not lower their guard until the enemy is entirely defeated. A colossal figure appeared before Bonnie, gently lifting her and whispering soothingly, before casually swatting away a bubble of energy. This pink bubble astonishingly deflected Foxy's slow beams, sending them back to him. This spectacle left Wild Dragon in awe, acknowledging the prowess of the so-called bug of the Rumble Fruit's ability. It was remarkable enough to repel Zoro's sword energy and Usopp's fiery projectiles, and now even the slow light beams of this devil fruit user were repelled. It seemed as if even Perona's negative ghosts could be easily dismissed. What, indeed, could this individual not repel? Foxy, unable to evade his own slow beams, found himself entrapped in a state of paralysis. I've suddenly realized that this slow ability may not be as insurmountable as it seems. Wild Dragon noted that not only were the attacks from the slow light beam sluggish, but they could also be reflected by mirrors and now, astonishingly, rebounded by the Rumble fruit. Excessive and robust Haki could also mitigate its effects. Of course, it was possible that Foxy was simply inept, failing to unlock the true potential of the slow fruit. If the speed and potency of the slow beams were enhanced, rendering them indefensible to those wielding observation Haki and armament Haki, it would align with its domineering temporal attributes. Bear, let go of me. Bonnie struggled free from the grip of Bear, charging toward the immobilized Foxy, delivering a flurry of blows. After 30 seconds of the slow beam's effects, the attacks Foxy had just endured erupted forth, leaving him bruised and battered on the ground. Bonnie triumphantly placed her foot upon Foxy, gazing proudly at the other pirates. I brought this guy down. My bounty must surpass his. Bonnie shouted at a group of trembling pirates, oblivious to Bear's actions. Take that fellow with us. Let us go. Wild Dragon directed, disregarding the fleeing pirates. Hearing his command, Bear approached, hoisting Bonnie onto his shoulder, then lifting Foxy, vanishing from sight and returning to the Arc Maxim. Law, Beck, and Lafitte also showed little interest in the fleeing pirates and returned to the ship, amidst the terrified gazes of the pirates on Long Ring Island. The golden ship departed, yet the image of the Wild Dragon's crimson flag was indelibly etched in their minds. Captain, is that fellow truly so powerful? Capable of defeating pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion? Bonnie, now brimming with fighting spirit after vanquishing the 24 million bounty pirate, yearned to conquer other strong adversaries to validate her prowess. You are not his match at present. Law, Beck, you should give it a try, Wild Dragon advised, referencing Donachino, who possessed the heat fruit, allowing him to manipulate his body temperature from 1 degree to 10,000. This ability was immensely formidable for the pirates of the Grand Line. Even the pirates boasting bounties exceeding 1 billion who retreated to the Grand Line paradise fell before his scorching temperatures. Law and Beck, having departed from the North and West Seas a year or two earlier, pondered whether they could contend with the seasoned wielder of the heat fruit. Understood. Law and Beck's expressions turned serious as they beheld the spot where Donachino stood, now transformed into molten lava, a terrifying display of temperature. To maintain a foothold in the latter stages of the Grand Line paradise, the Achino family indeed possessed considerable strength. As the golden ship descended, members of the Achino family grew anxious, watching with trepidation at the suddenly approaching aerial vessel. Donachino had 3 sons, 2 daughters, and a son-in-law, each possessing commendable combat abilities, earning their family a respectable reputation in this maritime domain. Each year, numerous pirate crews fell victim to them, with their pirate flags becoming prized trophies. I shall confront those individuals, Bonnie declared, eyeing the glowing Donachino, swallowing hard in anticipation, then glancing at the other members of the Achino family. They appeared formidable as well, likely capable of taking on pirates with bounties ranging from 30 to 50 million. Perfectly suited as her opponents. Lafitte also arranged to engage the Achino family's offspring. I wish I could strike them down with a bolt of lightning, Enel remarked coldly from his perch on the ship's railing, finding no fitting adversaries among them. Yet, this was the level of prestige he and his boss, God, and Bear should uphold. Such adversaries were hardly worth the involvement of the 3 formidable members of the Wild Dragon crew, those infamous for slaying celestial dragons. the 1 billion bounty East Wild Dragon, the Tyrant Bear, and the reputed god of thunder, Enel. Donachino, the patriarch of the bounty hunter family, wore an exceptionally grave expression. The three ruthless individuals were merely spectating, leaving the newcomers to engage. This was an affront to his blazing Achino. However, it seemed they possessed the confidence to do so. Lalu, Alubalu, you two head out first. Donachino instructed his daughters, intending to stand against the members of the Wild Dragon crew alongside his 3 sons and son-in-law, allowing his daughters a chance to escape. Father, Lilu and Alubalu protested anxiously, unwilling to separate from their family in such perilous times. Room cut. However, Law, known for his brevity and decisiveness, granted them no further time for emotional farewells, launching into battle immediately. With a swift horizontal slash, Donachino was compelled to evade, activating his maximum temperature in an attempt to melt Law's cursed sword, Enma. Castle explode. Capone Beck unleashed a barrage from his submachine guns, while a cadre of reliable mafia subordinates summoned from within his castle opened fire madly upon Donachino. In an instant, cannon fire roared, obliterating Donachino's position. Meanwhile, Bonnie landed a punch, sending Achino's son-in-law, Sarugo, flying, before eagerly confronting Donachino's third son, Don Hokuru. Lafitte engaged the magnetic twin brothers, Don Cambachino and Don Brandy. Enel, observing the twins' magnetic attraction, mused, electromagnetism is inseparable from electricity. You should visit Dr. Vegapunk to learn about these concepts. They could aid you in developing more potent techniques. East Wild Dragon remarked as he watched Lafitte engage the Achino twins in a lively exchange. Even Kid S Magnet Fruit could unleash powerful electromagnetic cannons. There was no reason Enel S Rumble Fruit could not do the same. Electromagnetism? Enel replied, puzzled, touching upon his knowledge gaps, having never encountered such terms in Burka. Yet, considering the potential to master multiple powers like East Wild Dragon, he felt compelled to explore further. He intends to return to Sky Island to learn about development knowledge from that headless old man. The Ruined Dragon possesses the powers to manipulate lightning, flames, and poison. Thus, he must also master electromagnetic force. Yes, diligent study will render one stronger. The Ruined Dragon chuckled lightly and continued to observe the battle involving Lafitte. This fellow had yet to reveal his complete beast form, relying solely on the speed of his white wings and a noble sword to toy with the twin brothers effortlessly. This individual was quite adept at concealing his true capabilities. Even now, he had not disclosed the nature of his devil fruit powers. The Ruined Dragon smiled softly, unaware of the name of Lafitte's devil fruit ability. Lafitte remained silent, and he did not inquire further. It was indeed peculiar. Soon, Bonnie defeated her opponent, bringing down both Arkino's son-in-law and his third child, her strength far exceeding that of an ordinary 8 or 9-year-old. Lafitte quickly subdued the twin brothers, his strikes non-lethal yet merciless, drawing blood with each blow, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Boom! A wave of magma surged forth, forcing Law and Becky to retreat continuously. Enraged, Don Arkino unleashed his most formidable attack. Leave my territory, he bellowed, standing atop the magma, his fury driving him to a fevered pitch, waves of heat radiating from him as magma flowed toward the two. Law and Becky felt beads of sweat form on their foreheads, the oppressive heat compelling them to withdraw, wary of the intense temperature. Worthless fools. Before Law could devise a strategy against Arkino, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Arkino, who stood amidst the magma. Crackle. Enel transformed into lightning, instantly appearing above the scorched Arkino. 100 million volts, massive discharge. Enel unleashed a torrent of electricity at close range, thoroughly incapacitating Arkino. Sizzle. Enel's golden spear pierced Arkino's shoulder, lifting him from the magma and tossing him before Law and Becky. With a scoff at their displeased expressions, Enel transformed into lightning once more. Reappearing on the deck of the Ark Maxim, he gazed down at the two with an arrogant demeanor. This is the chasm that separates gods from mortals. Enel squinted his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips, inciting Law to nearly draw his sword and teleport over to cleave him in two. In the sky, the Ark Maxim soared aloft, now carrying 2 captives with superhuman abilities. The Ruined Dragon believed his Seraphim team would better harness the formidable powers of the Heat-Hit Fruit and the Slow Fruit. In truth, Don Arkino's strength was commendable. Yet Foxy's talent was woefully inadequate, a true waste of his devil fruit. The Ruined Dragon felt that the Slow Fruit still held the potential for greater development. As he surveyed the map, he turned his attention to his next target, an objective of utmost importance for this expedition. Bears. Have there been any inquiries regarding the island where last year's native extermination competition orchestrated by the Celestial Dragons took place? The Ruined Dragon asked casually, pondering whether this might evoke painful memories of the God Valley incident for Bear. The Celestial Dragon's triannual hunting competition is generally overseen by the world government, the God Knights, and CP organizations. Aside from the Marine Admiral and Fleet Admiral, few naval officers are privy to the targeted island's location. The world government is adept at maintaining secrecy, and such matters seldom circulate across the seas. Bear gently replied, "Indeed, Dragon once shared some information regarding the native extermination competition with me. Even the marine hero, Iron Fist Carp, was unaware of this Celestial Dragon hunting competition when he ventured to God Valley. He had merely received orders to confront the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates to protect the Celestial Dragons. However, the murderous competition revolted Carp, fostering a deep disdain for the Celestial Dragons. Subsequently, he repeatedly declined promotions to Admiral, refusing to become a lapdog at the beck and call of the Celestial Dragons. Dragon learned of certain details from Carp, and coupled with his own disillusionment within the Navy, solidified his resolve to leave. However, we can investigate the unaligned islands that have vanished, searching for clues," Bear continued. "The Celestial Dragons select a resource-rich, unaligned island every 3 years as their target. Islands with names containing God or Saint are prioritized for extermination. Once the native extermination competition concludes, the island becomes a private domain of the Celestial Dragons, a veritable garden of leisure, or is left to ruin once interest wanes. They also erase all information regarding the island from world maps, rendering it invisible to the public eye. Had it not been for the information disseminated by the snail expert Ginny about God Valley's abundant devil fruits and treasures, the formidable Rocks Pirates and Roger Pirates would not have been drawn there. I wish to uncover the next eradication target," the Ruined Dragon declared, his expression bordering on madness. As the next native extermination competition coincidentally occurred in the same year that Monkey D. Luffy set sail. What a revelation! In the months leading up to Luffy's departure, a brutal extermination was underway on an unaligned island in the world. The year Fire Fist Ace set sail also witnessed a bloody extermination, yet the world remained oblivious. Over 8 centuries, countless unaligned islands have been erased or claimed by the Celestial Dragons. The island where Luffy trained for 2 years, Risukai, once harbored a kingdom, while Chopper's training ground, the Bird Kingdom, once belonged to the Trino Kingdom, which left behind extensive libraries and medical texts, now completely abandoned. Even the island occupied by Mihawk, Karaigana, was once the kingdom of Saikeska, now inexplicably vanished, leaving only ruins and crumbling castles, with all natives having disappeared. It remains a mystery whether these islands and their inhabitants perished in the Great Battle 8 centuries ago, or were lost in subsequent wars or natural disasters. No one knows. "You still wish to confront the Celestial Dragons?" Bear exclaimed, wide-eyed at the fervor with which the leader pursued the very beings the Revolutionary Army and the 4 emperors avoided like the plague. Surely, a gathering of so many Celestial Dragons should incite a grand upheaval. The Ruined Dragon grinned broadly. If even Rocks dared to challenge them, why should he not do the same, and even more audaciously? The holy land of Mariehua, the stronghold of the Celestial Dragons, is perilous with them and the 5 elders and residents, even guarded by the heavenly king, Uranus. However, when a multitude of Celestial Dragons emerged to partake in the native extermination competition, the Ruined Dragon would seize the opportunity for a grand spectacle. It is worth noting that when Roger and Carp united against Rocks, they inadvertently aided the Celestial Dragons. The clash of titans between Rocks D. Jibek, Gold, Roger, and Monkey D. Carp, this 3D internal conflict among the gods, might have elicited amusement from the 5 elders, Satan, and M, a fragmented and adversarial clan. Akin to a group of monkeys in their eyes, is difficult to investigate. Kuma remained silent for a considerable time before murmuring that the matter pertained to the dragon people as top-secret intelligence, which even the Revolutionary Army, developed over a span of decades, found challenging to uncover. He pondered whether the CP0 agents would eventually discern the exact name and location of the island. Arlong, with narrowed eyes glinting with a flash of insight, recalled the espionage expert under Vegapunk, the clone Stussy. This individual was not only the queen of the underground realm, but also a CP0 agent under the world government. Should Stussy manage to ascertain the location of the next island targeted for eradication, Arlong would certainly devise a meticulous plan. CP0 might have a chance of knowing, but the Knights of God would undoubtedly be informed ahead of time. Kuma, observing Arlong's demeanor, sensed a desire for a cataclysmic event surpassing even that of God Valley. Capone Beach, eavesdropping nearby, felt his cigar tremble slightly. My goodness. This boss not only intends to strike against the dragon people but also aims to annihilate a substantial number of them in one fell swoop. This transcends mere provocation. It is a direct assault on the very heart of the world's aristocracy. Henceforth, it would be a relentless struggle, the seas boiling, and the world erupting. Law and Lafitte shared in the astonishment at Arlong's audacity, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Only Enel seemed restless, crackling with electricity, eager for the opportunity to witness the might of those who dared to call themselves gods. There remains over a year. We shall investigate at our leisure. Arlong grinned, displaying a wildly carefree smile. Dragon, it is not that I shy away from low-profile development. Rather, it is an existence that demands madness to thrive. The more audacious one becomes, the stronger the conqueror's haki manifests. Amidst the laughter of Bonnie and Mancheri, the Ark Proverbs arrived at a bustling island, with pirate ships, merchant vessels, and warships converging towards its 7 entrances. This was renowned as a sacred shipbuilding site, where the legendary Pluto was said to have been constructed, Water 7. The City of Water. High above, Arlong and his entourage gazed upon this city, reminiscent of a pyramid with its fountains. Encircling the island were 7 waterways, each serving distinct zones. The ascending waterways facilitated access to various levels via intricate hydraulic lifts for vessels. Their target, the owner of the Central Street Bar in Water 7. CP9 Agent Bruno, the head of the Frankie family, Iron Man Frankie, the CP9 agent and cat fruit user, hailed as the once-in-800-years CP prodigy, Rob Lucci, and CP9 agent Kaku of the Water 7 Money Exchange and the Water City Bank. Arlong assigned tasks, intending to seek out Frankie and Bruno personally, while Kuma and Enel would pursue Lucci, the animal fruit user. This individual possessed immense talent, with a lineage factor capable of serving as a clone template for a seraphim. As for Law, Beej, and Lafitte, they would undertake the heist at the bank and the money exchange. Water 7, as a famed shipbuilding island of the Grand Line, attracted countless pirate crews eager to construct new vessels. And where did these pirates acquire their funds? They exchanged the treasures they plundered at the underground money exchange and banks for cash. Even the legitimate money exchanges and banks under the world government would accept these ill-gotten gains. The Straw Hat crew had exchanged the gold acquired from Skypiea here, purchasing Adam would decraft the Thousand Sunny. The exchanges were notorious for their unscrupulous practices, exploiting novice pirates in urgent need of cash, offering meager prices for their gold. Were it not for Nami's avarice and market savvy, the exchange belly would likely have suffered a significant depreciation. Moreover, outside the exchanges and banks, a multitude of bounty hunters, gang members, and pirates lay in wait, ever ready for a black market confrontation. Frankie's subordinates were also involved in such robbery schemes. This robbery task is indeed well suited for me. Capone Beej, the mafia boss, proclaimed while adjusting his striped suit, finally relishing a relatively normal assignment, which was no small feat. How can I rapidly establish my reputation? I seek a bounty poster. I yearn for an elevated reward, Bonnie exclaimed, eager to secure her own wanted notice during this operation. It was infuriating that her recent victory over Silver Fox Foxy on Long Ring Island had yet to circulate. Join me in robbing banks and battling the Navy, and I shall surely gain fame swiftly. Beej tempted Bonnie, noting that with her presence, it was akin to having the formidable Kuma as a bodyguard. If they encountered powerful Navy or pirate foes, it was unlikely that Arlong and Enel would rush to his aid. Very well, let us confront the Navy. Bonnie cheered enthusiastically, while Arlong had already vanished from sight, heading toward the Central Street Bar of Water 7. Once he subdued this elusive Zoan-type user, the rest would be manageable. At Shipyard No. 1, the foreman Lucci, Enel murmured to himself, his electromagnetic waves expanding as he sought this legendary prodigy. Today, he would confront this rare talent of 8 centuries. With a crack of thunder, Enel transformed into lightning and disappeared from the Ark Proverbs. The others also employed their unique abilities to depart the golden vessel. Trafalgar Law opened a vast room space, teleporting away, while Lafitte smirked, unfurling his white wings to descend. Kuma, giving Bonnie a lift, was met with Capone Beej protest as she settled on his shoulder, ready to leave. It was hardly fair that the Ark Proverbs loomed so high, seemingly mocking Capone Beej's inability to fly. Once Dr. Vegapunk completed the memory metal combat suit, Beej too would soar through the skies, akin to the Vinsmoke family. Contemplating his own battle suit, he felt a twinge of excitement. What color would best suit him? Should he devise a dramatic transformation sequence? Kuma smiled faintly, effortlessly sending Capone Beej down to Water 7, then following closely behind with Bonnie. At Bruno's bar on the central street of Water 7, Bruno, sporting black horns, diligently polished glassware, embodying dedication to his craft. This CP9 team had received orders from the world government to infiltrate Water 7 in search of the blueprints for Pluto. Captain Lucci and Kaku had become one of the 5 foremen at the Carrera Company, while Khalifa served as Iceberg's secretary. Yet, they had uncovered nothing. Toiling aimlessly for 4 to 5 years. How many 5-year spans does one encounter in life? The tranquility of their lethargic existence lingered, leaving them to wonder when the net would finally close in. Suddenly, a strange current of air emerged, prompting Bruno to look up ahead, only to find no one in sight. Bang! Bruno's eyes bulged in shock as he bent over, the glass in his hand shattering to the ground. A surge of intense pain shot through his abdomen. He had been struck by an unidentified force. Desperately, he activated the powers of the Dordor fruit, seeking an escape from this dire situation. It truly felt like a waste of his devil fruit abilities to merely polish glasses here. He would be better off watching over the Ice Mountain house every day. In the midst of invisibility, the fearsome Eastern Dragon, Arlong, emerged. One massive hand seized Bruno's head, while the other, imbued with the formidable Busashoka Haki, delivered a brutal punch, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose as his eyes rolled back in terror. Bruno's right hand, which had opened a spatial door, went limp. One down. Arlong efficiently subdued this elusive foe and boldly exited Bruno's bar, dragging him along. The patrons inside and outside the bar, including pirates, watched in horror at the sudden appearance of this notorious pirate, the Eastern Dragon, Arlong, with a bounty of 1 billion. The most heinous of criminals who had slain the celestial dragons. Run! Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Arlong, carrying Bruno, transformed into a colossal dragon and soared into the sky. At that moment, the citizens of Water 7 beheld the emergence of this crimson divine dragon, plunging them into a state of panic. The members of the Arlong crew, witnessing their captain's unabashed display of power, began to carry out their own tasks with reckless abandon. A monumental pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Rob Lucci, who was engaged in shipbuilding with a hammer. Yaha! I've heard you are the most formidable killing machine in CP9's history. Let me witness your strength. Enel cackled madly, then transformed into lightning, darting toward Rob Lucci. The shipwrights of the Calera Company were left bewildered by Enel's words. Lucci was a CP agent? The long-nosed CP9 agent, Kaku, also changed countenance, realizing they had been exposed. Roar! A leopard beastman emerged from the lightning pit, cloaked in smoke, his gaze sharp and furious. Yet, in the next moment, a golden rod came crashing down upon his head. 6 styles, paper drawing. Sensing the imminent danger, Lucci's fur bristled as he heightened his instincts, evading the powerful strike by moving like a flexible sheet of paper, following the trajectory of the blow. Too slow. Lightning metallurgy. Enel anticipated Lucci's evasion, and the golden rod morphed into a spear, slicing through Lucci's shoulder. Iron block. With no other choice, Lucci braced himself for the blow. Meanwhile, Kaku drew his longsword, aiming to distract Enel and compel him into a defensive stance. Splurt. Enel's golden spear carved a gruesome wound into Lucci's shoulder, while Kaku's sword cleaved through Enel's midsection. Ents. Without Busashoka Haki, you cannot harm me. Enel coldly regarded Kaku as the severed halves of his body transformed into lightning, flashing above Kaku. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. A brilliant golden white Thunderbird surged through Kaku's body, rendering the CP9 elite unconscious. The sword in his hand crackled with electricity, generating an intense heat that singed Kaku's flesh. Kaku. Stormfoot. Leopard tail. Lucci's tail lashed out rapidly, unleashing spiraling slashes toward the airborne Enel. I told you, too slow. Enel crackled and vanished into lightning again, as Lucci's spiraling storm foot cleaved a pirate ship in half. The shipwrights and foremen of the Calera Company gaped in astonishment at Lucci's formidable power. In Lucci's furious leopard eyes, Enel, with his dead fish-like gaze, suddenly appeared upside down above him, and their eyes locked in a tense standoff. A so-called genius still cannot compare to a god. 30 million volts. Great divine thunder. Enel extended his right hand toward Lucci's forehead, unleashing a cacophonous explosion of thunder that surged into Lucci's body. Lucci, transformed into a half-leopard, writhed in agony amidst the electric storm, smoke swirling around him as he collapsed to one knee, his fierce spirit barely holding him up. The boss was right. You possess the potential of a strong warrior. Enel observed the still-standing Rob Lucci with a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kaku, who had not yet consumed the giraffe fruit, was unable to withstand Enel's Thunderbird and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. But now, it is time for you to fall. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enel wielded his golden spear once more, unleashing a terrifying dragon of lightning that utterly overwhelmed Lucci. Finally collapsing to the ground, Lucci returned to his human form, unconscious. So dull. Enel approached and hoisted the animal-type user, departing without a second thought for Kaku. The ordinary CP agent. The foreman Barry, Pipuri, and Turston from the Calera company were utterly petrified, lacking the courage to intervene against Enel, who was carrying Lucci away. Were Lucci and Kaku truly CP agents of the world government? Barry trembled as he lit another cigar, having dropped the last one in fear, glancing at the unconscious Kaku. We must report this to President Ice Mountain immediately. Pipuri hastily rushed to Ice Mountain's office. He was not only the president of the Calera company but also the mayor of Water 7. This situation could only be entrusted to him to handle. Meanwhile, the Crimson Dragon formed by Arlong was flying towards the lowest point of Water 7, the Frankie House of Disassembly. Inside the Disassembly House, the Frankie family, busy dismantling wrecked pirate ships, watched in terror as the massive dragon drew nearer. Boss Frankie, that dragon seems to be flying our way. Kiwi and Maz, the Square Sisters, shouted in alarm, while Frankie's subordinates, Zambai and Egg, dropped their tools and rushed behind Frankie, their eyes wide with fear. He must just be passing by. The Iron Man. Frankie, clad in only his underwear, feigned calmness, swallowing hard. After all, he had encountered the Pirate King Roger. How could he fear a mere dragon? Boss. It really looks like it's coming for us. Boss, we should run. The sight of the dragon barreling toward them sent them into a state of complete panic. What are we waiting for? Run. Bearing a tremendous secret, Frankie turned on his heels and dashed into the chaotic disassembly house. His subordinates scrambled to keep up with their unreliable leader. Buzz. A terrifying wave of conquerors Haki descended, causing Kiwi and Maz to be the first to succumb. Their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, followed by Zambai and Egg, who also fell one after another. Kiwi, Maz, Zambai, Egg Tart. Frankie turned back to see his fallen comrades, and immediately shouted in anger and concern. A man who valued loyalty above all else, how could Frankie abandon his subordinates? He swiftly turned back to rescue everyone. Boom. A bolt of void lightning struck Iron Man Frankie, causing the cyborg to feel as though he had been dealt a heavy blow, and the machinery within him emitted a cacophony of damaged sounds. Leave the incomprehensible matters to us. Dongye Hualong descended to human form in front of Frankie and his companions, speaking indifferently. The blueprint of Pluto, designed by the Underworld King, was inscribed in ancient script, which Frankie could not comprehend. It was already a stroke of fortune that he could understand some design elements. The Sunny should possess only a fragment of the blueprint for the Underworld battleship. Vegapunk was proficient in ancient writings. Even if he was reluctant to create weapons of destruction now, Hualong intended to take the blueprint back first. Upon hearing Hualong's words, Frankie instantly realized that this man had come to seize his Underworld blueprint. But did this man know where he had hidden it? Should he burn the blueprint within him immediately? In the fleeting seconds of Frankie's hesitation, Hualong had already approached him and knocked him unconscious with a swift kick. It would be a waste to leave it with you. Hualong crouched down, forcibly prying open Frankie's cyborg abdomen, rummaging through his insides. As a stack of aged yellow papers appeared in Hualong's hands, he chuckled lightly. After flipping through a few pages, he tucked them away and transformed into a giant dragon, departing to reunite with his subordinates. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of Water 7, Capone Beach led a group of mafia members in an assault on the world government's Water City Bank. The formidable defenders stationed at the bank in the Navy branch in Water 7 were sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma's mighty slap, vanishing without a trace. Bonnie excitedly defeated a Navy captain, transforming numerous sailors into children and elderly men, leaving quite a notorious reputation in her wake. At Marine headquarters in Mariawa, urgent calls from Water 7 flooded into the communications department. A messenger rushed to the marshal's office with the latest news. Report. Marshal. Dongye Hualong has led his henchmen to invade Water 7, and Mayor Iceberg requests naval support. The messenger quickly recited the alarming news. A hint of worry etched on his face, since Iceberg had consolidated the 7 strongest shipbuilding companies in Water 7 and become its mayor. Establishing cooperation with the world government and becoming its designated shipbuilder, any turmoil in Water 7 would undoubtedly affect both the world government and the Marine headquarters. It was precisely due to Iceberg's significance that even the CP agents under the world government dared not openly target him to extract the underworld blueprint information, resorting instead to placing spies around him for covert investigation. Immediately dispatch all naval commanders near the waters of Water 7 to provide support. Sengoku's expression darkened. How could Dongye Hualong, after being quiet for just a few months, stir up trouble again? Send Kizaru as well. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku made his decision. Currently, Akainu was stationed in the New World due to the events in Dressrosa, ensuring the allegiance of the New World allied nations. Kizaru, due to his speed advantage, usually remained at Marine headquarters, keeping an eye on the frequent visits from celestial dragons to Sabaody Archipelago. Meanwhile, Akiji was patrolling the Grand Line, strategically deterring various pirates and searching for Dongya Huanglong's main base. Recently, Akiji happened to be wandering near the maritime train route from the Queen of Spring to Ini's lobby. Not far from Water 7, hopefully he would arrive in time. The Knights of God, led by Mei Faust, had personally descended from Mary Geos with 3 CP-0 squads, requesting Kizaru's accompaniment to encircle Dongya Huanglong. At that moment, Admiral Tsuru rushed into the marshal's office, holding a transponder snail. She had just received urgent communication from the Celestial Dragons. It seemed the world government had also received the CP agent's critical intelligence even faster than Iceberg's alert. Then let Kizaru accompany them on their mission, Sengoku said gravely. The members of the Knights of God rarely descended from Mary Geos for such matters, indicating that the incident involving Dongya Huanglong killing Charlos had indeed enraged the Celestial Dragons. The Knights of God possessed the highest authority to judge and execute Celestial Dragons, representing the true elite among them, transcending ordinary Celestial Dragons. They executed criminals among their ranks with the same ease as one would dispose of mere mortals. The leader of the Knights of God, Figalan, wielded power comparable to that of the 5 elders. It is well known that Celestial Dragons are ruthless and indulgent, resembling swine in their prowess. However, among the 19 families of Celestial Dragons, there exists a plethora of formidable individuals. The 5 elders, all possessing mythical zone abilities, are as powerful as Marine admirals and could even contend with the 4 emperors. The overall strength of the Knights of God is a source of great concern for the Revolutionary Army. If the entire Knights were to mobilize, the Revolutionary Army would likely have to muster all their efforts to engage in full-scale warfare. The world government has maintained its dominion for 8 centuries, not by relying on those swinish Celestial Dragons, but upon these elite beings. The Celestial Dragons' triannual indigenous extermination competitions serve not only as a source of entertainment and thrill for hunting, but also as a vital activity for the internal elites to uphold their lineage and strength. Among the Celestial Dragons, many are worthless, yet many are also elite. Overall, they are no different from other races, showcasing both the weak and the strong. Observing the strength of the fallen Celestial Dragons reveals the potency of their bloodline. The 4 emperors Red-Haired Shanks and Warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, both wielders of the 3 types of Haki, belong to the upper echelons of the Ocean's Might. The heirs of the 20 kings possess immense potential for development and the qualities to awaken the conqueror's Haki, which is shaped by their environment. In Water 7, Dongya Huanglong had reunited with his crew. Bruno, a user of the Dordor fruit, was shackled with sea stone handcuffs and imprisoned in a specially designed dungeon within Capone Beach's castle, alongside Rob Lucci, who had been heavily injured and captured by Enel. Shortly thereafter, Trafalgar Law and Lafitte returned from the exchange office, carrying heavy bags of gold treasure. With Kuma's assistance, Capone Beach's mafia successfully infiltrated the world government's Water City Bank, beginning to haul away vast sums of cash. Captain, if I burn the world government's flag like you did, I'll make a name for myself. Adult Bonnie, brimming with excitement, tore down the world government's flag from the top of the Water City Bank and eagerly ran to Huanglong to boast. The corner of Kuma's mouth twitched. This daughter was certainly not an easy one to handle. If you want to do it, then do it. Burn it. Tomorrow's rising star of the sea will be you. Huanglong, ignoring Kuma's sour expression, replied with a light chuckle. Without spontaneity, how could Bonnie evolve into the second Nika? Kuma, you Bakunin tribe still can't let go, huh? Well, I'll burn it. Where are the reporters? Are there any reporters around? Bonnie laughed heartily, her mirth amplified by the support of the Dragon crew as she eagerly scanned the surroundings for news reporters capable of capturing her glorious moment. Amidst the subtle grimaces of Bartholomew, Law, and Becky, Bonnie ascended to a height and ignited the sacred flag of the world government with her laughter echoing around her. This spectacle truly astonished the citizens of Water 7 and the pirates alike. Madmen. The members of the Dragon crew are all madmen. Lafitte trembled slightly as he gazed at Bonnie, his fingers twitching involuntarily, his eyes brimming with desire, seemingly yearning to partake in such exhilarating antics. This was an act of declaring war against the world government, a boldness few would dare to embrace. Wahoo! Delightful. I hope to see my bounty poster tomorrow. And it better be in the hundreds of millions. Bonnie exclaimed, leaping down from the rooftop, just as Bartholomew reached out to catch her. Instead, she plunged into the arms of Dragon, bursting with excitement. This caused Bartholomew's previously outstretched hands to slowly clench into fists. Becky, sensing Bartholomew's melancholic aura, hastily took a few steps back, fearful that this benevolent father figure might turn dark. The sound of hurried military boots echoed rapidly, as a naval officer clad in the righteous cloak of the Marines, accompanied by a couple of hundred soldiers, stormed towards them. Open fire. The first to arrive at Water 7, Vice Admiral Dalmesia, launched an immediate attack on the Dragon crew, exuding neither fear nor hesitation. Dalmesia, renowned for his ironclad resolve within the Navy headquarters, was a Zoan-type user of the dog fruit in its Barleytown form. The devilish sheriff, Lafitte, regarded this brutal vice admiral and swiftly extended his white wings, soaring into the air to evade the gunfire while also assessing the number of approaching naval reinforcements. The bear shockwave. A somewhat melancholic Bartholomew unleashed a colossal transparent bear paw, deflecting a multitude of bullets and cannonballs, which then exploded among the sailors. Boom. The explosive force of the air cannon propelled many sailors into the sky, their terrified screams and wails resonating continuously. Room slaughterhouse. Trafalgar Law swiftly established his surgical space, seizing the opportunity to slice through the airborne sailors, cleaving them in twain, resulting in dismembered parts cascading to the ground. This horrifying scene sent the onlooking citizens and pirates of Water 7 fleeing in terror, lest they be caught in the chaos. Let's go. Let's go. Capone Becky commanded his mafia subordinates, who swiftly vanished through the gates of Becky's castle after securing the last wave of cash. The Vice Admiral of the Navy, a formidable opponent. Eastwild Dragon set Bonnie down, directing his gaze towards the black-spotted dog hybrid, just as a dazzling pillar of lightning struck towards Vice Admiral Dalmesia. Enel had transformed into pure lightning, charging toward the animal-type naval officer. Enel, that fellow was indeed a master of martial arts and Haki. Dragon cautioned Enel. This was not a mere sparring match with a crow. The iron-willed Vice Admiral radiated an aura of fearless aggression and murderous intent. A moment's inattention could result in this Vice Admiral vanquishing Enel, a user of the natural-type thunder fruit. Dalmesia's expression grew grave as he deftly evaded Enel's lightning strike, his ebony arms rapidly spreading to envelop his entire being in darkness. Full-body armament. This state allowed for better defense against Enel's electric assaults. Yet dispersing his armament also diminished the strength of his punches and increased his energy expenditure. After all, the quantity of one's Haki is finite and requires time to replenish. However, as a Zoan-type user, they recover more swiftly than their natural and paramecia counterparts, making them well-suited for prolonged combat. Dalmesia activated his dual-colored Haki to its fullest, bracing himself against Enel's rapid-fire strikes. How swift! Observing Enel's relentless flashes, Dalmesia could only passively endure, forcing himself to block Enel's lightning dragon and thunderbird with his armament Haki. Yet, within his fierce gaze, he sought an opportunity to eliminate Enel. The Thunder Fruit ability proved to be one of the most formidable natural-type powers, its terrifying speed and power placing immense pressure on Dalmesia. However, this fellow's martial skills and strength seemed lacking. His overconfidence in engaging in close combat might just present an opportunity for victory. A perfect chance. Noticing Enel appear behind him once more wielding his golden spear, Dalmesia's eyes sharpened. 6 Techniques Extension Armament Claw. Dalmesia reinforced his fingers, concentrating most of his armament Haki, and retaliated against Enel. Slash. The sound resonated as Enel's golden spear was cleaved in two, and the force of Dalmesia's claw left a bloody gash across Enel's chest. Yet, Enel's observation Haki and lightning speed proved formidable. He narrowly transformed into lightning, evading Dalmesia's lethal strike. Was he practicing early elementalization? Dalmesia lamented, frustrated that after enduring so long, his one chance for a fatal counterattack had been thwarted. You made me bleed. Enel glared at the crimson scratch on his chest, his expression darkening. The Vice Admiral, despite being on the receiving end of punishment, had indeed allowed him to lower his guard. Otherwise, with the strength of his observation Haki, he would have surely evaded Dalmesia's anticipated strike with perfect elementalization. However, now wounded, it merely indicated he had been careless and lacked sufficient strength. Just as Enel prepared to unleash his fury, Lafitte's voice echoed from above. Dragon Leader, it seems a formidable adversary is approaching. I suggest a strategic retreat. Lafitte shouted, having spotted the icy path rapidly nearing the surface. I understand. Enel, now demonstrate your prowess to the world. Bear, take Bonnie and Becky back to the Arc Maxim. Dragon leaped atop a building, scanning for the approaching threat. Upon spotting Akiji's silhouette, He turned to Bartholomew and commanded, "Understood." Bartholomew nodded lightly, picking up the still enthused Bonnie, while Capone Becky instinctively followed closely beside him. With Bartholomew escorting the two away, Dragon felt no apprehension. Law and Lafitte, as well as Enel, possessed ample self-preservation abilities, and he had no cause for concern regarding them. Law swiftly dealt with the remaining sailors. The scattered limbs of the naval forces would undoubtedly amplify the notorious reputation of this deathly surgeon. Numerous warships are docking, Lafitte continued to warn, noting several waves of naval forces advancing towards Water 7, encircling them. Dragon also recognized several familiar figures, some colonels active in the latter stages of the Grand Line Paradise. Colonel Tina, a user of the Kankank fruit, Colonel Shuan, a wielder of the Rust fruit, Colonel Berrygood, possessor of the Bean fruit, Colonel Shalinker, master of the Wheel fruit, and Colonel T-Bone. The Navy has swiftly assembled a multitude of naval officers, and even Admiral Akiji is present to lend his support. It appears that the Navy headquarters is indeed taking this matter very seriously. There is a possibility that additional vice admirals or rear admirals may surround us, and even the swiftest of them all, Admiral Kizaru, could arrive to provide assistance. Not to mention the ubiquitous CP agents. 200 million volts. Under the command of the Dragon of the Wild, Enel struck 4 thunder drums, unleashing a torrent of lightning and transforming into a formidable thunder giant as he charged towards Rear Admiral Dalmatia. The sight of this terrifying thunder giant startled the headquarters colonels. The legendary thunder god Enel, who had previously attacked Dressrosa, was indeed as powerful as the tale suggested. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. Should the Dragon of the Wild manage to escape this time, Enel's bounty would undoubtedly soar. Although they are all Paramecia users, none possess particularly coveted abilities. The Dragon of the Wild regarded the approaching headquarters colonels, narrowing his eyes. The first batch of Seraphim he was cultivating was limited in number, and each Paramecia ability had to be meticulously chosen. He could not afford to squander the immense potential of the Seraphim. However, if the opportunity arose to capture these ability users, the Dragon would not hesitate, viewing it as a means to bolster his strategic reserves. The somewhat pseudo-natural effects of the bean fruit and the corrosive nature of the rust fruit both held merit. Yet, Akiji Kazan had already appeared swiftly behind them, leaving the Dragon with no choice but to refrain from striking. Boom. Before the main naval forces arrived, Rear Admiral Dalmatia was hurled away by Enel's thunderous assault, crashing into buildings and toppling several structures, raising an immense cloud of dust. When the elite Rear Admiral of the Navy emerged, he was enveloped in smoke, trembling violently, his haki unable to sustain itself, revealing charred skin. Dalmatia could scarcely believe that he had been defeated by an obscure individual. Upon seeing Akiji Kuzan leading a throng of naval officers charging towards them, Trafalgar Law swiftly retreated, teleporting back to the Ark of Prophecy. Lafitte also ascended rapidly, distancing himself from the Admiral's attack range. 100 million volts, Spear of the Thunder God. Enel wasted no time, continuing his lethal assault on Dalmatia. A bolt of divine lightning piercing toward the Rear Admiral. Ice armor. Akiji Kazan rushed forward, a wave of chilling cold erupting from him, transforming into a spherical ice shield to block this devastating blow aimed at Dalmatia. Not so fast. The Dragon of the Wild scoffed, unleashing a laser and a torrent of flame that followed swiftly behind Enel's spear, combining to shatter Kazan's ice shield and strike Dalmatia. Faced with the threat of death, Dalmatia desperately suppressed the last remnants of his haki, transforming into his full beast form in an attempt to withstand the fatal blow. Yet, he was still pierced through the chest by the penetrating laser. Ice capsule. Akiji Kuzan glared menacingly at the Dragon of the Wild and Enel. Nevertheless, he prioritized saving Dalmatia's life, freezing his wound entirely. Ice bird. Ice thorns. Akiji unleashed a flurry of attacks towards the two adversaries, transforming himself into an afterimage as he surged towards the Dragon of the Wild. You are no Kizaru. The Dragon of the Wild laughed as he transformed into a dragon and took flight, unleashing a terrifying conqueror's haki that momentarily hindered the swift Akiji's movements. Akiji, you cannot catch us. The Dragon of the Wild laughed heartily, exhaling a cloud of purple toxic mist towards Akiji and the naval officers trailing behind him. Ice Age. In response, Akiji unleashed a powerful burst of cold, completely freezing the toxic mist. Thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Enel dispersed his thunderous form, channeling vast amounts of lightning into indiscriminate bolts that struck all nearby Navy personnel, as well as the onlooking pirates and bounty hunters. Let us go, Enel. Our objective is not this island. The Dragon of the Wild chuckled as he departed Water 7, ascending back to the Ark of Prophecy and soaring in a specific direction. With the majority of the Navy officers drawn to Water 7, the defensive forces of that island had become considerably weakened. Enel, observing the fleeing Navy personnel pursued by the storm of lightning, burst into laughter before vanishing in a flash, reappearing on the Ark of Prophecy. The Dragon of the Wild. Akiji Kazan gazed up at the retreating airship with a grave expression. Was this vessel a technological marvel developed by Dr. Vegapunk? Or had the Dragon of the Wild allied with the Golden Lion Shiki? Doctor, hurry and treat Rear Admiral Dalmatia. Akiji, seeing the ship depart, could only helplessly call out to the ship's medical personnel to aid the gravely injured Dalmatia. The icy had enveloped Dalmatia and merely preserved his life temporarily. He needed immediate treatment. This so-called Thunder God Enel, with the power of the Rumble fruit, was indeed formidable, capable of pushing a Rear Admiral to such extremes. It seems the Dragon of the Wild's crew is becoming increasingly formidable. Colonel Tina, Colonel Shuin, and the other headquarters officers were all left charred and injured by the electric onslaught. The abilities of this Rumble fruit user posed a grave threat to ordinary Navy personnel. Even they, as headquarters colonels, could not withstand it. Admiral Akiji, the Navy headquarters has instructed us to delay the Dragon of the Wild, but now several naval officers spoke with a touch of bitterness, acknowledging that with the Dragon's speed of retreat, they had no means to impede him. Not only did the adversary possess various abilities to fly, but even their pirate ships could soar, rendering their naval vessels ineffective. I will report this, Akiji remarked after a moment of silence. The Dragon of the Wild's crew was proving to be as troublesome as the Golden Lion's airborne fleet. He simply could not impede them. He had barely set foot on the island when they fled, and he was unable to match their speed or take to the skies. What could he do? However, what did the Dragon of the Wild's final statement mean? Their objective was not this island. Did that imply their assault plan was not yet concluded? This sparked unease within him. What other islands did the Dragon of the Wild intend to target? It is worth noting that among the multitude of islands along this sea train route, many were thriving and served as vital economic hubs under the world government. Should the Dragon of the Wild plunder or devastate them, the losses would be monumental. At that moment, the Ark of Prophecy was heading straight for the fabled Judicial Island, intent on delivering another blow to the world government. On the other side, the golden holy ship of the Knights of God, Mame Foss, alongside Admiral Kazura's fleet, swiftly departed from the Navy headquarters, rapidly approaching the Water 7 city, traversing the edge of the Chambord Islands in the Devil's Triangle. One party raced across the sea, while the other soared through the skies. However, they did not converge, each moving towards their respective objectives, for the ocean is vast. Although the distances between Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters, and Impel Down form a triangular shape, the journey still spans nearly 2 hours. The distance from the Navy headquarters to the Chambord Islands is much shorter, requiring merely several minutes, less than an hour's travel. Prepare the cloud manipulation device of the Ark Maxim. I intend to obliterate Judicial Island, roared Don Quixote Mingo with fervor. Judicial Island, Impel Down, the Navy headquarters, and the Holy Land of Marioa. He vowed to destroy them all. Mingo paid no heed to whether these military institutions existed for justice and the common folk or to uphold the celestial dragon's dominion. As long as they remained weapons in the hands of the world government, they were his adversaries. He deemed it a trivial matter to annihilate and then reconstruct the world. Dragon, I shall show you how to make a name for a faction. A single iconic event would garner more renown than the Revolutionary Army's decade of silent growth. Henceforth, the Mingo faction would emerge as the foremost force against the world government and the celestial dragons, attracting greater strength to its ranks. The Revolutionary Army would be better suited to support from the rear. Boss, I must attempt the technique this time. Enel, too, was filled with excitement, activating his Thundercloud assistance, enabling him to unleash his devastating strike capable of annihilating an island. Indeed, let the world government know that we possess the power to obliterate islands. Mingo grinned maliciously. For if him could effortlessly erase an island, he would ensure the world government experienced the sensation of destruction. Henceforth, islands under the world government's dominion would face a threat of annihilation akin to that of Uranus, including the Navy headquarters at Marineford and the Holy Land of Mariewa. Let us see who threatens whom. On Judicial Island, the judicial officers continued their relentless adjudication of numerous pirates and criminals from the Navy headquarters. Those convicted of heinous crimes were dispatched to the underwater prison of Impel Down, while those with lesser offenses were sent back to various prisons or directly to the Bridge Island, to kill a wolf, to aid in the construction of the massive bridge connecting all islands. This bridge nation had been under construction for nearly 7 centuries. successfully linking all islands within a small sea area through bridges. The laborers here were predominantly criminals, slaves, or citizens from non-allied nations. Each year, countless criminals and slaves perished on the bridge nation. This place was also a focal point of infiltration for the Revolutionary Army, as it housed countless oppressed civilians and slaves. Excellent candidates for their cause. Meanwhile, within the military establishment on Judicial Island, CP9 head Spandam was seething with rage. The CP9 agents he dispatched had been vanquished, failing to acquire any information regarding the Pluton blueprints, and the highly anticipated Rob Lucci had been captured by another. Incompetence. Utterly useless. Spandam berated Khalifa on the other end of the Den Den Mushi, furious at the persistent flow of disheartening news after years of silence. He slammed the Den Den Mushi down, grabbing his sword, Funk freed, and began to lash out in frustration. The so-called strongest genius of 8 centuries. Bah. Useless. Spandam continued to slash at his desk in fury until it lay in ruins, finally quieting down. He irritably opened the window of his office to breathe in some fresh air, but the weather was dismal, with dark clouds looming ominously low, barely 200 meters above. Crackle. Boom. The sudden flash of lightning and thunder startled him, deepening his already foul mood. What a wretched day. If you have the guts, strike me. Spandam shouted angrily at the sky, venting his frustrations. However, in the next moment, he noticed an airship beneath the clouds, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Most terrifyingly, a bolt of lightning surged toward him. Ants, is it you who call? Amidst the blinding lightning, a figure slowly emerged, its cold, deadpan gaze fixed upon Spandam. Gulp. Spandam swallowed hard, fear coursing through him as he beheld this sudden lightning man. Who are you? Do you not realize this is Judicial Island? Under the authority of the world government, Spandam raised his sword, Funk freed, attempting to maintain a facade of composure, though his hand trembled violently. With his other hand, he reached into his pocket and pressed the emergency alert Den Den Mushi for Judicial Island. What are the giants guarding the main gate and the guilty jury of the main island doing? Are they merely idling? How dare these ants challenge the divine? Enraged, Spandam awaited a response. Feeling deeply offended, Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning directly at Spandam, showing no fear of the world government. He felt no trepidation regarding their supposed power and terror. Ah! Spandam screamed as he was struck, his sword extending and autonomously attacking Enel. Is this a devil fruit weapon resembling slime? Enel casually deflected the sword's elongated blade, intrigued. He then swiftly broke Spandam's arm and forcibly seized the sword. Quite interesting. Ignoring the now smoking and collapsed Spandam, Enel vanished back to the Arc Maxim with the sword, pondering which of his companions might appreciate this devil fruit weapon. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the front island, hey, giants. I intend to blow up Judicial Island. You two duped fools, hurry back to Elbath. Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Bragi have not been captured by the Navy. You need not serve as their watchdogs. Don Quixote Mingo appeared before the entrance of Judicial Island, attempting to persuade the two somewhat simple-minded giants. Casey and Oimo, crew members of the giant warrior pirates, had been deceived by the Navy with false promises. Guarding the gate for nearly 50 years, a display of remarkable intellect, akin to the two captains of the giant warrior pirates who battled for over a century in Little Garden. What? Captain Dory and Captain Bragi were not captured and sent to impel down? Casey and Oimo, wielding enormous wooden sticks, anxiously exclaimed, recalling that the world government had promised them freedom for their captains after guarding Judicial Island for a century. You two fools, Dory and Bragi are in Little Garden. You must leave immediately to find them. Mingo succinctly explained the current situation to the giants, igniting their excitement and solidifying their allegiance to Mingo. I shall also visit Little Garden in due time. You may await me there. I shall not deceive you. The wild dragon continued, expressing his intent to familiarize himself with the two colossal leaders, hoping to leverage the friendship of these 4 giants to infiltrate Elbath and subsequently summon a giant army. Furthermore, the small garden was teeming with ancient creatures, serving as the source of lineage factors for artificial zoan-type devil fruits. These assorted dinosaurs were significantly stronger than ordinary animals, warranting collection to avoid a future where the artificial zoan army resembled the subpar members of the beast pirates from the original tale. Ancient-type artificial devil fruits should prove more formidable and visually appealing. Under the persuasive influence of the wild dragon, the giants Casey and Oimo opened the main gates and departed from Judicial Island with remarkable compliance. As the gates swung open, the station troops on Judicial Island became aware of the wild dragon's presence. Due to the unique currents surrounding Judicial Island, which connected directly to the Navy headquarters and impelled down, the garrison numbered around 10,000, consisting of permanent military personnel and officials from the world government. The First Tier Guard. The Lawhound Brigade charged forth on colossal police dogs towards the gates that had just opened. Oh no, it's one of the most notorious criminals, East Wild Dragon. Quick! Request support from the Navy Admiral. The brigade captain cried out in terror upon seeing the Wild Dragon, the very fiend who had slain a celestial dragon. Daring to invade Judicial Island, a blatant provocation against the world government. With the dual vigilance of the front island gates in the Judicial Tower of Spandam. Piercing alarm bells echoed throughout Judicial Island. This island, which had never been breached since its establishment, was now confronted by the first batch of audacious invaders. Those enormous flags of the world government were quite imposing. On the Arc Maxim, Bonnie's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the massive banners atop the Judicial Tower and Courthouse. Such large flags would surely ignite with greater satisfaction. Capone Beach was now numb to the chaos. The slaying of celestial dragons and the assault on Judicial Island had become mundane to him. His prior stay at Water 7 was merely a ruse to draw the naval leaders from the latter part of the Grand Line to that location. Setting the stage for an ambush on Judicial Island, Trafalgar Law contemplated aloud. Noting that the Wild Dragon's allowance of Enel and Vice Admiral Dalmesia's battle without swiftly joining forces against the latter was likely intentional, he surmised that the Vice Admirals, if not admirals, were en route to Water 7, thus unable to provide rapid support to Judicial Island via the unique currents from Mariewa. Lafitte adjusted his black hat, revealing an expression of admiration for the Wild Dragon, sharing Bonnie's fascination with the fluttering world government flags. Destroying the flags at Judicial Island bore a far greater provocative significance than demolishing those at the Water 7's Great Bank. This was sheer madness. Bartholomew Kuma remained vigilant. Surveying the surrounding seas, any sign of trouble would prompt an immediate retreat. After all, this was a direct branch of the world government, with exclusive currents leading to the Navy headquarters and impel down, should they be encircled by the formidable forces of the world government and the Navy. Even an airship might not escape unscathed. Judicial Island may tout itself as the court of justice, but in truth, it merely enacts the will of the world government. Anyone brought here, regardless of their guilt, is deemed a criminal. In its 800 years of history, not a single acquittal has been issued. Lafitte jested, recalling his past as a security officer in the West Sea. He had heard that many courts here were devoid of visitors, with most prisoners merely passing through before being sent to the inexorable gates of justice. Only exceptional individuals like Fisher Tiger, who managed to construct a sea train over 14 years, faced trial and execution for the crime of aiding the Pirate King. This epitomized the world government's absolute justice. With the Wild Dragon's tyrannical conquerors Haki unleashed, the battle for Judicial Island commenced. Meanwhile, CP9 agents stationed at the Judicial Tower discovered their superior, Spandam, gravely injured. The elite agents, Gabriel, the Lion's Embrace, and the Soundless Eagle, rushed to rescue their inept leader before hurrying to the central courthouse to protect the Chief Justice of Judicial Island. If you abhor killing, then I shall take matters into my own hands, Lafitte proclaimed with a wicked grin, unfurling his white wings and soaring down to join the Wild Dragon in a bloodbath. I'll handle those seemingly formidable CP9 agents, Trafalgar Law declared, spotting Gabriel and his companions, preparing to leap into battle. Take me with you, Capone Beach shouted, eager to make a name for himself now that he was already entangled with the Wild Dragon's crew. Father Bear, we're going too, Bonnie exclaimed excitedly, intent on igniting the world government flags atop the Judicial Tower and Courthouse. All right, Princess Violet. I leave the ship's vigilance to you. Kuma agreed to Bonnie's request and gently spoke to Violet, who possessed the Stare Fruit's abilities. Rest assured, I shall keep a close watch on the Navy's elites, Violet affirmed, holding a Din Mushy while the diminutive Princess Mancheri perched on her shoulder. Bonnie is so impressive. Mancheri and Isa gazed enviously at the audacious Bonnie, who was now prepared to confront the numerous Navy forces. Law and Kuma descended directly into the central courthouse, facing off against the CP agents. On the front island, the East Wild Dragon brazenly strode forward, leaving a trail of fallen Lawhound Brigade members in his wake. The few elite who managed to withstand the onslaught were swiftly dispatched by the flying Lafitte. The captain's conqueror's Haki intensified. Lafitte grinned widely, his eyes revealing a growing ferocity as he continued to eliminate those struggling against the overwhelming force of the Haki. The notion that this island had remained unconquered for 800 years was indeed a farce. The Wild Dragon chuckled upon realizing that not a single formidable opponent was present on the front island. It was amusing to discover that CP9 was the strongest defense of Judicial Island. The idea that such a lineup could eventually be breached by the likes of Straw Hat Luffy was truly laughable. How could there be no one wielding Haki among them? The world was so intimidated by the world government and the Navy that they failed to recognize Judicial Island as a facade of strength concealing its inherent fragility. Lafitte was equally astonished by the island's feeble defenses, akin to paper. Nevertheless, the true strength of Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters, and impelled down lay in the rapid support provided by exclusive currents. Had it not been for the captain's clever ruse, diverting the Navy's focus to Water 7, coupled with the swift relocation of their golden vessel, they would not have been able to infiltrate Judicial Island so effortlessly. Lafitte continued his analysis, asserting that other pirate crews would find it exceedingly challenging to replicate the Wild Dragon's ease of invasion. Aside from the formidable fleet of the Golden Lion Shiki, it is unlikely that many pirate ships can navigate the waters surrounding Judicial Island with impunity. However, that is of little consequence now for today. Judicial Island is destined for obliteration. Along gazed up at the brewing tempest of colossal thunderclouds and lightning storms, the chill in his eyes growing increasingly frigid. As they entered the court of the island, a throng of robust guards brandishing chains and marked with the inscription Guilty bore down upon them, their voices echoing the same decree. These were the infamous guilty jury guards of Judicial Island, ruthless in their duty. No prisoner had ever escaped their grasp. Every individual entering Judicial Island was deemed guilty. I hereby declare you guilty as well. Along's patience frayed amidst the cacophony, and his right eye shimmered with a golden light, reminiscent of a celestial being. A fearsome laser beam erupted forth, cleaving through the ranks of the guilty jury guards, severing them in two. In an instant, blood erupted, dismembered limbs scattered, and terrified cries reverberated throughout the island. Lafitte's eyes widened, his pupils quivering in disbelief. The scene was utterly insane, exhilarating. He laughed, a maniacal glee overtaking him. What a magnificent and efficient harvest of lives. Along regarded the chaos with indifference, then roared in fury, transforming into a colossal dragon as he soared toward the judicial tower. Along the way, he glimpsed his comrades engaged in battle against CP9 within the court. Yet, he did not linger. Soaring over the waterfall abyss that separated the court from the tower, arriving at his destination. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku had received word of Aolung's incursion into Judicial Island, leaving him utterly astounded. Not only had Aolung escaped the city of water safely, but he was now rapidly advancing upon Judicial Island. Let's go, Tsuru. We must head to Judicial Island together. Sengoku quickly summoned all the vice admirals at Marine headquarters to mobilize for support at Judicial Island. With Kazan and Kizaru unable to arrive in time, their only chance to assist lay in utilizing the exclusive sea currents connecting the headquarters to the island. Aolung is at Judicial Island? Tsuru was equally astonished. Shaken by Aolung's speed and aggressive intent, there was no time to waste. Sengoku personally led the charge, gathering 6 vice admirals, including Tsuru, to form a hastily assembled naval fleet of over 20 warships. The scale of this fleet eclipsed even the notorious demon-slaying fleet. In the waters between the Devil's Triangle and Water 7, a massive golden battleship and a fleet of Admiral-class vessels surged forward at breakneck speed. What? Aolung is at Judicial Island. Marmar Fasa, shouldering a golden dragon-carved sniper rifle, exploded in rage, crushing his din-din mushi, causing Kizaru beside him to fall silent. Aolung was indeed a formidable adversary. It's all Kazan's fault. He couldn't even stop a single experimental subject. What are we waiting for? Change course. Set a course for Judicial Island. Marmar Fasa cursed, the enormous golden crown upon his head trembling with fury. Upon receiving the command from this divine knight, Kizaru hastily signaled his admiral fleet to pivot rapidly, charging toward Judicial Island. Meanwhile, Kazan in Water 7, upon learning of Aolung's presence at Judicial Island, realized the gravity of the situation. Aolung's other target was indeed Judicial Island. It's over. The hearts of Colonel Shun, Colonel Belagud, Colonel Shalankol, and Colonel T-Bone sank in unison. Their jurisdiction encompassed the maritime route between Water 7 and Judicial Island. Particularly, Colonel Shun and Shalankol bore the responsibility of safeguarding Judicial Island. An urgent decree from Sengoku had redirected them to Water 7 for support, leaving their own territory vulnerable. Should calamity befall Judicial Island, they could face severe repercussions. Let us go. We'll take the sea train directly to support Judicial Island, Kazan declared, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Indeed, the Aolung crew was as insufferable as the flying fleet. They were elusive, impossible to capture or pursue. Understood. Colonel Shun and Shalankol could only follow Kazan's lead, continuing on this erratic path of support. Unbeknownst to them, upon their arrival at Judicial Island, Aolung and his crew may no longer be present. Inside the Judicial Tower, Aolung unexpectedly encountered the grievously injured and unconscious Spandam. Was this the handiwork of Enel? Aolung observed the electrically wounded figure, a derisive smile crossing his features. What worth did such detritus possess in life? Inal, it seemed, was flawed in his execution, failing to kill even this wretch. Meanwhile, Inal had discarded the elephant sword back to the Arc Maxim, fervently summoning his annihilative lightning storm. Yet Spandam, much like the tenacious celestial dragon Charlos, possessed an uncanny resilience. No matter the beating, he refused to perish, his life as enduring as a cockroach. However, under Along's hand, they would not be granted a second chance. A fiery orb materialized in Along's palm, poised to be hurled toward Spandam. No, please don't kill me. I can lead you to the supply room in the judicial tower. There are devil fruits there. Spandam, suddenly awakened by Along's murderous intent, cried out in desperation. Oh, where? Satisfy me, and I may spare your life. The flame in Along's hand diminished as he regarded the clownish CP9 chief with mockery. Don't kill me. My father, Spandane, is still the chief of CP5. He possesses devil fruits as well, and he will surely ransom me back. Please, spare my life. Spandam shrieked in terror, dragging his battered body as he hastily led Along toward the supply room. He understood the necessity of demonstrating his value, for otherwise, he would surely meet his end. Sensing the raw killing intent radiating from Along. Moreover, he divulged his father's leverage, knowing full well that once Along acquired the devil fruits in his possession, he would undoubtedly eliminate him to silence him. Killing you, the items remain mine. Such acts were not foreign to Spandam himself. The weak have no right to negotiate. Only greater gains can ensure their survival. Along hesitated upon hearing Spandam's words. His initial intent to toy with Spandam before eliminating him had wavered. For this seemingly useless CP9 chief had unexpectedly proposed an alternative devil fruit as bait. Truly, such individuals, who ascend to leadership without martial prowess, possess an acute awareness of circumstances. What devil fruits does your father possess? Along refrained from immediately acquiescing, his latent killing intent causing Spandam to divulge every detail about his father's assets. An ancient type. I know he possesses an ancient type devil fruit in his collection. Spandam quivered in fear, trembling as he produced 2 devil fruits that had been stored on Judicial Island. These fruits were originally intended as rewards for CP9 upon the completion of the Pluton Blueprint mission. Excellent. You have secured a temporary chance at survival. Shortly, I shall release you. The wild dragon grinned as he seized the 2 treasure chests containing the cursed devil fruits. For the sake of that so-called ancient breed of devil fruit, he resolved to spare this scum. However, before releasing him, he intended to have law extract his heart. His life would remain firmly in the hands of the wild dragon. Perhaps he could even plant a cowardly traitor within the world government. Thank you, my lord. Upon learning that he would retain his life, Spandam collapsed weakly to the ground, his white bandages completely soaked. Meanwhile, the wild dragon gazed at the immense gate of justice atop the judicial tower, its colossal blue cross emblem of the world government instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Behind this gate of justice lay the exclusive sea currents leading to the Navy headquarters and impel down. The Navy fleet should be hastily approaching Judicial Island for support. Within the island's tribunal, the werewolf Gabra was easily subdued by Bartholomew Kuma, while the lion-like figure, Sengoku, was cleaved into several pieces by Trafalgar Law. The fierce clash between the Soundless Eagle and Capone Beach raged on, igniting their bloodlust, until the typically tight-lipped Soundless Eagle was successfully ambushed by Bonnie, transforming into a 3-year-old child in defeat. The chief judge of Judicial Island, Lafitte, with a savage expression, seized this 3-headed chief judge, his excitement palpable. This creature's status surpassed that of kings from allied nations. The thrill of slaughtering him would be unparalleled. However, this 3-headed monstrosity was merely a bizarre amalgamation of 3 judges sharing a single rope. These 3 old men, who frequently bickered, had sentenced countless individuals, guilty or innocent. As right and wrong were inconsequential to them, they embodied the absolute justice of the world government. If they deemed you guilty, then you were guilty. Daddy Kuma, quickly help me take down those 2 large flags. As the agents and guards of Judicial Island fell one by one, Bonnie excitedly called out to Kuma. Her arms outstretched, one pointing at the world government flag atop the tribunal, the other at the one on the judicial tower. All right, Kuma replied softly before vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared at the top of the tribunal, tearing down the world government flag. He swiftly reappeared at the top of the judicial tower to remove the other flag as well. Haha, once I burn these 2 flags, my bounty will surely surpass that of Beej and Law, perhaps even rivaling Daddy Kuma's, Bonnie exclaimed, taking the 2 world government flags and deciding to find a more populated area for her fiery display. This would undoubtedly elevate her notoriety. No, you cannot do this. You scum criminals. The three-headed chief judge was sent flying by Lafitte's kick, his luxurious black robe torn apart, sending the three old men sprawling. Hey, eliminating you three will carry a hefty price, but how exhilarating it shall be. Lafitte's expression grew increasingly feral and malevolent, his pupils turning crimson as white feathers appeared on his face. What could this fellow's ability possibly be? Capone Beach lit up a cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke as he observed the increasingly unhinged Lafitte with a frown. It appeared Lafitte was resolute in walking the path of darkness alongside the wild dragon, leaving no escape route for himself. The audacity to brutally slay a chief judge under the world government. These three individuals held political power within the world government comparable to that of a Marine admiral, if not the fleet admiral. After all, Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters, and impelled down were the three most crucial institutions under the world government. However, these judges were civilian officials, lacking combat prowess and requiring the protection of the CP organization and the Navy. Capone Beach had to admit that he was not as ruthless or steadfast as Lafitte, who had completely bound himself to the wild dragon ship without leaving any room for retreat. I suspect it must be a mythical Zoan, Trafalgar Law remarked, carrying the cursed sword, K. Curry, while disregarding the dismembered Sengoku. Those CP agents without devil fruit abilities would serve as sacrifices for Judicial Island. Crackle. A bolt of lightning crackled. Hey, once I'm done, I'm heading back to the Ark Maxim. Soon, I shall obliterate this island. Enel descended from the sky, his expression one of haughty arrogance as he surveyed the others, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The enormous black lightning sphere in the sky was nearing completion. Once it fell, it would annihilate the island in an instant, an unstoppable strike, even by his own capabilities. What a terrifying ability! Capone Beach's pupils constricted as he gazed at the colossal lightning sphere, his face awash with disbelief and shock. The power of one individual could reach such heights, rivaling the legendary ancient weapons. Monster. Trafalgar Law regarded Enel, the so-called god, with trepidation. In certain respects, he indeed qualified as a thunder god. So cool. So powerful. Bonnie watched the immense spectacle in the sky, clouds swirling and thunder roaring, her eyes filled with envy and yearning. Her Suksuk fruit abilities could never unleash such devastating natural disasters. Daddy Kuma, I have a feeling Enel's bounty might surpass yours. When will you showcase your true power? I don't want your bounty to be lower than that arrogant fellow's. Bonnie suddenly turned to Kuma, seeing him as the mightiest warrior, not weaker than Captain Dragon. She could not bear the thought of Enel surpassing her father. All right, I promise you, my bounty will not be lower than Enel's. Kuma fell silent for a moment before agreeing to fulfill Bonnie's small wish. His bounty would always remain higher than Enel's. Wonderful. I believe in you, Daddy, Bonnie exclaimed joyfully, as her true motivation was to prevent Enel, the arrogant one, from outshining Kuma. Enel, overhearing Bonnie and Kuma's exchange, merely scoffed but inwardly set his sights on surpassing Kuma as a personal goal, looking forward to teasing Bonnie later. Meanwhile, Kuma contemplated what grand act could eclipse Enel's destruction of the island, ensuring his bounty would forever overshadow Enel's. Perhaps he could emulate the wild dragon and slay a celestial dragon? Burn a world government flag? Attack Mariewa? He glanced at the two world government flags in Bonnie's hands. Maybe he would burn one of the flags first, declaring war on the celestial dragons in the world government. If so, his bounty should see a significant surge. In no time, Kuma vanished from the spot, seizing all the various world government flags from the front island gates, preparing for a grand bonfire. Having dealt with the guards and agents of the island tribunal, the werewolf Gabra was shackled and imprisoned in Beach Special Prison, reuniting with Rob Lucci and Bruno. Enel and Law soon departed from the island tribunal, ignoring the massive retractable bridge between the two islands, soaring over the waterfall abyss to land atop the judicial tower of the rear island. As the tempest of lightning brewed, the wild dragon, upon seeing Law's arrival, commanded him to sever Spandam's heart. Spandam beheld his heart being severed and was instantly enveloped in an abyss of fear. Was he destined to perish? Despite the absence of his heart, he remained alive, yet terror gripped him still. Was he to be eternally subjugated by that despicable man? Leave your snail number and be gone. Ensure your ancient demon fruit is ready. If we reach out to you, and you are unprepared, you shall meet your demise. With a calm demeanor, Along delivered these words to Spandam, denying him any chance for deceit. As Spandam hastily provided his snail number, Bartholomew Kuma sent him crashing into the harbor at the front island, granting him a fleeting opportunity to escape. What a loser! Bonnie scoffed at the vanishing CP-9 commander, thinking such a wretch deserved immediate execution. At that moment, Kuma's snail began to ring. Mr. Kuma, please inform Captain Aolung that the Navy fleet is approaching at high speed, seemingly led by Admiral Sengoku himself, and their vessels are remarkably swift. Violetta's anxious voice echoed through the snail, fearing that delayed communication might lead to the downfall of Aolung's crew. Understood. Keep a vigilant eye on other naval reinforcements, Kuma replied softly before relaying the news to Aolung. Shall we surprise Sengoku? Aolung mused, a sardonic smile gracing his face as he gazed at the unyielding justice gate. Typically, this colossal gate required only a slight opening to transport criminals to impel down or the Navy headquarters, seldom fully opened. If the switch on this side remained unactivated, the Navy fleet arriving at the opposite side of the Justice Gate would find themselves barred from entering Judicial Island. They would need to navigate around the island's outer iron fences to gain access through the front gate. Return to the ship, Enel. Prepare yourself. Aolung chuckled coldly, harboring no intention of obstructing the Navy fleet at the Justice Gate. His lightning storm was designed to obliterate the Judicial Tower on the back island along with the incoming naval fleet, while Enel's judgment would devastate the island's court, including the front gate and harbor. I understand. Enel grinned, transforming into lightning and disappearing to fulfill his mission of annihilation, directing it to descend from the heavens. Bonnie, let us depart. Kuma escorted Bonnie and Capone Beach away, while Law teleported himself elsewhere. Lafitte, having procured a photographic snail from an unknown source, captured the moment he dispatched the Chief Justice. Some guards of Judicial Island, awakening under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, saw the Chief Justice slain and the CP agents fallen, and they frantically rushed to escape to the front island. However, they were met with Enel's playful lightning strikes, with only a small fraction managing to reach the harbor of the front island. Within the second pillar of the Hesitation Bridge, Aolung discovered the switch to open the Justice Gate, boldly welcoming the Navy headquarters fleet. He gazed at the swirling purple-black storm clouds above, a glint of madness glimmering in his eyes. Even if the Admiral arrived, he would not hold back. The thick storm clouds, summoned by the Arc Maxim, were predominantly charged by Enel's judgment, with a smaller portion augmented by Aolung's flames and toxic mists, coalescing into a unique purplish-red thunderstorm, initiating his lightning tempest. On the dedicated swift currents leading from the Navy headquarters to Judicial Island, over 20 warships surged towards their destination. Sengoku, that thundercloud poses a threat. As they neared Judicial Island, Tsuru observed the ominous two-tone storm, half purplish-red and half inky black, both pulsating with terrifying lightning. I sense a grave danger. A faint golden light enveloped Sengoku as the golden Buddha mark on his forehead began to signal warnings. Report. Admiral Sengoku, the Justice Gate of Judicial Island is fully opened. A lookout atop the towering mast shouted to the Admiral on the deck. Given their current speed, they would soon breach the Justice Gate. Decelerate. Form into 4 formations, creating 4 Demon Slayer fleet arrays. The front formation shall advance into the Justice Gate, engaging the enemy on sight. The left and right formations, along with the main formation, are to prepare to fire. Sengoku swiftly orchestrated the fleet's formations, continuing their advance towards the Justice Gate, undeterred by potential dangers within. After all, Judicial Island was the territory of the world government, not a playground for Aolung's chaos. With a vast military mobilization and numerous warships in formation, they had no reason to fear. Let us send a flying reconnaissance team to assess the situation, Tsuru advised cautiously, her unease palpable as she observed the storm clouds, which seemed more perilous than the lightning techniques of Kaido or Big Mom. Agreed. Deploy the aerial reconnaissance team. Sengoku concurred, albeit frustrated that he had to personally lead the support to Judicial Island while also being wary of Aolung's ambush. Nonetheless, he did not underestimate Aolung and his crew, believing they could not pose a significant threat. This sea was now under the Navy's dominion. Quickly, 2 winged Navy scouts took flight from a warship in the front formation, soaring towards the Justice Gate. However, as they approached, they were struck by several bolts of purple lightning from above, smoking as they plummeted into the ocean. Not good. Save them. Front formation, prepare to fire, advance at full speed towards Judicial Island. Other warships, proceed at full speed. Sengoku commanded loudly, realizing that Judicial Island had indeed fallen under Aolung's assault, and that this audacious individual had not fled. This was a blatant affront to the Navy. Sengoku chose to abandon caution, pressing forward with overwhelming force, readying himself for battle. He was determined to witness the true strength of the formidable experimental dragon. On the Judicial Tower, Aolung observed 5 or 6 warships breach the Justice Gate, quickly deducing that they were the Navy's vanguard fleet. As lightning flashed across the sky, Aolung refrained from attacking the vessels, opting to wait for the subsequent Navy fleet. Report. Report. No enemies detected. All units, land. Retrieve the Chief Justice. The Navy Vice Admiral leading the vanguard formation reported, rushing towards the Judicial Tower in search of Aolung's crew. Under the oppressive storm clouds, they swiftly scoured the tower, yet found no trace of their foe, the situation growing increasingly bizarre. They could only lower the drawbridge and charge towards the island's court. As this batch of Navy personnel entered the island's court, Enel revealed a manic grin from above. Report. This is bad. Admiral, the Chief Justice is dead. The furious Vice Admiral of the Vanguard formation relayed the news through the snail, unable to believe the audacity of Alung's crew in slaughtering key officials of Judicial Island. Damn it. Sengoku roared in anger, following the assassination of another significant figure after the celestial dragon Charmako. All units, land on Judicial Island. Under the command of the Buddha of the Warring States, the three fleet formations swiftly entered the Gate of Justice, preparing to land at the Judicial Tower of the Back Island. Meanwhile, Commander Crane fixated on the purplish-red storm clouds above, her observation Haki fervently scanning the skies. Since the moment they passed through the Gate of Justice, her unease had been steadily escalating. Sengoku. He is there. Suddenly, Commander Crane caught a glimpse of a faint figure atop the Judicial Island, and amidst the flashes of purple lightnings, she felt a chill as she beheld the mocking smile of Dongye Huanglong. In an instant, Dongye Huanglong revealed himself from his cloaked form and transformed into a colossal dragon, plunging into the purplish-red storm clouds. In that moment, the tempest seemed to boil, with countless bolts of lightning surging forth, erupting into a cataclysmic display of thunder and lightning. Sengoku, behold the grand gift I have prepared for you. Lightning storm. After brewing for over an hour, the thunderstorm finally unleashed its fury, accompanied by blades of wind and toxic gas, as thousands of lightning serpents struck down upon the entire naval fleet at the Gate of Justice. In an instant, the island was engulfed in a blinding radiance of lightning. Above the judicial court, Enel spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally, as a massive black lightning sphere descended slowly, resembling a miniature island. Thunder welcome. This sudden, terrifying natural disaster plunged the naval forces into absolute fear. Even Commander Crane and Sengoku stared in disbelief at the cataclysmic storm of destruction. The Buddha's swastika shockwave. Sengoku's eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed his conqueror's Haki, transforming into a towering golden Buddha nearly 100 meters tall. A colossal swastika energy wave rapidly spun, forming a high-speed windmill that intercepted countless purple lightning strikes. However, Sengoku's hasty defense could hardly compare to Dongye Huanglong's meticulously prepared attack. Outside the range of Sengoku's swastika shockwave, the naval forces and ships were mercilessly struck by endless bolts of lightning, sliced by wind blades, and submerged in toxic gas, resulting in near-total annihilation. The Judicial Tower of the Back Island was eradicated, vanishing from existence. The Judicial Court also disappeared beneath Enel's devastating thunder welcome, creating a massive whirlpool, with much of the front island erased as well. Continuous lightning danced across the ocean, sending a multitude of sea fish and creatures soaring into the air. The naval troops on the island also vanished amidst the blinding light and desperate cries, disappearing along with the Judicial Court. Dongye Huanglong. Sengoku spat blood, furiously glaring at the dragon in the sky, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he wished to devour Dongye Huanglong alive. The purplish-red storm clouds, having discharged their lightning storm, began to dissipate, first returning to black clouds, then gray, and finally white, fading from the sky. Meanwhile, the dark clouds that had unleashed the thunder welcome also gradually dispersed, allowing the sky to clear. Rays of sunlight filtered through, illuminating the desolate ruins of the Judicial Island, resembling a hell on earth. You're not dead yet, Marshal Sengoku. Dongye Huanglong observed Sengoku, who had somehow endured the lightning storm. Realizing that this attack could not extinguish the life of a marine marshal with the power of a mythical beast, it seems this technique requires further enhancement and stronger modifications. You won't have a good ending. Commander Crane, surveying the devastation around her, angrily shouted at Dongye Huanglong. This demon had utterly positioned himself against the world, leaving no chance for reconciliation. Is that so? Huanglong replied, his expression impassive, yet his gaze remained fixated on Sengoku, intrigued by the blood of this mythical beast user. He contemplated whether to engage in a battle to seize a sample of his blood. Meanwhile, those aboard the Ark Maxim were left in utter shock, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of destruction. They had just witnessed the obliteration of an entire island. Far in the distance, a golden warship and a naval fleet observed the terrifying display of devastation, engulfed in silent awe. Admiral Kizaru. It appears that Marshal Sengoku's fleet has arrived at the Judicial Island. Please proceed to provide assistance immediately, a trembling naval liaison officer informed Kizaru, who began to contemplate whether the Marine Marshal had already perished in this horrific strike. Kizaru squinted into the distance, assessing that such an attack should not be sufficient to eliminate Sengoku, but the other naval forces were undoubtedly doomed. Saint Fasa, I shall take my leave. Kizaru decided to investigate the situation further to ensure Sengoku's safety. Go, and remember to hold Dongye Huanglong back. Don't let him escape like Akiji did. St. Mami Foss's expression was grave. He had indeed been somewhat startled by the earlier strike, realizing he could not unleash such a catastrophic attack. I will do my best. Kizaru replied with a hint of reluctance before transforming into a flash of light and vanishing. On the Arc Maxim, Violet, who had just regained her vision amidst the dazzling lightning, quickly noticed the approach of the Golden Warship and naval fleet. Upon seeing Admiral Kizaru aboard, she promptly reported to Bartholomew Kuma. Especially as Kizaru vanished in a flash, Violet exclaimed in alarm. Kuma immediately commanded the Arc Maxim to set sail, evacuating from the Judicial Island. Kuma teleported off the ship, hastily notifying Enel and Huanglong. Under Kuma's warning, Enel, who had been reveling in his recent triumph, reluctantly returned to the Arc Maxim. However, he still yearned for a chance to challenge the legendary Marine Admiral. But upon hearing that Kizaru was stronger than both Huanglong and Kuma, he resolved to bide his time for now. Once he had grown stronger, he would confront this Marine Admiral. With Kuma's notification, Huanglong, who had intended to collect some of Sengoku's blood, abandoned the idea, recognizing Sengoku's formidable strength. If Kizaru and Sengoku successfully teamed up, Huanglong would find himself in significant trouble, especially with Akiji's support looming behind. Thus, Huanglong could not afford to be delayed by them. Having achieved his objectives for the day, he knew there would be ample opportunities in the future to deal with these foes. Inform the Goresi to be wary of Mariewa. Perhaps next time, I shall pay them a visit. Huanglong laughed heartily at Sengoku. Then, under the murderous glares of Sengoku and Crane, he swiftly fled, soaring into the sky. Upon returning to the Arc Maxim, Huanglong added a travel bear paw to facilitate a rapid escape from the area. He feared being pursued by Admiral Kizaru, which could jeopardize Bonnie and the others. Is it necessary to flee so quickly? I believe we can handle them. Enel, still basking in the overwhelming destructive power of the Thunder Welcome, felt a surge of confidence, believing that together with Huanglong and Kuma, they could face any adversary. We are the strongest alliance. Huanglong replied with a smile, noting that this encounter with Sengoku had merely been a means to injure him through a well-prepared technique. In a one-on-one confrontation, the still inexperienced Huanglong, having trained in Haki for only 6 months, would likely fall short against this mythical beast Buddha. However, given another year, he was confident in his ability to defeat the aging Marine Marshal. Give me a moment. I assure you I can contend with an admiral, Enel proclaimed with arrogance. Law and Becky exchanged skeptical glances, closing their eyes in disbelief. Are you underestimating me? Enel instantly sensed their disdain and retorted angrily, electricity crackling around him. Control your emotions. A master should not be easily provoked. In the future, let your achievements speak for themselves. Long, the dragon, advised him calmly, noting Enel's irritable temperament, which required refinement. After a brief silence, Enel cast his deadpan gaze upon these individuals weaker than himself. Captain, I wish to journey to Sabaody Archipelago and declare war on the celestial dragons. Kuma held several flags of the world government, while Bonnie brandished 2 massive banners, her eyes ablaze with desire and excitement. Burning flags to declare war on the bustling Sabaody Archipelago would undoubtedly be splendid. Perhaps we might even encounter the celestial dragons, presenting a golden opportunity for fame. As Kizaru soared over Judicial Island and witnessed the remnants of the once thriving land, he was astounded. Was this the result of the dragon's attack? An entire island obliterated. Has the experiment number 88 reached such heights? He swiftly transformed into light and raced towards the Navy fleet at the rear island. However, the devastation here appeared even more severe than at the previous island. The main island and front island had been completely annihilated, offering little to behold, while the rear island was littered with the wreckage of warships and the bodies of Marines. He spotted a few warships protected by Sengoku the Buddha and swallowed hard, his expression grave as he descended. Sengoku, Tsuru. Kizaru emerged from his light form onto the main ship's deck, observing the injured Sengoku, momentarily at a loss for words. The recent rescue operation had been catastrophic. The Navy not only failed to save Judicial Island but also suffered significant losses. The weight of this responsibility was staggering, shared amongst Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akiji. The losses were unprecedented in naval history. From the moment the dragon escaped Punk Hazard, Kizaru had known the experiment was formidable, yet he hadn't anticipated that it would prove more troublesome than Kaido of the Beasts. The destruction and ramifications had surpassed the formidable combination of the 4 emperors and the artificial dragon form with the mochi fruit. Now that the dragon's crew possessed airships and a thunderfruit user, they were unmistakably evolving into a nascent emperor-level force, potentially more formidable than the emperors themselves. Kizaru feared that if the dragon were granted further development time, not only would the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo be easily vanquished, but even any naval branch outside of the headquarters would be unable to withstand the dragon's onslaught. Save them. Sengoku, witnessing the brutal conflict, struggled to suppress his fury and murderous intent towards the dragon, muttering through clenched teeth. Shortly thereafter, the golden battleship of St. Maimai arrived near Judicial Island. As he gazed upon the vanished Judicial Island, a heavy expression replaced his previously arrogant demeanor. This despicable experiment has exceeded my expectations. St. Maimai clenched his fists, irately exclaiming that yet another ant had surpassed their control. Later, when Akiji led numerous naval officers aboard the sea train to Judicial Island, Tina, Shuen, and T-Bone were utterly astonished. If the dragon were to unleash such island-destroying attacks in Water 7, it would spell doom for them all. After the initial shock, they dedicated themselves to rescue efforts, gradually cultivating a sense of dread towards the Dragon-S crew, a malevolent force capable of annihilating islands, appearing anywhere in the world. While the admirals and higher-ups headed to Judicial Island, the Dragon-S crew had already materialized at Sabaody Archipelago, a bustling island in close proximity to both the naval headquarters and Mariewa. Captain, the defensive strength of the naval headquarters seems unprecedentedly weakened. Perhaps we should. Having eliminated the chief judge of Judicial Island, Lafitte seemed increasingly deranged, now daring to threaten Marineford. Such audacity was remarkable. This audacious individual, who had single-handedly approached Marineford to demand the position of warlord from Blackbeard, found the absence of Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akiji at the headquarters alarming. As Akainu was in the New World, and Garp appeared to have returned to East Blue for a respite, by this calculation, the naval headquarters' defensive capabilities had indeed dwindled significantly. However, elite powers such as Momonosuke, Toki, and Black Horse Tianzhong likely remained stationed at headquarters. The return of Sengoku, Kizaru, and others from Judicial Island to the naval headquarters would also be swift. Thus, launching an assault on the headquarters would still pose considerable difficulty and risk. Of course, a provocative display of flame dragon breath at the headquarters might still be feasible. Enel too felt a yearning to behold the legendary naval headquarters, the strongest military institution in the world. Meanwhile, Capone Becky, listening to the discussions of these madmen, broke into a cold sweat. These individuals truly would not relent until they had thoroughly offended the world government and the naval headquarters. Should Sky Island be discovered, even if they hid at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the world government and the Navy would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. Even Becky, the Mafia Don, perceived their actions as excessively reckless and brazen. Compared to them, he felt himself to be a benevolent figure of the West Blue, a patron of peace in the world. Sabaody Archipelago, Tree Island No. 1, Human Auction House. Boom. A tremendous explosion shattered the tranquility of Sabaody Archipelago. A golden flying ship appeared above the Human Auction House, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning. Run. Who is that? Who dares to attack Doflamingo's territory? Protect the celestial dragons. Quickly, summon an admiral. Chaos erupted across Tree Island No. 1 as countless wealthy individuals and nobles fled in a frenzy. Moments earlier, Kuma exclaimed, "Haha. Did you see that? Did you see that enormous golden lion-headed warship? That's the celestial dragon's exclusive vessel. We struck gold. We encountered the celestial dragons again. This is the perfect opportunity for you to avenge Jinny and declare war on them." As the dragon, Enel, beheld the familiar colossal golden warship at the port of Sabaody Archipelago, he couldn't contain his excitement. Transforming into a colossal dragon, he soared above the archipelago, searching for the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. He captured several residents and pirates who had previously knelt before the celestial dragons, learning their direction of departure. Ultimately, they cornered a fortunate celestial dragon within the human auction house. They were truly about to slay a celestial dragon. Capone Beach observed Enel relentlessly assaulting the human auction house below, dispatching several guards with deadly precision, his fingers clutching a cigar trembling slightly. The chaos he had incited throughout the day left him at a loss for words. It was utterly insane. In the next moment, a colossal, translucent bear paw crashed through the wall of the auction house, revealing the tumult within. Amidst the crowd, a throng of agents clad in black suits and knights in full armor surrounded a celestial dragon wearing a transparent air helmet. "How dare you, mere ants? You show disrespect to the descendants of the gods." The celestial dragon bellowed furiously at the likes of the Arlong and the bear, nearly soiling himself at the sight of the recently collapsed wall. He belonged to the illustrious Jagarsha family, a lineage boasting the 5 elders Satan as his ancestor. How could he be intimidated by these mortals? Such detestable insects deserve to perish. The Navy branch stationed on Tree Islands 60 to 69, alongside the world government-stationed institutions, fell into disarray upon learning of Arlong's assault on the Sabaody archipelago. This is dire. Sabi Saint has yet to leave the Sabaody archipelago. A world government official cried out in terror. Following the news of Arlong's attack on Judicial Island, Mariewa had already sent warnings for the celestial dragons to return swiftly. However, Jagarsha Sabi Saint was engaged in the auction of several rare races to be enslaved and experimented upon back at the Holy Land, thus delaying his return. Unbeknownst to him, Arlong's crew was indeed making their way to the Sabaody archipelago. Admirals Kizaru and Akiji had already set off to Judicial Island to capture Arlong. And by the time they arrived, it would be too late. Quick, follow me to rescue His Highness Sabi. The Navy and world government officials mobilized en masse to save the celestial dragon. In a bar on Tree Islands 40 to 49. The black-haired Shaki and the white-haired Rayleigh gazed up at the crimson dragon soaring through the sky. Another beast akin to Kaido. Does he intend to slay another celestial dragon? Shaki and Rayleigh could not help but admire Arlong's audacity. Having recently dispatched a celestial dragon, he was now brazenly hunting them down in the Sabaody archipelago. A feat unparalleled on the high seas. With both Kizaru and Akiji seemingly occupied in Water 7 and Akaina stationed in the New World. No naval admiral was available to assist the celestial dragons unless Sengoku himself came to Sabaody. I can't shake the feeling that the Navy has fallen for Arlong's ploy, luring the admirals away so he could rampage here without consequence, Shaki remarked, unaware of the situation on Judicial Island, which would have shocked her and Rayleigh even further. It seemed the Sabaody archipelago was far from tranquil. They should close up shop early. The Pirate King Rayleigh shared a brief exchange with Shaki before chuckling softly and heading towards Tree Island 1 to witness the spectacle. Boom. Another massive shockwave from a bear paw sent a multitude of CP agents and celestial dragon guards flying. The tyrant bear, Kuma, walked steadily towards the celestial dragon. With Arlong's voice echoing in his ears, Kuma gradually suppressed his fear of the celestial dragon. Get lost. We, the Jagarsha family, are among the elite celestial dragons. My ancestor is one of the 5 elders who controls the world government. Jagarsha Sabi Saint glared furiously at the approaching giant. He longed to enslave this terrorizing figure and torment him daily. Huh? Who do you think Satan is? Upon discovering that this celestial dragon belonged to the Jagarsha family, Arlong swooped down from the sky, instantly reverting to his human form, seizing the celestial dragon and demanding, "You dare to utter my ancestor's name? Are you courting death?" Bang! Arlong shattered the celestial dragon's air helmet, distorting his face. Kuma, forgive me. I wish to personally end this one's life. Arlong grinned wickedly, his right eye unleashing a laser that severed Sabi Saint's arm. Good. Initially, Kuma had been encouraging himself to slay a celestial dragon. But hearing Arlong's intention to handle this one himself, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. He felt a pang of disappointment in himself. Unable to escape the haunting memories of his enslavement in Mariewa before the age of 9. There, he had witnessed the deaths of both his parents, especially his father, who was shot before his eyes by a celestial dragon. He still remembered the warmth of his father's blood splattering onto his face. Kuma, stop dawdling. Look over there, reporters. So many reporters. This truly is the bustling Sabaody. Bonnie dashed to Kuma's side, placing the world government flag into his hands. Let's go, Kuma. We're going to burn the flag. Bonnie tugged at Kuma, racing towards the journalist hiding in various spots to capture the moment. All right, Kuma replied succinctly. If he could not personally slay a celestial dragon, he would begin with a declaration of war. Listen closely, world. Judicial Island has been destroyed by our Arlong crew. This is the world government flag from Judicial Island. Today, I, Bartholomew Bonnie, the daughter of the tyrant, formally declare war on the world government and the celestial dragons. Bonnie excitedly ignited the world government flag, casting aside the surname jewelry that Kuma had given her due to her suffering from the jade scales disease. Kuma had deceived her into believing the abnormality on her face was a jewel, hence the surname. Now, Bonnie would officially adopt Kuma's surname to publicly announce their father-daughter relationship. This was her surprise for Kuma. Kuma was indeed moved by Bonnie's words. His eyes welled with tears as he recognized his daughter, Jinny's child, embracing his surname. Kuma, don't just stand there. You join too, Bonnie shouted, having noticed the glimmer of tears in Kuma's eyes. She was deeply grateful for everything Kuma had done to help her heal, even if Kuma was not her biological father. He was the only father she would ever acknowledge in her life. I, Bartholomew Kuma, hereby declare war on the celestial dragons. Satan, I will surely kill you. After igniting the world government flag, Kuma unleashed a bear paw shockwave, obliterating the human auction house on Tree Island 1, venting his fury. He had learned from Arlong that it was indeed Satan who had experimented on Ginny, leading to her affliction and its inheritance to Bonnie. His life's tragedies were inextricably linked to the five elders Jagarshus Satan. As this father-daughter duo made their shocking declarations, reporters went into a frenzy, capturing the moment. Showcasing two more lunatics akin to Arlong. Judicial Island has been destroyed. The Pirate King Rayleigh's pupils constricted. This revelation was even more outrageous than the duo's declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons. Could it be that Arlong had wreaked havoc in Water 7 and then proceeded to annihilate Judicial Island before arriving at Sabaody? How utterly insane. Could it be that their next destination will be the Navy headquarters at Marineford or the Holy Land of Mariewa for some commotion? It is indeed possible. Recent reports indicate that the waters surrounding Judicial Island have been struck by a peculiar earthquake and a massive tsunami. Suddenly, Shucky reappeared beside Rayleigh. It seems this woman, after closing the bar, had come to witness the spectacle as well. TSK, tomorrow's headlines will send the entire world into a frenzy. Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile, remarking that this Arlong crew is even more formidable than the Yonko pirate crews in the Revolutionary Army. Having turned the Grand Line upside down within just a day. Look, that experimental subject is truly about to eliminate a celestial dragon. Shucky suddenly produced a din mushi, aiming it at Dongye Arlong. Such a sight of witnessing the demise of a celestial dragon is rare indeed. In the presence of numerous pirates, underworld forces, journalists, civilians. In the Navy in the Sabaody archipelago, the once mighty celestial dragon was seized by the throat and brutally beaten by the formidable Danya Arlong. Arlong discovered two unique transponder snails, adorned with ostentatious gold, on Sabo. With a maniacal laugh, he dialed these two snails. One connected to the Holy Land Mary Geos, while the other reached Admiral Sengoku of the Navy. Help me. Father, save me. Quickly, summon our ancestors. Admirals, come to my aid, you useless fools. Sabo cried out in a frenzy, his eyes filled with terror as blood continued to pour from his severed arm. My son Sabo, what has transpired? Where are you? Came Sengoku's anxious voice. Before Sabo could respond, Arlong struck him, knocking out a mouthful of teeth and rendering him nearly unconscious, his face swollen beyond recognition. Are you Sabo's father? Excellent. Tell Sabo that this is merely interest, Arlong declared, crushing the transponder snail and silencing the celestial dragon's protests. Sengoku, hurry and join Kizaru and Akiji in Sabaody. Today, I shall take you on a cruise of the Grand Line. Ha 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 ha. After his mocking proclamation, Arlong disregarded Sengoku's furious shouts and shattered the second transponder snail. Arlong hoisted Sabo and leapt onto the towering red tree of the first tree island. People unwilling to be oppressed by the celestial dragons, rise up. They force you to kneel with their divine authority and hollow titles. But I command you to stand tall. The lofty celestial dragons shall ultimately be cast into the annals of history, with one hand lifting Sabo and the other grasping a violet lightning bolt. Arlong bellowed his defiance to the world as endless crimson lightning surged forth. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Arlong unleashed a bolt of lightning that pierced through Sabo. The blood of this so-called descendant of the gods splattering upon the great red tree. This scene left even the legendary Rayleigh in shock. He clenched his fists, as if witnessing a man more captivating than Roger himself. The cigarette from Shacky's lips fell silently as she grasped Rayleigh's hand tightly, both transfixed by Arlong's formidable presence. In that moment, the entirety of Sabaody fell into silence, save for the persistent clicks of cameras capturing the moment. The celestial dragons are not gods. They are mere mortals who can be slain. Bonnie, too, erupted in fervent cries, tears of excitement welling in her eyes as she gazed at Arlong, imprinting his figure into her memory. Is this the will and belief of our captain? Both Kuma and Law were completely swayed by Arlong's astonishing declaration, while Enel, Lafitte, and Becky's spirits soared at the sight of the charismatic Arlong. The flames of rebellion had ignited, destined to spread like wildfire. Arlong cast Sabo's lifeless body from the heavens and commanded his crew to return to the Noah and prepare for departure. Upon regaining his senses, Kuma swiftly swatted away the escaped slaves from the human auction house, determined to save as many as he could, shouldering the burden of Arlong's compassion. As a fiery dragon's breath incinerated the celestial dragon's golden lionhead battleship amidst thick smoke, the Arlong crew departed from the Sabaody archipelago. Once they had left, chaos erupted throughout the archipelago. Another celestial dragon had fallen, and two audacious individuals brazenly ignited the world government's flag, declaring war on the celestial dragons. Most frightening were Arlong's final words, which resonated with countless oppressed civilians and slaves. Numerous journalists hurried to relay the news, eager to print it before the world government could suppress it. Let us go. Sobriety is about to descend into turmoil. Rayleigh remained in stunned silence, unable to shake the impact of Arlong's overwhelming presence, which exuded a conqueror's haki even more remarkable than Roger's. As rare as the ability to hear the voices of all things, it seems recent business has become quite troublesome, this madman, Shaki remarked, reigniting a cigarette. Sensing that Arlong's assault had not yet concluded, did they truly dare to approach the Navy headquarters? At that moment, Violet, utilizing her dazzle fruit abilities, gathered information on the situation at Judicial Island and the approximate locations of the Fleet Admiral and Navy Admirals. Indeed, Arlong had heeded Lafitte and Inel's counsel to pass by the Navy headquarters. Even if they could not conquer it, they would instill fear, making it clear that the Navy headquarters was within Arlong's sights. In the future, it would be prudent to keep 1 or 2 admirals at home rather than allowing them to roam freely. In less than 20 minutes, the swiftly flying Noah reached the skies above Marineford. However, the Navy headquarters quickly detected the golden ship in the sky, and amidst urgent alarms, countless cannonballs were fired into the air. Upon receiving intel regarding the attack on the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and his crew abandoned their focus on Sobriety, prompting Kazara to dash back to their stronghold with explosive speed. Yet, Arlong and his crew only executed a single strike, destroying the Navy flag atop the Marine headquarters and damaging some structures before swiftly retreating. Arlong had spotted Admiral Zef and other formidable Navy figures, while Kazara relentlessly pursued from behind. Lafitte captured footage of the attack on the Navy headquarters and sent it to the illustrious Morgans, along with images of his prior defeat of the Chief Judge at Judicial Island, ensuring that the next day's news would be even more sensational. His bounty might very well surpass that of Capone Beach, the notorious Mafia Don. It would be best for the perpetually astonished Captain Becky to remain behind the scenes. After poking the hornet's nest that was Marineford, the Noah swiftly departed the area, heading towards the Sky Islands. However, within an hour of rapid flight, they unexpectedly entered a realm of darkness. Did the world not have enough sensational news? It seemed this warlord of the sea was destined for the headlines as well. Arlong grinned. Moonlight Moria was not part of his plans, but now that they had crossed paths, he would deal with him. The shadow fruit, the ghost fruit, and the clear fruit abilities, all 3 paramecia abilities, were to be seized for research. Moonlight Moria, the so-called disgrace of the warlords, would likely be a mere challenge for Kuma alone, especially with the powerhouse that was Arlong and Inel at his side. Perhaps Law, Becky, and Lafitte could collectively subdue this bloated onion head. The Noah cruised swiftly through the Devil's Triangle, while Inel unleashed his electromagnetic wave network, searching for that formidable 3-masted ship. Arlong and Kuma, too, released their observation haki, with Arlong transforming into a colossal dragon, soaring above the Noah in search of their quarry. Mancheri. Can you guess what my bounty will be tomorrow? Bonnie, restored to her 9-year-old form, proudly boasted to the diminutive Mancheri. Tomorrow, the illustrious name of Bartholomew Bonnie, the daughter of the tyrant, will reverberate throughout the world. It is bound to fulfill Bonnie's desire, earning a bounty of over 100 million. Princess Mancheli, witnessing Bonnie's joy, found herself equally elated. Most importantly, she had heard that the fearsome Dragon Rando had placed the matter of dealing with Don Quixote da Flamingo on the agenda. She believed that soon she would join Violet and Rebecca to reclaim Dressrosa. Hee, in truth, my aspirations extend far beyond a mere 100 million bounty. Little Bonnie wiped her nose and proclaimed with spirited confidence that in the future, Kuma and Inel would become her targets as well. However, surpassing these 2 formidable individuals would undoubtedly be a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, she was confident that she could outpace Lafitte and Capone Beach in terms of bounty, particularly this Capone, the somewhat timid Mafia godfather. At that moment, a group of children, shackled with sea stone handcuffs, lined up on the deck, serving as tools for Bonnie to practice her fruit abilities. These captives had not only been transformed into children by Bonnie's fruit, but their hearts had also been extracted by Law using his surgical fruit powers. Their lives were entirely at the mercy of the Dragon crew. I truly wish to surrender. I am eager to join you. Silver Fox Foxy, possessing the slow fruit ability, pleaded in the voice of a 3-year-old child. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci and Gabra, appearing serious, observed the Dragon crew with a demeanor that reflected their solid professional training. As for Donachino, transformed into a chubby child due to his heat fruit ability, he clutched a cigar, arms crossed, exuding a facade of resignation yet stubbornness. Joining our Dragon crew comes with standards. If you are too weak and cowardly, you are unfit for our formidable anti-Tenerubido faction. Bonnie teased Foxy, the 3-year-old, before delivering a playful whack to Achino's head, causing the cigar to fall from his mouth. Achino, holding his head, had tears welling in his eyes, resembling a 3-year-old on the brink of crying. Within our dragon crew, minor differences in strength are permissible. But fear of the celestial dragons and the world government is unacceptable. Otherwise, one is deemed unqualified. Little Bonnie continued to lecture Foxy in a rather adult manner. Nonetheless, she felt pleased that he expressed a desire to join the dragon crew, unlike the arrogant little brats, Achino, Lucci, and Gabra. Meanwhile, Lafitte sheathed his noble sword and wielded the elephant sword Vander Dyke, which he had retrieved from Inel. Beginning to tame this devil fruit sword that could extend in length, this sword would enhance his long-range capabilities. Upon returning to Sky Island, I shall have Dr. Vegapunk craft a devil fruit longsword as well. Capone Beach gazed at the giraffe fruit displayed in the cabinet. Noting that a sword made from this fruit would undoubtedly extend even longer than the elephant sword. I sincerely hope Dr. Vegapunk has completed the transformation battle suits. Trafalgar Law mused. As denizens of the North Sea, each of them yearned to acquire the transformation battle suits of Germa 66, seeking to undergo a spectacular and stylish metamorphosis. Under the influence of serialized comics and theatrical promotions in the North Sea, both Navy and pirate, as well as civilians, coveted a set of transformation battle suits. This was a unique romance of the North Sea men. Through the ongoing search by the Dragon crew, coupled with the terrifying 3-masted ship luring pirates into the Devil's Triangle, they finally located the enormous, Erie Island ship after 3 hours in the shadowy maritime expanse. Crash. Inel was the first to strike, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck directly at the Gothic fortress of the terrifying 3-masted ship. This sudden assault roused the slumbering Gecko Moria, the warlord of the sea who boasted of having faced Kaido in single combat. Enraged, he stormed out of his chamber. What is happening? Who is it? Who dares? Moria bellowed in a fit of morning irritation, his subordinates appearing equally bewildered. However, as they rushed out of the Gothic castle and gazed skyward at the golden flying ship, an ominous aura began to permeate the air. Yaha! I shall witness just how formidable this warlord of the sea truly is. Inel, relying on his speed, was the first to launch another attack, transforming into lightning and charging at Gecko Moria. Who is that? A user of the Thunder fruit? Moria's irritation quickly dissipated, replaced by seriousness as he conjured a black shadow clone to confront the lightning. Thunder roared, and electric serpents surged, fracturing the ground around them. In a mere instant, Moria's shadow clone was engulfed by the lightning. The sight sent shivers down the spines of Moria's subordinates, the Three Stooges. Oh no! How terrifying! I shall command the animal zombies and the frightening zombies. Upon witnessing the overwhelming force of the enemy, the ghostly girl Perona promptly slipped away, her spirit merging with the walls of the castle. It was better to leave this lightning-wielding foe to Lord Moria. Moreover, individuals were descending from the flying ship to the island, and she had her own enemies to confront. I shall also deal with those foes. The transparent man Absalom, feeling trepidation at the ferocity of the lightning user, swallowed hard. It was wiser to remain invisible and tackle others. He swiftly became invisible and headed toward the castle. Gathering zombie soldiers numbered 400 to 799 and zombie generals numbered 800 to 899 to form a sea of 500 zombies to obliterate the invading foes. Perona managed 400 zombies, consisting of animal zombies numbered 0 to 199 and frightening zombies numbered 200 to 399. Hiss, hiss, I am but a doctor. The brilliant surgeon Hogback, renowned for his ability to modify zombies, made his discreet exit back into the Gothic castle. Such matters of combat were beyond his purview, as he possessed no combat prowess. Kuma descended to the terrifying 3-masted ship with Bonnie and Beej, while Law and Lafitte followed suit, soon encountering a horde of grotesque zombies rushing toward them. Bearpaw Shockwave. Not wanting to frighten little Bonnie, the 9-year-old girl, Kuma unleashed a light, super-compressed air cannon with his hands, propelling it toward the mass of zombies. Yet, he remained oblivious to the excitement radiating from Bonnie's expression. Fear was far from her mind. Boom. The first 300 to 400 animal and frightening zombies were obliterated, countless shadows dispersing toward Gecko Moria. Witnessing this horrific scene, Perona's eyes bulged in terror, nearly dropping her jaw to the floor. The four simplistic, hand-drawn negative ghosts she summoned instinctively hid behind her, displaying expressions of fright. Perona had never anticipated that the army of zombies under her command could be so swiftly eradicated. How could those lackeys be so formidable? They are even stronger than that lightning man. Meanwhile, Absalom, directing his 500 zombie soldiers and generals, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Perona's 400 animal zombies and terrifying zombies were instantly obliterated. How long could his zombie soldiers and generals possibly endure? The foes boarding the fearsome three-masted ship appeared exceedingly formidable. Father Bear, why are you so swift to act? Fortunately, there remained a substantial group behind. Bonnie initially believed that the Great Bear had annihilated all these zombie toys. But upon witnessing more behind, her excitement surged anew. She relished confronting such peculiar entities. Zombies? What fascinating abilities! Trafalgar Law gazed at the various degrees of decay among the zombies, his expression unperturbed. After all, he was a surgeon with a penchant for dismembering others. Repulsive creatures. Capone Beach produced a pristine handkerchief to cover his nose, as the stench of these decomposing zombies was rather unpleasant for this somewhat fastidious underworld patriarch. A life taken once. And a zombie could take another. Lafitte grinned, his pale, theatrical visage revealing a sinister smile, as the sword in his hand began to elongate, preparing for a grand massacre. I seem to have encountered them before. The Great Bear turned his gaze towards the emerging zombie generals. Suddenly recognizing a few that bore a resemblance to the notorious pirate Silver Axe and Captain John he had seen in God's Valley. Oh, that warrior wields a black blade? Trafalgar Law, shouldering the demon blade, quickly spotted Frost Moon Ryoma, who had drawn the black sword Autumn Water, poised for combat. Perhaps the black blade surpassed his demon blade in rank. Well, I sense an immense strength in those zombies. Bonnie also recognized the powerful zombie generals, including Ryoma, John, and Silver Axe, eagerly anticipating a duel with these formidable undead. The zombies before them seemed to be renowned pirates with bounties on their heads. Lafitte, too, identified several zombie generals, implying that over the years, Moonlight Moria had amassed a considerable collection of powerful corpses. Upon shattering the zombies, did their shadows not return to their master? The Great Bear observed the 300 to 400 zombies he had destroyed, noticing their shadows inexplicably flying towards Moonlight Moria. Still under the control of the Shadow Fruit. It seemed they would have to incapacitate Moonlight Moria for the shadows to escape back to their original master. With this thought, the Great Bear began to gather air cannon energy once more, intent on annihilating these zombies entirely. Father Bear, let us tackle those powerful zombies. Bonnie shouted eagerly. While they could swiftly dispatch the zombie soldiers, she wished to have some fun with the zombie generals. All right. The Great Bear unleashed his paw shockwave towards zombies numbered 400 to 799, following another colossal explosion. The transparent Absalom hastily commanded his zombies to disperse and engage in free combat while he, much like Pierrona, took cover. Let the battle commence. Bonnie charged at the armored zombie general wielding a massive axe, while Law set his sights on the zombie warrior's black blade, swiftly seizing this opponent. I shall contend with that Captain John. Lafitte rushed forward with his sword, eyeing the captain's Western-style sword and flintlock, renowned weapons of the New World. Eager to claim them for his collection. Brother Bear, I wouldn't mind if you obliterated all those zombies, Capone Beach remarked helplessly, dispatching his mafia underlings to begin spraying the incoming zombie generals with gunfire. Rest assured, I will handle the remaining zombies. The Great Bear smiled faintly before charging forth to protect Bonnie, ensuring she enjoyed her battle. At that moment, a crimson dragon descended from the skies, clutching a skeletal figure in its claws. We shall retrieve your shadow, and in return, you will serve me for 5 years. The abyssal dragon landed on the fearsome three-masted ship, transforming into human form and setting the skeleton aside. Certainly, I appreciate your assistance, Brooke, the user of the Revive fruit. Doffed his hat and bowed respectfully. He had lingered in the Devil's Triangle for 4 to 5 decades, unable to escape. For years prior, his ghost ship had encountered the fearsome three-masted ship occupying the Devil's Triangle, where Moonlight Moria had seized his shadow, rendering his escape even more impossible. Without his shadow, exposure to sunlight would result in his demise. For years, he had sought ways to reclaim his shadow. However, he was powerless against the warrior zombies under Moonlight Moria's command. Unable to retrieve it. If this young man, capable of transforming into a colossal dragon, could assist him in reclaiming his shadow and leading him out of the Devil's Triangle, he would willingly serve this man for 5 years. After all, he had no idea how many more years he had left to live. A mere 5 years was but a fraction of the time he had already spent trapped in the Devil's Triangle. Welcome aboard, Brooke. The abyssal dragon chuckled softly. Intrigued by the capabilities of the Revive fruit, pondering whether Brooke's secrets were tied to the world of the underworld. Should the abyssal dragon ascend to dominance in this realm? He might well become enamored with the secrets of immortality, akin to emperors like Qin Shi Huang, or delve into theological studies in his later years, much like Einstein and Newton. Yet, the abyssal dragon preferred to label his pursuits as an exploration of higher realms, venturing beyond this planet into the stars and the underworld. Thank you, Captain, Brooke replied graciously. Having spent decades in solitude, nearly driven mad by loneliness and frequently conversing with himself, he was eager to engage with more humans to fill the void of his years of isolation. Boom. On the fearsome three-masted ship, lightning crackled, and explosions echoed. It appears our comrades are exceptionally strong. Hope surged within Brooks' hollow, bony eyes as he envisioned reclaiming his shadow. Let us go and see how our allies fare. The abyssal dragon smiled and approached, viewing the confrontation with Moonlight Moria, a warlord of the sea, as little more than a game and a training exercise. Devoid of significant peril, he had faith in the Great Bear, his caretaker, and Enel, the mighty storm pioneer. The battle in front of the Gothic castle was intense, as Enel and Moonlight Moria engaged in a fierce thunder shadow war. Moonlight Moria absorbed the shadows of the zombies shattered by the Great Bear, transforming into the giant form of his ultimate move, Shadow Gathering. Meanwhile, Enel entered a frenzied thunder god state, resulting in a fierce clash between seasoned veterans and rising stars. Yet, after years without experiencing a grand battle, Moonlight Moria struggled to control even 600 to 700 shadows, his situation appearing dire as he was relentlessly electrocuted. How could this be? How could this happen? Moonlight Moria was taken aback by the devastating blows from this unknown lightning man. Unable to comprehend how a warlord of the sea could be so thoroughly bested. Were the pirates of the sea truly this powerful now? Yaha. Your abilities are acknowledged by this god, yet your haki is too weak. You are no match for me. Enel laughed arrogantly. Astonished by Moonlight Moria's ability to disregard damage with his Shadow Wizard clone and the rapid teleportation of Shadow Warrior, which nearly rivaled his own speed. Under the moonlight, Enel found inspiration in the Shadow clone of Moonlight Moria, contemplating the possibility of developing his own lightning clone. He seemed to recall the words of Boss God, mentioning that the Marine Admiral Kazara could create numerous light clones. This thought ignited Enel's enthusiasm to expedite the development of his own lightning clone. On the outskirts of the combat zone, Brooke exclaimed, "Captain, our comrades are incredibly powerful." He was astonished to witness a member of the Arlong pirates overpowering Moonlight Moria. It seemed he had allied himself with an astonishing force. However, his attention was drawn to the duel between Dragon Horse and Law's swordsman. As the shadow infused in Dragon Horse was, in fact, Brooke's own shadow. If you prove to be too weak, you will be out of place among us. Strive to grow stronger. Have you seen that girl? She is merely 9 years old, and perhaps even stronger than you. Arlong pointed towards Bonnie, who was battling Zombie Silver Axe, noting her potential, which seemed to rival that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. 9 years old? Yet she appears so alluring, Brooke remarked incredulously, scrutinizing Bonnie's adult form. She possesses the powers of the Suk Suk no Mi. Do not provoke her, for she is formidable, and her father even more so. Arlong replied with a faint smile. His gaze then fell upon Perona, who was hiding in the background, prompting him to speculate that the transparent man Absalom was likely nearby. This individual had managed to rescue Moonlight Moria during the Marineford War, surrounded by Doflamingo and numerous pacifists, demonstrating a commendable mastery of his transparent abilities. One wondered how he evaded Doflamingo and the formidable Marine's observation haki. Could it be that after the battle on Thriller Bark, he had developed his powers to mask sound and scent, even achieving immunity to observation haki? Arlong mused whether Rainy Shiria's choice of transparent abilities indicated a potentially superior avenue for development, or if Absalom simply lacked proficiency. You watch here, Arlong instructed Brooke, vanishing before Brooke's astonished eyes. Entering a transparent state, Arlong swiftly approached Perona's location. Moments later, he whispered, "I've located your original form." Perona, startled, looked around frantically until she realized no one was present, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, recalling his earlier words, panic surged within her as she hastened towards her original body, terrified that it might be discovered, for her physical form was fragile and sensitive to pain. Arlong chuckled softly and followed the lead of Perona, who guided him to her original location. As her spirit returned to her body, Perona quickly rose to check for any intruders. Suddenly, her chamber door was kicked open, causing her to summon 4 negative ghosts and numerous ghost bombs in alarm. The overwhelming aura knocked her back, dispersing her summoned spirits and munitions. At 22 years old, how can she still be so flat? Arlong mused. Emerging from his transparent state and hoisting the legal lowly onto his shoulder, leisurely exiting the Gothic castle. After 2 years on Karaiga Island, she would undoubtedly blossom into a curvaceous beauty, rivaling Robin in allure, and certainly worth cultivating. As Arlong carried the pink-haired lowly out, he detected faint footsteps behind him. A smirk crept across his face. Absalom, the transparent fruit user, had not mastered his powers as well as Arlong, a transformation born of transparent lineage. It was uncertain whether the transparent lineage factor in the hands of scientists like Vegapunk, Judge, and Queen originated from Absalom or from a previous user. Yet now, this current user was destined to fall to Arlong. Unperturbed, Arlong continued onward, while Absalom trailed closely behind, intent on rescuing Perona and preparing to shoot the intruder. However, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the man. Had he seen him in the papers or on a wanted poster? He seemed quite renowned. As Absalom approached, ready to strike, Arlong suddenly turned and smiled, sending a chill down Absalom's spine. A burst of Conqueror's Haki shook Absalom's very soul, followed by a laser beam piercing through his thigh. No mercy for men, Arlong scoffed, dragging Absalom away. Before long, Arlong returned to his previous position. Brooke, having noticed Arlong's brief absence, brought back 2-3 weirdos, marveling at their extraordinary strength and efficiency. Meanwhile, Moonlight Moria seethed with rage upon seeing 2 of his subordinates captured. He could endure punishment, but would not allow harm to come to his crew, despite struggling to control the 600 or 700 shadows he already possessed. Moria attempted to forcibly absorb nearly 1,000 more, his presence swelling to nearly 100 meters in height. With a single punch, he fractured the ground beneath him, akin to an earthquake. Yet, he clutched his mouth with one hand, suppressing the shadows that continued to emerge, a testament to his desperate struggle. Should Kuma unleash a Ursa shock upon him now, it would likely expel all of Moria's shadows, without the need for Arlong or Kuma to intervene. Enel's colossal Raijin struck Moria squarely in the abdomen. Having absorbed thousands of shadows, Moonlight Moria, after unleashing a punch that shook the earth, was immediately hit in the stomach, spewing forth a chaotic torrent of black shadows. Enel, finish him. I must return, Arlong commanded, and upon receiving the order, Enel entered the form of Raiti, a state even more formidable than Raijin. With a single blow, he returned the already unstable Moonlight Moria to his original form, countless shadows flying back into Moria's mouth, much to the astonishment of the pirates hiding on Thriller Bark, who rejoiced at the return of their shadows. Meanwhile, Law triumphed over Dragon Horse, seizing the Black Blade Akushui, and restoring Brook's shadow to him. Other battles concluded as well. Bonnie defeated Zombie Silver Axe, and Lafitte claimed the famed weapons from Captain John. With Moonlight Moria now shackled in Seastone cuffs, the battle aboard Thriller Bark officially came to an end. Just months after Fire Fist Ace had vanquished one of the warlords of the sea, another veteran warlord had fallen. Ha ha ha, Captain. The world government had yet to find a replacement for the warlords of the sea, and now they have lost another. I imagine they will be quite furious, Lafitte remarked, grinning as he displayed the flintlock pistol, Greed, taken from Captain John, while the saber, Deadly, now joined his noble sword on the collection wall aboard the Ark Maxim. Trafalgar Law found the Black Blade, Autumn Water, excessively heavy and somewhat unwieldy. Ultimately, he resolved to continue wielding the cursed sword, Ghost Cry, and placed Autumn Water upon the collection wall. Even Bonnie proudly displayed the battle axe of the great pirate, Silver Axe, on the collection wall, turning it into a form of interest and ostentation for the Arlong pirates. This would not be the last of such displays. Arlong observed the defiant Moonlight Moria and remarked with a hint of indifference. He then instructed Becky to scour the treasures of the terrifying 3-masted ship. As for the island ship, they currently had no need for it and decided to leave it in the Devil's Triangle for the time being. Should Arlong's Seraphim acquire the abilities of the float fruit from the formidable Shiki, they could return to reclaim the island ship. Otherwise, if they were to sail away with it now, given the world government's enmity towards Arlong, the moment the island ship bore the flag of the Arlong pirates, it would likely meet swift destruction. Who else does the boss wish to target besides Doflamingo? Capone Becky inquired curiously after commanding his underlings from the Mafia to loot Gothic Castle. The members of the Arlong pirates were well aware that they would soon confront Doflamingo, and Law had already sharpened his blades, diligently training to enhance his strength in preparation for battle. Aside from Doflamingo and the 2 fallen warlords, they also had to contend with Hawkeye Mihawk, the Pirate Empress Hancock, Jinbe, and Crocodile. Jinbe maintained close ties with the Whitebeard pirates and was a formidable fishman residing in the depths of Fishman Island, while the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, was a solitary figure, elusive and enigmatic. Both posed challenges that were best avoided. Most crucially, neither were devil fruit users, making them less advantageous targets. Thus, their focus would have to rest upon the Pirate Empress and Crocodile, both of whom had relatively stable territories, making them predictable targets. Given the current strength of the Arlong pirates, they could handle any of the warlords without issue. It seemed that Crocodile commanded a significant number of devil fruit users. Arlong chuckled softly, and Becky quickly grasped the implication. Aside from Doflamingo, Crocodile was the next target. It is time to make contact with the Pirate Empress. Arlong's lips curved into a subtle smile. Once the news of the events in Sabaody Archipelago spread, and with the impressive record of defeating celestial dragons, he was confident that Boa Hancock would be unable to resist his charm. At that moment, he would have the Pirate Empress at his mercy. However, for Hancock to follow him without reservations, he first needed to resolve the threats posed by the world government and navy to her Amazon Lily. It appeared that the plan to hunt down Shiki was to be prioritized. Arlong must obtain the float fruits abilities. Among his first batch of Seraphim, he needed at least one to wield Shiki's powers, the green blood. While Becky's mafia members looted the castle, Bonnie and Bartholomew Kuma discovered those pirates who had regained their shadows. Among the thousands of pirates, Arlong recruited a group of pirate henchmen, commanding them to guard the terrifying three-masted ship, while some eager to escape the island ship were released by Kuma. Arlong had also snatched a special life paper from Charlotte Lola, the daughter of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Initially, Arlong intended to send this unattractive daughter of Big Mom away. But to his surprise, Becky's assassin, Gotti, seemed to take a liking to her. After a proposal from Lola, Gotti readily accepted, preferring to avoid the awkwardness. Arlong and Becky allowed Gotti and Lola to remain aboard the terrifying three-masted ship as caretakers, allowing them to coexist with the treasures in the captive Moonlight Moria. The Ark Proverbs departed under the guidance of Gotti and Lola. On the deck, Bonnie had transformed several more practice dummies into youthful forms, including Moonlight Moria, Absalom, and Perona, reducing them to 3-year-old children. Arlong found the now diminutive Perona, with her pink twin tails, utterly adorable, and playfully pinched her cheeks and ruffled her hair, treating her like a toy. No, Lord Moria, save me. The tiny Perona struggled desperately against Arlong's playful torment, her small hands futilely pushing against his relentless affection. To the powerful, the resistance of the weak resembled that of a tiny hamster, devoid of intimidation and rather amusing. Let her go. If you have business, come at me. The youthful voice of Moonlight Moria rang out, his fury tinged with a hint of desperation, provoking laughter from those present. I shall offer you a chance to join us. Otherwise, I might truly unleash upon you the humiliation of public embarrassment. Arlong grinned ominously at the juvenile Moonlight Moria. This statement silenced Moria and drew strange looks from the other members of the Arlong pirates. The deck fell silent, and even the small Perona in Arlong's arms dared not move. The captives, Tontata, Rob Lucci, Gabra, Foxy, and Absalom gazed wide-eyed at Arlong. Was this the kind of childish banter one would expect from a fearsome criminal? How dare you use such cold and malicious words? Life is not to be trifled with. Why do you stare? Do you wish to be cut down or perhaps transformed into women? Arlong taunted, entirely unfazed by the atmosphere, intent on being the innovator of unprecedented occurrences in the pirate world. Heh. The captain's methods are truly unique, thinking where others would not, Lafitte commended, immediately attempting to alleviate the awkwardness in the air. It's merely a matter of embarrassment. I could easily transform you all, he continued. Upon hearing this, the captives, including Moonlight Moria and Rob Lucci, clamped their legs tightly together, falling into silence. Captain Arlong, I sincerely wish to join you. I promise unwavering loyalty. Please accept me. Foxy, overwhelmed with fear, felt that should he be taken back, he would face even greater torment. Surrendering seemed preferable. After all, wasn't that the Pirate's code? Since you plead so earnestly, I shall grant you permission to join us, Arlong replied with a smile, observing Foxy's desperate demeanor and the silence of the others. The following morning, the world-renowned Morgans published a special edition of the World Economic News, breaking the sensational news from Water 7, Enies Lobby, and Sabaody Archipelago. The destruction of Enies Lobby, the death of the chief judge, the burning of the world government flag, declaring war on the world government and celestial dragons. The demise of the celestial dragons and the assault on the Navy headquarters were all crammed into an extended edition of the newspaper. Images of Lafitte brutally slaying the chief judge, the tyrant father and daughter burning the flag in defiance, and Arlong piercing through the celestial dragons. Even a depiction of Enies Lobby's disappearance filled the pages. This news sent shockwaves throughout the world. The world government immediately contacted Morgans, attempting to silence him with an abundance of berries and even threatening him to retract the stories. However, Morgans, undeterred by threats and temptations, swiftly severed the communication with the world government and deftly orchestrated a myriad of newsbirds to elevate the headquarters into the skies, relocating their base of operations and making a strategic retreat. Morgan's Defiance incited the 5 elders to dispatch a CP-0 agent squad, intent on eliminating this troublesome figure. Yet the news had already spread. leaving them no choice but to accept the reality and contain the fallout. Currently, the threat posed by the Arlong pirates had eclipsed that of the Revolutionary Army. Their ideology was more ferocious than that of Dragon, blatantly seeking to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's dominion, which was utterly intolerable. Nonetheless, the capabilities of East Blue's Arlong, Bear, and Inel presented a considerable challenge. They resolved to escalate the bounties on these individuals and deploy countless spies to swiftly ascertain the location of the Arlong pirate stronghold. On the heights of Dressrosa, Doflamingo swiftly perused the news. Even though another celestial dragon he loathed had perished, he felt no joy. For East Blue's Arlong was his nemesis. The stronger the Arlong pirates became, the greater the peril for the Don Quixote family, filling him with unease. The destruction of Eni's lobby and the audacity to provoke the Navy were unfathomable. Doflamingo gripped the newspaper tightly, veins bulging on his forehead and back of his hand. As cold sweat trickled down, he could scarcely believe how formidable the Arlong pirates had become, their rise surpassing even that of the Golden Emperor Tizaro. It seemed that refusing to conduct business with the Arlong pirates had been a grievous misstep. Yet was there still a way to remedy this? East Blue's Arlong was not a man like Tizaro. Offering substantial concessions now to seek collaboration might not yield fruitful results. Despite the slim chances, Doflamingo had to make an attempt. If collaboration proved impossible, he would have to resort to a no-holds-barred conflict, leveraging all his connections to confront the Arlong pirates head-on. Meanwhile, on Wano Country's Onigashima, Kaido of the 100 Beasts bellowed in outrage, having consumed a drink. How could such a significant event unfold without my involvement? The destruction of Eni's lobby and the confrontation with the Navy were matters he yearned to partake in, potentially igniting a colossal global war. Brother Kaido, that experiment has already slain 2 celestial dragons. It seems we pale in comparison to him, remarked Flames of Disaster, Queen. His interest in the experiment numbered 88 grew. Eager to recruit him into the Beast Pirates as an ally. Truly, it was madness. Former CP9 Agent Fuzz, unable to comprehend the audacity to slay descendants of the gods, still held a reverence for the celestial dragons, even after defecting from the world government. Haha, the world government is in for a rough time, chuckled Queen. Delighted by the troubles befalling their adversary, recalling his own narrow escape from being pursued after fleeing the Mad Team, until he joined the Beast Pirates. On the Moby Dick, Ace listened as his comrade Sachi jocosely remarked, "Look, East Blue's Arlong has overshadowed you entirely. Even that so-called Thunder God Enel is now mentioned in the same breath as you, as the 2 most formidable newcomers of the natural devil fruit users." Previously, Ace had garnered accolades for defeating a warlord of the sea, basking in the glory. Yet now, the Arlong pirates' renown seemed even more formidable. Recent headlines were likely dominated by news of East Blue's Arlong. I truly wish to test my mettle against them, Ace mused, gazing intently at the photographs in the newspaper, pondering the true extent of East Blue's Arlong and Enel's powers. Ever since he had bested a warlord, he had grown somewhat arrogant, eager to see if he could conquer foes of even greater renown. When I encounter East Blue's Arlong, I shall show him some respect and avoid conflict with such a formidable individual. Whitebeard, Newgate, laughed heartily, expressing his admiration for East Blue's Arlong. However, he had entirely abandoned the notion of taking such a ruthless individual under his wing, recognizing that it would spell disaster for the Whitebeard pirates and disrupt their tranquility. Now, in his advanced years, Whitebeard preferred a life of comfort, having long since relinquished the fervor and ruthlessness of youth. "Yes, old man," the captains of the Whitebeard pirates chorused, mistakenly believing that Whitebeard regarded East Blue's Arlong as a hero, hence offering him some recognition. In truth, Whitebeard was concerned that his sons might not be able to contend with East Blue's Arlong. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Blackbeard Teach observed Enel, the Thunderfruit user, and Bear, the Paw Fruit user, harboring ambitions of acquiring such powers for his crew when the time was right, believing that even the world government would be powerless against him. On Amazon Lily, Hancock, upon seeing the news of East Blue's Arlong slaying a celestial dragon, meticulously cut out the image of the incident and carefully preserved it, holding it close to her heart. "East Blue's Arlong, I truly wish to meet you," she murmured, returning to her quarters to tenderly caress a stone sculpture that bore a striking resemblance to Arlong, signaling the effort she had expended in its creation. "How can I find him?" Hancock pondered, aware that East Blue's Arlong was currently a fugitive sought by the world government and Navy, making any encounter improbable. Not only was she unable to locate East Blue's Arlong, but even the omnipotent world government had failed to pinpoint his stronghold. The Big Mom pirates, red-haired pirates, other warlords of the sea, and various underground factions were all astounded by the recent events. The Arlong pirates had firmly entered their field of vision. no longer to be underestimated. Just 3 days later, before the implications of the previous day's headlines could be digested, Morgans released another shocking report, the defeat of Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria. This revelation sent Doflamingo and the Underground Emperors into a state of panic. East Blue's Arlong was indeed a terrifying presence. It was uncertain when he might turn his attention toward them. With the news of Moria's defeat making headlines, the latest bounty notices for the entire Arlong pirates emerged. The ramifications of the destruction of Eni's lobby, the slaying of celestial dragons, and their declaration of war against the world government, coupled with their assault on the Navy headquarters, were profoundly severe, resulting in extraordinarily high bounties for these individuals. Experiment No. 88, East Blue's Arlong, now bore a bounty of 2 billion berries, doubling from the previous 1 billion. Across the seas, he was dubbed the Godslayer, Arlong 88. This title resonated more deeply than his experimental designation, with an increasing number of people referring to East Blue's Arlong simply as Arlong 88. Even Bonnie and Baby 5 began affectionately calling him Arlong 88. Arlong seemed to embrace this moniker, allowing them to continue using it. The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, bore a bounty of 296 billion berries. This descendant of the Bacani tribe, who had declared war on the world government and celestial dragons, saw his bounty surge by a staggering 1 billion, surpassing countless notorious pirates. Only those who had clashed with Kuma understood that even this bounty might not accurately reflect his true capabilities. A bear possessing the Bacania physique continues to stand toe-to-toe with the fearsome dragon, prepared to accept a bounty that could easily soar by 1 billion. The thunderous god, Enel, has a bounty set at 500 million berries. As this is his first wanted notice, the world government has imposed a slight moderation on the bounty. This valuation incites great fury within Enel, who vows to ensure that the world government and the Navy will pay dearly next time. It appears that the obliteration of Judicial Island has yet to reveal the true extent of his terror. The notorious sheriff, Lafitte, has a bounty of 342,200,000 berries, hailing from the West Sea. This brutal lawman saw his bounty inflate by 300 million berries due to his heinous act of eliminating the Chief Justice. However, his prowess has not garnered the attention it deserves from the world government. The increase in his bounty is solely a reflection of his malevolent actions. The Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, is marked with a bounty of 200 million berries, significantly higher than his previous notice in the North Sea. The world government seems to have recognized his surgical fruit abilities, resulting in a substantial hike in his bounty. The Tyrant's Daughter, Bartholomew Kuma, carries a bounty of 140 million berries. This is her first bounty, attributed to the ignoble act of burning the world government's flag and declaring war against the celestial dragons. For someone with no notable achievements, this bounty is considerable, yet she remains dissatisfied, feeling overshadowed by Lafitte and Law. The gang leader, Capone Beach, has a bounty of 138 million berries, a notable increase from his previous standing within the West Seas Mafia hierarchy, yet it still falls short of Kuma's. This disparity frustrates Beach, a proud mafia boss, as he finds himself eclipsed by a mere 9-year-old girl. He vows to shed his cautious demeanor in future endeavors, questioning the difficulty of burning flags and declaring war. Meanwhile, individuals such as Sherry, Leo, Violet, and Baby 5, who did not partake in the conflict, remain unmentioned in the news and wanted posters. The members of the fearsome dragon crew, now boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, have made their formidable strength evident to the world. They are currently on an elite path, attracting the attention of many powerful individuals harboring animosity towards the celestial dragons, who contemplate joining this burgeoning faction. On Sky Island, the members of the fearsome dragon crew are either examining their wanted posters or perusing the latest newspapers. Enel, in a fit of rage, tears up his wanted poster and dedicates himself to honing his haki. He intends to demonstrate to the insignificant creatures of the Blue Sea that he is no less formidable than the bear god and deserves a bounty of equal measure. Kuma observes his bounty, which surpasses Enel's, bringing a measure of satisfaction to Kuma's modest desires as he aims to maintain this standing. Law remains indifferent to his bounty, focusing solely on avenging Corazon by eliminating Doflamingo. He carries the cursed blade, Shachika, and follows Beach to the training grounds. The most content among them must be Lafitte, who has received a bounty that seemingly exceeds his capabilities. Yet, he wears a smile, confident that his strength will soon match, if not surpass, this valuation. Without such confidence and resolve, how could he follow the fearsome dragon captain in stirring chaos across the world? In the laboratory of the fearsome dragon, the captain gazes impassively at the various incubation chambers housing the Seraphim and Pacifista embryos. The first batch of Kuma clones consists of only 20, while there are 7 seraphim. Due to the initial bloodline cells of the Lunarian species brought from Egghead Island, only 7 seraphim could be cultivated. As a portion of the original cells was retained for continued breeding, the seraphim, cultivated from the Lunarian bloodline and a powerful genetic source, will exhibit enhanced combat abilities if the green blood of the Paramecia fruit aligns with the original powerhouse. However, even mismatched abilities can yield formidable results, as seen with the likes of Mihawk and Jinbei utilizing different fruit powers. Among the 7 seraphim, 1 has been created using Kuma's genetic factors, while the remaining 6 are derived from the bloodline of East Wild Dragon. Using East Wild Dragon's genetic factors to clone the Pacifista is less than ideal. Yet the integration of the Lunarian bloodline to cultivate seraphim proves fruitful. The Kuma seraphim is designed to acquire a second devil fruit ability, while the 6 East Wild Dragon seraphim are intended to become his 6 paths of the fearsome dragon. With the highest authority, East Wild Dragon can command these seraphim at will, granting him 6 beings endowed with potent Paramecia abilities. Numerous Paramecia powers await East Wild Dragon selection, including the Float, Tremor, Weapon, Bubble, Gold, and Fusion abilities. Meanwhile, Dr. Vegapunk diligently works to cultivate a second batch of Lunarian bloodline cells, potentially utilizing the bloodlines of figures like Moonlight Moria, Rob Lucci, and even the Pirate Empress. Acquiring the bloodlines of legendary figures such as Mihawk, Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom would be the pinnacle of perfection. Naturally, East Wild Dragon would not reject the bloodlines of the 3 admirals, Garp, Sengoku, or Dragon. Across the seas, the exploits of the fearsome dragon crew spread virally, gaining widespread notoriety. East Wild Dragon's recent actions eclipse any chaos previously wrought by Kaido. The destruction of Judicial Island, the slaughter of the Celestial Dragons, and the Navy's humiliation have catapulted the fearsome dragon crew's reputation beyond that of the 4 emperors. The high bounties on East Wild Dragon and the Tyrant Kuma signal to many powerful individuals that the ascendance of the fearsome dragon crew to the level of the 4 emperors is merely a matter of time. Recognizing the strength and audacity of the fearsome dragon crew, the Vinsmoke family from the North Sea and the Golden Emperor of the New World have prioritized gathering rare materials for East Wild Dragon as their utmost mission. This ally, East Wild Dragon, has become an immensely valued partner. Aboard the Giran Tesoro, one individual expresses a fervent desire to assist this fearsome dragon in its rise, hoping it will eliminate even more celestial dragons. The more it slays, the greater the joy it brings. The Golden Emperor, Tesolo, erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, shattering a wine bottle after indulging in several sips of red wine. Tanaka, prepare all the devil fruit users imprisoned within the cell, organize the supplies in the warehouse, and hand over 500 billion berries, Tesolo bellowed at the wall. On board their ship, the Giran Tesolo, there were numerous gamblers who had lost everything, including several pirate captains endowed with the powers of devil fruits. Once stripped of their possessions, not only did their ships and treasures fall into Tesolo's grasp, but the pirates themselves also became his captives. Initially, these individuals were merely playthings for Tesolo's entertainment. Wealthy tycoons and nobles relished in such bloody public executions. Now that the East Seas Arlong sought resources and devil fruit users, Tesolo intended to deliver everything to him, transforming Arlong into a formidable menace that would vex the world government and the celestial dragons. Yes, boss. A middle-aged man with a prominent head suddenly emerged from the wall. Responding, he was Tesolo's subordinate and butler, a Paramecia-type user of the Ponsu fruit. Stella, I will never forget the celestial dragon that caused your demise. I shall ensure he pays for it. After Mr. Tanaka departed, Tesolo sank into a leather sofa, gradually shutting his eyes, his pupils trembling. Memories flooded back to him of Stella, who was violently taken away by a celestial dragon at the human auction in Sabaody Archipelago. In his attempt to rescue her, he had been defeated by the celestial dragon's guards and captured as a slave in Mariewa. There, he had witnessed Stella, battered and bruised by the celestial dragons. Within 2 years, she had perished at their hands. The mere thought of that celestial dragon's sinister smile caused veins to bulge on Tesolo's forehead. The death of his beloved, coupled with 7 years of enslavement, was a burden he could never forget. East Seas Arlong, I anticipate your rise to a power that will make the world government tremble. At that time, I would not hesitate to assist you. Unable to confront the celestial dragons himself, Tesolo placed his hopes on others, at least envisioning the possibility of eliminating that celestial dragon. After reminiscing for a while, Tesolo picked up a document containing the intelligence needed by Arlong. Blind gambler, the user of the Shun fruit, the user of the strength fruit. Tesolo grasped the information left from his call with Arlong and exited the secret chamber, assigning these tasks to his fortunate secretary, Bakara. Following Arlong's elimination of 2 celestial dragons, the Golden Emperor Tezelo decided to place his bets on this audacious man. Moreover, Arlong was no mindless brute. Unlike Kaido of the Beasts, he possessed a keen intellect, comparable to Tezelo's own. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the Admiral's office was tense. Even Akainu, Sakazuki, had hurried back from the New World, and even the retired Marine veteran, Garp, was urgently summoned from his vacation in the East Sea. The structures and flags destroyed by Arlong's crew had been swiftly repaired. However, the provocation from Arlong's crew left a significant discontent among many Marines. The destructive power demonstrated by Arlong's crew exceeded all expectations, particularly the devastating thunderous might displayed by Arlong and Enel, which had reached an island-destroying level. Admiral Tsuru presented photographs taken at Eni's lobby, depicting the dense purple lightning and the ominous black thunderball, which deeply shocked the gathered Marines. "Is that black thunderball a technique from the thunder god Enel?" Garp asked incredulously. Such a catastrophic force, capable of annihilating islands, emanated from a newcomer with a bounty of merely 500 million? Indeed, the bounty on Enel was initially suppressed due to it being his first, Tsuru gravely explained. Even if his physical prowess is slightly lacking, the sheer destructive capability of that island-level catastrophe merits a bounty of at least 1 billion berries, making him far more threatening than Jack the Drought. This implies they possess 3 top-tier combatants, Sakazuki remarked coldly. The combined strength of Arlong, Bartholomew Kuma, and Enel surpassed that of most elite vice-admirals. It was likely that only the 3 admirals and strong figures like Garp would be able to confront Arlong's crew. Even the top vice-admirals like Tsuru and Smoker would struggle against them. In the future, unless led by an admiral, vice-admirals should refrain from engaging them recklessly. Tsuru reluctantly issued this order, aware of the significant losses incurred during his own mission to support Eni's lobby. However, analyses suggested that Arlong and Enel's island-destroying techniques required substantial charging time, not the sort of abilities they could unleash at will. Otherwise, the world would indeed be plunged into chaos under the threat of Arlong's crew. The 5 elders had officially announced that the Knights of God would take full responsibility for dealing with Arlong's crew, while the Marines and CP organizations were to provide their utmost support. The director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, Blackhorse Tenzin, presented a document sealed with the world government's emblem. However, his expression was grim, as he and Tsuru had previously visited Mariewa, where they had been thoroughly berated by the 5 elders and the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this news, Kazara let out a silent sigh of relief. The chaotic thorn in their side, Arlong, no longer required their oversight. He preferred the more docile emperors of the New World. Even Kaido was less disruptive than Arlong. Sakazuki had originally intended to revive the suggestion of dealing with Kuma through the Sorbet Kingdom, but upon hearing that the Knights of God would personally confront Arlong's crew, he opted for silence. The Knights of God, composed of elite celestial dragons, were notoriously arrogant. To propose an idea could lead to ridicule and humiliation. No one dared to criticize the Knights of God, nor instruct them on their duties. Not even the ordinary celestial dragons were exempt from this rule. Akiji remained silent, also pleased to see the Knights of God tackle Arlong's crew, as long as they did not require the Marines to act. It was preferable for the Marines to focus on other pirates instead of being consumed by Arlong's crew. Moreover, since Arlong was a product of the world government's experiments, it was only fitting that they handle him. In light of the Marines' dismal performance, all bonuses and vacations for this year were revoked. Akiji, Kizaru, and he himself would face a month's salary deduction from the world government. Finally, Tsuru coldly announced this directive. He was unaffected, but Kizaru's face displayed additional lines of concern. Nevertheless, he accepted the punishment. He had not slacked off. It was merely that Arlong's crew had moved too swiftly. By the time they realized it, Kizaru was unable to catch up. As the meeting adjourned, Tsuru ordered Garp to remain stationed at the Marine headquarters to prevent any further assaults from Arlong's crew. He even went so far as to cancel all of Admiral Karp's holidays for the coming year, infuriating Karp to the point where he nearly struck Sengoku. Karp's frequent retreats to the East Blue were solely for the purpose of educating his grandson. Previously, Sengoku had chastised Karp for failing to guide Ace properly. Now, Karp had shifted his focus to Luffy. Moreover, with Luffy approaching his 17th birthday next year, Sengoku's decision to revoke Karp's leave meant Karp would be unable to supervise his reckless grandson who incessantly proclaimed his ambition to become the Pirate King. This was unacceptable. He felt compelled to protest. He must return next year to oversee Luffy and prevent him from embarking on a pirate's journey. Consequently, Karp found himself entangled once more in his love-hate relationship with Sengoku. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, Im was somewhat displeased as the Goresi had failed to adequately oversee Dr. Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist, resulting in the stagnation of the crucial Mother Flame project. The energy crisis surrounding national treasures risked being delayed for countless years. After centuries, a top-tier scientist had consumed the brain fruit, acquiring knowledge and wisdom that far surpassed that of his peers, which led him to harbor hopes for the successful research of Mother Flame. However, this unforeseen setback had arisen. In recent days, the Goresi had knelt in the void throne countless times, responding to Im's commands, which was the true reason for the mobilization of the Knights of God. Otherwise, the deaths of Celestial Dragon Charlemagne and Jaga Garcia Sabin at the hands of the East Blue Dragon would not have warranted such a full-scale response. Saint Satan, you have caused us considerable trouble, remarked the Knights of God leader, Saint Figureland Garling, as he entered the highest authority office of the Goresi, his sword at his side. I never anticipated that mere ant-like experiments could achieve such feats, replied Saint Jaga Garcia Sabin, the god of scientific defense, his expression darkening. Neither the provocation from the East Blue Dragon nor the demise of his junior, Saint Jaga Garcia Sabin, had significantly disturbed his composure. However, the loss of Vegapunk and the consequent accountability demanded by him were the principal reasons for his embarrassment before the other Goresi and Garling. The destruction of Judicial Island has already impacted my work, and the CP9 agents investigating the design of Pluto have encountered difficulties, remarked Saint Topman Wokuli, the god of justice. In a calm tone, he was not particularly concerned about the destruction of Judicial Island, but was deeply apprehensive about the possibility that the East Blue Dragon had uncovered the design for Pluto. With Vegapunk, the world's leading scientist, now in the hands of the East Blue Dragon, uncertainty and danger loomed over everything. While the East Blue Dragon had not overtly purchased various equipment and materials from the underground world, they may have forged connections with the Revolutionary Army, acquiring resources from them. Saint Zambal V. Najaru, the god of finance, spoke with a murderous intent, brandishing his supreme great knife, the first-generation Onakiri. As a cold glimmer reflected off his golden frames, the East Blue Dragon had already captured numerous devil fruit users. And it was highly likely that Vegapunk's artificial zoan fruits and synthetic paramecia, known as green blood, were already in production. Saint Maka's Mars, the god of environment, also bore a grave expression, noting the East Blue Dragon's threat had surpassed that of the four emperors, as they had the capacity for mass production of ability users and formidable warriors. Should we take action against Bartholomew Kuma's homeland, the Sorbet Kingdom, and Vegapunk's birthplace, Barkamono Island? Asked Saint Shepherd X. Peter, his face impassive. If they were to confront the East Blue Dragon, anyone affiliated with them would inevitably become entangled in the conflict. Striking Barkamono Island could force Vegapunk entirely to our opposition. Saint Satan furrowed his brow, although he was also a scientist. He acknowledged that his research capabilities paled in comparison to Vegapunk's, and the Mother Flame project still depended on Vegapunk's expertise as a brain fruit user. Humph. Enough of this dilly-dallying. If you cannot locate the East Blue Dragon's hiding place, I shall force them out. I have decided. We will strike the Sorbet Kingdom to compel Bartholomew Kuma to reveal himself. This slave of the Bacania tribe, who dared declare war on the Celestial Dragons, shall suffer greatly, Garling declared with a cold huff, decisively. It was merely a vassal state, after all, and a destitute one at that. Having only paid half of its tribute, he was eager to see whether Kuma, the one who cherished saving lives, would act as a hero or a fool. The paramecia-type paw fruit, once a prize for the Celestial Dragons, had been brazenly seized by this Bacania slave. Bartholomew Kuma must perish. Upon hearing Garling's resolution, the Goresi did not dissent. Thus, the plan to take action against the Sorbet Kingdom was officially sanctioned. Garling swept his cloak and departed from the Goresi's power center, preparing to rally the Knights of God for the expedition to the Sorbet Kingdom. He intended to initiate a campaign to eliminate the indigenous people while simultaneously dealing with Bartholomew Kuma and the East Blue Dragon, transforming the Sorbet Kingdom into a private island for the Celestial Dragons. High above the Grand Line, on Skypiea, the East Blue Dragon awoke, attended by his devoted maid, Baby 5, with 2 white snow peaks swaying before him. Having found a rare moment of leisure, the East Blue Dragon had taken the opportunity to nurture harmony between work and rest, indulging in the affectionate presence of his maid. After becoming the East Blue Dragon's woman, Baby 5's psychological need for validation had improved slightly. Her focus was now entirely on him, no longer responding unconditionally to the requests of others. While she would not openly refuse Bonnie's peculiar demands, she also refrained from executing them, as she held the East Blue Dragon's expectations as paramount. The East Blue Dragon was pleased with this transformation in his maid, thus ensuring her needs were met each night, allowing her to awaken to his presence each morning. In the Golden Palace on the Island of God, Appiato, ghostly woman Perona, having witnessed some experiments in the laboratory, was fearful of pain and strategically sought to join the East Blue Dragon's crew, much like Foxy. Moonlight Moria did not blame this subordinate, whom he regarded as a daughter. He even considered urging Absalom to surrender as well, believing it better for them not to be eliminated or subjected to daily blood draws. The East Blue Dragon understood that not every pirate would possess the unyielding spirit of the obstinate kid or the pirate king Luffy. Even CP agents could defect, as demonstrated by Foz, who had joined the Beast Pirates. Within the Golden Palace, four beautiful maidens accompanied them, including Riki from the Sandia tribe and Konis from the Angel tribe, along with the Snow Woman Monet, whose memories had been wiped clean for over a decade, now being re-educated like a child. Additionally, there was the newly joined pink-haired, twin-tailed Loli, Perona. It was unexpected that this ghostly princess would excel at making desserts, truly befitting the girl who had supported the green-haired swordsman, Zaro, alongside Dracula Mihawk. On the golden throne, Perona floated gracefully in the air, delicately feeding a pudding cake, frozen by Monet, into the mouth of the formidable dragon of the wastes. How does it taste? Is it sweet enough? Perona inquired with a pleasing expression, as she was determined to win the favor of the waste dragon, hoping to rescue the esteemed subordinate of Lord Moria. Observing that the dragon did not immediately dispose of the Moonlight Moria, Perona became even more earnest in her efforts to gain his trust, devising ways to rescue Moria or waiting for him to come to his senses and join her in the Sky Island Dragon Band. Very good, keep it up, the dragon remarked, devouring the remaining pudding cake before departing from the golden throne towards the training grounds. At that moment, the two young girls, Bonnie and Aisha, were already engaged in their training. Upon seeing the dragoness arrival, accompanied by 5 maidservants, Bonnie could not help but scoff. 3 consecutive days of sleeping in. What a disgrace. Bonnie muttered under her breath. The dragon was the backbone of the Sky Island and the Dragon Band. How could he neglect his training? With the current inability to contend against a Navy Admiral or the 4 Emperors, how could they ever hope to ascend Mary Geos and eradicate the Celestial Dragons? Within the training grounds, the fierce battle between Bartolomeo and Wiper, under the guidance of Kuma, unleashed terrifying shockwaves that astonished Lafitte and Becky. This truth-telling Bartolomeo and the indigenous warrior Wiper were both prodigies in developing armament haki. Bartolomeo, exceptionally gifted, had been able to grapple with wild bears at a young age, and he had even learned to emit armament haki. Had it not been for his slightly flawed and naive character, he would possess potential akin to that of Jack the Drought. The dragon even contemplated seeking a mythological Zoan-type devil fruit for this simpleton to augment his combat prowess, transforming him into Dr. Vegapunk's strongest bodyguard. Wiper, the mightiest warrior of the Scipians, had previously been ignorant of training and armament haki, but under Kuma's diligent instructions, he had swiftly met the standards for awakening armament haki. His talent in training was not inferior to Trafalgar Law's and might even surpass Becky's slightly. This individual harbored the potential to become a formidable officer and, in the future, could rival the strength of the Scipian warriors of 400 years ago, capable of instantaneously dispatching colossal sea beasts as massive as the Skylord. How powerful they all are. Perona, the ghostly girl, marveled increasingly at the strength of the Dragon Band, realizing that any given officer could easily defeat Absalom and their army of zombies. Meanwhile, Enel faced off against Law, who continuously utilized his Nomi abilities to disrupt Enel's lightning clones. Engaging with the lightning clones risked Law suffering electric shocks himself. The lightning clones appeared to be even more troublesome than Kazari's light clones. The dragon was taken aback by Enel's exceptional talent. After battling the shadow clones of Moonlight Moria, he learned that Kazaru also mastered light clones. Enel had remarkably developed his own lightning clones in such a short time. Truly, he was a master of the rumble fruit. Becky and Lafitte, from the West Sea, seemed somewhat lackadaisical in their training, merely guarding against each other. How could they push their limits and grow stronger? You too. I shall join you in your training, the dragon declared, charging into the training grounds to confront these 2 slackers with vigor. Boss, take it easy, Capone Becky exclaimed, dropping his cigar in fright as he instantly transformed into his tank form. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying by the dragon's punch. The several-ton tank formed soaring hundreds of meters into the air, stirring up clouds of dust. Captain, you know I rely on my intellect. Lafitte hastily flapped his wings, ascending into the sky, showcasing his white feathers, his speed doubling. With such a high bounty, he could not afford to lag behind in strength. The dragon stomped the ground, creating a massive crater over 10 meters wide, launching himself like a cannonball towards the speeding Lafitte. Boom. A few white feathers fell from the sky as, in mere 2 moves, the bounty of 342 million berries for the devilish sheriff crashed to the ground, creating a tremendous pit. Little Bonnie, what were you just muttering? Care for a demonstration of your new moves? The dragon landed on the ground, leaving 2 deep footprints, and turned to smile at the proud little girl. Gulp. The dragon is the strongest. Aisha and I will handle our training. You needn't demonstrate your moves. You are busy, so you ought to rest more. I suggest Baby 5 and Monet massage you to help you relax, Bonnie replied, swallowing hard. Immediately using her age fruit ability to transform into a 3-year-old girl. She was confident that the dragon would not dare bully such an irresistibly adorable little girl. Good suggestion. You've proven to be clever. The dragon chuckled lightly, then approached Kuma, realizing that battling this formidable warrior of the Bacania tribe, who possessed the meatball fruit ability, was the only way to make progress. The overwhelming haki of Conqueror surged forth. After annihilating Eni's lobby and slaying celestial dragons, how could one not continuously train their haki? In the Sky Island prison, Moonlight Moria, the transparent Absalom, the fiery Aquino, the leopard man Rob Lucci, the werewolf Gabra, the doorman Bruno, the pokeman Kiberkun, the springman Bellamy, and the dissolving man Buck. This group of captives not only had their hearts taken by Trafalgar Law, but were also utilized by Bonnie as tools to practice her age fruit abilities. The most agonizing aspect was being subjected to blood extraction and research by Vegapunk and his team of scientists. Zoan-type users had their blood drawn to extract their lineage factors to create perfect artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. Paramecia-type users were also bled to extract their lineage factors for artificial Paramecia-type green blood, serving as strategic reserves for this batch or the next batch of Seraphim. Caesar, the gas man, spent his days crafting elemental devil fruit weapons and artificial Zoan fruits, while also enduring relentless beatings from the dragon, who would drag him along as a sparring partner for those training their armament haki, leaving him battered and bruised daily. Only Wapple, the Swallow man, and Foxy, the Slow man, enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence. Currently, Wapple worked 7 hours a day, consuming various materials to produce different alloys, including shaped memory metals. Meanwhile, Foxy was temporarily commandeered by Dr. Vegapunk to serve as an experimental assistant. Thanks to the effects of the slow fruit, they could stack more experimental operations together, reducing the failure rate or achieving incredible feats. The extraordinary Paramecia capabilities of these two had already been included in the strategic reserve of green blood for Paramecia types. Were it not for the fact that this green blood only exhibited effects in those with the highly adaptable Lunarian lineage, Vegapunk would have wanted to utilize these valuable Paramecia abilities in his various clones. The first batch of 7 Seraphim had already been reserved by the dragon, leaving Vegapunk to strive to cultivate the original cells of the Lunarian race, hoping that in the next batch of Seraphim, a few could serve as his experimental aids. If only he could find a Lunarian now, the experimental progress would surely accelerate. However, the Lunarians in the vast ocean had nearly gone extinct, with not a single shadow in sight, leaving one to wonder where they might be hidden. You lot, I have already given you a chance, and now I must resort to my own methods to ensure your compliance. After a fierce battle with the formidable bear, the Dragon King returned to the Sky Island prison, addressing the captives who had their devil fruit abilities replicated. They had lost much of their research value at Vegapunk, and thus, it was imperative to repurpose their powers elsewhere rather than let them languish. The Dragon King's words were primarily directed at the Moonlight Moria. After all, the others were not so easily swayed, especially the likes of Kabaku and Lucci, who were fiercely loyal to their own factions. The Dragon King promptly ordered the erasure of the memories of the explosive man, Kabaku, the spring man, Bellamy, and the dissolving man, Buck, transforming them into tools and combatants for his crew. Doctor, ensure the first batch of memory metal combat suits includes an Oni mask. I plan to forge a legion of masked warriors. He commanded Vegapunk, declaring that these individuals, once their memories were cleansed, would have no past and would be retrained. I hope you reserve this memory-cleansing technology solely for criminals, allowing them to reform. Vegapunk harbored reservations regarding this technology, as it could strip individuals of their will, potentially birthing a terrifying despot. These individuals are bounty criminals. Doctor, trust me, I possess a heart that seeks peace, the Dragon King replied with a faint smile. Disregarding Vegapunk's concerns, he and the bear proceeded to erase the memories of the three, outfitting them in battle suits and Oni masks. Bear, these individuals are now your responsibility for training. They shall form our combat team of abilities. Understood, the bear replied gently. These individuals were pirates and CP agents, and he felt little psychological burden in erasing their memories. The explosive man will be assigned to accompany Becky, facilitating your resource gathering. The Dragon King continued, now requiring the bear to take Becky to the North Sea or the New World to retrieve supplies from Gaji and Tezelo, which would be greatly aided by the explosive fruit user. Very well, the bear nodded in agreement. After dealing with the three, the Dragon King returned to the prison to retrieve the Fiery Man, Achino, the Leopard Man, Rob Lucci, the Wolf Man, Gabra, and the Doorman, Bruno. He intended to instill fear in Moonlight Moria and Absalom, and this time, he brought along Perona, the young girl. Lord Moria, I don't wish for your demise, please. Agree to the captain's terms, Perona urged, her eyes brimming with tears, while Absalom beside her mirrored her anxious longing. He was oblivious to what fate awaited those taken away. Fearing the worst, inhumane experiments. The more he pondered, the more terrified he became, particularly at Perona's plea to avoid death. Did the Dragon King truly intend to kill them? Are you certain you will act against Kaido of the Beast within 3 years? Moonlight Moria, feeling his mental defenses crumble under the pressure of his subordinates' words and gazes, snapped at the Dragon King. Indeed. Would you care to join forces against him? The Dragon King replied with a calm smile, recognizing the ease of manipulating Moria, whose emotional vulnerabilities and thirst for vengeance were evident. Remember your words. Release these sea stone handcuffs. Moria grumbled, begrudgingly setting aside his pride and dignity to ally with this newcomer for the sake of his subordinates and revenge on Kaido. Welcome aboard, Moonlight Moria. The Dragon King grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. With a wave, he instructed the divine soldier to free Moonlight Moria and Absalom from their restraints. When will you return my heart? Moria continued, sensing the resurgence of his strength. In a few days. For now, allow me to give you a tour of my territory, showcasing our capabilities to assess whether we can truly confront Kaido of the Beasts. The Dragon King chuckled nonchalantly, intending to solidify Moria's allegiance, lest he dismissed the Dragon King's claims as mere bravado. Lord Moria, allow me to show you around the Sky Island, Perona chimed in excitedly, relieved that they could continue to live together without the threat of separation. Wait, Captain Dragon, I wish to join you as well. Achino, who was on the verge of being taken for experimentation, could no longer contain himself. He was unwilling to face death. As the head of the Achino family, he believed that submitting would secure his survival, and he longed to reunite with his children, unlike Buck, who was despised by the Dragon King and received no mercy, or Kabaku and Bellamy, whose loyalty to their leader compelled them to risk their lives for Kibison and Doflamingo. The Dragon King observed the terrified Achino in silence for a moment, which only intensified Achino's fear, compelling him to seek acceptance from the Dragon King. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as Buck. I swear, Achino, shall unequivocally submit to Captain Dragon. The Dragon King's fierce gaze and imposing presence forced Achino to yield, abandoning his arrogance. I shall grant you an opportunity. The Dragon King smiled lightly, gesturing for Achino to be released, prompting a deep sigh of relief from the portly man. Meanwhile, Lucci, Gabra, and Bruno remained indifferent, disregarding the Dragon King's presence. Thus, the Dragon King instructed the bear to take them for memory erasure, integrating them into the Oni-faced army. With the addition of Moonlight Moria, Absalom, and Achino, the Dragon King hosted a banquet to welcome them. Bear would soon head to the Flag Island Sea to bring the Achino family aboard. In the ensuing days of training, Inol and the others benefited from Moonlight Moria's presence as a sparring partner, while the Bear S group gained 6 warriors clad in battle gear and Oni masks. Upon witnessing the emergence of Vegapunk's memory metal combat suits, Becky and the others promptly ordered their own, indulging in the romantic allure of enhanced flight capabilities and formidable defense, which pleased them immensely. After a few days of observation, Moonlight Moria and his companions reclaimed their hearts, while Achino's children were also brought to the Sky Island, creating a bond that solidified the entire family's loyalty to the Dragon King. Days later, a message arrived from the South Blue that altered the expressions of the bear and Bonnie. Dragon King, I implore you, save the Solb Kingdom. Little Bonnie hung on to the Dragon King, pleading fervently, for those despicable celestial dragons were threatening her bear father using the Solb Kingdom. It was utterly intolerable. Drake mentioned they would provide some assistance. The bear responded anxiously, never expecting the world government could be so ruthless as to target the civilians of Solb Kingdom. He felt responsible for the plight of his homeland. Now, he questioned whether declaring war against the celestial dragons was indeed the correct course of action. Do not fret, Bear. Do not blame yourself. The fault lies not with you, but with the celestial dragons. The calm and composed Arlong spoke, his gaze deep and unflinching, his mind racing to devise a plan for the unfolding crisis. It is the Knights of God who have made their move. Their strength is terrifying. Dragging his thoughts back to the present, Kuma felt a twinge of panic at the thought of the world government's most formidable forces being unleashed. Even with the addition of Moonlight Moria and the four great powers, their entire Arlong crew still stood no chance against the Knights of God. Their might was so overwhelming that even the revolutionary army was forced to tread carefully, with even Dragon biding his time. Stay calm, Kuma. The world government has made a grave mistake by exposing their plans against the Sorbet Kingdom in their search for you and us. Arlong suddenly chuckled darkly. Feeling an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through him, a world-class conflict loomed on the horizon. Captain, how do you plan to save the Sorbet Kingdom? Kuma asked nervously. Reassured that Arlong would not counsel him to remain passive like Dragon. He sensed that Arlong had a strategy that could both rescue lives and retaliate against the celestial dragons. Do you not recall the events at God Valley? Do you forget how Ginny lured the Rocks and Roger pirate crews to that fateful place? The Sorbet Kingdom now faces a dire predicament akin to that of God Valley. Frankly, this nation is beyond saving. However, we can strive to rescue as many as possible and ensure that the world government and the celestial dragons pay a heavy price. A grin spread across Arlong's face as a plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Since the Knights of God had initiated this conflict, Arlong would escalate it to unprecedented heights. But the civilians of the Sorbet Kingdom will suffer greatly. Kuma hesitated. Kuma, these people are already at the mercy of the celestial dragons. We must do all we can to save more lives. You wouldn't wish to live your life under their threat, would you? Arlong replied gravely, accepting that some civilian casualties were unavoidable. However, he was determined to cripple the Knights of God as retribution against the world government. I will follow your lead, Kuma acknowledged. Knowing that his strategic insight and command capabilities paled in comparison to Dragon and Arlong, realizing he was better suited for executing orders and fighting fiercely. Rest well and prepare for the impending war. I will handle the rest, Arlong declared with confidence, his commanding presence instilling calm in both Kuma and Bonnie, who chose to trust in Arlong's abilities. Subsequently, the Arlong crew convened a meeting to discuss their training and preparations for battle. Arlong returned to his quarters, opening a vast breeding chamber filled with numerous special transponder snails. Hello, Tesla. Ensure that the news reaches that individual, providing him with all possible assistance. Or contact the Shipping King to facilitate his swift entry into the South Sea. Hello, Morgans. Are you not interested in this grand scoop? Help me disseminate this information worldwide. The price is no issue, and I can offer you other significant news in return. Hello, beautiful. Please use your influence to relay this message to Kaido of the Beasts. Yes, I can also provide him with some artificial Zoan devil fruits. Big Mom's crew can be notified as well. Hello, Dragon. It seems we must temporarily pause our plans regarding the flower country of the West Sea, once we address the Sorbet Kingdom. I will assist you in conquering those two pirate nations. Remember to bring plenty of subordinates. Arlong reached out to everyone he could, regardless of whether they were allies, enemies, or neutrals. He understood that even if he would later confront Doflamingo and Kaido, it would not impede his current utilization of them for his advantage. As the world government had resorted to despicable tactics, Arlong would not hesitate to exploit this opportunity to magnify the situation and expose the celestial dragon's misdeeds to the world. Striking against allied nations and eliminating indigenous peoples would surely have a positive impact on the world government. Having arranged all of this, Arlong visited Vegapunk's laboratory. Can that robot be reactivated using electrical energy? If Wapple consumes it, can he harness its weaponry? He ordered the installation of the electromagnetic cannon onto the Arc Maxim, instructing Enel to test it out. Arlong was prepared to exhaust all his resources for the upcoming conflict in the Sorbet Kingdom, not minding if it turned chaotic like the events at God Valley. The following day, Arlong and his crew boarded the Arc Maxim, setting sail for the Sorbet Kingdom in the South Sea. He remained in constant communication with Teslo and Stussy, keeping a close eye on the individual he wanted to see emerge in the new world at Onigashima. Upon learning that Arlong was about to orchestrate a war grander than the destruction of Judicial Island, Kaido of the Beast was filled with excitement. This kid is something else. He even sent someone to notify me. Kaido roared with laughter, preparing to head south immediately. Boss Kaido, he is clearly using you, the overweight Plague Queen cautioned. Realizing that Arlong was trying to manipulate Kaido into becoming a pawn against the celestial dragons. Use? He is inviting the revolutionary army to join him against the Knights of God and slay the celestial dragons. If he wants to turn this into a conflict comparable to God Valley, why shouldn't I participate? I intend to transform it into a world-altering war. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed maniacally, declaring he would secure his participation in the war, vowing that if Arlong failed to meet his expectations, he would ensure Arlong's demise upon their next encounter. As Kaido transformed into a colossal Azure Dragon and soared into the sky, the fire disaster, Ember, also morphed into a winged dragon, pursuing Kaido, eager to witness Arlong and the conflict he was brewing, as well as to confront the celestial dragons in revenge for his own grievances. "Ah, you fools," Plague Queen cursed as he watched Kaido and Ember take flight, ordering Onigashima to enter a state of preliminary alert to guard against any incoming admirals. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the New World, a blind swordsman overheard rumors of the celestial dragon's plan to eliminate the indigenous populace of a certain allied nation in the South Sea. He encountered several righteous individuals intent on rescuing those in peril. Coincidentally, a fleet bound for the South Sea was also in the vicinity, prompting the blind swordsman to ponder deeply before ultimately deciding to join these righteous individuals on their mission. In Tanland, the underground world was abuzz with news of the ancient weapon Pluton's design appearing in the Sorbet Kingdom, alongside rumors of a pure gold elixir that grants eternal life. Numerous factions from the dark underworld and grand pirate crews were now making their way to the South Sea. On Cake Island, the children of the Charlotte family were engaged in a frenzied discussion. Since yesterday, a flurry of ambiguous information had rapidly spread through the shadowy underbelly of the world. Notably, influential figures such as Joker, the Golden Emperor, and the Queen of Sweet City, Morgans, were disseminating these rumors. "Ha ha ha, I shall join in the revelry." Charlotte Linlin laughed maniacally, desiring both the Hades warship and the pure gold. Even if there were a 50% chance of truth, she intended to send someone to investigate, or perhaps even take action herself. "But mother, it seems that the celestial dragons are present in the Sorbet Kingdom," Katakuri remarked with a grave expression, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. "Humph. So what if they are celestial dragons? Even that experimental brat dared to kill. I fear nothing." Big Mom sneered, recalling her encounter with numerous celestial dragons in God Valley, where she had seized the mythical Zoan-type Azure Dragon fruit from Ivankov, placing a significant debt of gratitude upon Kaido. In the Grand Line, Alabasta, impossible. How could the Hades design appear in the Sorbet Kingdom of the South Sea? Crocodile growled through clenched teeth, having guarded Alabasta for over a decade without uncovering the whereabouts of the Hades warship. Now, his plan to usurp King Cobra's throne and acquire intelligence on Hades was thwarted by the revelation that the design had surfaced in the South Sea. Nico Robin observed her boss's fury, equally intrigued by the sudden emergence of the Hades design. "Prepare the ship. I shall venture to the South Sea," Crocodile declared, disregarding the veracity of the information. He needed to verify it. What if it were true? At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, chaos reigned. Madness. Utter madness. Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed a hefty stack of intelligence documents onto his desk. The seas had erupted into turmoil, as if an invisible hand were stirring the pot of conflict. Numerous factions were converging upon the Sorbet Kingdom, and the Knights of God seemed to have stirred the wrath of many. "The situation is dire," said Advisor Crane, her expression solemn. She was uncertain about the authenticity of the Hades design and pure gold rumors, but it was undeniable that someone was targeting the Knights of God. Furthermore, the latest news indicated that the East Wild Dragon had broadcast a message in the underground world, addressing the Golden Lion Shiki, claiming he would lure away the Navy admirals to allow Shiki to strike the Navy headquarters once more. The chief of the Navy's Criminal Investigation Bureau, Blackhorse Tenzin, expressed his unease. Although this was a mere ploy by the East Wild Dragon to prevent all three admirals from aiding the Knights of God, the possibility of Shiki causing havoc could not be dismissed. Sengoku felt overwhelmed, sensing that numerous forces were orchestrating this event, enticing major factions to the Sorbet Kingdom. Even many kings from allied nations had learned of the Knights of God's intentions to annihilate the Sorbet Kingdom, a matter of significant consequence. Akiji glanced coldly at Akainu, suspecting that Akainu had divulged the plan to the celestial dragons, leading to the current uncontrollable situation. Humph. Akainu Sakazuki remained silent, surprised to find that the five elders and the Knights of God shared the same thoughts as he did. Yet, he had not proposed anything to the higher-ups and was now bearing the blame under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous Navy officials. The Navy headquarters must retain an admiral, but reinforcements were also needed in the South Sea. Otherwise, he feared the Knights of God would struggle to cope with the escalating chaos. Sengoku's face was etched with worry. It seemed that neither the world government nor the Navy could reign in this crisis. The East Wild Dragon was a master manipulator of human nature, utilizing the Hades design, pure gold, the eradication of indigenous peoples from allied nations, and the looming threat of war to attract countless frenzied pirates and warmongers, playing the entire world like a puppet. In the South Sea, Sorbet Kingdom, a desolate town bore witness to the merciless slaughter of defenseless old folk, women, and children, their lives extinguished amidst the carefree laughter of the Knights of God. Each burst of gunfire painted the air with crimson, much to the delight of the world's aristocrats seeking thrills. Squads of CP agents captured the remaining fortunate ones, turning them into hostages to threaten Bartholomew Kuma. From a vantage point, Figureland Garen held a transponder snail, listening to urgent communications from the Navy headquarters, his expression growing serious. He had not anticipated the Wild Dragon's capability to draw so many factions to the Sorbet Kingdom. Yet, this realization only intensified his sense of affront, solidifying his resolve to eliminate the Wild Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma. The Hades design? Pure gold? Garen furrowed his brow, swiftly summoning the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, Bikori, for an inquiry. No, absolutely not. I've never even heard of such a thing. The aged Bikori exclaimed in terror, initially believing that the world government intended to restore his reign, a notion that had elated him for the day. However, he was soon dismayed to find that not only had the former lawless territories to the south of the Sorbet Kingdom been slaughtered, but the prosperous cities to the north were ruthlessly plundered and destroyed by the celestial dragons, transforming the entire Sorbet Kingdom into a hellscape. Useless. A flash of a blade severed Bikori's head, a fountain of blood erupting skyward as Garen slowly sheathed his beloved sword. He had confirmed that this was merely a ruse by the Wild Dragon and Kuma. Nevertheless, the Hades design and pure gold were indeed among the most coveted treasures of the celestial dragons. The fact that the Wild Dragon could disseminate such information suggested he might possess some leads. It appeared that before eliminating him, rigorous interrogation would be necessary. Garen, the Navy's lackeys have only dispatched 2 admirals. This plan requires serious consideration, declared the Knight of God, Mame Foss Saint, addressing Garen without much reverence, calling him by name. After all, they too were elite celestial dragons, held in high regard. Garen was merely a slight cut above, having secured the position of leader of the Knights of God. Foss Saint voiced his objections to the public extermination of the indigenous peoples of allied nations, suggesting that targeting a single slave from the Bacchania tribe was an overreaction. In the past, their purges of indigenous peoples had been conducted in non-allied territories and under strict confidentiality to avoid provoking the masses and undermining the world government's authority. Child, are you afraid? This is a task from the esteemed one. I shall not fail. Garen chuckled lightly at Foss Saint, who stood 2 heads shorter. Noting that even adorned with a magnificent crown, he still lacked sufficient height. Humph. Should this plan falter, the position of leader shall belong to the Mame family. Foss Saint glared at Garen, height being a sensitive topic, as Garen derived pleasure from teasing and mocking him. If anyone dares to refer to him as a child, even members of the Divine Knights, he would not hesitate to engage in a brawl. As for those royalty, nobles, or commoners who mock his height, he would unflinchingly send them straight to hell. Rest assured, that old man with the white beard, along with his useless sons, remains holed up in the latter part of the New World. At most, they could muster 2 pirate crews from the 4 emperors, and with just 2 naval admirals, it would suffice. Galen Saint remarked calmly, omitting any mention of the ungrateful Shanks, who repeatedly refuses to return to the Holy Land, truly a hopeless case. Furthermore, neither the Big Mom pirates nor the Beast pirates could launch a full-scale assault, as they are situated in the South Sea, a considerable distance from the New World. These pirate crews must retain most of their strength to safeguard their territories, lest they fall victim to other pirates or the Navy. Even if Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom pirates were to come in person, the Divine Knights, alongside 2 naval admirals, would hold the confidence to confront them. At this moment, he found himself more concerned about the Revolutionary Army and the extent of their mobilization, for they possess a considerable number of cadres and members throughout the 4 seas. Should the Revolutionary Army deploy their entire force, it would pose a greater threat than the 4 emperors of the New World. This mission aims to capture Wild Dragon and Kuma, subsequently locating their lair to retrieve Vegapunk. The ultimate objective of this plan is not the 4 emperors, nor the Revolutionary Army, nor even Wild Dragon and Kuma, but rather Vegapunk, specifically named by Lord M. The research of this world's foremost scientist pertains to the ultimate energy source, Mother Flame, which is crucial to the boundless power of the national treasure. Should the national treasure be deployed at will, what are the 4 emperors or the Revolutionary Army but trivial pests to be easily eradicated? We understand, replied Mame Force Saint and the remaining members of the Divine Knights. This mission is far more perilous than the previous endeavor of clearing out the natives, with stakes of significant importance. Failure to fulfill Lord Im's command would result in punishment. As the world government surrounded the Salber kingdom, they pressured Kuma and the wild dragon to appear. This threatening situation escalated amidst the machinations of numerous underground dark forces. With intelligence pouring in from all directions, countless factions surged into the South Sea, plunging the entire region into chaos. Even the Golden Lion Shiki, residing in a secluded area of the Grand Line, became aware of the turmoil through his subordinate captains. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that in this garbage era of pirate play, such individuals would emerge? Shiki exclaimed, bursting into laughter as he read the reports and listened to East Wild Dragon's proclamations. He had thought that the pirates of this era were merely attracted by Roger's fabled treasure. Treasure hunting? To hell with treasure hunting. What this world needs is plunder, dominance, and war. Roger, you refused to divulge the secrets of the ancient weapons to me back then. Now, I shall seize them for myself. Indeed. Shiki was drawn to the news of the design for the Pluton. He had long desired to collaborate with Roger to find the ancient weapons and rule the world together. However, Roger not only refused to capitulate but fought valiantly in the Battle of Eitwald, resulting in the destruction of Shiki's aerial fleet by an inexplicable storm, leaving a ship's rudder lodged in his head. This rudder, embedded deep within, not only threatened Shiki's life but occasionally caused disturbances in his memory, severely diminishing his haki. Nevertheless, he still commanded the seas with the power of the Fuwa Nomi and his swordsmanship, ensuring that the Navy could not underestimate his presence. Gather a batch of monstrous experimental specimens. We are heading to the South Sea to join the fray, Shiki declared with a hearty laugh. Choosing not to stir trouble at the naval headquarters, but instead to make his presence felt in the Salber kingdom. A war comparable to the God Valley incident was not an event he could afford to miss. Of course, the most crucial factor remained the news of the Pluton design. In the southern cathedral of the Kingdom of Salb, the current king, Bulldog, and the Queen Mother, Koni, are being held captive by the Knights of God, serving as significant hostages that threaten Bartholomew Kuma. The nearby villagers and fishermen have largely been captured as well, merely for their acquaintance with Kuma and Bonnie. Old man, hand over the tyrant Kuma's contact information. Fourth Saint cruelly broke King Bulldog's leg with a swift kick, his face betraying a hint of impatience. They were eager to resolve the issue with the Dragon crew. Recent intelligence indicated an increasing influx of pirates and scoundrels towards the Kingdom of Salb, with reports confirming that Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Charlotte Linlin had vanished from their territories. The situation was spiraling out of control. I truly do not have it. You cannot treat a king of an allied nation in such a manner, the aged King Bulldog, his pale face glistening with cold sweat from excruciating pain, lamented the hellish torment inflicted by these celestial dragons, who acted as if they were untouchable destroyers. Their audacity to target even allied nations was a dire message to the other kings of allied states. The arrogant celestial dragons would undoubtedly pay a hefty price for the sins committed today. Skull. Fourth Saint mercilessly broke the king's other leg. Are you teaching me how to do my job? You are utterly useless. Prepare to die. With a brutal kick, he sent King Bulldog flying, gazing disdainfully at the wretched hostages. The rights of allied nations were indeed bestowed by the world government. Yet these celestial dragons could revoke these so-called human rights and protections at any moment. They were the supreme aristocrats of the world, descendants of gods, wielding the highest authority. The words of a celestial dragon were law, and all their actions were deemed legitimate. To become a slave to the celestial dragons, to be an object of their amusement, was a divine gift granted to these lowly beings. Bulldog. The diminutive Queen Mother Koni ran towards King Bulldog in terror, desperately pressing against his shattered leg, tears streaming down her face. Why does this kingdom always suffer so much misfortune? One tyrant, by Keeley, has already brought endless calamity to Salb, and now these brutal demons. The celestial dragons have arrived. Is there any future left for the Kingdom of Salb? Wretched beings, if Bartholomew Kuma does not appear within 2 days, you shall all perish. Fourth Saint, shouldering a golden dragon-carved sniper rifle, disdainfully departed from the cathedral, heading towards the prosperous northern town to hunt down the common folk of this nation. Today, the world government officially revoked the Kingdom of Salb's status as an allied nation, notifying all allied states to calm their concerns. Henceforth, the Kingdom of Salb is no longer an allied nation, but a target for the celestial dragon's eradication. Although the announcement bore an air of indifference, what could the other allied nations do? Would they dare oppose the world government and the celestial dragons? Some kings even rallied in support of the celestial dragons, proclaiming their brilliance in obliterating the evil Kingdom of Salb, which had harbored the tyrant Kuma. The tyrant Kuma had the audacity to follow the Eastern Dragon and dared to declare war against the Celestial Dragons. His homeland deserved annihilation, and the entire populace of the Kingdom of Solb should atone. Such displays of loyalty from the allied kings delighted the Celestial Dragons, who favored such compliant nations, ensuring them greater development. On an island near the Kingdom of Solb, the so-called just men from the New World, having followed the deep-sea fleet, have arrived in the South Sea, landing on this port island. The blind hero, Ishiao, perceives that these so-called just men harbor ulterior motives. They seem to pursue other objectives. Is it for the design of Pluto and pure gold? Ishiao's formidable observation Haki had already gleaned various pieces of information, unknown to him. The majority of these individuals were actors prepared by the Golden Emperor Tezelo and the shipping king Umit for his arrival in the South Sea. Only a small fraction were bounty hunters and treasure seekers in pursuit of the design of Pluto and pure gold. I wonder if the news of the Celestial Dragons intending to eliminate the indigenous people of the Kingdom of Solb is true. Unable to tolerate the emergence of such brutality, Ishii resolved to assist some civilians, even wishing to prevent such atrocities from occurring. An increasing number of warships appeared in these waters, affirming the truth of the rumors. The Navy was indeed safeguarding the Celestial Dragons as they slaughtered the citizens of the Kingdom of Solb. In a tavern on the island, countless pirates and treasure seekers gathered, either drawn by curiosity or the allure of the design of Pluto and pure gold. Many congregated on nearby islands, yet none dared to venture into the Kingdom of Solb, awaiting the arrival of the Dragon crew or other formidable pirate crews. Should anyone dare take the first step, these individuals would swarm like hyenas, stripping the island of its treasures and secrets. Word spread that the design of Pluto had surfaced within the palace of the Kingdom of Solb, and some had risked their lives to capture photographs, which circulated wildly in the black market. Under the pretext of dealing with the tyrant Kuma, the Celestial Dragons sought to strike at the allied Kingdom of Solb, ostensibly for the design of Pluto. Information brokers, seasoned in the dark underworld, discussed fervently, presenting several photographs of the design of Pluto for sale at exorbitant prices. However, the ancient script inscribed upon them remained indecipherable to all. Nonetheless, a myriad of pirates firmly believed these were the fabled ancient weapon designs. The photographs not only bore the name of Pluto but also displayed components of a warship within an ancient script. Under the influence of these individuals, the Celestial Dragon's true objective, to obtain the design of Pluto and obliterate the allied Kingdom of Solb, became clear. Even Ishio found it challenging to discern the veracity of the information. Nevertheless, he was fairly certain that the Celestial Dragons were indeed unleashing a massacre upon the Kingdom of Solb. Reports indicated that numerous plumes of smoke and black pillars had emerged from the island, and even from a distance, Ishiao could hear the cries of despair. The waters surrounding the Kingdom of Solb had been encircled by the Navy fleet, deterring other pirate ships and warships from approaching, let alone landing. Unable to wait any longer, Ishiao approached the shore, activating his gravity fruit ability to lift the earth beneath him into the sky, propelling himself directly towards the Kingdom of Solb. In the distant sky, an airship sped forth, drawing closer to the Kingdom of Solb. Kuma felt an increasing sense of urgency, repeatedly attempting to activate his paw fruit ability to return to the Kingdom of Solb first. However, he was persuaded otherwise by Bonnie and the dragon, who were concerned for his safety. The dragon was unaware of the full extent of the Knights of God's terror. He intended to wait for the arrival of various allies, the four emperors, the revolutionary army, various pirate crews, and factions seeking the design of Pluto and pure gold were all part of the chaotic situation that the dragon aimed to create, providing them with an opportunity to benefit amidst the turmoil. Captain, someone is flying towards the Kingdom of Solb. Violet, a user of the stare fruit, astonishingly spotted an individual standing on a massive chunk of earth, floating in the sky. Under the description provided by Violet, the blind swordsman, who is heading towards the Solber Kingdom, has been identified as Fujitora, the future admiral. This audacious individual exhibits a remarkable fearlessness. The resolve of Fujitora astounds Arlong, as he dares to land alone in the Solber Kingdom, which is under the blockade of the Celestial Dragons. Captain, who is that person? Bartolomeo inquired with a hint of surprise. The fact that Arlong is so invested in this character suggests that his abilities are formidable. With such a figure involved, their chances against the Knights of God would significantly improve. Blind swordsman Fujitora, a man of unwavering justice, possesses the powers of the gravity fruit, his strength rivaling that of an admiral. Arlong furrowed his brow as he pondered the implications of Fujitora's early engagement. Would he not fall prey to the Knights of God? However, perhaps this situation is advantageous, positioning Fujitora in opposition to the Celestial Dragons, thus eliminating any chance of him joining the Navy through conscription. But what if Fujitora intended to negotiate with the Celestial Dragons, offering his freedom in exchange for the safety of civilians? Such a scenario is not outside the realm of possibility for him. Damn it, what are we waiting for? I shall ignite the flames of war. Arlong's gaze sharpened as he made his decision. Dragon, Kaido, you must hurry. Bartolomeo, I will draw the Knights of God's attention. You find an opportunity to rescue your acquaintances. Enel, activate the Arc Maxim's cloud-making system and bombard those foes with electromagnetic cannon fire. Moria, deploy your zombies. With these commands, Arlong transformed into a colossal crimson dragon, soaring towards the Salber Kingdom. Today, he intended to bestow upon Fujitora the title of enemy of the Celestial Dragons, even marking him as part of the Arlong Pirates. Arlong would ensure that Fujitora would have no opportunity to join the Navy. Even if he could not recruit him, he would remain a lone wolf. Nevertheless, the lineage factor of the gravity fruit must be secured by Arlong. As the immense crimson dragon emerged, pirates and scoundrels on the nearby islands erupted with excitement, finally witnessing an act of intervention. The airborne blind swordsman Fujitora sensed the immense aura from afar. Such ferocity, to capture the attention of the Knights of God. Arlong entered his super dragon form, his massive body stretching for miles, exuding a dominating presence. This commanded the attention of Gallant Saint and other members of the Knights of God, along with numerous CP agents who turned their gazes skyward. Thunderfire breath. Without further ado, a flame imbued with spiraling arcs of lightning shot down like a divine pillar, crashing towards the Knights of God below. Finally, the wretched experiment has arrived. Gallant Saint unflinchingly gazed at the dragon in the sky, swiftly drawing his supreme sword. His countenance twisted with displeasure as he stepped forward, unleashing a colossal sword wave aimed at the descending Thunderfire column. Boom! A terrifying explosion ensued, sending shockwaves that toppled structures and stirred turbulent waves across the sea, causing military vessels to bob precariously. In mere months, this level of power from a mere experiment stealing the might of the dragon is intolerable. Gallant Saint's expression darkened as he beheld the dragon, his face contorted with murderous intent. The Azure Dragon fruit, originally a prize for their competition, was meant to belong to him, the strongest among them. Had it not been for the Rock's pirates' interference at God Valley, it would have been his. As a noble celestial dragon, he was the rightful heir to the powers of the dragon. The artificial Azure Dragon ability wielded by Arlong was merely a flawed imitation birthed from Kaido's lineage factor. Both Kaido and Arlong had sullied the revered name of the mythical Azure Dragon. The thought of these inferior beings wielding the powers that rightfully belonged to the celestial dragons only fueled Gallant Saint's fury, as black-red lightning crackled around him, rivaling the ferocity of Shanks. Meanwhile, the transparent Absalom infiltrated Capone Beach's castle, activating his invisibility to cloak Beach. The castle also housed the explosive abilities of Kiberkun and the door-manipulating Bruno, all members of the Phantom Brigade. Under Bartolomeo's paw fruit powers, they vanished from the Golden Ship, heading towards the cathedral near the Salber Kingdom. Nearby pirates, treasure seekers, rogues, and bounty hunters, upon witnessing the appearance of the Crimson Dragon, launched a frenzied assault on the island, laughing maniacally as they boarded their ships to initiate the first wave of attack against the Navy fleet. With Arlong charging to draw attention, they were determined to land on Salber Kingdom and uncover the secrets of the Pluton design and the pure gold. Securing either would elevate them to greatness, coveted even by the world-renowned celestial dragons. Whoosh! The Arc Maxim, under Enel's command, unleashed a newly developed electromagnetic cannon, striking the Knights of God below. A projectile crackling with boundless lightning hurtled towards the members of the Knights. Was this a technological weapon or a devil fruit ability? Fox Saint and others unleashed their attacks, firing the terrifying electromagnetic cannon. In an instant, a cacophony of bullets, sword waves, devil fruit energy blasts, and Enel's cannon erupted into a blinding explosion, shaking the heavens once more. Upon hearing of the fierce battle unfolding, blind swordsman Fujitora accelerated toward the innocents below, intent on rescuing them. Beneath the cloud of darkness conjured by the Arc Maxim, the sky grew dim, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Fujitora, go save the people. I'll hold these scum back. The brutal demons of the celestial dragons shall be purged. We will restore peace and stability to the world. Just as Fujitora rushed toward the civilians, the colossal dragon suddenly roared with fervor. In that moment, Fujitora paused. While the Knights of God and CP agents mistakenly perceived the intruding blind man as one of Arlong's subordinates. Kill him. Gallant Saint barked orders to the Knights of God and CP agents, astonished to discover that Arlong had gained another powerful lieutenant. This overwhelming presence rivaled that of an admiral, surpassing that of an individual member of the Knights of God. The rapidly growing Arlong pirates must be eradicated today, as the formidable Knights of God advanced toward him. Fujitora felt as though he had been ensnared by Arlong's words. He did not know Arlong, nor was he a member of the Arlong pirates. Everyone. I only wish to save lives. I am not Arlong. Just as Fujitora attempted to clarify, a bullet infused with armed Haki struck him, forcing him to swiftly draw his sword, enveloping it with armed Haki to counter the piercing projectile. In the desolate realm of despair, a solitary figure dared to venture forth in a futile attempt to rescue the oppressed. It was a reckless endeavor. For the formidable forces of the celestial dragons had little patience for the justifications of mere mortals. Those who dared to set foot upon this forbidden isle were deemed criminals deserving of eradication. Today, the objective was unequivocal: to capture the elusive Dongye Huanglong and uncover the whereabouts of Vegapunk. The celestial dragons, indeed tyrannical in their disposition, were met with the defiance of a lone warrior who unleashed the powers of the gravity fruit. With a mere flick of his will, he manipulated the very essence of gravity, causing debris and fragments of the ruined landscape to levitate, forming a barrier against the approaching onslaught. In a moment of compassion, he swiftly lifted several injured civilians onto the floating stones, preparing to save them from impending doom. Is this the power of the gravity fruit? The members of the Divine Knights recognized this capability, one that rivaled even the formidable abilities of the Rumble fruit, meriting the attention of the celestial dragons. He must be eliminated. The gravity fruit must be reborn. A masked member of the Divine Knights fixated on this potent ability, contemplating the sacrifice of his own swimming prowess for the chance to attain such power. Yet another self-proclaimed hero emerged, determined to rescue the downtrodden. Zamblin V. Conifer, wielding a slender, razor-sharp blade, bore a cruel smile as he charged toward the wailing civilians. His intent was clear: to provoke the wielder of the gravity fruit into battle. Relishing the challenge presented by noble-hearted foes. Have you forgotten me? Enel, witnessing the Divine Knight's oversight as they besieged the blind warrior, erupted in fury, summoning a spear of lightning. This is my first confrontation with the celestial dragons. Shadow Sorcerer. Moonlight Moria conjured a shadowy doppelganger to confront one of the Divine Knights. You are insufficient, snickered Foss and Conifer as they led their comrades in a relentless assault against the defiant warrior, a figure clad in a dark jacket. Amidst a furious roar, transformed into a skeletal ram-headed demon. Brandishing a pitch-black scythe, he struck upward against the spear of lightning, creating a colossal crescent wave that collided with the electric projectile, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Hence, descend. The demon's hollow eyes flickered with malevolent green flames as he glared at Enel. He was Topman Guster, a celestial dragon who had previously clashed with the Revolutionary Army's Karis. His prowess was on par with that of the Northern Army's commander. Is that Moonlight Moria still alive? How absurd that he has joined the Huanglong Brigade. A striking woman with raven hair, reminiscent of Charlia, surged forward, exuding an overwhelming aura that scattered Moria's shadowy clone with a single, forceful kick. She was among the rare elite female celestial dragons, trusted implicitly by Galen. How formidable! Moria felt the weight of pressure emanating from this woman, questioning whether such overwhelming might could truly be the result of the whims of the celestial dragons. Alas! The defiant warrior's countenance shifted as he beheld the formidable celestial dragons and CP agents converging upon him, realizing the futility of rescuing more civilians. Even his own survival was now in jeopardy. Just then, a terrifying gale surged forth as flocks of black crows descended upon the Divine Knights and CP agents. Is our presence sufficient? Today, I shall proclaim that revolution is omnipresent. 8 Extremes Great Gale. Gales charged toward Foss and Conifer, accompanied by a multitude of glimmering metallic wind blades. The Revolutionary Army. The members of the Divine Knights grew increasingly serious, swiftly responding to disperse the crows and blades in the tempest. What are those inept Navy forces doing? Foss grumbled, frustrated that the Revolutionary Army had bypassed the numerous naval guards stationed offshore to reach the island. Hideous ram-headed fiend, prepare for battle. The crows coalesced into the form of Karis, who glared fiercely at the skeletal demon Guster. This wretched being had once slaughtered countless innocents before his eyes, igniting a burning desire for vengeance within him. Kolash Crow, do not conceal your beak. Do you truly believe that your natural abilities are so formidable? Guster's skeletal visage cracked ominously as he regarded Karis with a sinister grin, recalling a past encounter where he had left the crow wounded. The power granted to members of the Divine Knights was unparalleled, each ability being among the most elite in existence. Humph! Karis scoffed as black crows swirled around him, a tempest of hundreds closing in on the skeletal demon. Once again, nothing but these nuisances. Guster charged into the throng of crows, aiming to reach Karis. At this moment, the ground began to undulate like waves, and a towering gnome wielding a trident erupted from the earth, piercing the ram-headed demon and driving him forcefully into the ground. Boom! The skeletal demon spat forth crimson blood, and the earth was engulfed in a cloud of dust. "Karis, you need not thank me," remarked the commander of the Western Army. Mori, a user of the push-push fruit, casting a flirtatious glance at the crow. "Fallen ones, for your families and homeland, seize your weapons and fight." Above the sea of crows, Bello Betty waved a colossal red flag, rallying the citizens of Salb to rise against their oppressors. Her impassioned voice spread the influence of her inspire fruit. Those still mourning, even the injured, found the strength to rise, their eyes ablaze with defiance. A formidable power surging within them. In that moment, even the most ordinary girl wielded strength rivaling that of a bounty-hunting pirate worth 50 million berries. "For our homeland. Fight. For our children. We shall not yield." At that instant, Betty's inspire fruit ignited the spirits of the once weak civilians, who fervently grasped their weapons and charged fearlessly at the CP agents. A fierce and brutal clash ensued, as the residents, fueled by rage, unleashed primitive yet powerful attacks. Devoid of technique but brimming with vengeance. Some citizens, even when pierced through the heart by the CP agents' weapons, pressed on, biting and clawing at their adversaries. This poignant scene compelled the warrior to tighten his grip on his weapon, aware that the power unleashed by such devil fruits could lead to even greater sacrifices among the innocent. However, within the hearts of these residents lies a primal sense of vengeance. Witnessing so many civilians perish desperately ignited a fierce wrath within Ishiao, who charged into the ranks of CP agents, mercilessly slaying those who indiscriminately slaughtered innocents. Even when a CP-0 agent attempted to intercept him, Ishiao effortlessly crushed him into a pulp with a single gravity-infused strike. He understood that, from this day forth, his quest for justice would forever be severed from the world government and the Navy. Where are those damned Marines? St. Foss and St. Nafer, both formidable members of the Knights of God, found themselves overwhelmed by Drago's relentless assault. Meanwhile, the wounded St. Guster engaged in a fierce battle with Crow Karis. Mori faced another member of the Knights of God. In the skies above, Eniru, witnessing his recent foe snatched away by Crow, felt his anger surge once more. Just as he had dealt with Ishiao, he now faced Crow with the same contempt, perceiving it as a blatant insult to his status as the Thunder God. "You shall pay dearly for this. Thunder of 10,000 bolts." Eniru unleashed the power of the storm clouds, sending relentless bolts of lightning crashing down upon the members of the Knights of God, forcing them to expend an immense amount of haki to withstand the terrifying onslaught. Moreover, the final technique, Thunder Roar, was gradually taking shape as his ultimate trump card. Having prepared these two devastating moves, Eniru transformed into a flash of lightning, descending to confront a member of the Knights of God, another nature type. However, the Thunder Fruit was no less formidable than the mythical Zoan fruits. "I will slay you, and allow the Thunder Fruit to be reborn." One member of the Knights, clad in noble attire, gazed with envy at Eniru's Thunder Fruit abilities. Although they favored the might of mythical Zoan fruits for their enhancement of physical prowess and diverse capabilities, they were also willing to accept powerful abilities like the Thunder Fruit and the Gravity Fruit. The Revolutionary Army has brought an astonishing number of officers. St. Gallen observed as Drago seemed to have rallied nearly the entire Revolutionary Army, his expression growing increasingly grave. With the Dragon Crew, the Revolutionary Army, and a Gravity Fruit user of admiral caliber, they could now contend with the entire Knights of God. A slight misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. "You dare to exhaust your resources for the sake of Dongye Arlong. Today I shall obliterate you all." With a darkened gaze, St. Gallen propelled himself into the sky towards Dongye Arlong, his primary target for the day. "Old man, after so many years without consuming a devil fruit, are you still yearning for the Azure Dragon's abilities? Today, I shall demonstrate the power of my artificial Azure Dragon fruit. 100,000 volts. Thunder Dragon Blaze." Arlong fervently drew upon the lightning from the storm clouds to execute his most powerful technique, nearly draining Eniru's gathered Thunder Roar electric sphere to its very essence, forcing him to start anew. "What is this?" St. Gallen was taken aback by the colossal Thunder Dragon, which was reminiscent of Kaido's terrifying Fire Dragon Blaze. "This ability should be mine," he bellowed in rage, as his conqueror's haki coiled around his supreme sword, striking towards the immense Thunder Dragon. Such potent conqueror's haki. Arlong's pupils constricted. He too was astonished by Gallen's overwhelming presence. This old man was indeed the father of Shanks, the red-haired, a fearsome individual capable of leaving scars on Whitebeard's chest. Notably, Whitebeard had never been injured on his back throughout his life. Those few who managed to leave marks were few and far between, Rox, Roger, and Gallen among them. Thus, upon seeing Shank's familiar visage, Whitebeard would feel a twinge of pain at his wound, reminiscent of the young Gallen, as they bore an uncanny resemblance. Moreover, seeing Shanks would evoke memories of Roger. who had raised shanks. The scars left by Galen and Roger made Whitebeard harbor a certain disdain for the impudent young shanks. As the Thunder Dragon blaze of Arlong collided with Galen's supreme Haki, the entire Solb kingdom trembled. Whether it was the Marines and pirates battling in the nearby waters or the Revolutionary Army and the Knights of God on the island, they were all shaken by the cataclysmic clash. This fellow has managed to develop such a horrifying technique capable of contending with Galen's Haki. Drago was astounded. If Arlong could now stand against the world's top-tier powers, once he fully mastered the Haki, he would surpass even Kaido, potentially rising to the level of legendary figures like Roger and Rox. In the colossal explosion, St. Galen plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide. While Arlong's Thunder Dragon form rapidly receded, even his Super Dragon form being suppressed back to a standard 100-meter dragon. Ugh. Arlong coughed up blood but forced himself to swallow it back down, as Galen's Haki left behind crackling black-red lightning upon him, incessantly damaging his dragon form. It seemed to compel Arlong to relinquish his dragon form entirely, stripping him of aerial mobility and forcing him to fight on the ground. This Haki is truly agonizing. Arlong gritted his teeth, enduring the strike, as the damage continued to ravage and regenerate. This only heightened his desire for Haki mastery. He was still a step away from the pinnacle of power. He needed to master the Conqueror's Haki swiftly. St. Galen, ensconced in the massive crater, was enveloped in smoke. His gaze fixated on the dragon above. This creature had yet to revert from its dragon form and descend. What sort of monstrosity have Vegapunk and his associates created? Galen muttered, feeling increasingly vexed. This Dongye Arlong possessed a physique that seemed far more terrifying than the Kaido of yesteryear. It is worth noting that he had personally captured Kaido, who had consumed the Azure Dragon fruit, successfully cornering him in an attempt to retrieve the Azure Dragon fruit's abilities for research or to replicate its powers. Dongye Arlong soared back towards the Arc Progenitor, seeking to have Manchueli heal him and restore his full combat capabilities. Humph. Do not think that soaring through the skies grants you safety. After a brief respite, St. Galen quickly unleashed two sword energies aimed at the dragon and the airborne vessel, as if cleaving the dense clouds in twain. This terrifying sword energy instilled fear in those aboard the Arc Progenitor. Dongye Arlong hurried to push the vessel away. We cannot allow you to succeed. This is a crucial ally in our fight against the world government. A blade of wind, capable of rending space itself, thunderously shattered Galen's sword energy, revealing the Revolutionary Army leader, Drago, amidst the tempest. He had managed to extricate himself from battle and appear in the sky with astonishing speed, akin to that of lightning. Your foresight has grown stronger, you green-robed rat. Galen glared wrathfully at Drago, then turned to the useless Foss and Nafer, who had failed to hinder even a single adversary. At that moment, Magma Fist soared into the sky, relentlessly striking towards the Arc Proverb. It was Admiral Akainu. The Navy in the nearby waters erupted in deafening cheers. As the main force of reinforcements from the Navy headquarters finally arrived, suddenly the entire coastal area began to freeze rapidly, halting the fierce battle between the Navy and the pirates. However, in the next second, the Navy erupted in jubilant cheers while the pirates and treasure hunters began to crumble, fleeing in panic. Admiral Akiji had also arrived. Today's victory would surely belong to justice. With the arrival of the two admirals, the tide of battle shifted instantly. The morale of the Navy soared, while the revolutionaries' expressions changed drastically, contemplating retreat. It was likely that Bartholomew Kuma had managed to rescue his friends and acquaintances by now. Without any further reinforcements, they would do well to withdraw promptly. Roar. The dragon-like creature, transformed from the mythical beast, swiftly shielded the Arc Proverb, even enduring several of Akainu's meteor volcano attacks. Damn it. Kaido of the 100 Beasts was slower than the Navy. The dragon embraced the Arc Proverb and ascended to a higher altitude, evading the range of the meteor volcano's assault. The dragon quickly reverted to human form, returning to the deck to allow Mancheli to heal him, while continuously consuming nutritional potions developed by Vegapunk to restore his strength. Just as Dracul Mihawk hurriedly took his crew to escape, a massive flame breath scorched the frozen sea surface, indiscriminately annihilating all Navy personnel and pirates. Ha ha ha. Little dragon, you actually attracted so many big shots. Let this war continue. Let us completely upheave this sea. The thunderous voice of Kaido, the 100 Beasts, echoed, filled with exhilaration as his conqueror's Haki surged forth. The Navy on the ICC gasped in shock. Could this war escalate into a world-class battle? Kaido, this is none of your business. Leave. Meteor Volcano. Akaina Sakazuki immediately directed his spear towards the meddling Kaido. Their mission today was solely to capture the East Seas Arlong and Kuma, and they had no desire to engage with the four emperors. Molten puppy. Are these little fireballs meant to warm my drink? Get lost. Kaido unleashed countless wind blades, shredding Akainu's molten fists into dust and sending them back. Ha ha ha. Kaido, I didn't expect you to show up too. At that moment, a ship shaped like a lion's head sped towards them, accompanied by the raucous laughter of the golden lion Shiki. Drop my treasures. On the ship, Shiki commanded Dr. Indigo to release all the experimental monsters onto the ice surface to eliminate the Navy and pirates. Like Kaido, he too was launching indiscriminate attacks. A proud tradition of the Rocks pirates. Monstrous creatures, comparable to Navy colonels and rear admirals, emerged from the colossal cages, their eyes glowing red as they tore apart and devoured any humans in sight. I want to let you succeed. Ice Age. Akiji Kazan swiftly activated his powers, aiming to completely freeze the rampaging monsters. Don't disturb my monsters. 1,000 slices. Countless golden sword energy screamed down from the sky, slicing through Akiji's position, shattering him into fragments while severing his ice pillars, buying precious time for the monsters to spread. The legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, had reappeared. The Navy and pirates on the ice were engulfed in terror, realizing that even the Pirate King Roger's rival had come to the South Sea. The rumors of the Pluto blueprints and pure gold seemed increasingly credible. Aha! Celestial dragons! Hand over the Pluto blueprints! Shiki, somewhat disoriented after dispatching Akiji, loudly declared his intentions. MMM. Old thief Shiki, I didn't expect you to dare show your face. At that moment, a white cloud drifted through the sky, and the tyrannical voice of Charlotte Linlin resonated, plunging the Navy into deeper fear. Several terrifying waves of Conqueror's Haki erupted at that moment. On the outskirts of the Sorbet Kingdom, Crocodile watched as 4 emperors and a legendary pirate emerged, his expression darkening. If the news of the Pluto blueprints was true, he would stand no chance against such formidable foes. Damn it. The sand crocodile bit through his cigar, his eyes filled with resentment. However, he did not flee immediately. Instead, he transformed into a sandstorm, stealthily landing on the Sorbet Kingdom, intent on seizing the Pluto blueprints. Meanwhile, near the cathedral of the Sorbet Kingdom, the tyrant Kuma was drenched in blood, having brutally dispatched a squad of CP-0 agents, killing numerous CP operatives and providing plenty of time for Becky and the others to rescue more people into the castle. Some were even stashed away or shrunk by Bonnie, simply to accommodate more residents. Aha! The captain is truly willing to put in the effort. The devilish sheriff, Lafitte, held a large stack of yellowed papers, some of which indeed contained authentic, aged copies of the Pluto blueprints. The more were irrelevant ancient text diagrams. These were all shoddy products manufactured by Vegapunk. In this era, few recognized ancient scripts, so let them speculate. As for Dr. Vegapunk, he incessantly claimed he would not create such terrifying weapons of destruction as the Pluto battleship. Yet he quietly perused the entire blueprint. He secretly utilized the energy systems of Pluto to research new energy sources for robotics, inadvertently incorporating some advanced designs into the new aerial warships of Skypiea, distributing some of these blueprints while handing over the majority to the Celestial Dragons or CP agents. Lafitte scrutinized each design's numbers, eager to see who could complete the entire collection of Pluto blueprints. That individual would earn the infamously ironic title of Most Eager Fool. The arrival of the Golden Lion Shiki took St. Garland completely by surprise. This trouble seemed to be escalating. The appearances of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were somewhat anticipated, which is why they had dispatched 2 admirals and a contingent of elite Navy commanders for support. However, they never expected this long-vanished legless lion to also show up in the South Sea. It was known that Sengoku the Buddha had kept Carp and Yellow Monkey stationed at Navy headquarters to guard Marineford and Sabaody Archipelago against Shiki's assaults. Of course, Iron Fist Carp, a member of the D family, was reluctant to assist the Celestial Dragons, as they were currently embroiled in the horrific task of eliminating the civilians of the Sorbet Kingdom. He did not wish to witness another tragic scene akin to the God Valley incident. This reluctance was also why he refused to ascend to the rank of admiral, unwilling to be at the beck and call of the Celestial Dragons. Now, the judgments of Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru had proven gravely mistaken. The long-lost Golden Lion Shiki had indeed reappeared. Yet, instead of responding to ECR Long's call, he charged towards the Sorbet Kingdom to join the fray. The outcome of this confrontation plunged the Knights of God into turmoil, as they faced a potential inadequacy in combat strength. The clash of Conqueror's Haki among the formidable figures of St. Garen, Beast Kaido, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin left many Navy personnel, pirates, and civilians unconscious. The expression on the face of the Golden Lion Shiki was one of displeasure, The ship's helm atop his head restrained him from unleashing his conqueror's haki freely. A fierce outburst could prove fatal, as the helm was embedded deep within his skull. Ha ha ha. Shiki, after all these years, how have you fallen so low? Charlotte Linlin erupted in laughter at the sight of Shiki's frail form. In their past, within the Rocks Pirates, both Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki had overshadowed her with their immense strength, while Whitebeard remained a formidable force, reigning as the foremost of the four emperors. Shiki had been reduced to a cripple, hiding away for nearly 2 decades, leading many to believe he was dead. Humph. Just a fat old pig that can only breed piglets. Speak another word, and Tado Land shall welcome a new island every day. Shiki coldly threatened in return. Despite his diminished power, he was not to be trifled with by those who had once been his subordinates. However, the mockery from Charlotte Linlin only fueled his desire to acquire the design of the Pluton. With an ancient weapon in his possession, he could easily dispatch admirals and emperors alike. Humph. Upon hearing Shiki's words, Charlotte Linlin refrained from provoking the user of the float fruit. Her purpose for visiting the Sorbet Kingdom was also to obtain the Pluton design, as well as the pure gold that promised immortality. Old hag, old lion. Let us engage in a world-altering battle. What rocks could not achieve, I shall. Beast Kaido laughed maniacally, charging directly at the mightiest of the Knights of God, Saint Garen. He was quite pleased with the battlefield crafted by the young dragon, Dongye. Ember Disaster also followed his captain, targeting the Knights of God on the ground, an elite cadre of celestial dragons he had seldom encountered. The memories of his race being slaughtered by the celestial dragons and his years confined in a laboratory ignited a murderous intent within him. Flames erupted around him as he lunged at a masked member of the Knights of God. Quick! Protect the celestial dragon! A CP-0 agent yelled frantically, commanding Admirals Akainu and Akiji to provide protection. The chaotic situation caused trepidation among all CP agents. Ha ha ha. The gleam in Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's eyes was unmistakable. She was resolute in her objective for the Sorbet Kingdom, unwilling to become entangled with the Knights of God or the Admirals. As she hastened toward the island in search of the Pluton design, in her past at God Valley, she had aimed for the Celestial Dragon's treasures, seizing the Azure Dragon fruit and nearly claiming the Paw fruit from Bartholomew Kuma. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Saint Saturn and Kuma's swift actions, she could have secured 2 top-tier devil fruits. On the Arc Maxim, the unexpected outcome was astounding. Under Man Shirley's healing, the revived Dongye laughed heartily, astonished that he had indeed drawn out the golden lion Shiki. Ember Disaster had also arrived. Dongye's eyes sparkled with interest in the primal bloodline of the Lunarians, valuing it far more than a mere smile. Given the opportunity, he would surely extract some blood and flesh from Ember Disaster. Noticing Beast Kaido actively engaging Saint Garen, Dongye swiftly turned his attention to others. What sort of mythical Zoan was this skeletal sheep-faced devil? Standing atop the Arc Maxim, he observed the fierce battle between the Knights of God and the crow-like Karis, a glint of murderous intent crossing his features. The priority to hunt mythical Zoan users was one of Dongye's group's core tenets. Meanwhile, Dragon ordered the Revolutionary Army to retract their lines upon witnessing Dongye attract 2 emperors and a legendary pirate, strategically segmenting the battlefield to allow these pirates to confront the Knights of God. Swiftly surveying the chaos, Dragon sought his own adversary, aiming to minimize revolutionary casualties while ensuring their significant role. Kazan, I suspect you remain perplexed. A knowing smile crept onto Dragon's face as he transformed into a whirlwind, charging directly at Admiral Akiji. Ha ha ha. The Revolutionary Army? The Golden Lion Shiki observed Dragon's actions, willingly passing the troublesome adversary to him while piloting his ship into the Sorbet Kingdom. His goal was the Pluton design. He had no time to engage with admirals. Akaina had initially intended to confront Dongye, but a CP-0 agent interrupted him, commanding him to protect Saint Garen and assist in defeating Beast Kaido. The authoritative tone of the CP-0 agent irked Akainu, his body emanating magma and smoke, causing the agent to take a step back in fear. Nevertheless, the soldier complied with the order, rushing towards Beast Kaido to join Saint Garen in vanquishing the mightiest creature of land, sea, and air. On the island, a CP-5 agent, exhilarated, discovered a yellowed blueprint suspected to be the Pluton design. He rushed to present it to the CP-0 agent. However, in the next moment, a sand blade measuring several meters shot up from the ground, cleaving the CP-5 agent in half. In the agent's wide-eyed terror, a sandstorm swept through, erasing the yellowed blueprint from his grasp as his bisected body gradually transformed into a desiccated husk. In a salon, a man with slick-back hair and a cigar slowly emerges. Is this truly the design of the legendary Pluton? The right hand of Crocodile, the sand alligator, tightly clutches the yellowed blueprint, while his left hand, adorned with a golden hook, trembles slightly as it supports the parchment. He has encountered such ancient script before, in the possession of Nico Robin. If only he had brought that woman along. Crocodile muttered with a hint of regret, wishing that Nico Robin were present to verify the authenticity of the document. Nevertheless, he resolved to seize other blueprints first. Meanwhile, a CP0 team leader in the northern region of the Sorbet Kingdom was equally bewildered. His numerous subordinates had reportedly gathered several ancient manuscripts suspected to be designs of Pluton. Could it be that the designs of Pluton truly exist within the Sorbet Kingdom? The CP0 leader, astonished, immediately instructed his men to collect these ancient sheets. He hastened to deliver the stack of blueprints to the esteemed members of the Knights of God. In various watchtowers, several CP0 agents had amassed differing numbers of ancient blueprints. Among them were genuine copies of the Pluton designs, and the CP agents, eager to assert their findings, fervently declared that these were indeed the legendary blueprints. Even the CP0 operatives began to believe that these ancient documents were the designs of Pluton, igniting a fervor among them as they reported back to the Celestial Dragons. In another location, a CP8 agent was seized by a gigantic white-feathered bird. Under the creature's hypnotic gaze, the agent clutched a yellowed blueprint, incessantly murmuring about the Pluton designs as he hurried back. How amusing. The white-feathered bird transformed into a pale, slender man, his face radiating mockery. The news of the Pluton designs had spread far and wide, and he hoped for a fierce conflict to ensue. Lafayette flapped his wings and soared away to join his comrades. Under his hypnosis, a group of ruffians from the Sorbet Kingdom, each clutching yellowed papers, raced towards the open sea, exuberantly proclaiming their discovery of the Pluton designs on the icy battlefield. They were swiftly dispatched by powerful pirates who seized the ancient documents, igniting chaos among all present in the offshore battleground. Even Dracul Mihawk was drawn to this bizarre occurrence, while battling Kazan. He managed to acquire a blueprint inscribed with ancient script, as the Revolutionary Army also possessed historical texts. Was this the scheme of the dragon? Or had he genuinely stumbled upon something monumental? Mihawk was taken aback by the ancient designs and found himself unable to discern their authenticity. Had the dragon truly located the designs of Pluton? Kazan furrowed his brow, aware that a CP9 agent investigating the Pluton designs in Water 7 had been attacked by Haki Dragon, suggesting that the dragon might have indeed obtained the blueprints there. Contemplating this, Kazan collected several ancient documents. On the island of the Sorbet Kingdom, Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, seized a CP agent, snatching the ancient blueprint from his grasp, her excitement bubbling over into laughter. Big Mom, do you dare to take what belongs to the world government? Tato Land will face severe repercussions. The CP agent cried out in terror, his bones cracking under her immense strength. Humph! An ant dares to threaten me. Charlotte Lin scoffed, effortlessly extracting the agent's soul and discarding it. She then continued her pursuit of the CP0 agents and members of the Knights of God who had gathered more Pluton designs. Elsewhere, Shiki the Golden Lion successfully acquired several blueprints, and after a preliminary assessment by Dr. Indigo, he surmised they were likely related to the Pluton designs. This revelation spurred Shiki into a frenzy as he descended upon the ground, launching a rampage against the CP agents in search of additional blueprints. In a whirlwind of chaos, the CP agents on the island found themselves ruthlessly slaughtered by the two notorious pirates, with even the CP0 operatives not spared. Ultimately, the majority of the blueprints found their way into the hands of the CP0 agents and the Knights of God, while Big Mom and Shiki also secured a portion. Of course, aside from the 10 or so blueprints from the offshore, a certain sand alligator had gathered 4 or 5 as well, seizing the opportunity amidst the pirate attacks on the CP agents. A rescue team led by Bartholomew Kuma liberated residents from the southern part of the Sorbet Kingdom and proceeded northward. However, Kuma inadvertently sent unfamiliar northern residents flying to other islands. On the front line, St. Garling and Akina besieged Kaido of the Beasts, while the Calamity, rushed to assist. The intensity of the battle deterred even the Knights of God from approaching lightly. Meanwhile, Haki Dragon launched a surprise attack against the skeletal-faced demon, Goster's Saint, aiming to subdue this mythical Zoan user. In another corner, Saints Fasa and Konefer pursued the Gravity Fruit user, seeking to resurrect that devil fruit after Dragon's departure. Commander Mori of the Western Army, Inel, and Moonlight Moria each faced off against a member of the Knights of God. Meanwhile, 2 other members of the Knights were busy collecting the Pluton designs. Coordinating with several CP0 teams and elite vice admirals such as Peach Rabbit and T-Pig to confront Big Mom and Shiki, the 9th member of the Knights of God, initially engaged in battle with an intended to follow in to confront Kaido but was instead commanded by Garling to deal with Don Quixote Dragon. Consequently, it became a confrontation between Dragon and Raven against these two Knights of God members. "Raven, that one is yours. I'll take care of the skeletal demon," Dragon exclaimed excitedly, determined to eliminate this Zoan user of the Knights of God. "All right," Raven Karas agreed, abandoning his old rival to face another knight instead. Dragon transformed into a half-dragon form, grinning menacingly as he charged at the knight, feeling confident against anyone other than Garling, the leader of the knights. "Die, you wretched experiment." Goster Saint swung his dark scythe, cleaving through the air with a crescent slash that tore the earth asunder, leaving behind a gaping chasm. Flames of Lunaria blazed around Dragon, his hands crackling with violet lightning, and the scarlet dragon scales on his claws shimmered like metal. "Ha ha ha, ready to trade lies with me?" Dragon crossed his arms and recklessly charged into the fierce slash, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki as he collided with the lethal wave of energy. With a resounding crash, Dragon's hands erupted in flames reminiscent of blood, the gaping wounds engulfed in searing fire and writhing flesh. The flames and blood splattered onto Dragon's face, which he absorbed back into himself, enhancing his ferocity and brutality. Goster Saint, witnessing the transformation of Dragon into something even more demonic, felt the green flames in his skeletal eyes tremble. "I warned you, prepare to pay the price for fighting me." The deranged laughter of the wild dragon, akin to a neurotic frenzy, swiftly penetrated the mind of the divine knight, Ghost Saint. After enduring a fierce strike from Ghost Saint, the wild dragon rapidly closed the distance, leaping upon him with ferocity. "Only you shall perish." Ghost Saint, too, succumbed to madness, brandishing his dark scythe of death in an attempt to cleave the wild dragon in twain. "Ha ha ha, let us see who meets their demise." The half-dragon, his eyes glowing crimson, opened his gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and sank them into Ghost Saint's neck. Simultaneously, Ghost Saint's formidable scythe, imbued with armed color Haki, struck deep into the wild dragon's waist, penetrating significantly. The excruciating pain in his neck drove Ghost Saint into a frenzy, as he exerted all his might to sever the wild dragon completely. He had never encountered an adversary as deranged as the wild dragon, who willingly threw himself into a deathmatch. Moreover, how could his once invincible scythe become lodged in the wild dragon's spine, proving impossible to sever? No, this cannot be. With a terrifying force derived from the demon clan and ancient giants, the wild dragon's massive jaws crushed Ghost Saint's bony neck, blood gushing forth. "No, get away, get away." Sensing the palpable aura of death, Ghost Saint was gripped by terror, desperately pushing away the vicious dragon that clung to him, gnawing at his flesh. In a primal instinct of fear, he relinquished his grip on the scythe ensnared in the wild dragon's bones, frantically using his hands to fend off the sharp, gnashing teeth. Yet, even his armed color Haki could not withstand the terrifying jaws of the half-dragon. This experimental being was a monster, a frenzied beast. Roar. Ha ha ha. The wild dragon, engulfed in flames, disregarded any of Ghost Saint's assaults, intent solely on annihilating this beast master. He savagely tore into the neck of the goat-faced demon, ultimately severing the entire spine and extracting it. This brutal slaughter, reminiscent of wild beasts, caused the nearby crows to flinch, their pupils filled with shock. The divine knight engaged in combat with him trembled, as if witnessing a horrific scene of cannibalism. In the wake of the crimson blood, the deranged wild dragon abandoned the notion of capturing this beast master, instead tearing the goat-faced demon into countless pieces. The scarlet dragon scales of the wild dragon, soaked in blood, became a vivid crimson, each scale absorbing the life essence. The numerous wounds upon his body writhed and healed rapidly within the flames. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the wild dragon's laser eyes, unleashing a laser cannon nearly a meter wide, aimed at the divine knight battling the crows. This strike utterly shattered the knight's composure. After narrowly evading the blast, he fled in terror, unwilling to be torn apart by the true demon, the wild dragon. The wild dragon flashed a toothy grin at the crows, his fearsome jaws stained with the blood and flesh of his old foe, Ghost Saint, sending shivers down their spines. Uncertain of the fate of the beast master, they pondered the utility of the remains. As the blood was absorbed by his scales, the wild dragon's formidable horns sprouted additional bone spikes. Gradually, his rationality returned, and his emotions calmed. The flames that enveloped him cleansed his form of the gore. And with a tinge of regret, he mused, with Ghost Saint's demise, this beast master ability should have been reborn. Alas, these remains are likely of no use now. He cast his gaze towards another battlefield, where he beheld the flames of disaster, Jean, injured by the sacred knight, blood splattering. His eyes ignited with golden light, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the fray. "Kaido, Can you handle this? At this rate, you cannot overturn this sea. The wild dragon laughed maniacally. Crashing into the battlefield, his imposing dragon horns colliding with the red dog, Akainu, who had just sent Jean flying, erupting into a shower of magma. Little brat. Do you wish to taste my wrath? The beast Kaido, transformed into a cerulean half-dragon, swung his kanabo, the supreme treasure, striking fiercely against the sacred knight's blade. Unleashing a storm of black and red lightning, he glanced back at the wild dragon, the crimson half-dragon, and inquired, "What? You wish to teach me the ways of the armed color?" As Akainu regained his form, the wild dragon quickly positioned himself beside Jean, not wanting to face Akainu alone. With Jean at his side, they could hold their ground against Akainu for a considerable time. Warararo. Little brat, join our beast pirates. I am quite fond of your beast master prowess. Kaido bellowed, enjoying both the wild dragon's abilities and his penchant for chaos. If Yamato, that ungrateful daughter, were as capable as the wild dragon, he would have already toppled the other emperors. Joining is out of the question. It would be better to marry your daughter to forge an alliance and together vanquish the celestial dragons. The wild dragon laughed heartily. Knowing that Yamato had no interest in Kaido, should Kaido dare propose, he would gladly accept, envisioning the day he and Yamato would confront her father. If you bring the wild dragon to serve as my son-in-law, I shall gift you Yamato. Kaido was taken aback by the wild dragon's knowledge of his foolish son, but if he could recruit the wild dragon, he would not mind offering up Yamato, his troublesome daughter who incessantly claimed to be Kazuki Oden. Let us deal with the celestial dragons first. The wild dragon noted the bloodthirsty Akainu charging towards them. Dismissing further banter with Kaido, ready to engage in earnest combat. Jean, shall we form an alliance? The wild dragon turned to Jean, the descendant of the Lunarians. Observing the flames that danced upon his wounds as they healed in the fire, it appeared he needed to devise a plan to obtain Jin's blood or flesh. You are of the Lunarian bloodline? Jean remarked, eyeing the wild dragon's flames with anticipation. Yet, he had already deduced the truth. This experimental subject number 88 was merely a product of transplantation and modification. No, but my Lunarian blood comes from you. And I even bear Kaido's Oni lineage. The wild dragon and Jean, engulfed in flames, harmoniously charged towards Akainu. Jean soared through the air, his claws imbued with armed color Haki aimed at Akainu's head, while the wild dragon surged forward, his claw, wreathed in armed color Haki, targeting Akainu's heart. The flames of the Lunarians proved troublesome, effectively mitigating the terrifying damage from magma. Akainu, confronted with the onslaught of these adept beast masters and ancient users, opted not to evade through elemental transformation. Instead, he chose to confront them head-on, employing sheer strength and martial prowess to subdue them. His might extended far beyond the capabilities of the magma fruit. His Haki, martial arts, strength, and recovery were truly monstrous. Akainu's arms transformed into colossal magma fists, hurling towards the wild dragon and Jean, as two hellish red hounds charged forth with the explosive power of a volcanic eruption, intent on utterly obliterating their foes. Boom. Even the formidable Dongye Hualong, endowed with the ancient giant's strength and the abilities of the mythical beast, was forcefully repelled by the magma hound. Although the Lunaria tribe's unique fire possesses remarkable adaptability, mitigating the terrifying heat of magma, the sheer power of the red dog combined with the explosive impact of the magma fruit remains lethally potent. Damn, is this red dog truly human? Huanglong left a gaping ravine nearly 100 meters long in his wake, forming a small hill behind him. He had not anticipated the terrifying might of the red dog's frontal assault. If it were anyone else, even if they survived the searing heat of the magma, they would undoubtedly be crushed by that overwhelming force. Such tremendous power explains why, in the war on the top, he was able to overpower the legendary Whitebeard, engaging in a terrifying contest of strength. It is well known that Whitebeard, a titan in his own right, possesses immense power across these seas. However, the fact that Akainu could withstand Whitebeard's dual-handed strike showcases his monstrous strength. The experimental subject, Huanglong, acquired his powers through experimentation, but they are not truly his. After repelling the two, Akainu disregarded the blazing ember and charged directly at his primary target, Dongye Huanglong, intent on capturing this notorious criminal. Just a year after escaping the laboratory, Huanglong, despite his various monstrous traits and abilities, had yet to fully mature and was no match for Akainu, a seasoned top-tier powerhouse. It is important to note that before acquiring the magma fruit, Akainu was a formidable Navy officer skilled in both swordsmanship and martial arts. The magma fruit elevated him to his peak strength, and it was his prowess that solidified the fearsome reputation of the magma fruit, instilling terror in countless pirates across these waters. Ha ha ha, Red Dog, I admit your strength, but you shall not capture me. Huanglong grinned. his right eye suddenly emitting a laser beam directed at Akainu, as he swiftly transformed into a colossal dragon soaring into the sky. Since direct confrontation was not an option against this monster, Huanglong sought to leverage his myriad abilities. Toxic purple cloud. In midair, he unleashed a torrent of poisonous mist towards Akainu below, transforming the entire area into a toxic zone. He did not believe that Akainu could endure battling amidst the poisonous gas for 10 consecutive days and nights. The toxic mist crackled ominously as it approached Akainu's intense heat, evaporating before even reaching his nose and skin. However, this toxic cloud was merely a tool to restrict Akainu's capabilities. Huanglong never expected it to lethally poison such a top-tier warrior. The flames enveloping Ember blazed fiercely as he rapidly adapted to the noxious fog, impervious to the toxins that would harm an ordinary being. After all, he had faced numerous deadly poisons in combat against his longtime adversary, Plague Queen, and had swiftly adapted, overpowering the scientist with his various toxic inventions. Plague Queen would never seize the title of the strongest poster from him. Akainu, come, fly up here, Huanglong taunted, standing atop the violet flame cloud, provocatively challenging the non-flying Akainu. Should Akainu dare ascend with his moonwalk, Huanglong and Ember would demonstrate that the sky was not the Red Dog's domain. Volcanic eruption. Akainu's expression turned steely as he snorted, his hands rapidly transforming into magma, resembling a conical volcanic crater, emanating a fiery orange glow. In an instant, countless magma fists shot skyward, hurtling towards the crimson dragon and the black-winged dragon soaring above. Ha, bring it on. Huanglong deftly evaded, grinning as he maneuvered, causing Akainu's barrage of magma fists to crash onto the icy surface of the nearby sea. In an instant, the magma fists that failed to strike Huanglong transformed into a meteor shower, bombarding the navy, pirates, and various treasure hunters engaged in battle on the ice. The continuous explosions and anguished cries forced Akainu to halt his assault on Huanglong and Ember. Moreover, this technique consumed considerable stamina. Wasting energy in such a manner would be detrimental to the ensuing battle. Guardian Fire Dragon King. Ember began to channel his power, the flames enveloping him coalescing into a colossal sword of fiery dragon energy aimed directly at Akainu. Even Akainu would need to perform an impressive role to evade Ember's explosive strike. Boom. A sword energy fissure, 1 meter wide and 100 meters long, cleaved into the ground, with smoke billowing from the chasm. The terrifying heat and cutting force transformed the fissure's walls into blackened, smoking earth, with crystalline glass reflections shimmering within. Haha, I shall unleash my own Thunderfire Dragon Breath. Following Ember's fiery dragon sword strike, Huanglong released a flame-laced breath crackling with electricity, aimed directly at the evading Akainu, while his laser eye flashed, launching a light cannon to sever Akainu's escape route. Boom. Amidst this assault, Akainu displayed no sign of concern, his body glowing red as he transformed into magma, a significant portion of him scattering into molten rock to absorb Huanglong's Thunderfire Dragon Breath. TCH, another early elemental transformation. Huanglong grumbled, displeased to see his two attacks ineffective. Nevertheless, he continued to exhale toxic mist and rapidly turned invisible, vanishing into the violet haze as he ascended. Upon witnessing Huanglong's disappearance, Akainu immediately heightened his observation Haki to its utmost limit. Ember, believing Huanglong might unleash a powerful attack or ambush Akainu, quickly thought for a moment before launching an assault on Akainu, seemingly trying to buy Huanglong some time. Enveloped in the poisonous cloud, Akainu furrowed his brow slightly. Unable to detect Huanglong's presence through observation Haki, he could only unleash more magma to shield himself while harboring a flicker of murderous intent towards Ember. Both Kaido and Ember, these troublemakers, had no stake in this conflict. Yet, if they insisted on meddling, he would ensure the complete demise of this formidable figure of the beast pirates. Netherhound. Akainu's right fist transformed into a solid, blazing hellhound, as hard as freshly forged steel, radiating a metallic gleam that warped the very air around it with its intense heat. This manifestation, imbued with Akainu's monstrous strength and the terrifying force of a volcanic eruption, surged towards the blade-wielding Ember. This ultimate attack, even against Whitebeard, would obliterate his skull. Clang. Ember's massive, flame-wreathed blade clashed with Akainu's solidified hellhound, producing a resounding metallic crash. Zzzzz. Ember's countenance shifted dramatically as his weapon, enveloped in Busashoka Haki and Lunaria flames, began to melt under Akainu's onslaught, prompting him to hastily retreat with flapping wings. Die. Akainu Sakazuki's icy, expressionless visage was filled with murderous intent directed at Ember, this meddlesome interloper. Today, he must capture Dongye Huanglong. If Ember dared to obstruct him, he would eliminate this top-tier calamity. Zzz. Ember's blade shattered and melted, causing him to widen his eyes in alarm, overwhelmed by an intense sense of crisis. The terrifying Crimson Hellhound, endowed with unparalleled strength, relentlessly entwined with the armed Haki of the Broken Blade, struck fiercely at the chest of the Inferno Calamity. Even the flames of Lunaria could not withstand the dreadful blow of Akainu. Ugh! The masked mouth of Inferno Calamity spewed forth blood as its enormous black wings flailed desperately, striving to evade the reach of Akainu's Hellhound punch, hoping to mitigate the damage. Fortunately, standing over 6 meters tall, twice the size of Akainu, Inferno Calamity was spared from having its chest obliterated by the Magma Fist. Had it been a diminutive figure like Fire Fist Ace, barely 8 meters tall, such a blow would likely have been fatal. Even Jinbe, who matched Akainu in height, could only endure the magma-infused strike due to his robust physique, thus preserving the life of Straw Hat Luffy. Akainu, take this. Dragon Slash? The wild dragon descended from the heavens, transforming into a half-dragon form that spiraled downwards with immense speed, its tail, bony protrusions, and horns forming a razor-sharp spiral blade, wrapped in a cloak of black-armed Haki. Surrounding it were bursts of dark red lightning. Clang! Akainu's eyes widened, as if struck by a revelation, and he instantly transformed into magma, erupting in all directions to evade the impending strike of the Eastern Wild Dragon. Boom! The Wild Dragon smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Yet, it swiftly regained its stance and charged toward the injured Inferno Calamity. Are you all right? The Wild Dragon morphed into a divine dragon, soaring into the sky. Seizing the retreating Inferno Calamity, one claw pressing against the gaping wound in its chest. Zing! What are you doing? Inferno Calamity glared at the Eastern Wild Dragon, the excessive pressure causing fresh blood to spill from its wound, further exacerbating its injury, even diminishing the flames of Lunaria atop. My apologies. I may have been a bit rough. Allow me to cleanse your wound and excise the damaged flesh. The Wild Dragon grinned, collecting the blood and charred flesh of Inferno Calamity right before its eyes, even severing the flesh within. Get off me. Realizing the ulterior motives of the Eastern Wild Dragon, Inferno Calamity began to struggle fiercely, its flames erupting as it expended energy to rapidly heal the grievous wound. Calm down, calm down. I'm merely assisting in treating your wound. You needn't waste all that energy. The Wild Dragon paid no heed to the struggles of Inferno Calamity, intent on gathering what it desired before the latter could recover. As Inferno Calamity burned the Lunaria flames without regard for its stamina, its chest wound healed rapidly, forcing the Wild Dragon to cease its collection efforts. Here. This is the blood crystal dandelion from a healing fruit user. Use it to recover your injuries and stamina. The Wild Dragon happily stored the gathered blood and flesh within a special container, finally tossing a blood crystal to Inferno Calamity. Once the Wild Dragon released its grip, Inferno Calamity swiftly escaped from its wicked claws, furious at the audacity of having its blood and flesh harvested. What do you want with my blood? Panting, Inferno Calamity queried, hesitating to consume the blood crystal, wary of its nature. To enhance my strength, of course, the Wild Dragon replied ambiguously, then, in the sight of Inferno Calamity, began to consume the blood crystal dandelions one after another, demonstrating the safety of the substance. Humph. Obtaining Lunaria flames is impressive enough. Do you wish to acquire wings like mine? Inferno Calamity regarded the Wild Dragon coldly, pondering deeply. Was the Wild Dragon's experimental modification incomplete, requiring its blood and flesh to perfect the Lunaria lineage? Did it covet black wings, or even its brown skin and white hair? It poses no threat to you. Yet it will bolster my power. The Wild Dragon had no intention of divulging the plans for the Seraphim, waiting for the second batch of Seraphim to be cultivated, ready to showcase the might of technology to the world. Let us conclude our collaboration for today. I hope you survive under Akainu's wrath. This blood crystal dandelion will indeed heal your injuries, posing no harm or side effects. The Wild Dragon smiled enigmatically before taking flight. Having secured the Lunaria blood and flesh it sought, with no time to waste against Akainu. Whether it was the gravity fruit abilities of the smiling figure or the floating fruit abilities of the golden lion Shiki, even the soul fruit abilities of Charlotte Linlin, all were within its sights. Witnessing the Wild Dragon depart without a backward glance, Inferno Calamity furrowed its brow. That scoundrel had lured it into a trap with Kaido, now truly a pawn of the Wild Dragon. This revelation diminished Inferno Calamity's regard and sympathy for the experimental being of Lunaria lineage. As Akainu regained his composure, Inferno Calamity, somewhat fatigued, contemplated before consuming the blood crystal dandelion offered by the Wild Dragon, for it needed to continue its alliance with Kaido against Kizaru and Akainu. Upon ingesting the blood crystal dandelion, the still healing wounds swiftly sealed, and much of its stamina was restored. This is from a Healing Fruit user. Inferno Calamity gained further insight into the capabilities of the wild dragon, recognizing its complexity. Very well, a minor loss of blood and flesh is acceptable. It resolved to observe how the Eastern wild dragon would evolve and what formidable powers and influence it might cultivate. On the ground, Akaina Sakazuki glared furiously at the retreating Eastern wild dragon. This individual as Conqueror S. Haki could indeed suppress elemental transformation and hinder recovery speed. Akaina grumbled. Had he not elementalized swiftly before the onslaught of the wild dragon's conqueror's Haki, he might have been struck squarely. He yearned to pursue the wild dragon. But recalling the previous orders from CP0, he redirected his focus to confront the beast Kaido. Meanwhile, on the icy battlefield, Dracula, Mihawk, and Kazan engaged in a fierce battle, both inadvertently shifting toward the island, eager to uncover the remaining designs of the Pluton. As more pirates and bounty hunters breached the Navy's defenses, they successfully landed on the Solb Kingdom, joining the fray to seize the coveted Pluton schematics. In the bustling towns of northern Solb Kingdom, various factions clashed fiercely. Golden Lion Shiki launched a ferocious assault on a divine knight, intent on seizing a stack of ancient, yellowed blueprints from him. However, Tashiji and two CP0 agents shielded the knight, even retaliating against Shiki. Heh. Let us work together to eliminate this useless old man and resurrect the floating fruitability in these seas. The divine knight, Pain Saint, laughed heartily, astonished to discover the existence of Pluton schematics within the Solb Kingdom. For among the ancient blueprints in his possession lay one with the name Pluton boldly inscribed on the cover, accompanied by 2 lines of ancient text below. This has led Pain Saint to harbor some belief in the authenticity of this matter. Moreover, the elusive Golden Lion Shiki has emerged. And now is the opportune moment to strike him down while his strength has significantly waned, allowing the Pika Pika Fruit's powers to be reborn, facilitating the world government and the celestial dragons in reclaiming it. Such a formidable paramecia ability is highly coveted, even by the members of the Divine Knights. With the Pika Pika Fruit's powers, the celestial dragons could establish a true divine realm atop Mariewa, floating above the world and casting down upon the myriads of this realm. On the other hand, Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin is far more formidable than Golden Lion Shiki, for she does not come alone, unlike Shiki, who lacks any capable subordinates. This time, Big Mom has brought along Bruli, who possesses the Mirror Fruit. And through the Mirror World, she has summoned the stellar beings Smuggy and Snag, as well as several powerful children and officers. She has left Katakuri and Cracker to guard their base. Wadahafa. Celestial dragons, hand over the design blueprints of the Pluto. Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin, wielding Emperor Blade Napoleon, charges toward a divine knight, her eyes ablaze with an obsession for the Pluto blueprints. Big MOM. Do you wish for the destruction of Tato Land? How dare you lay a hand on me? The divine knight Klein Saint glares menacingly at the corpulent matron, teaming up with a CP0 agent to confront Big Mom. He could never relinquish the Pluto blueprints that even Amsama has commanded him to secure. Meanwhile, the guardian of Klein Saint, Peach Rabbit Shurgwan, is held back by the second of the 4 stars, Charlotte Smuggy. Both women are powerful swordsmen, engaged in a fierce battle, their mighty flying sword energies reducing nearby structures to rubble, leaving the ground riddled with intersecting sword scars. Charlotte Snag, the least of the 4 stars, is fiercely engaged with a powerful CP0 squad leader. Other members of the Big Mom Pirates, along with her children and officers, are relentlessly beset by CP agents. As for Bartholomew Kuma and his entourage, they continue to rescue as many residents of the Sorbet Kingdom as possible amidst the chaos. In this tumultuous situation, a lurking sand crocodile seeks an opportunity to acquire what it desires. Crocodile, this cunning individual, has even launched a fierce ambush on a CP0 agent, draining him to a desiccated corpse and seizing several Pluto blueprints from him. Damn it. Crocodile, clandestinely clutching the 8 Pluto blueprints, glances at the tumultuous battle between Shiki, Big Mom, and the Divine Knights, as well as the Marines and CP agents, realizing he has scant chance to snatch anything from them. Is it destined that the Pluto blueprints will elude me? Crocodile, filled with resentment, reflects on the countless hours and effort he has invested in the Pluto battleship. He cannot afford to surrender it. Moreover, he possesses Nico Robin, the survivor of O'Hara, capable of deciphering ancient texts. He alone is the prime candidate to obtain the Pluto blueprints. Even if Shiki and Big Mom were to reclaim the blueprints, what good would it do them? They would merely return with scraps of paper. It would be far better to leave the blueprints to him, allowing him to resurrect the Pluto battleship. Surely, there will be another opportunity. Crocodile steadies himself, determined to seek a better chance to seize those Pluto blueprints. However, after observing for a while, He notices Revolutionary Army leader Dracul and Marine Admiral Kazan have also entered this area, further complicating the situation and making his task more perilous. Each of these individuals is more formidable than he. On the front lines, the Wild Dragon casts a glance at the formidable Ichao, who, without fully unleashing his potential, has managed to engage 2 divine knights in a fierce exchange. It appears he is wary of harming the celestial dragons, for such an act would ensure his future life is fraught with unrest. However, Fuchs Saint and Konya First Saint aim to eliminate Ichao, allowing the gravity fruit's powers to be reborn, facilitating their collection for the celestial dragons. The Wild Dragon senses that Ichao, the gravity fruit wielder, is ensnared within his meticulously woven trap. Convinced Ichao is not in immediate danger, he chooses to procure the blood of Golden Lion Shiki instead. After all, the whereabouts of this elusive Pika Pika fruit user remain shrouded in mystery. Should he miss this chance, it could be a year or more before he finds any trace of him again. The Wild Dragon also observes Moonlight Moria being overwhelmed. He initially considers offering assistance, but upon seeing the opponent Les Caras rejoin the fray, he refrains, allowing Moria a chance to rekindle his warrior spirit. He has no interest in playing the role of a full-time caretaker for Moonlight Moria. Should Moria truly fall, the Wild Dragon would simply create another Seraphim Moria. After all, Moria's genes and abilities have been backed up by Vegapunk. Perhaps the Seraphim Moria would surpass the original. The Wild Dragon surveys the battlefield. Inul is engaged in a wild frenzy, currently in no danger. Thus, he flies directly from the battlefield on the shore to the northern front, heading straight for the Lionhead Island vessel. With the Lionhead Island ship present, Golden Lion Shiki must be nearby. Upon swiftly arriving at the northern battlefield, he witnesses Dracul and Kazan engaged in their own spectacular battle. However, he is disinclined to involve himself with these 2 actors. As a disciple of Iron Fist Carp, Kazan and Dracul have long been acquainted. Moreover, prior to founding the Revolutionary Army, Dracul was an exemplary Marine, and their relationship is amicable. The Wild Dragon sets his sights on the besieged Golden Lion Shiki. This individual has no capable officers to assist him, truly a pitiful sight. The dozens of captains under the Flying Sky Pirates, mere scallywags who have thrived in the paradise of the Grand Line, boast few bounties exceeding 100 million. Their loyalty to Golden Lion Shiki is tenuous. They merely seek to bask in the glory of this legendary pirate. Golden Lion, I'm here to assist you. T-Pig, how dare you, a Marine, assist the celestial dragons in bullying a frail old man in broad daylight? Do you possess no conscience? Is there no law? The Wild Dragon bellows, charging fiercely into the battlefield. Yet, his target seems to be none other than Golden Lion Shiki himself. With the strike, the Wild Dragon honors the illustrious traditions of Kaido and Shiki, launching an indiscriminate, wide-range assault. Laser beams, fiery dragon breaths, electric spears, and toxic orbs bombard the battlefield, forcing Shiki and Pain Saint to scatter and evade the Wild Dragon's onslaught. Transformed into a colossal dragon, he lunges toward the airborne Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion, it is a pleasure to encounter you, esteemed elder. The Wild Dragon, this scheming temporary ally, seizes the opportunity amidst the chaos of the assaults, crashing into the airborne Golden Lion Shiki. Ugh! Golden Lion Shiki, struck by the Wild Dragon's enthusiastic embrace, coughs up blood, the terrifying force causing the helm atop his head to tremble violently, leaving him momentarily dizzy. As the chaotic dragon seized the opportunity, he collected the fresh blood of the Golden Lion Shiki. He even went so far as to use his sharp claws to slash through Shiki's arm, scraping away flesh to gather the splattered blood. Get lost, you brat. The intense pain jolted the Golden Lion Shiki back to reality. With his renowned swords Sakura-ten and Migoku, he swiftly struck upwards with all his might towards the overly close dragon. 2 terrifying golden sword energies whistled past. Ahaha. My apologies. Seeing a senior like you gets me a bit excited. The chaotic dragon, with one claw wrapped in haki, blocked Shiki's attack and propelled himself away, his injuries beginning to heal within the flames of Lunaria. He quickly preserved Shiki's blood and flesh using special instruments prepared by Vegapunk. You little brat. It seems you want to kill me. Shiki growled menacingly, creating distance from the Crimson Dragon, eager to avoid any further contact with the beast. This is a healing blood crystal. Consider it my apology to you, esteemed elder. The chaotic dragon laughed nonchalantly, tossing a dandelion blood crystal towards Shiki, satisfied with what he had obtained. Humph. I have no need for your worthless trinkets. Shiki obliterated the dragon's blood crystal with a wave of sword energy, glaring angrily at the young one who had wounded him. It seemed he had noticed the dragon collecting his blood and flesh, darkening his expression. Donya Chalong, Golden Lion Shiki. Eliminate them. Pain seethed with rage at the two targets. Dongye Chalong was the primary mission objective, while the Golden Lion Shiki, possessing the float fruit ability, had long been a target of the world government. Ahaha. Shiki, would you like my assistance in dealing with them? The Chaotic Dragon inquired, glancing at the God Knight and his companions. Noticing that the Celestial Dragon had yet to display any mythical abilities, his interest waned, and he momentarily set aside any thoughts of confronting his pursuers. It seemed more prudent to devise a plan to obtain the blood of Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin or even Kazan and Dragon. However, since Kazan and Dragon were merely pretending to engage, the Chaotic Dragon had little hope of acquiring their blood. Securing blood from Big Mom, a formidable figure, was equally challenging. Get lost. That Celestial Dragon is my target. Shiki, mistakenly believing that Dongye Chalong coveted Pain's design of the Pluton, expressed his irritation. Were it not for his current weakened state, he would have certainly taken on the dragon as well. How dare this brat collect his blood? He needed to find an opportunity to uncover the truth behind this matter and perhaps even locate the dragon's lair to annihilate everything he held dear. However, for now, he could not engage in a battle against so many foes simultaneously, forcing him to swallow his pride. Ahaha. I won't disturb you any longer. The Chaotic Dragon chuckled before taking flight. Given Shiki's current condition, defeating the God Knight and his companions would be a monumental challenge. If Shiki were to turn the tables and successfully counterattack, the dragon would not hesitate to return and subdue the proud elder, capturing him for the Sky Island. The Chaotic Dragon descended to the ground, launching a ruthless assault on the CP agents, reveling in the slaughter. He deliberately drew closer to the battle involving Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin. Upon spotting the cautious and observant Charlotte BRLE hiding at the back, he immediately recognized his next target. While other Charlotte family members and officers engaged in combat, BRLE, being somewhat weaker, refrained from direct involvement. After crushing a CP5 agent clad in a black suit, the Chaotic Dragon vanished from the battlefield, making a beeline for Charlotte BRLE. Currently, Big Mom was wholly focused on seizing the Pluton design from the Celestial Dragon and paid no heed to anyone else. How terrifying. I want to return to Cake Island, to be by my brother Katakuri's side. Charlotte BRLE, resembling an old witch yet possessing a pure heart, had always been well protected by her strongest brother. At this moment, feeling vulnerable without a powerful guardian nearby, she was accompanied only by two ordinary homie chess soldiers. Unsure if there were mirrors on this battlefield, BRLE carried a large mirror nearly her height, hoping to trap others within the mirror world upon her return. With a dull thud, BRLE collapsed. Her large mirror shattered. The two homie chess soldiers were instantly crushed by the Chaotic Dragon. The Mirror Fruit, a commendable spatial ability, sometimes surpassing even the Door Fruit. The Chaotic Dragon revealed himself, swiftly cutting a wound on BRLE's hand, collecting her blood and flesh. Never mind, I want to kill you. He handed a blood crystal dandelion to BRLE, urging her to heal her wound quickly. With a surge of air, the Chaotic Dragon vanished once more. Minutes later, BRLE groggily awoke, only to be horrified by the sight of her two dead homie chess soldiers, her face blanching in fear. However, she quickly realized she was unharmed, letting out a sigh of relief, only for her expression to shift again upon seeing the shattered mirror. Feeling alarmed, BRLE hastily sought a safer position, hoping to find an intact mirror among the buildings. The Chaotic Dragon transformed into a transparent giant and returned to the Arc Maxim, meticulously organizing the collected blood and flesh of the Calamity Ash, Golden Lion Shiki, and Charlotte BRLE. The ancient Zoan-type Pteranodon fruit, Lunaria genetic material, float fruit ability, and mirror fruit ability constituted a splendid haul. The Chaotic Dragon laughed heartily, realizing that the second phase of the Seraphim project could now accelerate, utilizing the Pluton design and the ongoing grand battle to attract Kaido and Big Mom, along with the Golden Lion Shiki, proved to be an astute strategy. With Vegapunk's current technology, extracting a sample of superhuman green blood would require only a short time. Just like the gentle Hardman Senior Pink, who was imprisoned and impelled down after the Dressrosa incident. He was later extracted by Vegapunk for the green blood of the Swim fruit, which was then placed onto Seraphim Jinbe. Similarly, Desbonez was also imprisoned alongside Crocodile before his ability's green blood was extracted. It's important to note that the time from Desbonez's incarceration after the Alabasta incident to his escape during the Marineford War was not long. Yet Vegapunk managed to extract his abilities. This means that the green blood from the / fruit had been preserved for over a year. It was only after the successful cultivation of the Seraphim that it was placed onto Seraphim Mihawk. In fact, during the Marineford War, the Pacifista program had only recently begun. as Bartholomew Kuma was appointed a warlord of the sea 2 years before the war and began his research on the Pacifista. The Pacifists dedicated over a year to cultivation and became embroiled in the war, participating in the Marineford and Dressrosa incidents. The Seraphim were only nurtured after the Marineford War. Once the pacifists had nearly perfected their methods, the lineage factor of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock was likely the last among the warlords of the sea to be extracted. After all, during her tenure as a warlord, she rarely attended meetings at the Navy headquarters, consistently refusing summons. Yet, during the Marineford War, upon landing in Marineford, her bloodline was forcibly extracted. Thus, even the Seraphim's genes carry the imprint of her affection for Monkey D. Luffy. Both the pacifists and the Seraphim require over a year for cultivation, significantly shorter than the 5 years it took for the clones of Vinsmoke Sanji. Should another Marineford War arise, it remains uncertain whether the second batch of Seraphim could complete their cultivation in time. In a hushed tone aboard the Ark Maxim, Dr. Vegapunk pondered the necessity of having Bartholomew Kuma immediately transport these blood samples back to Sky Island for a second round of Seraphim cultivation. Alternatively, he considered seizing the opportunity to capture a Paramecia user from Wano country. Temporarily casting aside such distractions, Dr. Vegapunk piloted the Ark Maxim to great heights, soaring above the thunderclouds. After ensuring Violet and Monet were adequately protected, he rejoined the fray of battle. With the successful achievement of several planned objectives, Dr. Vegapunk found himself intrigued by the blood of the formidable figures, Charlotte Lin and Kaido. Acquiring the blood of other powerful individuals like Akainu, Akiji, Monkey D, Dragon, or even St. Charlos would be even more advantageous, as they possessed potent genes for cultivating Seraphim, despite lacking Paramecia abilities. The battlefield between St. Charlos, Akainu, Kaido, and Enel raged fiercely, and Dr. Vegapunk hesitated to involve himself in such a terrifying conflict. He could not join Akiji and Dragon, nor did he need to intervene with Shiki unless the latter was on the brink of defeat. However, if Shiki sought to escape, few could impede his flight. Thus, it remained solely between Dr. Vegapunk and Big Mom, whose ironclad balloon body proved challenging to breach. It seemed more prudent to corner a free-spirited captain like Dr. Vegapunk, forcing him into direct opposition against the celestial dragons and the Navy. Uncertain whether Dr. Vegapunk, having forsaken his path to the Navy, might have the opportunity to join his ranks, Dr. Vegapunk contemplated this possibility. Upon returning to the battlefield, Dr. Vegapunk discovered that the Knights of God, previously frightened away by his presence, had rejoined the assault against Dr. Vegapunk. These 3 knights appeared resolute in their intent to eliminate this gravity-manipulating blind man. What an opportunity! Dr. Vegapunk exclaimed, realizing the Knights of God were determined to corner Dr. Vegapunk. He decided to assist Dr. Vegapunk in staining his hands with the blood of the celestial dragons. Hold on, Dr. Vegapunk. I'm coming to help you, Dr. Vegapunk called out, charging toward the knights with a fierce gaze. Mont Blanc, who had witnessed the gruesome demise of his comrade, was instantly gripped by fear at the sight of Dr. Vegapunk. Careful. This wretched experiment could eliminate a Knight of God. Mont Blanc warned his comrades, preferring to engage with Dr. Vegapunk, a seemingly harmless blind man, rather than face the threat posed by Dr. Vegapunk. Why are our adversaries so formidable today? One of the knights exclaimed, as they struggled against the unexpected arrival of both Shiki and Dr. Vegapunk, who had disrupted their previously advantageous position. The tide of battle had turned, and failure loomed due to the miscalculations of Galen and Sengoku. Furiously, one knight clashed with Dr. Vegapunk, quickly realizing the latter's terrifying strength. Even he felt he was no match for Dr. Vegapunk. Fortunately, upon Dr. Vegapunk's entry into combat, Dr. Vegapunk reduced his attack intensity, preventing the knights from overpowering him and Dr. Vegapunk together. Now, one knight contemplated retreating, as Galen was responsible for this conflict. Should they fail, perhaps the position of leader of the Knights of God might fall to their family. How could Sengoku not deploy Kizaru and Garp? As one knight suffered a grievous injury from Dr. Vegapunk's claw, they realized he was no mere fool. Dr. Vegapunk had blood on his hands, stained with that of 2 ordinary celestial dragons and a Knight of God. Sir Dr. Vegapunk, I do not know you. Please refrain from making such misleading statements, Dr. Vegapunk frowned, wishing to exit the battlefield to pursue his original mission of saving lives. He did not wish to be branded as a member of Dr. Vegapunk's crew, forever opposing the celestial dragons and the world government. Dr. Vegapunk, as long as celestial dragons exist, peace will remain elusive. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for you and covet your devil fruit abilities. You cannot remain aloof. Dr. Vegapunk would not allow Dr. Vegapunk to escape easily. He intensified his power, determined to eliminate a Knight of God and burden Dr. Vegapunk with the immense sin of allying with him against the celestial dragons. Hearing Dr. Vegapunk's words, Dr. Vegapunk felt conflicted. He sought a path to enact change from above, minimizing civilian casualties, which was why he hesitated to join the Revolutionary Army. If he could ascend to a high-ranking position within the Navy or world government, he could gradually reshape the world. Mr. Dr. Vegapunk, since ancient times. True peace has been wrought through bloodshed. The celestial dragons are decaying. Even if you rise to a position of great authority, you cannot alter their will. Neither Iron Fist Garp nor Sengoku could, and even Dragon left the Navy to form the Revolutionary Army. Dr. Vegapunk continued, instilling his beliefs in Dr. Vegapunk while his power surged, black-red conqueror's haki crackling around him. He fixated on Montblanc, who was now displaying signs of fear, unleashing a barrage of laser-like assaults upon the knight. His dragon claws glowed with ominous purple patterns, infused with lethal poison, intent on dispatching yet another Knight of God. Venomous Dragon Claw. Dr. Vegapunk disregarded the knight's assault, targeting Montblanc with deadly intent. Not so. Dr. Vegapunk intervened, using his blade to parry the knight's weapon while employing his gravity fruit abilities to mitigate Dr. Vegapunk's onslaught, forcibly aiding Montblanc to evade the lethal strike. He could not allow a noble celestial dragon to perish in this battle. Blind man, if you assist us in confronting Dr. Vegapunk, I will make you a Navy Admiral. Monobard Saint, in a state of sheer terror, braced himself against the claws of the monstrous dragon of desolation. The haunting image of Gus Saint being torn apart resurfacing in his mind. Too late, roared the dragon, his arm swelling with an ominous power drawn from the demon and ancient giant races, breaking free from the overwhelming gravity with a venomous claw that struck Montabard's armored arm. However, beneath the terrifying force in the hardened protective layer, the dragon's toxic claw tore through Montabard's defenses, inflicting gaping wounds that exposed his white bones, flesh grotesquely mangled. A deluge of toxins flooded into Montabard's injuries, turning his crimson flesh an ominous shade of purplish black. No, he cried out, First Saint, Cornifer Saint, hold him back. I must tend to my wounds. After enduring excruciating pain, Montabard felt his arm succumbing rapidly to numbness, progressively poisoned and decaying. He fled in desperation, abandoning the two Divine Knights to race back to the CP Special Medical Team. For the first time in his years as a Divine Knight, he was gravely injured. The pain unbearable. His retreat instilled doubt in First Saint and Cornifer Saint, who hastily withdrew several hundred meters, realizing they were no match for the combined might of the dragon and the enigmatic figure. The dragon, intent on eliminating the Divine Knights, was halted by a gesture from the enigmatic figure. Let them go. Saving lives is our priority. With a serious expression, the figure turned his blind eyes toward the dragon. Unwilling to slay the celestial dragon, yet equally hesitant to confront the ruthless dragon of desolation. Are you certain? If I were to ask you to join us in exchange for your request, what would your response be? The dragon inquired nonchalantly, allowing First Saint and Cornifer Saint the chance to retreat from the battlefield. Your path mirrors that of the Revolutionary Army, fraught with sacrifice, perhaps even more reckless. It is not a path I wish to tread. The figure sighed, slowly sheathing his blade, still grappling with the dragon's devastating actions on Judicial Island, where countless innocent soldiers resided. In that case, may I take a small sample of your blood? This blood crystal dandelion is a product of healing fruit abilities and could save lives. The dragon produced several blood crystal dandelions and offered them to the figure, blatantly requesting his blood. The figure paused, then accepted the blood crystal dandelions, slicing his arm as a gesture of goodwill toward the celestial dragon. The dragon quickly utilized specialized equipment to collect the figure's blood, filling a vial. The figure consumed a blood crystal dandelion, witnessing his wound miraculously heal. A phenomenon that astonished him. This is a miraculous remedy. May I trade more of my blood for additional blood crystal dandelions? The figure surmised that the dragon had ulterior motives for wanting his blood. However, the efficacy of the blood crystal dandelions was undeniable. If his blood could save more lives, he would gladly offer more. Agreed. The dragon, momentarily taken aback, relinquished all his blood crystal dandelions to the figure, personally collecting blood and a small tissue sample from his arm. Observing the figure's resourcefulness as he tore a piece of cloth to bandage his wound, the dragon felt a surge of admiration for this blind man, whose humanity shone brightly amidst a world characterized by brutality and moral decay. You are a genuinely good person. I truly look forward to the prospect of becoming allies. The dragon tossed a high-quality blood crystal dandelion to the figure before transforming and soaring away. The figure caught the dandelion and paused his bandaging. After a moment, he consumed the dandelion, his wounds mending instantly, his strength significantly restored. You possess a kind heart, he said, glancing toward the direction in which the dragon had vanished, a sincere smile gracing his face as he hurried toward the injured civilians. Utilizing the precious blood crystal dandelions to save those in peril. For those with less severe injuries, he refrained from wasting such a rare remedy. Witnessing even the most horrific injuries, such as severed limbs, heal completely, the figure understood the immense value of the blood crystal dandelions. He felt that exchanging a portion of his blood for such a boon was exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, the dragon had healed him, leaving him with seemingly no loss. Meanwhile, First Saint and Cornifer Saint rushed into the fray against Garen Saint and Kaido of the Beasts. Garen, we can't hold out any longer. Gust is dead. Montabard is gravely injured. We don't know if Pains and Klein can withstand Big Mom and the Lion King's assault. Cornifer and I are no match for the combined might of East Wild Dragon and that blind swordsman. First Saint shouted angrily at Garen, lamenting this operation as a complete failure. For the first time, casualties had occurred within their divine knight order, resulting in the fall of a noble knight, a rarity in many years. If the war did not cease soon, they anticipated even greater losses. They had no desire to trade lives with those lowly beings. Rather, they needed to command the navy to engage these contemptible pirates swiftly. The failures of the other divine knights enraged Garen. These fools. However, the emergence of the blind swordsman of admiral caliber and the return of the Lion King Shiki had indeed taken them by surprise. Moreover, the incompetent Moria had not only survived but joined the Dragon of Desolation, now acting as if transformed, fiercely restraining one of their divine knights. These three alone had effectively immobilized the combat capabilities of 4 divine knights, greatly exceeding Garen's calculations. Without their interference, the divine knight order, alongside 2 naval admirals, would have had sufficient strength to confront the Dragon of Desolation, the Revolutionary Army, and the 4 emperors. Come, help me deal with that madman, Kaido of the Beasts. Garen, unwilling to engage in a prolonged struggle with Kaido, found himself relentlessly pursued by the beast. We must retreat quickly, First Saint shouted. Yet he and Cornifer Saint joined the assault against Kaido, increasing the pressure on him. Yet he grew more exhilarated, his ferocity escalating. Just then, the dragon, having swiftly delivered the figure's blood back to the Ark of Prophecy, soared toward the battlefield, determined to prevent Kaido's defeat, as it would jeopardize the entire situation. Kaido possessed immense power, yet he had been captured by the world government and navy numerous times, under the assault of many formidable foes, even the strongest creature on land, sea, and air could not withstand. The dragon's intervention significantly alleviated Kaido's burden. However, the combined strength of the dragon, and Kai, and Jin still struggled against the onslaught of Garen, Akainu, and the 2 divine knights. After all, Akainu's strength surpasses that of both Kaido and the Ember Calamity, especially with the assistance of 2 Knights of God. However, St. Garland is aging. He is no longer a match for Kaido, forcing Akainu to divert his attention to assist Garland against the beast Kaido. The terrifying battle involving 7 individuals has descended into a fragile balance. Under such pressure, the wild dragon strives to comprehend the conqueror's Haki. Kaido, why is it that my conqueror's Haki cannot be harnessed? The wild dragon once again engages Akainu head-on, as black and red lightning crackles around them. The conqueror's Haki erupting wildly, suppressing Akainu's elemental transformation. Yet, the intense heat and impact of the magma fruit's ability remain formidable. Wurararo, focus your conqueror's Haki. Do not scatter it aimlessly. Fuse it with your will and intent, and unleash it in a single direction. The beast Kaido sends Garland flying, brandishing his kanabo, launching a remote conqueror's Haki attack toward Akainu Sakazuki, sending him crashing into the distance. How can I concentrate when an explosion scatters it everywhere? The wild dragon struggles to condense the raging conqueror's Haki around him, but controlling it proves exceedingly challenging. You little brat, focus. Recall how you condense your armament Haki into a fist. Kaido bellows in frustration, exasperated at having to teach the wild dragon how to fight. However, the wild dragon's conqueror's Haki has indeed grown potent enough to be harnessed, already capable of impacting reality, causing the ground to crack beneath them. It seems that eliminating 2 celestial dragons and a knight of God, along with declaring war on the world government, has rapidly bolstered his spirit. Moreover, this wild dragon possesses a unique form of conqueror's Haki, akin to that of the red-haired Shanks, characterized by its inherent ability to suppress natural abilities, instilling fear in those with elemental powers. If he were to master the remote directional attack of conqueror's Haki, the wild dragon would likely become a nightmare for all elemental users, much like Shanks. Damn conqueror's Haki. Akainu Sakazuki seethes with rage as a pure soldier. He finds it exceptionally difficult to awaken the conqueror's Haki. Thus, he inherently lacks the formidable offensive capabilities possessed by the lawless Four Emperors. Nevertheless, the world government's 8th century foundation has enabled them to develop devil fruit abilities to a powerful extent, allowing them to barely contend with the conqueror's Haki, albeit in a passive manner. Hence, he harbors a deep-seated disdain for those who wield conqueror's Haki, particularly individuals like Shanks and the Wild Dragon who possess unique variations of it. Gather the erupted conqueror's Haki back into a single fist. The Wild Dragon's eyes widen, blood vessels appearing in his left eye as he roars, compressing the unleashed conqueror's Haki around him. Instantly, denser black and red lightning crackles around him. The difficulty of using the conqueror's Haki is akin to an ordinary person compressing a bucket of water into a bottle. Such terrifying difficulty prevents many who awaken conqueror's Haki from mastering its advanced form. Individuals like Doflamingo, Katakuri, and others have awakened for decades yet remain only capable of instilling fear in others. Some conquerors may never master even the basic form of intimidation, let alone fracture matter or control conqueror's Haki. Wurararo. Clever boy. Yet, this ocean does not need so many kings. Allow me to assist you. Let's see if you possess the destiny of a monarch. Without the resolve to face death, you lack the qualification to use conqueror's Haki. Witnessing the Wild Dragon showing signs of mastering conqueror's Haki under his casual guidance, Kaido erupts into manic laughter, suddenly bringing down his Kanabo enveloped in conqueror's Haki towards the Wild Dragon. The sheer force and dense black-red lightning cause the Wild Dragon's pupils to constrict, hair standing on end, as he realizes that Kaido is not joking. This is a lethal strike. The Wild Dragon feels the ominous stars of death twinkling above him. He had not anticipated Kaido's sudden attack. Under the terrifying threat of death, the Wild Dragon desperately compresses the conqueror's Haki surrounding him into his right fist. Damn you, Kaido. In the face of death, the Wild Dragon retaliates with an enraged right fist. The clash between the Wild Dragon's claw and Kaido's Kanabo sends forth countless black-red lightning bolts in an explosive display, sending Ember Calamity and the two Knights of God hurtling hundreds of meters away. St. Garland and Akaina glare at the Wild Dragon, this experimental subject. He has indeed mastered conqueror's Haki. Without hesitation, St. Garland rushes forward, his supreme blade enveloped in conqueror's Haki, attacking the Wild Dragon. Akaina shares the same intent, seeking to eliminate this young experimental subject during the clash between Kaido and the Wild Dragon, thereby extinguishing any chance of his growth. As St. Garland approaches, the beast Kaido and the Wild Dragon synchronize their movements, unleashing their attacks against Garland. Ugh! St. Garland's gaze sharpens as he quickly retracts his blade, shifting from offense to defense, attempting to block the two half-dragons' Haki-infused strikes. Yet, he is still sent flying back by the force of their combined attack, spitting out blood. Wurararo. Young dragon, you are now qualified to become a king. Would you like to take down that old man Whitebeard? I can assist you. You can also make a move against that scoundrel Shanks. Kaido laughs madly, completely embracing the Wild Dragon, relishing his audacious spirit. Unlike Whitebeard, who is content to age, or Shanks, who seeks balance and stability, Kaido enjoys the Wild Dragon's penchant for chaos. If the Wild Dragon can ascend to the position of a new emperor, Kaido would wholeheartedly support him. Together, their crews could upend the world. Garland. Akaina swiftly halts his assault, rushing to rescue the Knight Commander from the rubble. Damn peasants! St. Garland bellows in fury, having not felt such disgrace in over 30 years. He glares fiercely at the half-dragons, whose powers originate from the mythical Zoan-type fruit that belongs to him. Kaido, that you forced me to master conqueror's Haki, I will return that blow to you. The Wild Dragon gasps for breath, growling as the life-threatening situation has drained his stamina, overloading his organs and muscles. Wurararo, I await your return. Kaido's massive jaws curl into a sinister grin, wholly unconcerned by the Wild Dragon's threat. He relishes such straightforward individuals. Then let us eliminate them first. The Wild Dragon lost several pieces of blood crystal dandelion that had just been brought from the Ark's prophecy, swiftly recovering his internal injuries and strength. To confront the formidable Garant Saint and Red Dog, who were stronger than himself, he needed to maintain 100% combat capability, while also being wary of the unpredictable Kaido of the beasts. Wurararo, let the war continue. Kaido charged towards Garant Saint, wielding a spiked club with ferocity. While the Wild Dragon sought to master the Conqueror's Haki he had just grasped, he aimed to fully comprehend the Conqueror's Haki during this war. Boom. The entire Salb Kingdom began to tremble as the terrifying battle among the four raged on, rendering even the Divine Knights, Enzai Jin and Conifer Saint, unable to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Conifer Saint and Enzai Jin focused their efforts on confronting Enzai Jin, aiming to eliminate or capture this Lunaria tribe member. Far away on the northern battlefield, Big Mom, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Dracula Mihawk sensed the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki from the shore, causing them to gasp in surprise. However, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, had already excitedly defeated Klein Saint and seized the design of the Underworld King from him. Severely wounded, Klein Saint fled frantically under the cover of CP0 agents. Big Mom did not pursue them. Instead, she charged toward another battlefield, intent on acquiring the Underworld King design from Pain Saint as well. Charlotte Linlin, get away. That is my prey, roared Shiki, furious at her interference. Mamma mia, you useless legless lion, do you really think you can defeat them? Leave it to me. The Underworld King design is mine. Unfazed by Shiki's threats, Big Mom joined the fray, charging toward Pain Saint and striking down anyone who dared to obstruct her, including Shiki. In an instant, chaos erupted among the three factions. Dragons, do not stand in my way. Take your revolutionary army and leave this island. Akiji Kazan, wielding an ice blade, coldly addressed Dracula Mihawk upon witnessing Pain Saint and Chibuta Kaji in peril. Hand over those blueprints, and I shall let you pass, Dracula Mihawk replied with a nonchalant smile. Although he possessed only a few blueprints, he was determined to gather more. Even if he couldn't acquire the complete design of the Underworld King, he would ensure that others could not either, rendering the blueprints forever incomplete. Agreed. Akiji contemplated briefly before handing over several yellowed blueprints to Dracula Mihawk. Perhaps if the Celestial Dragons, the Revolutionary Army, and pirates all possessed fragments of the blueprints, it would prevent the Underworld battleship from manifesting. If the old man knew how fervently you were protecting the Celestial Dragons, I wonder if he would bestow upon you a loving iron fist. After receiving the blueprints, Dracula Mihawk smiled and vanished like a whirlwind. Akiji, still expressionless, took a deep breath and quickly engaged in the chaotic battle. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, had already acquired part of the Underworld King blueprints and could not be allowed to seize the portion from Pain Saint, lest she collect the upper half. With Akiji's participation, the fight grew even more tumultuous, forcing Big Mom and Shiki to temporarily ally against their adversaries. Hidden in the shadows, the Sand Crocodile observed the fierce clash among these powerful beings, his hopes of snatching the Underworld King blueprints dwindling. He yearned for these combatants to suffer mutual destruction, allowing him to reap the benefits. Though the likelihood of such an outcome was slim, he remained unwilling to depart, vowing not to give up until the final moment. Meanwhile, the bear, having sent thousands flying, began to pant heavily, having exceeded his limits for the day. Relying solely on his paw fruit ability to save a significant portion of Salb Kingdom's residents proved exceedingly arduous. King Kuma, you have done your utmost. Take a rest. King Burdock expressed concern for Kuma. His injuries had fully healed under the blood crystal dandelion's effects, and he was deeply moved and pleased to see Kuma rescue so many northern residents. Having saved the inhabitants of the south, Kuma had already fulfilled his duty. After all, the northern residents were part of the allied nations, while the southern ones were not. Moreover, some northern residents remained reluctant to leave, stubbornly refusing to believe that the world government would utterly destroy their homeland. They were unwilling to abandon their home. Papa Bear, those ungrateful individuals who refuse to believe in us should be left to their own devices. The wild dragon had once declared to let go of the urge to help others and respect their fate. Bonnie felt a pang of sympathy for the weary bear. They had already rescued the residents they knew in the south, and most of the northern ones were saved as well. They were not saviors, and it was unnecessary to save those who were stubbornly clinging to their possessions and ancestral lands. Under the persistent persuasion of Queen Bonnie and King Bulldog, the Great Bear reluctantly relinquished some northern nobles and residents, returning with a weary body to the Ark Prophecy for rest. The bear needed to swiftly regain strength to rejoin the fray. After Trafalgar Law and Lafitte completed their tasks, they too arrived at the battlefield on the shore to observe the clash between Enel and Moonlight Moria, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack. Once Crocaras entered the fray, he and Mori combined their forces to severely wound the Divine Knight Paragord, compelling him to retreat hastily. As Moonlight Moria teetered on the brink of defeat against the female Divine Knight Tamali, Crow and Mori finally managed to intervene and rescue the beleaguered Moria. Sensing the peril, the female knight decisively withdrew to regroup with her fellow Divine Knights. In this war, they had already met with failure. Observing the other Divine Knights, all either injured or fleeing, the Divine Knight Plaisez also sought to retreat from his fierce battle with Enel, but found himself obstructed by the relentless God of Thunder. This presented an opportunity for Crow and Mori to encircle and completely trap this Divine Knight. Meanwhile, Law and Lafitte, witnessing the grievously wounded Moonlight Moria, had no choice but to escort him back to the Ark Prophecy for urgent treatment to mend his exaggerated injuries. In the special treatment team, the severely injured Divine Knight Montabard, who had been ravaged by the Raging Dragon and was suffering from lethal poison, along with the gravely injured Divine Knight Klein, and the wounded Paragord, were all undergoing rapid medical care. Upon Tamali's return, her expression was grim as she recalled the fate of the torn-apart Divine Knight Gust. The esteemed Divine Knight Order had been reduced to such a state. We must hasten to rescue the Divine Knight Pains. He possesses the design for the Underworld King, which must not fall into the hands of Big Mom or the Golden Lion. The injured Klein gritted his teeth, seething with fury as he realized that the design had already been seized by Big Mom. Plazes, now entangled by the rabble, needed to be saved. The less injured Paragord expressed his ire upon witnessing Tamali abandon Plazes to return. I cannot save him alone, Tamali retorted coldly, feeling the presence of the returning drag. She had to withdraw decisively. Plazes, having been slow to escape, found himself ensnared by the thunder god Enel, a misfortune attributed to his lack of strength. Curse it! The Divine Knights roared in frustration, cursing the tardiness of the Navy's reinforcements. Had a Marine Admiral or Iron Fist Carp arrived sooner, their plight might not have been so dire. On the battlefield by the shore, the already wounded Fire Calamity Jean was beleaguered by two Divine Knights, forcing him to utilize his aerial advantage to evade their relentless assault. Should this continue, he might indeed be unable to withstand their combined might. The battle among the Raging Dragon, Kaido, and the two Divine Knights remained frenzied and intense. Within a radius of several thousand meters, no one dared to approach. Even ordinary Marine Vice Admirals would collapse upon entering this zone. Without elite Vice Admirals or candidates for Admiral rank, none could endure the overwhelming presence of their conqueror as Haki. Wororo. Delightful. Exhilarating. Kaido of the 100 Beasts bellowed with maniacal laughter, reveling in his supremacy in this arena. However, his strength did not surpass that of the newcomer, the Raging Dragon, who was notably the weakest and could be bullied. Yet, his physical constitution was extraordinarily robust, even more so than Kaido's, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Nevertheless, for one so young and new to the fray, his rise to the pinnacle of combat showcased his terrifying prowess and unparalleled potential, far exceeding that of the young emperors and admirals of yore. In this supercharged conflict, the Raging Dragon's breath came in rapid gasps, while the aged Garland displayed signs of fatigue, leaving only Kaido and Akainu brimming with vitality. It was they who were true battle engines. Now, the battle had evolved into a primary conflict between Kaido and Akainu, with the Raging Dragon and Garland in supportive roles. Raging Dragon, while I disdain forming any ridiculous alliances like that with Charlotte Linlin, you are to my taste. Perhaps I could consider offering my foolish daughter to you. Kaido grew increasingly exhilarated. Finding satisfaction in the war ignited by the Raging Dragon, this was the most gratifying battle he had experienced in years, even surpassing the thrill of his encounters with Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Very well, I shall also bestow upon you a generous supply of artificial devil fruits as gifts. The collision between the Raging Dragon's Haki-infused dragon claws and Garland's Haki-wielding supreme longsword reverberated, pushing them back several dozen meters. Yet, the Raging Dragon's power was visibly on the rise, intensifying the murderous intent in Garland's gaze. Should the Raging Dragon continue to grow at this rate, within a year, he could become a figure as terrifying as Kaido. In 2 or 3 years, he might even surpass Kaido, evolving into a monstrous entity akin to rocks. Most critically, the Raging Dragon's intellect far surpassed that of the brutish Kaido. While the 4 Emperors' factions did not threaten the world government's dominion, the likes of the Raging Dragon and Drag posed a fundamental threat to the Celestial Dragon's rule. This drove Garland, disregarding his dwindling stamina, to desire the slaying of the Raging Dragon. However, the cunning Raging Dragon frequently maneuvered Kaido to absorb the brunt of the lethal attacks, engaging in direct confrontations. As their battle escalated, even Kaido and Akainu suffered injuries, blood spilling from their wounds, prompting the Raging Dragon to recklessly gather their blood. Yet, the 3 adversaries understood the Raging Dragon's nefarious intentions and prevented him from collecting it. Their blood was either evaporated by magma or flame dragon breath or obliterated by sword energy, leaving the Raging Dragon with naught. On another front, the arrival of Drag plunged the besieged Plazes into dire straits. Within half an hour, he was brought low, on the verge of succumbing to the merciless god of thunder. Enel. Just then, a pirate ship adorned with a crimson dragon had emerged at the seaside of the Salt Kingdom, prompting Drag to furrow his brow as he regarded the shore. As Enel prepared to deliver a lethal blow, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a potent wave of Conqueror's Haki. Nearly losing his elemental form, this invoked memories of the terrifying Conqueror's Haki wielded by the raging dragon, compelling his gaze toward the source of that formidable aura. The ramifications of this war were too severe, threatening the balance of the world. Drag, for the sake of our alliance, spare this celestial dragon and cease this conflict. I shall ensure the safety of the common people in this nation, declared a man cloaked in black. Exuding an unmatched aura of Conqueror's Haki as he strode onto the battlefield, black-red lightning crackling around him, illuminating the sky. The appearance of red-haired Shanks made Kaido and Garland in the distance involuntarily scowl, seemingly reluctant to witness his presence. Damn it! Get out of my way. Enel bellowed in fury, attempting to plunge his golden spear into place as hard amidst the oppressive pressure of Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. Do not move, you thunderous brat. 2 gunshots rang out, causing Enel to freeze momentarily, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. 2 bullets, imbued with advanced Haki, whizzed past his ears, grazing the skin on either side of his face. Amidst the red-haired pirates, First Mate Ben Beckman and Sniper Jesus Burgess raised their long guns, smoke still curling from the barrels, aiming directly at Enel. Humph! Enel glared back with murderous intent, etching the visages of Shanks, Beckman, and Burgess firmly into his memory. Suddenly, a transparent paw descended from the heavens, exploding beside Enel and creating a massive bear paw-shaped crater. 2 towering shadows emerged beside him. Resembling iron towers, Bartholomew Kuma and Gecko Moria made their entrance. Dragon-S Conqueror-S Haki erupted with a chilling force. His expression remained impassive, leaving those around him uncertain of his thoughts. Crows and Moria exchanged glances, coldly scrutinizing the red-haired pirates, as if a terrifying battle was on the verge of erupting. Shanks' gaze deepened as he assessed the formidable lineup before him, sensing a distinct lack of respect from his adversaries. Fagaland Shanks, save me! Pleasures cried out in terror. Bloodied and burned, his body marred with wounds from the onslaught. Enraged, Enel laughed maniacally. Ha! A Yonko, yet a descendant of the celestial dragons. How utterly hilarious! However, Shanks' Conqueror-S Haki remained steadfastly directed at Enel, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow to the knight. I have come to quell this conflict, dragon. Are you truly certain you wish to engage us in battle? Shanks disregarded Enel's arrogance and addressed Dragon, the most powerful among them. To engage in combat would only escalate this war into a world-shattering catastrophe. I am merely protecting my allies. Dragon, one of the few privy to Shanks' lineage, was aware of his inheritance of Gold, Roger's South Will, and his close ties with Roger's son, Luffy. As tensions reached a freezing point, Knight Tamalago, accompanied by 3 injured knights and a multitude of CP agents, surrounded them, intent on rescuing Pleasures and uniting with Shanks, the forsaken celestial dragon, to combat the rabble of the dragon pirates and revolutionary army. Fagaland clan, assist us in eliminating them, and we shall grant you another chance to return to the Holy Land. Tamalago shouted at Shanks, reminiscent of the young gallant saint. The appearance of the knights heightened the vigilance of Dragon and Kuma, shifting the atmosphere into a tempest of uncertainty. I refuse. I am here to prevent war. Anyone who desires to continue this conflict shall become an enemy of the red-haired pirates. Shanks smirked at the arrival of the knights. The red-haired pirates sought to disrupt the balance of power without directly engaging in battle. Their presence alone could compel these factions to cease hostilities. With a swift draw of his renowned sword, Griffin, Shanks' overwhelming Conqueror-S Haki surged to new heights, causing Dragon-S expression to shift slightly. While he could not rival Shanks in this regard, he remained unafraid. Tamalago glared at Shanks, the wild child who repeatedly rejected a return to the Holy Land. Without the strength of Galen's Saint S bloodline, could this pirate have achieved such prowess at a young age? Let us depart. Enel, Kuma, the second in command of the Dragon Pirates, suddenly urged the menacing Enel. Their objectives in this war had been met. Lingering further might invite unforeseen complications. That Enel cast a resentful glance at the towering Kuma but soon caught sight of the storm clouds above, lightning flickering within them, prompting a swift change of heart. Damn it! I will obliterate the knights and the red-haired pirates with Rajan. He kicked Pleasures towards Shanks and, freed from the threat of Shanks' Haki, transformed into lightning and vanished. Kuma and Dragon exchanged glances. Dragon transformed into a gust of wind, leading Crows and Moria away to gather Bello Betty and other revolutionary officers. Kuma also vanished with Moria in an instant. The knights, unable to intervene, recognized their current inability to confront these foes and required the protection of the red-haired pirates. Leave this island, now, Shanks commanded, clutching Pleasures and casting a frigid glare at the knights. The audacity of these corrupt celestial dragons to openly massacre an island and spread the news worldwide was even more egregious than the God Valley incident. How dare you show us disrespect? Tomalago and Klein glared furiously at Shanks, the insufferable wild child. The commoners of Solb Kingdom are under our protection. You will vacate this place immediately. Shanks' Conqueror-S Haki bore down upon the knights, while Beckman and Burgess pointed their weapons at the injured knights. The knights' expressions shifted dramatically, their animosity towards Shanks palpable. Return pleasures to us, Tomalago implored, while Klein, not wishing to clash with the red-haired pirates, sought only to reach another battlefield and reclaim the Pluton blueprint from Big Mom, ensuring they would not face punishment from Emu for a failed mission. Do not let me witness your slaughter of innocents, Shanks retorted coldly, hurling the injured pleasures back. In the next moment, his expression shifted drastically as he, along with the others, gazed skyward. A colossal black lightning sphere crackled with electricity as it plummeted from the heavens. May the knights and the red-haired pirates be obliterated. Enel screamed maniacally, directing the massive lightning sphere toward Tomalago and Shanks. This terrifying sphere caught the attention of Kaido, who relished such destructive displays. Yet, due to the earlier extraction of excessive lightning for the Raijane, this lightning strike was slightly smaller than the one that had annihilated Judicial Island, yet still exuded a sense of devastation. Kaido, you dimwit, eliminate those two rascals swiftly. If Shanks arrives, this battle will end. Enel realized the impending arrival of Shanks would spell the end of this war. This self-proclaimed guardian of the ocean's balance would never allow his father to perish, nor would he permit the conflict to continue. Taking advantage of the moment when red-haired Shanks is restrained by Enel's lightning, he and Kaido must ensure that Garling Saint and Akaina pay the utmost price. You dare insult me, you little brat. However, red-haired Shanks is indeed quite bothersome. I shall unleash my true capabilities. Flame Dragon's Great Torch. The beast Kaido roared, transforming into an Azure Dragon as endless flames surged forth, forming a colossal fire dragon over 1,000 meters long, the terrifying heat melting the ground into magma. This power made even Akainu, a user of the magma fruit, furrow his brows. Observing this, the Crimson Dragon also transformed into a scarlet dragon, soaring into the sky, channeling its strength to gather lightning, activating the lineage of the ancient giants. Lightning Dragon's Great Torch. The Crimson Dragon, unwilling to be outdone, morphed into a massive lightning dragon of similar size. Although their forms were comparable, the aura emanating from it was a tier weaker than Kaido's fire dragon. Warararo. Little brat. Well done. The beast Kaido laughed maniacally. This little rascal, the Crimson Dragon, not only learned the Conqueror's Haki from him, but also mimicked this technique almost perfectly, which truly delighted him. As the fire dragon and lightning dragon loomed in the sky, the entire Solb Kingdom witnessed this awe-inspiring spectacle. One red and one gold. Two dragons spanning the heavens, a sight unparalleled. Quickly, everyone, start filming. Is the world live stream active? A chubby white bird shouted frantically at its subordinates. Eyes brimming with excitement, today's events in the Solb Kingdom were destined to be etched in history. President, the live stream has already commenced. The underground world is broadcasting it, but the Sabaody Archipelago and other allied nations have refused to participate. A technician from a news agency exclaimed excitedly. Gahaha. Tomorrow's newspapers, and even those for the following week, will sell like hotcakes. Morgans trembled with exhilaration, laughing maniacally. Even the legendary Knights of God suffered greatly under the Crimson Dragon scheme, and the world would undoubtedly erupt. 3 emperors of the sea are engaged in battle. The world has gone mad. The strength of the world government is astonishingly robust, and the combat prowess of the Knights of God is exceedingly formidable. Who unleashed that black lightning sphere? Could it be the world-ending lightning sphere that obliterated Judicial Island? Donya's Crimson Dragon has surprisingly grown strong enough to fight alongside Kaido. Has he ascended to the level of an emperor? Mama, that Kaido fellow, and that little brat. The Crimson Dragon is just as strong. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, was captivated by the 2 dragons, and the descent of the lightning sphere compelled her to hasten her assault on Garling Saint, fearing the island would soon meet its demise. Jekakik. Such a terrifying technique. I wonder who will bear the brunt of this strike. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, noting that even Garling and Akainu would find it challenging to emerge unscathed from such an attack. Oh no, Garling Saint and Kazan, the Blue Pheasant, exchanged worried glances towards the terrifying twin dragons. These madmen. One smile decisively activated his ability, raising a portion of land to carry the rescued civilians away from this dreadful hell. On the battlefield by the shore, bastards, do they intend to annihilate this island? Divine avoidance. Red flash. Red-haired Shanks shouted angrily, his griffin entwined with an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, as black-red lightning illuminated the sky. A terrifying sword aura surged upwards as if splitting the heavens. Clang! This fearsome sword aura cleaved through the black lightning sphere, even parting the storm clouds above, making it appear as if the sky itself had been sliced open. Witnessing this, Enel clenched his fists, his pupils trembling. His strongest move had been severed. Everyone was astonished by red-haired Shank's might. Is this the terrifying power of an emperor? Yet, in the next moment, the severed black lightning sphere did not perish but detonated. The horrific explosion compelling both the Knights of God and the red-haired pirates to unleash their powers in defense. This is all I can do, red-haired Shanks lamented, as he foresaw that if the complete lightning storm descended, it would unleash even more terrifying power, utterly annihilating a portion of the island. Now, with it exploding in the air, at least some defense could be mounted, but the surface had been entirely devastated. Boom! The white lightning illuminated the sea. Countless shockwaves erupting from below the ground, obliterating the forces unleashed by the lightning storm. Amidst the endless explosions, the members of the red-haired pirates and the Knights of God frantically utilized their armament Haki for protection. However, the severely injured Plaisez Saint, with his feeble Haki, could not sustain his defense. Amidst the relentless lightning, he transformed into a charred, humanoid entity. His ears, nose, and fingers were completely carbonized, reduced to ash. As the lightning subsided, he became a semi-destroyed being, his chest still heaving. On the other side, following the aftermath of the lightning storm, the gigantic twin dragons had already swooped down. Flame Dragon's Great Torch, Flame 8 trigrams. The Fire Dragon, transformed by the beast Kaido, charged towards Garling Saint with its terrifying heat and power, its horns wrapped in astonishing conqueror's Haki. Lightning Dragon's Great Torch. I declare, the victor shall prevail. The Lightning Dragon, transformed by the Crimson Dragon, also barreled towards Garling Saint, its horns similarly entwined with conqueror's Haki. Since ancient times, battles were won from above. Today, the Crimson Dragon must join forces with Kaido to eliminate a formidable foe. The Fire Dragon and Lightning Dragon charged down one after the other, instilling fear in Garling Saint. Lowly peasant. Supreme Celestial Dragon Slash. Garling Saint swung his supreme longsword with reckless abandon, unleashing a frenzy of conqueror's Haki, colliding violently with Kaido's most powerful strike. Boom. The clash of their blows erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the supreme sword of Garling Saint bending into an astonishing arc. Garling Saint spat blood. Yet he persevered. Garling Saint. Hellish infernal dog. Akainu transformed into a colossal magma hellhound, launching a lateral assault against Kaido's Flame Dragon's Great Torch, roaring with terrifying power, forcefully sending the immobilized Kaido flying. However, the Lightning Dragon, transformed by the Crimson Dragon, immediately crashed into Garling Saint as Kaido was sent flying. Garling Saint's mouth and nose bled again as he swung his blade for a second time, desperately blocking the full-force strike of the Crimson Dragon. Garling Saint roared in fury, his entire being bursting forth with power and conqueror's Haki, steadfastly resisting Dongye's Lightning Dragon's descending blow. Old man, die for me. The Crimson Dragon's muscles bulged, his conqueror's Haki surging forth, gradually bending Garling Saint's supreme sword downwards. Boom. The ground beneath Garling Saint sank several meters, the surrounding land within 1,000 meters shattering into debris. Crack. Garling Saint's right hand, gripping the sword, had its sleeve entirely shredded, revealing sinewy muscles. Yet at this moment, the arm enveloped in armament Haki and conqueror's Haki began to tremble, the muscles contorting in a grotesque manner. No. Garling Saint's left hand exerted tremendous force to support his right, determined to withstand the cataclysmic strike of the arid dragon. A resounding crack echoed as bones shattered, draining the color from Garling Saint's face. The sound of breaking bones resonated from his right arm once more. In the next instant, a thunderous crash reverberated as Garling Saint was mercilessly driven into a deep pit by the arid dragon's overwhelming strength, his supreme sword flying from his grasp. A gory spray of blood erupted within the chasm. Haha. Victory belongs to me. The arid dragon laughed maniacally, having decisively defeated this legendary celestial dragon. Although he had merely capitalized on Kaido's misfortune, the triumph invigorated him tremendously. He had always known that in a clash of titans, the upper hand would prevail. Die. The arid dragon swiftly shed his lightning dragon form, transforming into a half-dragon man, and charged into the depths of the pit. Despicable experiment, perish. At that moment, a terrifying sniper bullet was towards the arid dragon, forcing him to halt and evade the menacing sea stone projectile. Fox Saint, wielding a golden dragon sniper rifle, had fired at the arid dragon, successfully saving Garling Saint's life. Cornifer Saint continued his struggle against the infernal scourge, but Garling Saint's defeat cast a dark shadow over their expressions. Haha. You cannot stop me. The arid dragon exhaled a cloud of purple poison, engulfing the entire pit area, vanishing into the noxious mist as he continued his assault on the incapacitated Garland Saint. However, the sound of rapid footsteps approached, and a fierce sword aura cleaved through the purple haze, dispersing it with a thunderous force. The arid dragon was forced back, revealing his form. Arid dragon, grant me this favor and bring an end to this conflict. Red-haired Shanks had inexplicably reappeared on the battlefield, a true harbinger of chaos. Boom. Magma erupted as Akaina was sent reeling back by Kaido's blow, scattering molten rock everywhere. Gradually regaining his composure, Akaina bled from his mouth and nose, gasping for breath. Red-haired Shanks. Great Watto. Thunder 8 trigrams. Upon seeing red-haired Shanks, Kaido unleashed his most powerful strike in his half-dragon form. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, imbued with unparalleled power, aimed directly at Shanks. Supreme God Avoidance. Shanks' gaze sharpened as he swiftly swung his griffin, fearlessly countering Kaido's assault. The clash of their distant Haki attacks was so potent that even the arid dragon was sent flying, while Akaina had to retreat to safety. The confrontation between these two emperors shook the very earth, causing the ground to fracture as if it had been plowed multiple times. Endless black and red lightning flickered, dispersing the storm clouds above. How terrifying. It was far more explosive than the clash between Kaido and Garland. The arid dragon pushed back, observed the formidable encounter between the two emperors with exhilaration, knowing that he would soon attain such power himself. As the residual shockwaves dissipated, the factions began to confront one another. Cough. Garland Saint struggled to rise from the pit, trembling as he stood, his right arm nearly shattered, filled with murderous intent. He glared at Kaido and the arid dragon, particularly furious at the latter for rendering his right arm useless. He hastened to reclaim his supreme sword, though wielding it with his left hand felt awkward, diminishing his strength. Warararo. Arid dragon, you did well. You have incapacitated this old fool. Kaido laughed heartily upon seeing Shanks without his left arm and Garland also deprived of his right, a testament to their shared lineage. Kaido, Shanks has arrived. I cannot linger any longer. I cannot contend with Akainu and Garland alone. The arid dragon stated flatly, transforming into a colossal dragon and soaring into the sky. Given the current circumstances, he was eager to flee. Otherwise, once Kaido was engaged by Shanks, he would find himself besieged by the vengeful Garland and Akainu. Not to mention a sniper equipped with sea stone bullets. He would not engage in such a disadvantageous battle. Humph. Coward. Yet, red-haired Shanks was truly an irksome presence. Jean. You go on ahead. I wish to deal another blow. Kaido, witnessing the arid dragon's retreat, recognized that this conflict could no longer continue. Yet, his disdain for Shanks, the disruptor of this global war, was palpable. With that, Kaido charged forward with his Kanabo, intent on eliminating the wounded Garland Saint entirely. However, Shanks and Akaina quickly intervened, rescuing the gravely injured Garland. Hearing Kaido's orders, the infernal Scourge Jin ceased his dalliance and took to the skies, no longer entangled with Cornifer Saint. He understood that Kaido would be fine. His priority was his own safety. Observing this, the arid dragon swiftly made his escape, distancing himself from the battlefield. Kaido could unleash his fury, and he would allow him to take the lead, as the arid dragon would no longer accompany him. After issuing a retreat order to the arid dragon faction, he begrudgingly surged towards the northern battlefield, where Charlotte Linlin, Shiki the Golden Lion, Kazan, and T-Pig were still embroiled in a fierce struggle, each unwilling to relinquish the designs of Pluton. On the shore, the red-haired pirates and the Knights of God had both sustained injuries amidst the thunderstorm. Particularly, Praiser Saint had been severely wounded, nearly succumbing to the explosive onslaught of lightning. The Revolutionary Army, led by Drago, had safely withdrawn, no longer entangled in the subsequent conflict, while a smile accompanied their departure, taking civilians with them. In the northern battlefield. Aha. Big Mom, shall I assist you in seizing the Pluton designs? All I require is a drop of your blood as payment. A massive crimson dragon materialized in the sky, emanating an overwhelming presence that darkened the expressions of Kazan and Saint Pain. How had this fiend returned? Upon hearing the word blood, Shiki's anger flared as he recalled the arid dragon's previous collection of his blood, casting a furious glare in his direction. Arid dragon. Help me acquire the Pluton designs, and I shall offer you a daughter in marriage. Big Mom, sensing the arid dragon's formidable aura, immediately contemplated a union to bind him to the Charlotte family. If I desire Smoothie and Bruley, would you wed? If you refuse, your blood would suffice. Otherwise, you shall not lay claim to the Pluton designs in the hands of the Knights of God today. Our arid dragon faction and Drago's Revolutionary Army have already retreated. Kaido will likely depart after taking a beating. Once the Knights of God and Akainu arrive, both you and Shiki shall need to flee immediately. The arid dragon descended, Haki swirling around him as he charged towards Kazan, intent on obtaining a sample of his blood. After all, during the Paramount War, even Diamond Jozu had managed to draw blood from this languid individual. However, upon witnessing the impending strike of the ruinous dragon, Kazan, the blue pheasant, did not overestimate his abilities. He swiftly elementalized into ice, evading the devastating impact of the ruinous dragon's explosion. The ground was violently shattered, creating a large crater. Yet the half-dragon entity did not pursue the attack further. Instead, it turned its gaze towards Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin, awaiting her decision. It was rumored that the dragon abilities possessed by this experimental subject originated from Kaido. Was she coveting my powers? Big Mom's expression darkened as she regarded the ruinous dragon. Neither her formidable commander Smoothie nor her three-eyed subordinate Broly could be wed to the ruinous dragon. As for her own blood, there was no way she would offer it to him. The ruinous dragon was already immensely powerful, boasting not only an indomitable physique but also the capacity to wield the abilities of dragon, lightning, fire, and poison. She had no intention of granting him her ironclad body or the powers of her soul fruit. Otherwise, he would evolve into a monstrosity more terrifying than Kaido of the Beasts, posing a significant obstacle to her ambitions of claiming the title of Pirate King. Nevertheless, Big Mom yearned for such advanced techniques. How had the ruinous dragon acquired such formidable powers? She longed to seize a scientist. Alas, artificial devil fruits could only be Zoan types. If he was unwilling, then it was futile. The ruinous dragon decisively vanished from the battlefield, propelling himself towards another conflict. He was oblivious to how long Kaido of the Beasts could hold off red-haired Shanks and Akainu. He did not wish to linger with Big Mom and reluctantly relinquished the prospect of her ironclad physique and soul fruit. Upon reappearing, he plunged into the fray between Peach Rabbit Cheyenne and Smoothie. Though the ability of the squeeze fruit was somewhat lacking, it could still serve as a strategic reserve. The ruinous dragon launched a surprise assault on the Desert General Smoothie, catching the long-legged beauty swordsman off guard. The overwhelming force sent her crashing into the ruins. Peach Rabbit Cheyenne immediately retreated several meters, fixating on this notorious criminal daring to slay celestial dragons. Yet the ruinous dragon paid her no heed, advancing relentlessly with his assault. Ruinous dragon, how dare you lay a hand on my daughter? From a distance, upon witnessing Smoothie's assault, Big Mom erupted in furious exclamations. She cast a conflicted glance at Paraspero, momentarily setting aside her interest in the designs for the Pluton to rush to Smoothie's aid. Clang! Amidst the ruins, Smoothie's sword swung fiercely at the ruinous dragon, the terrifying sword aura slicing through the surrounding structures like butter. However, the blade was forcefully seized by the ruinous dragon's armed Haki-enveloped claws. My dear, a mere drop of blood will suffice. You shan't perish. With swift agility, the ruinous dragon ensnared Smoothie's form with his massive tail while piercing her shoulder with another claw. In an instant, blood gushed from the wound, and he promptly filled a small vial. Before Big Mom could arrive, the ruinous dragon grinned widely and hurled Smoothie towards her, halting her advance while he vanished once more from the battlefield. Ruinous dragon, are you declaring war on the Big Mom pirates? Big Mom caught Smoothie, her furious voice laced with conqueror's haki. The children and officers of the Charlotte family halted their skirmishes, warily scanning their surroundings, fearing a sudden assault from the ruinous dragon. Regrettably, the book fruit user had not arrived, but the claw fruit wielded by the eldest Charlotte's son could suffice. The ruinous dragon charged towards Charlotte Paraspero, whose bounty stood at 700 million berries. Like Smoothie, he was a powerful progeny often accompanying Big Mom into battle. Paraspero, acting as Big Mom's strategist, quickly shouted in alarm. Not good. Candy wall. Candy armor. With a flick of his candy scepter, formidable purple candy walls emerged around him, while he donned impenetrable candy armor enhanced with armed Haki. Crash. One of the candy walls shattered under the force of the ruinous dragon's punch, and with an unstoppable blow, he landed a solid hit on Paraspero's face. The Haki-enveloped candy armor crumbled with the impact, distorting Paraspero's visage. Boom. Paraspero was slammed against the very candy wall he had conjured, the brutal collision causing him to spew blood and roll his eyes back in agony. The ruinous dragon grinned maliciously, lifting Paraspero upside down, letting his blood drip into a special vial. Ruinous dragon, I will surely slay you. All combat ceased as everyone converged. Big Mom, seated atop the thundercloud Zeus, furiously commanded her children and officers to regroup, wary of a stealthy ambush from the ruinous dragon. I advise you against such threats, otherwise, I shall end him right here. The ruinous dragon, clutching Paraspero, transformed into a colossal dragon and ascended into the sky, casting a brazen smile at the approaching Big Mom. Roar. The ruinous dragon unleashed his conqueror's haki, gazing defiantly at Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Initially, I merely sought a drop of your blood. This way, I could not only assist you in acquiring the Pluton designs, but could also forge an alliance with you. However, your blatant disrespect has shifted our dynamic. Since we cannot be allies, you shall be my adversary. The ruinous dragon tightened his grip on Paraspero, a sinister grin gracing his features as the sound of cracking bones filled the air, forcing Big Mom to halt, seething with rage. Release him. She beheld her eldest son ensnared like a mere rodent, her murderous intent surging uncontrollably. What foolishness you speak. Choose between your blood and your son. The ruinous dragon brandished Paraspero before her, threateningly, reflecting on his earlier oversight of not capturing Smoothie as leverage. Do you wish for a complete and utter conflict between us? Big Mom's expression twisted into madness as she glared at the ruinous dragon, revealing her unyielding stance. The Empress of the Sea held no regard for such tactics, having even drained the lifespans of her children in the past. To her, they were not as significant as others presumed. It appears I misjudged. Your children are mere tools in your eyes. The ruinous dragon discerned her intentions, recognizing that employing threats to extract her blood would be futile. In that case, I am eager to witness your unyielding resolve. With a grin, the ruinous dragon refrained from personally eliminating Paraspero, instead hurling him with full force towards Kazan. Kazan, consider this a gift. Do not say that you, as an admiral, dare not capture this 700 million berry bounty pirate. Be sure to execute him publicly. I shall tune in for the broadcast. The ruinous dragon bellowed with laughter before soaring away, leaving the admiral to deal with the impending wrath of the ironclad balloon. Gazed at the approaching Paraspero, his expression darkened. He had initially intended to escort the designs of the Holy Pain and the King of the Underworld away from the battlefield while Big Mom was preoccupied with Kaido. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly Kaido had returned Big Mom to the fray. Kaido! Big Mom shouted in fury at Kaido's retreating figure. Yet she ultimately charged towards Paraspero, determined to reclaim her eldest son from the grasp of Aokiji. Faced with the wrathful Big Mom, Aokiji refrained from eliminating Paraspero on the spot, fearing that it might provoke Big Mom into a state of uncontrollable rage. Instead, he darkened his visage and focused all his energy on countering Big Mom's onslaught. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion had begun to unleash his fury, seizing the opportunity to snatch the designs of the King of the Underworld from Holy Pain amidst the chaos. Yet, he seemed to have overestimated his current capabilities. Against the combined might of Holy Pain, Tashigi, and a CP0 agent, he found himself not only unable to triumph but also at risk of being countered. This realization infuriated the Golden Lion Shiki, who begrudgingly acknowledged his significant decline in combat effectiveness. With only his float fruit powers and a modicum of swordsmanship remaining at his disposal. Furthermore, his frail condition was ill-suited for protracted combat. As fatigue set in, the Golden Lion Shiki retreated with the scant designs of the King of the Underworld he had acquired, heading back to Lion's Head Island to withdraw from the Kingdom of Sorbet. Witnessing Shiki's retreat, Crocodile found himself with no opportunity to engage. Daunted by the elite celestial dragons and the Knights of God, and thus departed quietly with the few designs he had secured, transformed into a swirling sandstorm. Amidst the furious roar of Kaido, a dragon adorned with numerous sword scars and charred marks reluctantly ascended into the sky, leaving the island behind. Perhaps sensing the departure of various formidable figures, Big Mom, who was embroiled in a fierce battle with Aokiji, regained a modicum of her composure. After forcibly repelling Aokiji, she swiftly withdrew with the injured Paraspero in tow. Members of the Big Mom pirates also managed to evade their adversaries, hastily entering BRLES Mirror World and escaping on the Thundercloud Zeus. Aokiji, however, did not exert himself to detain Big Mom, silently observing as she and her crew absconded with a portion of the designs. Deep within Aokiji's heart, he harbored no desire for the celestial dragons to obtain such an ancient weapon. Perhaps the current outcome was the most favorable. With Dragon taking some designs and Big Mom taking others, no one could assemble the complete blueprint of the King of the Underworld. The atrocities witnessed during the Sorbet Kingdom massacre plunged Aokiji into a profound moral quandary. The harrowing scenes evoked memories of the O'Hara incident from 2 decades prior. No wonder old man Garp once said that to attain true freedom, one need not occupy such lofty positions. Aokiji mused as he gazed at the receding figure of Big Mom, then cast his eyes upon the desolate northern town, where the corpses of countless slain residents lay strewn about, filling him with confusion and sorrow. Was this truly justice? It was not only Aokiji who felt this disquiet. Even Momotaro, encountering such brutality for the first time, found it hard to bear. She had believed that the special events permitting advancement to the rank of candidate admiral involved protecting the celestial dragons unconditionally, only to discover that it also required tolerating the extermination of non-member nation civilians. She recalled Sister Tsuru mentioning that Akiji and Akaino had garnered the world government's favor by handling the Ohara incident, thus earning their promotion opportunities. Now, armed with formidable strength and the endorsements of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, she had secured her candidacy for admiral, even acquiring the title of Momotaro within the Navy. This placed her in a moral quandary. If her sense of justice could fully accommodate the actions of the celestial dragons, she would soon ascend to the rank of candidate admiral. Suddenly, I find myself envying the carefree old man garb. Momotaro sighed, reflecting on the ruthlessness of the celestial dragons. She had not anticipated them to treat the extermination of indigenous people as a competition. As St. Gallen, accompanied by Akainu and the Knights of God, arrived to unite with the northern battlefield, the war came to an official conclusion. Originally, the Knights of God had intended to obliterate the Sorbet Kingdom entirely. But due to the prior conditions set by red-haired Shanks, St. Gallen was compelled to abandon this notion. This only fueled his disdain for this estranged son. He had to quell the discontent brewing within the Knights of God, particularly from the injured Plazes, who angrily clamored for the chance to annihilate the red-haired pirates. With their current strength, they could easily obliterate the red-haired pirates, but this act of ingratitude was met with resistance from Akiji and Momotaro. Ultimately, after St. Gallen took full responsibility, the Knights of God departed from the Sorbet Kingdom, grumbling. Fortunately, Holy Pain managed to safeguard some designs of the King of the Underworld. Otherwise, they would have faced an insurmountable challenge in explaining the outcome to Imsama. They had not only failed to capture Kaido and Kuma but had also lost the Knight of God. This was a resounding defeat and a disgrace for the Knights of God. Under the watchful eyes of the red-haired pirates, Akainu and Akiji led the navy away from the ravaged island after the Knights of God had departed. This island had suffered the ravages of 3 emperors, 2 marine admirals, a legendary pirate, as well as the forces of Kaido, the Knights of God, and the Revolutionary Army. That it had not been utterly sunk was already a stroke of fortune. However, the majority of the structures in the prosperous northern town and the illegal southern slums had been destroyed in the wake of earthquakes and devastating attacks. The remaining nobles and landowners within the kingdom of Sorbet gazed upon their devastated nation, rendered speechless by their despair. Finally, red-haired Shanks left behind a flag of the red-haired pirates as he departed the Sorbet kingdom, leaving the South Sea to return to the New World. With the conclusion of the war, the world government had suffered a significant loss, having been outmaneuvered by the Kaido crew. No one could have anticipated that this rogue would attract such powerful figures, inflicting considerable damage on the Knights of God and the Navy. Various factions witnessed the terrifying conflict through Morgan's underground broadcasts, each taken aback by the spectacle. Moreover, the news of the emergence of the designs for the King of the Underworld had spread across the globe, signaling that the rise of Kaido was now unstoppable. Had the Kaido crew been a pirate crew, they would have already been dubbed the Fifth Emperor. In the royal heights of Dressrosa, Doflamingo observed with excitement as Kaido fought alongside the rogue, realizing that this experimental subject had grown exponentially in strength. However, he also felt a surge of apprehension regarding Kaido's abilities. Nevertheless, he had worked diligently to assist Kaido, leveraging his influence to publicize the war in the Sorbet Kingdom, ensuring that numerous allied nations and factions became aware of the Celestial Dragon's brutal extermination of the indigenous people. At this juncture, he should be able to establish a connection with the Dragon of the Wilderness, entering the realm of collaboration without further concern for retaliation. If feasible, he would also seek to redeem Monet. As for the individual known as Baby 5, hope appears to be lost due to her significant character flaws. Meanwhile, the formidable Undertaker Drago Piccolo and the elusive strategist Kyberson will undoubtedly need to devise alternative methods to curry favor with the Dragon of the Wilderness. If they fall under the Dragon's ire, the repercussions could be substantial. After all, the Dragon of the Wilderness crew, comprising the likes of the Dragon, Kuma, and Enel, possesses the capacity to obliterate an underground emperor entirely. Moreover, that seemingly blind individual, suspected to be affiliated with the Dragon's crew, exhibits an alarming strength, capable of contending with 2 Knights of God. Such prowess suggests a rank comparable to that of a general. Should that blind warrior indeed be one of the Dragon's own, the Dragon of the Wilderness would presently wield the terrifying might of a Yonko crew. It seems that in dealings with the Dragon of the Wilderness, greater concessions will be necessary. Currently, Doflamingo has elevated the standing of the Dragon to that of the Beast Kaido. The image of the twin dragons dominating the skies remains vivid in memory. Most strikingly, the dragon managed to defeat the leader of the Knights of God, a figure who was feared even by Doflamingo during his tenure as a celestial dragon, an absolute authority among the celestial dragons, a judge and punisher. The World Economic News Agency, led by Morgans, has been working tirelessly to prepare 3 editions of the newspaper morning, afternoon, and evening to comprehensively report on the events surrounding the Kingdom of Sulb. The moniker God Layer Dragon will once again echo throughout the world, as he has vanquished one of the Knights of God, an elite among the celestial dragons. This event is far more shocking than the fall of an ordinary celestial dragon. Furthermore, the achievement of incapacitating the leader of the Knights of God is indeed illustrious. Morgans is unconcerned with whether the dragon benefited from Kaido's misfortune. What matters is that the hand of Saint Garen was shattered by the dragon's might. He aims to establish East Wild Dragon as a paragon of strength for a new era, igniting fervor across the seas. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, upon learning of the war's outcome, Sengoku the Buddha has remained in deep silence. For him, the fall of a Knight of God is as grave as the demise of a Marine admiral, if not more so. He can already envision the outcry from the world government and the celestial dragons demanding a reduction in naval funding. Although the old Iron Fist, Garp, is secretly pleased with the death of the Knight of God, he cannot afford to express his joy too openly in such a somber atmosphere. Especially with Sengoku and Tsuru observing, and the overall ambience at Marine headquarters being exceedingly tense. Kizaru has gradually acclimated to the dragon's astonishing maneuvers. Fortunately, he was not the one sent to provide support in this conflict. Otherwise, he might have found himself shouldering the blame yet again. Not only did they fail to capture the dragon's crew, but the scandal has also become known to the various allied nations. They must mobilize all intelligence resources to minimize the public outcry and find ways to silence those in the underground dark world. Sengoku lamented that the fall of a Knight of God is not the gravest issue, rather. The dissemination of the Sulb Kingdom incident has begun to destabilize the allied nations and the world government itself. Morgans has refused to communicate with us, said the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, Blackhorse Tinjo, his expression grim. He understands that tomorrow, this incident will spread worldwide, even reaching the ears of ordinary citizens. According to intelligence from our undercover operatives, the warlord Doflamingo and King Tezelo of the Golden Empire seem to be heavily involved in propagating the news of this event. One intelligence officer furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why these two figures would exacerbate the situation, stirring public sentiment against the celestial dragons. Doflamingo, who thrives on chaos, is unsurprising in this regard. But why would the cooperative Tezelo actively participate? Vice Admiral Tsuru is also puzzled by Tezelo's motivations. As for Doflamingo, who harbors a deep-seated loathing for the world government and the celestial dragons, he undoubtedly desires their downfall and the subsequent humiliation of the celestial dragons. We must commence an investigation into Tezelo and that blind swordsman. We need to ascertain whether he is affiliated with the dragon's crew. Sengoku is particularly interested in the blind warrior, as evidence suggests he may not be aligned with the dragon, having departed separately. If this blind individual truly isn't part of the dragon's crew, Sengoku hopes to win over this brave soul who single-handedly landed on Sulb Kingdom to rescue others. However, he recognizes the slim chances of success, given that the clash between the blind warrior and the two Knights of God has likely left a negative impression on both sides. Even if Sengoku were to succeed in winning him over, the Knights of God would not overlook this meddler who interfered with their mission. The scene shifts back to the Ark Proverbs and the waters surrounding Sulb Kingdom. Kuma, have you left a mark on the Lion's Head Island ship? Upon returning to the ship covered in the blood of Smuggy and Perispero, the dragon promptly inquired about this matter with Kuma. It turns out he had instructed the Ark Proverbs to depart Sulb Kingdom ahead of schedule while he ventured to the northern battlefield, specifically requesting Kuma to carry out this task, taking advantage of the ongoing battle with the Golden Lion Shiki. While there are no strong figures stationed on the Lion's Head Island ship, Kuma can easily approach the floating island ship to leave his mark. Do not assume that a constantly moving flying island ship cannot be marked. The capabilities of the pawpaw fruit are indeed extraordinary and defy convention. Even the drifting meteorological science island, Visalia, and the formidable three-masted ship of Moonlight Moria can be successfully marked by Kuma. It has been successfully marked and recorded, Kuma said with a faint smile on his otherwise expressionless face. In the Grand Line, the crew of the Dragon of the Wilderness has safely returned to the island of Appiato. The dragon immediately delivered the collected blood and tissue samples to Dr. Vegapunk for the extraction of the superhuman ability known as green blood, particularly from the Lunarian blood of the Flame Disaster, King. He emphasized the urgency of proceeding with the second batch of seraphim cultivation. The dragon instructed Vegapunk earnestly while he checked on the progress of the cultivation of the pacifistas and seraphim. One by one, the dragon's seraphim have matured to the age of 4 or 5, exhibiting rapid growth, and will undoubtedly be ready for combat within a year. This time, acquiring the superhuman capabilities of the float fruit and the gravity fruit is a crucial selection for the dragon's 6 paths. Moreover, it appears that Vegapunk's clones are maturing even faster. The robotic avatars Edison and Pythagoras have already commenced their tasks. The embodiments of integrity, Shaka, evil, Lilith, fury, Atlas, and desire, York have nearly reached full maturity and should be operational within a month or 2. It must be noted that Lilith and York possess commendable physiques. However, they are merely extensions of the aging Vegapunk. What a pity! Additionally, once Vegapunk's clones complete their cultivation, measures must be taken to exert greater control over York, who shows signs of potential betrayal. In the original narrative, this individual was present alongside Vegapunk during a visit to the Holy Land, Mariewa, where he witnessed the celestial dragon's supreme power and lavish lifestyle, which planted the seeds of ambition to become one of them. She even devised a plan to eliminate her original self and become the sole Vegapunk. The desire of York, who assists Vegapunk in addressing her basic needs, must be meticulously controlled to keep her thoughts and aspirations untainted. Meanwhile, Bear and Bonnie left some familiar residents of the Solb Kingdom on Sky Island, while another group of southern residents was taken by Bear to a resource-rich island under the Revolutionary Army's influence. Those northern residents who were directly taken by Bear have been scattered across various islands they had previously visited. The Solb Kingdom has essentially been obliterated, and those who managed to escape are indeed fortunate. It is worth noting that apart from those slaughtered by the Knights of God, many residents who could not flee perished in the aftermath of the battle. It is truly regrettable that this grand conflict did not allow for a more public display. Bonnie lamented from atop a freshly forged elemental weapon, the devil fruit-powered White Ram Island Cloud. Following this battle, her bounty might remain unchanged. Yahaha. This time, my bounty is bound to increase. Enel chuckled, having severely injured a Knight of God, who happened to be a celestial dragon, and had also dealt a blow to both the Knights of God and the red-haired pirates. This achievement surpassed Bear's declaration of war against the celestial dragons, and there is a possibility that his bounty may even eclipse that of Bear, who was solely engaged in rescue efforts. That scoundrel, Arlong, actually allied with Kaido of the Beasts, infuriating me. Moonlight Moria exclaimed, expressing his displeasure at the collaboration between Arlong and Kaido, his sworn enemy. Nevertheless, this plan did conveniently utilize Kaido's chaotic nature once. Had it not been for Arlong's leadership attracting Kaido and Big Mom, our rescue mission would not have proceeded so smoothly. Trafalgar Law remarked, his demeanor stoic, aware that Arlong had also enlisted Doflamingo's assistance in promoting the events of the Solb Kingdom. Haha. The captain has obtained the blood of the Golden Lion Shiki, and Bear has marked the island ship of the Golden Lion. It seems the float fruit power is now ours. Lafitte exclaimed with excitement, envisioning the newfound freedom that the float fruit would grant them, while eagerly anticipating Arlong's 6 paths. This would indeed be a terrifying lineup that would shake the world. What an exaggerated war, with 3 emperors arriving all at once. Capone Beach mused, biting his cigar. Arlong had once advised him to strengthen himself quickly, otherwise, he would truly fall behind the pace of Arlong's crew's growth and expansion. As the godfather of the West Blue Mafia, he risked being relegated to the role of a mere logistics officer. Ho ho ho, you all have shown me an unprecedented war. A monumental event I have never witnessed in my nearly 90 years of life. Brooke, the skeletal musician, emitted an eerie laugh, feeling as though he had joined an extraordinary force. This war nearly left him trembling with fear, though he was merely there to rescue others, despite frightening quite a few in the process. I advise you all to diligently enhance your strength, or you risk being overlooked by the captain as mere passers-by. Lafitte chuckled oddly before soaring into the sky. This time, he strictly adhered to Arlong's plan, disseminating false designs of the Pluton and refraining from engaging in intense combat. Thus, he needed to focus on his training to bolster his own strength. Although he was a man of intellect, physical prowess was equally indispensable. Meanwhile, Bear was preoccupied with managing the residents of the Solb Kingdom, leaving no time for idle chatter with these individuals. In a certain laboratory, there was a loud crash as Arlong landed a punch on Caesar's face, leaving the nature-type gas fruit user bruised and battered. What use is this floating island cloud you have created? Such a defenseless creation serves no purpose. Arlong glared at Caesar, who had failed to even transform it into a storm cloud. It could only float and fly, yet lacked speed. What good would it do? Spare me, boss. Elements like wind, fire, thunder, and water are difficult to fuse with devil fruit powers. If you desire substances like gold, wood, or earth, I can promptly create another elemental devil fruit being. Caesar, with his battered face, pleaded with Arlong. Ever since being captured, he had faced Arlong's wrath at every encounter, often being dragged away by others to endure further beatings while training in Haki. Arlong held a grudge, recalling that Caesar had once inadvertently caused his demise. Yet he had ultimately revived and gained the powers of toxins and invisibility. Arlong ought to be grateful, yet he continued to torment Caesar to vent his frustrations, jeopardizing the existence of the world's second greatest scientist. I won't concern myself with you. Find a way to overcome this yourself. If you cannot, go consult Vegapunk, Arlong declared, leaving Caesar's laboratory to inspect the first batch of artificial devil fruits being cultivated by the little people. The sad and smile factors for cultivating devil fruit trees were extracted from the bloodlines of numerous normal animals. This method resulted in artificial zoan-type devil fruits laden with many flaws. Regardless, they were destined for sale the Kaido of the beasts, and post-sale support was not Arlong's responsibility. Vegapunk had already produced 2 relatively perfect zoan-type devil fruits using the bloodline factors of Rob, Lucci, and Gabra. It remains to be seen what colors or mutations the leopard and dog fruits will eventually possess. Even the bloodline factors of the flame disaster, Ember, would yield an artificial ancient species, the toothless pterosaur fruit, over time. In the ensuing days, as the infamous Morgans unabashedly reported the events of the Salt Kingdom, the shroud of mystery surrounding the Knights of God was lifted, and the human eradication plan gradually came to light. This revelation stunned countless allied nations and civilians while simultaneously instilling fear in non-allied countries, prompting some non-allied kings to contemplate joining the world government at any cost. However, the public's primary focus lay on this terrifying, world-class conflict, with 3 emperors and a legendary figure participating, alongside the Knights of God and 2 admirals. The battle in the Salt Kingdom left an indelible mark on the world. Even the Whitebeard pirates were taken aback by the absence of their own crew among the emperors, making them feel somewhat out of place. Some major pirate crews began to speculate whether Whitebeard was indeed growing old, pondering how much longer he could maintain his position as the foremost emperor. Emerging forces began to entertain the notion of dethroning the venerable Whitebeard. There were also discussions about whether Arlong's crew would venture into the New World to seize territory belonging to the emperors, further augmenting their power. The Revolutionary Army's bold actions invigorated countless grassroots soldiers, who had long remained in hiding, as the Revolutionary Army